Because the argument is very down. So because that with the Tabaraj, the other part of the Ganai was the first line of Kilo of Peace. The Chayish Obi Koharam Mahefsin Ruba, the Chayish Yitzray. What's interesting? Rabbanan will say what? Rabbanan will say any piece of Haraduma, which is very expensive, very valuable. That's what we assume that Obi Kohabim will curb his carnal appetite. Right? Will go and curb his Shahara for.
If you do that again on my side, if you do that again on my side again, I will find you. Say the Fox off my profile, pussy.
That you have to be cautious ultimately for a bestiality, and therefore you cannot purchase other animals from other for carbonic purpose. Most of them are points of the app. If you accept this approach, then Machlokes between Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbanan is a dramatic Machlokes. So what's the dramatic Machlokes? Yes? Do we assume that the Akun has the ability to curb his Yizara? I would say that that's really good to argue about. Rabbi Eliezer will say, no. Rabbi Eliezer will say, talk your pizza. I will say, by the way, this Machlokes will have ripple effects. Not just for Akun bestiality, it's a fundamental Yesodistic Machlokes in Zahara. So Rabbi Eliezer will say that if we say that the Akun has this appetite for bestiality, that's his Yitzhara, we do not assume that people can curb the Yitzhara. Even when they stand to lose a lot of money if they succumb to that appetite. Incredible. And Rabbi Eliezer will say you can't even purchase a paraduma from an Akun because you must assume that he is given in to this Yitzhara. The Rabbanan will say no. Or people have the Yitzhara, but people not like them, sugar like them. People have some level of self-control, even in the realm of the Yitzhara. Even in the realm of the Yitzhara, and therefore what? Even when it comes to the Akun bestiality, the Akun can control himself, especially when he stands to make a lot of money. We'll say incredible this. To which the word was the second line of Torah, the Aleph, the Elo. But what about what say? We'll say, what about the following discussion? What about following discussion? Beside it. Look what the Rabbi says. The Rabbi explicitly says that you are permitted to go ahead and purchase animals from an Akun for general karmatic use. He says the Gemara, money, discipline does this reflect. Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbanan, ultimately, again, it's not Rabbi Eliezer, and it's not Rabbanan. I won't say neither of them. Remember again, Rabbi Eliezer ultimately says you can't purchase any animals from an Akun. And I'm concerned that ultimately, again, for bestiality, that's number one. And ultimately, again, the Rabbanan also we just said before that one. We just said the Rabbanan hold that the only exception to purchasing a carbon from an Akun was says there, Paraduma. Why? Because since it's so valuable, we assume that the Akun is going to curb his appetite. But by other commands, we'll say you can't purchase the Akun because you have to see the Akun engaged in bestiality. So we'll say when the Bryce says that you can purchase other karbanos or other animals from an Akun to use for karbanos, it doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer or the Rabbanan, to which we do this is the Otan Yebehedya. So there was another explicit Bryce. What's the explicit Bryce? So the Gemara says the following. My Osibu made Chaboi Rabbi Eliezer. What's Rabbi Eliezer's friends? How do they respond to it? There's most like Rabbi Eliezer's shita is that you cannot purchase a para aduma from an Akun. So remember again, we're now suggesting that Rabbi Eliezer really holds you can't purchase any animals from an Akun for carbonic purposes. So the Gemara now says, what did Rabbi Eliezer's friends respond back to? What did they retort to him? To which the Gemara says, the passage of us quotes over here from Yishayahu, Chotson Kedar Yit Mitzulach Ya'alu Levatzon Al Yizmichi. So what does the passage say? Literally, all of the sheep of Kedar, will be gathered to you, and you will offer them up willingly unminded. It's 4 lines down, 4 lines down from the top of Rashi, last white line, called Son Kedar. Kedar is Yishma. So Kedar refers to Yishma. Ya'am Ruratzel Palmas. And we'll say, what does the passage say when it's speaking about the animals that come from Yishmael? It says they will be offered up willingly on my altar. Alma, Shar Karbanos Yami Shah. Shapir Tartsa Lomion Me'el. So what's this? So what do you see here? See the passage in the Shai, it says, there will come a time when you will gather up all of the sheep from Yishmael. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? You'll offer it up as a common. So we'll say, ultimately, then what do you see? You see that the mice again isn't a thing of wholesale on the website. But you can't purchase carbonos for it. You see that there isn't a thing being told that the mice again animals which come from an akum are in fact fit for carbonic. So let's say, therefore we go back for just a moment and we go back to what Rabbi said on Nietzsche. Remember again, just keep in mind what we're trying to do. We're trying to go ahead and establish how to, or I should say, reconcile the Mishnah with the Braisa. The Mishnah said you can't stable an animal with an ox. Why not? Because of a success that ultimately again the ox will be usually out. Yet the Braisa says that one is permitted to purchase an animal from an akum for carbonic purposes. Right? The Das said it's not a problem. Two different things. Listen, the Mishnah affects the real answer, and the answer holds in general. You can't purchase a paraduma, or for that matter, any other animal for carbonic purposes from an akum because the purchase is the Mishnah affects that. The Braisa also affects the real Rabbanon. What does the Rabbanon hold? The Rabbanon holds that you can go ahead and purchase a paraduma as well as other animals for carbonic from it. Fine, it was not Gemara which the Gemara says. Ankan, go to the Elba Hashasha. We'll say, I'll bring it out. Right? This method is also now Rashi points out, no start to happen naturally come about. We'll say, a little bit of a same topic, a little bit of a new conversation. I'll put those details. My focus on the subject around Hashasha. Whether it is a Hashasha, people will cover both of them and find a piano. About Nicholas with bad guy in Yama, Hustle, we'll say, but if you know for sure that the actual violent people, then of course the part, about Paratuma, the Paratuma ultimately again will be possible. So actually points out Elba Hashasha, Eichel Belo Chazin de Lava, Free Gemar Chai Shwana Chai. So also if it's a Paratuma, we do not know, we do not see, only from the region of this case as bestiality. So the Eliezer will say, kosher for bestiality, the Rabbanan will say, we are not kosher for bestiality. We'll say, what do you see from this? Shema Mina, the part of kosher bestiality. We'll say, I want to discuss this is right? The fact that bestiality will disqualify a part of also tells us that what? The Para Aguma is considered to be kosher bestiality. It's considered to be a carbon. Because they understand Paraduma is unique because the essence of the Paraduma is also the main part of this one is not what's offered on the Mizbeach. I mean, it's not a common gift. Ashes that are used to purify from Tumas Snakes. So the word just says the fact that Eliezer says that the Chodesh for bestiality, and that if the Akum violated the animal that would hustle the Para Aduma, that tells us that Para Aduma is in fact the sacrificial item. Its kosher is there. Why? The kosher the Kabbalis, because it was a Paradum was treated like Bedekabais. Remember, Bedekabais refers ultimately to what? To items that are owned by the base of the brush that have a monetary sense, much more than a Kedusha Sakuk in a physical sense. Because the Paradum was kosher, but Bedekabais, the next about it. We'll say that ultimately, again, bestiality actually not disqualified. It's very interesting. Bestiality only disqualifies something. Only disqualifies something that is a carbon, but not something ultimately again that is better kabbalis. So the fact that ultimately the Rabbi say that if the Akum violates the animal, it disqualifies the Paraduma, tells you that Paraduma is kosher in Mizbeach. Because it was kosher in the kabbalis, in there somewhere of here. This was his very different. Shiny para, the chat is kind of what's it? How do you different? Why? Because the Torah itself calls it chatos. And the Torah itself calls it a chatos. That Torah calls it a chatos tells us that what? That it is in the carbonic family. And when if that's the case, that it is called the chatos, and therefore part of the carbonic family, to parcel to the Yotzi Dofen. We'll say that's the piece we want. And we'll say the Paraduma should be disqualified if it's born cesarean. Right? If it's a C-section. Because if you look at that, you possibly also go there. The possible shackle is potentially interesting halacha. But apparently, if an animal is not born from natural birth, but it's born from a C-section, so say such an animal is disqualified as a carbon. Look at that. The possibly also go, right? Always partly to valid part you don't say those. Doesn't how you use the concept ultimately again of valid, like the valid. It will be born. It wasn't to just the only animal that is born naturally is fit for carbonic use. Any animal that is born C-section, born through a cesarean, ultimately again called multi-dolphin. Ultimately, again, it's possible. It's not determined that a part of the dolphin should be disqualified. If you came a hawk and you'll say, yes, indeed, that is the case. Lama Tanya goes and that's this. Why does it say Lama Tanya? Which you should be able to dolphin. Sula. Then you're not sure. Or say that's the case, and ultimately, again, why does it say if you are not sure Para Hashima, then ultimately, again, it's Yotze dolphin. It's possible. Yet Rav Shimon says that it's kosher. So what's the happen? Rav Shimon says that it's kosher. If the Paradu is called the Chatos, it's called the Chatos, and it's part of the Kabbanic family. And if it's Yotze Dolphin, it should be possible. If you can't show what time is the Amr Yotze Dolphin, but all you or say, you'll say, this is Rav Shimon according to his logic. Rav Shimon will say generally holds that whether a child or animal born Yotze Dolphin is considered to be a regular birth. While Rav Yochanan, Moshe Hayashun in kosher, Shein of Kadosh. Because that can't because you have on that there's an Shimon holds that by Kabbalah will say the Yotze Dolphin are not capable of Kabbanic of achieving Kabbanic sanctity. Ella shiny Kara, only of the moon Kosova, Divar Erva Va'avo Yuzar Nani Kosova. And the Moshe Gemara says as follows. Hardim is different. Hardim is different. I'll tell you, remember again, we're trying to figure out why is it that if the alcohol doesn't engage the active the Hardim, why is it disqualified? So the simplest answer is because it's like a carbon. It's like a carbon. The problem is if it's like a carbon, then Yotze Dolphin should pass away. But yet we see a sheet of Rav Shimon that says that if the Paraduma is Yotze Dolphin, it's still kosher. So the question, I'll tell you why. There's a different reason. Why? Bestiality will pass away Paraduma. Right? We're saying because since by Paraduma we know that a womb, some type of blemish, does in fact disqualify. Therefore, again, once a woman disqualifies it, then it's about every act of immorality or idolatry will also disqualify. How do we know this connection? We say, because also the concept says as follows: Himash chasabahem mumabam lo diraseh lachem. So what's that ultimately again? This is something like a carbon that comes from an apple. Because it says you can't go ahead and offer it up. Why? Mashchasam bahem. Again, we're going to define what this means as well. Mashchasam bahem mum bam. What does this mean? The time of the year, Yishmael, Komach, Yishmael, Hashchasa, Ela Dava Erva, but wherever the Torah uses Lashon of Hashchasa, right? So it's a destructive Hashchasa that always refers to a Devar Erva. Right? It always refers to some type of immorality. So you must say, Ela Devar Erva, Va'avon Gezara. Devar Erva, that's the most hero that Hashchasa means Devar Erva, Kitzid, Yesh, Mishkova, so as Darko, because the Pasuk says, again, by the mountain, which is called Kobasa as Darko, which was literally again, every living thing destroyed its way. Halaretz. Now, Bolizar is saying, Hentashkisim Basis Lakapeso, Nahapara, Nami Orlu Bumposaba, Devar Erva, sorry, Hoyo, Nahapara, Nami Orlu Bumposaba, Devar Erva, let's go up in Masiva. Because and therefore again, this grouping of womb, Avodizara, Devar Erva. We'll say quiet because it's the same washing of Hashkasa. They're first all three of these things. Therefore, also they're grouped together. So therefore, again, since we know that by Paraduma, a womb passes by the Paraduma, therefore, what will say, Devar Erva will also pass by the Paraduma. What's it clear about Devar Erva will be the use of this now. So Gufa was, let's go back to this one. I'm telling Shiva, so let's remember again, one of the suggestions we had for the Eliezer is that the Eliezer Svara. Rabbi Eliezer holds that one to one side. And Allah again, you cannot purchase a Kara Aduma from Anakim. Why not? Because Rabbi Eliezer has a Xerxes custom that can only be purchased from a Jew. So let's go back. Tani Shira, my time, Rabbi Eliezer, Muslim. Dardo, B'nai Yisrael, Yikhu, B'nai Yisrael, Yakichu, Vein Ofik, Chum Yakichu. Halamayata, because I'm using this logic. Daber of B'nai Yisrael, Yikhu, Truma. So let's say, maybe you'll say something about Truma. Why does the Bible say that Truma? Speak to the Jewish people, and you shall purchase, or they shall take from you Truma. Most of the time, the construction is done. Achanami, the B'nai Yisrael Yakichu, Vein Ofik, Chum Yakichu. What's that? Are you going to tell me that these only Jews who contribute to the Beis Hamikdash, the regulations, or to the utensils, but okay, will cover to that? If you can Mahakanami, maybe you'll say, yes, indeed, only Jews can contribute to the Beis Hamikdash. But in Akwamayah, that's not true. It's nice stuff. So, Bahamar, Rabbi Shmuel, Shamu Sabalaza, yes, Sabalaza, and Inchon Ibod Abayir. We'll say, how far, to what length must one go to honor their parents? Most listen to this. And what does the Rosh say? Rosh must say, brings myself on an akum. What's that? Give me an example. What's the famous myself? You want to see the extent of people of the aim? I'll show it to you. What's the extent? See what happened with the particular akum in Ashkelon. Who was he? Dama ben Yisrael. What's the Dama ben Yisrael? One time, the rabbis came to them in Messina, and they wanted to purchase from him some precious stones for the altar ephod, to be eaten up the Kohen Gadol. And they'll say, what happens? So the Shushin Libostar, they'll say literally again for 600,000 points. They'll say an astronomical sum. They wanted to take down in Messina for the precious stones of the ephod. And what happens? That's the Hana master, the Shimoni Nibo. They'll say that's 800,000 points. A lot of money. Now you have two codes in enough, those kind of the of it. We'll say the keys to the safe were underneath the pillow of his father, and his father was sleeping below Sierra. And ultimately again, Dama ben Sierra will say would not what? Would not wake his father. So we'll say never done this kind of stuff. Like an example to the right. And we'll say no one says what his father said when he woke up from the nap. Right? We'll say it again. That was the obviously when he went to the incredible length that one must go to keep on Abbey. And Dama would not wake up his father. But again, what's the point? The point over here is that the rabbis were ready to go ahead and what? The rabbis were ready to go ahead and purchase stones for the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol from an Akum. What do you see from here? That obviously an Akum is permitted to go ahead and contribute towards the collection ultimately again of the Beis Hamikdash. So when it comes to Truma, right, when it comes to collections for the Beis Hamikdash, nevertheless, what? You see that you can purchase, you can take from an Akum as well. Maybe so too by Kara Aduma, even though it says Yikhu, at the end of the day, really actually it means Yakihu. You can only purchase the Kara Aduma from a Jew, and ultimately again not from an Akum. But you see, maybe it's not true. So the Gemara says, obviously, the Gemara says, Avin Shoan Hifsika. So say ultimately again, the pasuk quotes Avnei Shlomo over here, kind of by us. So what I do is stop over here. When we walk with this question, we will learn to pick up how you reconcile the fact that you're ready to purchase the stones with the fact that it's a Yikhu, which we're directly to mean purchase from Jews and not from Gentiles, so we continue to follow. Yeah, the Jew and the Jew and the who are partners in sharecropping. Partners in sharecropping of field belonging to a Jew. Sahano Morikai, Dovi Kofan. Dovi Kofan, nothing to Shatsa. Israel, the Chad Shatsa. So it's ultimately again, there were two separate farmers. Now remember again, they were joint sharecroppers. So the Akum decided to go and work the field on Shabbos, and the Yisrael worked the field on Sunday. So this is what happened. So us would come into Rava, afterwards we came to Rava to ask if this arrangement was community or not. where you have the non-Jew taking the Akum taking Shabbos, the Yisrael taking Sunday. Is this arrangement good or not? Shalom. Rabbi says yes, it's permitted. Is there a level? Shravir is the level. Soval is still an open book of it. They are partners for shared property. So Roma touch on the open book of it. We self-relaxing. Go help him on the Shabbos. Ta'ani b'chol. Listen, you take your portion on Shabbos, and I'll take my portion on a weekday. What is this? Shekebun. Sarka ta'adisisim b'alabayis. So now you have Yisrael and Yaakov who received a joint sharecropping from Shnei Nasa Yaakov. So the way this works is, both of those sharecroppers are 50-50 partners in the entire thing. They both have a joint responsibility every moment of every day. That's the joint responsibility. So what happens? Lord Rashi says, well, Lord Yoma Yisrael. We'll say the way it works on a technical level is, let's assume for a moment the field needs to be worked every single day. So what happens? So if you have two sharecroppers, Jew and Akum, what happens? So the Jew has responsibility for half of the day. The Akum has responsibility for half of the day. If the Jew says to the Akum, you take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday. Well, so what does that effectively do? It effectively says, now Shabbos, 50% of Shabbos is the Jew's responsibility. He's now delegated that responsibility to the Akum, which means that the Akum is his shaliach for working on Shabbos. But even though it is not the Jew who is actively doing the work on Shabbos, but the Akum is operating as the Jew's agent for that work on Shabbos. That is just as not just as problematic it is problematic. Obviously, it's different if my shaliach does work for me on Shabbos than if I go ahead and do it myself, but it is prohibited regardless. So the idea over here is that Rabbi is saying, Rabbi is saying to Rabbi that a Jew is not the once a Jew has joined sharecropping arrangement with the Gentile, a Jew can't go ahead and swap shifts with the Gentile with the Akum, because the Akum is effectively working on behalf of the Jew. However, in this thing in Tchiva, we'll say this thing means says Jews. Let's say Jew and Akum know that they are about to receive a sharecropping contract from Jewish owner. Was that if before the sharecropping arrangement is made, they agree between the two of them, between themselves, that what? You'll take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday on the side. That works. Why? Because actually mutter the Halo Kiba Ame Yisrael to the Shabbos in the Ovid Kochamim Shufos. So also here's the issue. Each of them has a 50% responsibility for each day. And for the Jew, he has responsibility for 50% of Shabbos. Which means that now he subsequently swaps with the Akum is working as his shaliach with the Jews 50% of Shabbos. However, if before the sharecropping arrangement actually was made, the Jew says to the Akum, listen, before this is made, we agree. Your Shabbos is yours. Sunday is mine. So therefore, since that arrangement was made before the sharecropping arrangement ever devolved upon them, therefore, ultimately, again, the Jew never acquired the 50% on your obligation on Shabbos. So what's made the distinction? Once the sharecropping arrangement is made, the Jew acquires a 50% obligation for each and every day. When he assigns that 50% obligation to the Akum is working on his behalf. If the Jew assigns Shabbos to the Akum before he ever acquires a 50% obligation on the day, that assignment effectively goes in and removes any Shabbos interest from the Jew. Any Shabbos interest from the Jew in the same way that the assignment removes any type of Sunday Yomishal interest to the Akum. So in this Tchiva Mutter, involved the Testament, so let's watch this. Now what we say, involved the Testament also means, Rashi, right across the Rashi, involved the Testament, Rav Ahis in the Tchiva coming. This is not referring to the case of where they arrange. Hebrew is stab. Va'asu stab. the Ayala Ovid Kohavi Shabbos, the us who we saw before. Well, Tzibor Yisrael, this is now a third piece. Was in the third piece is he was not injured. He just was not injured. It just happened to work out like that. The Akum worked on Shabbos, and that Yisrael worked on Sunday. But there was no pre-made arrangement. So the Gemara says, "Lo tzivor Yisrael u'bor cheshbon la'achas ma'at. Lo kama yemei Shabbos. Natal ta'ani ba'ani etok yom There wasn't what happened. There was no pre-cheshbon. Now what happens? They're coming to settle up. Now when they're coming to settle up, so we are going to discuss it. Shabbosos he worked, we start discussing having Sundays he worked. So we'll say in this case over here, awesome. Ultimately again this is asking. We'll say now why won't this be awesome? Because at the end of the day, when the start is taking corresponding Sundays to the Shabbosos that the Akum worked on, so what does that show? That shows that the Yisrael all sides of interest from the Shabbos Melacha. It's just that again, this Akum was working as his Shabbat. So I'll say, so bottom line over here, it turns out that Rabbi ruled erroneously. Remember again, what happened over here? The Jew and the non-Jew, which were partners in the share property of Judah and Yisrael, the sacrifice. What happens? The Jew worked on Sunday, the Akum worked on Shabbos. Then I came to Rabbi to say, by the way, is this arrangement maker? Rabbi said, yes. Rabbi quotes the Rice survey saying, and the Rice seems to indicate that this type of arrangement is us. In other words, they had no pre-arrangement. They're now coming to make their first bonus. The Rice says exclusively that such an arrangement is in fact us, to which we must say, Rabbi was embarrassed. Why was Rabbi embarrassed? I was saying, because he ruled incorrectly. He made a mistake in his Psak HaMachon. The Sof, the Roy Milsa, was interestingly enough, as the matter progressed, became clear, the Hesnu Medikara. So ultimately, again, also that what? And in fact, this was a different kind of case. This was a case of where the sharecroppers made an arrangement before the actual sharecropping agreement was made. So in other words, what happened over here? That Jew and Akum, they knew that they were going to be awarded, so to speak, the sharecropping contract. So what did they decide between the two of them? Before the contract was awarded, Jew said, I'll take Sunday. Akum said, I'll take Shabbos. What's the status of such an arrangement? What's the status? It's mutter. Let's remember again, why is it mutter? Because at the end of the day, what we just said before is as follows. If the Jew assigned the Shabbos interest before the Shabbos interest ever becomes his, that's fine. So it turns out at the end of the day, that was the case over here. So it turns out that what? That Rava's psak was in fact correct. And ultimately again, that Rava ruled correctly when he said that this arrangement was mutter. That the unity seal, the idea of the seal, he had a different version of this case. Amar, he said this case was, I know these sharecroppers was not sacrificed farmers, rather, Shesile the Arla Hava. Was a real plant of Arla. It was a real plant of saplings. So what's the issue over here? So over here, Kohavim, Akil Shem Arla, Yisrael Shnei Zatera, was an oath arrangement. The first 3 years of the tribe members of the Jew. So the arrangement was as follows. The Akum would lead for the first 3 years, he would keep the first 3 years, the only years, just to keep that. And the Jew would pick up of the second 3 years. So look at that. As he says, Ella Shesibay the Arla Haba, Yisrael Ovid Kochalim, keep the second shirtless. Yisrael Ovid Kochalim, receive the Ovid shirtless. Then not that he get you a Hatidish Kohen. So, Rashi says, the Heter Gomer Haba, the Afagam Kibur Yach and Makatila, the Amalo Yisrael, Haya, Ata Ovid, Kimon Shalem Halalu, Tani Kimon Achareyan, in Kan Istishvos, the Yisrael Nami Shalem Ovda, Mishum Achila, the Shisa Achal Kanker. But it's obvious, right? Because there is no issue with working the field during the early years. So in this case, Rabbi said, this arrangement is totally free. You can work the field in the first 3 years, eat the fruits of the first 3 years, even though, again, it's a shit with the stock, and you still can't eat the fruit in the first 3 years. There is no prohibition ultimately, again, of working the land During the early years, which means therefore is holy. I so also just want to point out that Leah had a different version of the case with Rabbi. See, the first version, there were two saffron farmers who were coming along, or I should say two saffron sharecroppers, the Jew and the Yaakov. And again, they arranged amongst themselves. The Jew would take Sundays, the Yaakov would take Shabbos. It came before Rabbi. Rabbi says the arrangement is mutter. Ravina raises a kasha on Rabbi. How can you say it's mutter? It's not true. It's an explicit place that it's usher because the apple is effectively working as a shaliach for the Jew in 50% of the Jewish Christians on Shabbos, Jewish obligation on Shabbos. So the Gemara interpreted the case to be, it must be a case where ultimately again they agreed from the beginning. Before they were joint sharecroppers, they agreed to divide Shabbos and Sunday, and therefore there was never a Jewish interest on Shabbos to begin with. Okay? But the thing that I'm going to is really just a case for. The case is where two sharecroppers came before Rabbi. Today is only Shabbos. The case is horrible. And the arrangement they made was the Akum farmer would work for this for the first 3 years, and the Jewish farmer would work for the second 3 years, and eat the land or the produce. And Rabbi said, it's mutter. Rabbi said, guess what? It's only mutter. Which means for 1 second. It doesn't make sense with the rest of the story. So it says, Rabbi ha'os Rabbi Rava. For 1 second, Ravina raised the kasha and Rava, and he brought the brisa from Shabbat. To which the Gemara says, you're right. So the Gemara says, and how is Rabbi Rava? The Siyua and Sira. Listen, Ravina actually brought that brisa and Ravina brought the brisa to Rava, not to contradict Rava, but rather what? To actually help you to support you. How was the brisa support? The Siyua and Sira. We can tell you this thing that be the mutter. Among the Yaakov is actually close to Malachah Shari. We'll say, why is the Baisa support? Because the Baisa says, any time that there's a certain side, is that the Yaakov is clearly working as a Shariach in Yisrael, and giving the keys to Shabbos. But in this case over here, it's Orla, maybe Yaakov is not working in any capacity as a Shariach in Yisrael. Ultimately, again, the arrangement is totally mutter. So in fact, the Ravina wasn't asking a kasha on Rabbi, the Ravina was bringing the brisa of Shabbos as a support to Rabbi. I, Baha, but the Gemara said before that Rabbi became embarrassed when Ravina raised his kasha. So how do you divide it over? Let's say that was a mistake. Those words should have never been in the Gemara. That simply did not happen. Okay, so we'll say, so obviously, this conversation actually happens to be one. It's a fascinating halacha. And also, a person has to be aware of these halachas, especially if a person has a business, or a person has non-Jewish partners. So again, especially if a person does have a business that operates on Shabbos and Yom, there are halachically sound ways in which a person can assign ownership interest ultimately again to a Gentile partner. And the book said it's not as simple as saying, hey, you cover Shabbos and I'll cover Sundays. It's obviously you can see it's much more complicated than that. There's a nice, again, if there's still Jewish ownership interest on Shabbos, then the nice, again, there's a problem ultimately again with the Akum working on Shabbos. That's why I will say again, that you need to take technicalities. If the person does have a business that operates on Shabbos and everything, also in order to manage avoid serious suing, the person has to have what's called a shtab chila. Shtab chila ultimately is a shtab that assigns ownership, full ownership of the business to the non-Jew over the course of Shabbos and Yom. Again, I'm simplifying the word. It's actually not a complicated process, but the nice, again, is something that has to be understood. So again, people often think that as long as the Jews does work around Shabbos, and the Gentile, the Akum is the Gentile is Shalom it's not Shabbos. Zero result. Tashma, Ibalo, Stomach, those are the situations. What about stomach? So let's say, look at that she says, the Akum sharecropper, they receive a field to work jointly. So we jointly receive the field. But stam, let's say without any fire, stam, also stam, only go come to Shabbos. You saw the Shabbos. Well, Amar Yisrael in Olam Tov, Atas Shabbos, called Maulach, Stam, the Shabbos, Yasmin, Shabbos. Listen to this case. Yisrael and Akum are joint Shabbos. They never made any previous arrangement. They never spoke about the Shabbos. Just the way it turned out is that the Akum ended up going where they working every Shabbos and Yom Kippur. We still ended up working every other day, right? And unless it's, but they never made any kind of formal arrangement. They never arranged. Now what happens? Come to divide up. But that was the way. The point I was making is there was never any arrangement, nor did anyone ever speak about it. It's just the way they did it. Whenever it's I only 50% of this Shabbos, you only 50% of this. Effectively, the outcome is working on my behalf on Shabbos. Masha'inti, if I say I have no interest on Shabbos, I don't have an ownership interest on Shabbos. I yield my ownership interest on Shabbos to you, and you in turn will yield your ownership interest on Sunday to me. Then I will say that works. We'll say that's right again. And I'll mention again, if a person has a business that does operate, that has to operate on Shabbos and Yom Kippur, person must deal with this issue. Otherwise, just because I have a non-Jew involved or a non-Jew working, or even a non-Jewish partner, that is not enough. A person must actively assign ownership interest on Shabbos and Yom Kippur to the mechanism of Shtar Mechilot when Akum, and the business has an explicit assignment of ownership interest of Shabbos to the Gentile. And the absence of that double sign it's a problem. On the other hand, we want to say, "Ima say, look at the end of the Raisa, in Baal of Teshuvah, Asr Hastama Mutter." Yabbar said, "What does the end of the Raisa say? That if you actively become to a Chesed, also what does it mean to come to a Chesed? Meaning, you begin reckoning out. Well, you work for Shabbat, I work for Sundays. That's when it's necessary. So why? Because the Jew is leveraging his Sundays against the Gentile Shabbatos. So therefore, it's clear that again there's a quid pro quo. Just here's the problem. Hastama Mutter. We'll say rather than you can't define people from his Daisa. So we'll say just again, although these halachas are more complicated, so we'll say we would not rely on just a stam case. In order for the Jew ultimately again to be able to split the proceeds with the outcome, there has to be an explicit assignment of Shabbos interest to the Gentile and must be proactive. So on the front end of the business arrangement, there must be a clear and explicit understanding that Shabbos, the business and its interest are assigned ultimately identity. Hajj Allah, we'll say in the Hima, between the kosher or the we'll say you cannot stable your animal in the pundak, in the inn, or in the stable of an animal. Why? That may shed a shooting out of because ultimately, again, because the animal, the apple, ultimately, again, is partially suspect of bestiality. Therefore, again, you cannot stable your animal with yacht. A woman should not be alone with an apple, ultimately, again, because of a concern of immorality. I will say, and I will see in the Gemara, there's an issue regardless. This issue is not unique to the apple. So we'll discuss this. It was assuming again, a man should also not be alone with an akum. Why? It may check a sheep last week was coming. Because also the akum is kosher ultimately against compulsion. So the woman shouldn't be alone with the akum. Also kashash avarayas. The man should not be alone with the akum. Also kashash ultimately of sheep was coming. What's it emergence? Here we go. But minimum. So no is the question. Now watch this. So meaning the idea over here is I did purchase an animal from an apple for any type of carbonic issue or any type of carbonic use, and I need not be concerned that the animal itself was ever used for avodah zarah or ever engaged in bestiality. Says the Gemara, I understand that I don't have to be worried that the animal was set aside for avodah zarah or was worshipped. Why? Because the Isa the Isa the Palchin, Robert Masculine, because at the end of the day, if the animal was actively set aside for avodah zarah, or if the animal was worshipped, then what? They will say, then what? It would not have been, it would not have been so. Understand that the Akum has incredible respect for his avodah zarah also. So if he's going to go ahead and set aside animal for avodah zarah, or if the animal is worshipped for avodah zarah, he's not selling it to a Jew. So meaning again, out of respect for his deed, out of respect for his avodah zarah. So therefore, if it's being sold, I understand that I don't have to worry about any issue regarding avodah zarah. It's also better if you think about it. There's an incredible testament to the ruchnius of the Akum, that sounds good. There's also people do all kinds of things for a profit. Like all kinds of things for a profit. The amazing enough what the Gemara saying is an Akum takes his avodah zarah seriously enough that he will not allow financial gain to go ahead and erode the sanctity of his avodah zarah. This is man which like easy to talk about normally you call other. Listen, this is the part that say that people mention this and what else I did. This is the Medina Rav, fun. I'm reading Medina Rav from our study shop. Remember that one. And so remember again, what does the pasuk say? In Lavan Garti, right? In Lavan Garti ve'echar ad ata. Remember what does Rashi say? In Lavan Garti, the Taryag mitzvah shamati, v'lo lamarati ma'asaf klub. So I lived with Lavan, I kept the time. I didn't know anything from his action. So remember again, the Rabbi Rav says, what does that say? In Lavan Garti, the Taryag is like the lamarati ma'asaf. So Rabbi Rav says so beautifully. Captain Rabbi was the mentor. In Lavan Garti, the Taryag mitzvah shamati, v'lo lamarati ma'asaf. I should have learned from Lavan. Because I saw Rabbi sinning all the time. And he always sinned with such islavus. He always sinned with such passion. So I also Taryag mitzvah shamarti. I think this is also I but never and only marati master. I should learn from Lavan the way Lavan sinned with such islavus and passion. I should do mitzvahs in that. Taryag mitzvah shamarti is true. I kept other mitzvahs. I was good behavior. Although but it was a craft. Although marati master if only I could take his passion for Averis and channel it into my Shemiras HaMitzvahs, I would say this. So this is an incredible Gemara. So here you see that what's happening. So the Akum will not sell his animal that was set aside for avodah zarah, even for a lot of money. Once it's a guillotine, once it's Kaddish, so ultimately again the Akum will not compromise his morality, I should say, his religiosity, his theology for money. Incredible you so. Elo, Rova v'Niyavaleh, so, but why shouldn't I be concerned that maybe the animal engaged in morality? Maybe the animal was violated or was a participant in this. So my animal is an akum. Why? Because an akum is suspect to engage in this reality. So I says, so when I said that's the case, how could I purchase an animal for carbonic purposes from the akum if the akum, bless you, it is true that an akum will engage in this reality, but what? Not with his own animal. Not with his own animal. Because again, if he engages in bestiality with his female animal, apparently again, as a result of bestiality, often the animal becomes sterile. The female becomes sterile. And that one does not want to sterilize his own animal, and therefore again will refrain from engaging in bestiality with his own animal. Therefore, also, I could buy an animal owned by the akum, of the idea that ultimately again he would not have engaged in active bestiality with his own animal. So he says something like the camels. That's fine for a female animal. So it's all about equally. But how can I put this down? Maybe they will engage in bestiality with a male animal because most of the sterilization is not applied, right? And Matano, horrible makish from the basa. Also, everything is actually very interesting. So apparently again, after an animal, after human being engages in the active bestiality with a male animal, apparently it diminishes the vitality or physical strength of the male animal. It's almost like could be, I don't know, maybe it's dramatic to the animal, I'm not sure what it is. But the mice, again, it goes ahead, the male, literally, mafish, the basa means the animal loses some of its body mass. In other words, it becomes weaker. So therefore, what's the bottom line, the verse says, that at the end of the day, you purchase the animal from the akum. Why? Because the akum is not going to engage in active bestiality with his own animal because it compromises the animal. The female, to sterilize her, and for the male, ultimately again, it weakens the animal. Therefore, I can buy a cover funding, ultimately again, but not as a federal fire. Ella, hard to sound. What about that which we have read? Both things that we bought, they are Shalahem, so ultimately again, ultimately again, such a bad context. He was a sponsorship today. She was dedicated on there in the short stop as his sister, the first name of Nachshon Meir, then Lima Cyrus son and that about Torah together with cultural Israel. Says the Gemara, ROTHSCHILD. What about the fact that we said before, that we learned in the right stuff, you can also purchase an animal from the shepherd of an animal. The shepherd. Hi, Lechosh Dilma Rabala. Why aren't you concerned that the shepherd will not buying the animal as well? Which the Gemara says, Loa Shamayim, the Shari Mishum have Sitzkat. What's the same idea? The shepherd also is not going to go out and buy the animal. Why? Because at the end of the day, the shepherd does not want to lose out on his wages. ROTHSCHILD, the most name of the Lord Shabbat. I've always said, otherwise, a Jew cannot give his animal over to a Gentile, to an Akum shepherd. Right after this, I have a concern that the Akum shepherd is going to violate the animal. So the Lema, Lo Eshalayim, the son, Yishum has this. Why don't you say that at the end of the day, you should be able to give over your Jewish animal, so to speak, which is an animal owned by a Jew, to an Akum shepherd, and not because then the Akum is going to violate the animal because it has this which the Gemara says saying that it is. Inu, the Yagi Tahadagi in their Sasa. So we'll say, when the Akum shepherd is watching the animal of an Akum owner, he will not violate the animal. Why? Because they will say, one Akum knows about it. An Akum knows about this stuff. The Akum owner will be able to know if what? If the shepherd violated the animal. Unfortunately, what's in front of them, as I mentioned before, when Chazal say things like this is not Chazal speaking to about the Akum owner. This is Chazal speaking about reality. I know it sounds strange to us. It sounds ridiculously betrayed to us. But also, these are the realities. As I was saying, we see these things actively occurring. These behaviors were prevalent in idolatrous societies. So what does the Gemara effectively say? Akum, so if an Akum owner gives over his animals to the Akum Roa, so the Akum owner will know what the Akum Roa has been up to. So because of that, the Akum Roa is nearest. So there's a fear. There's a fear. That's what it actually says. Because the Akum owner himself might be into the bestiality stuff. He knows exactly what the Roa, what the shepherd is up to. Therefore, again, the shepherd is scared to do anything to the animal because he knows that he will be discovered by the owner. On the other hand, Anan, the Lo Yadinan Bahu, Lo Moses. Those on the other hand, that we Jews who do not know these things regarding bestiality. So essentially, the shepherd people are fast on us. We wouldn't really know the difference if the animal was violated by the shepherd or not. Therefore, again, the shepherd knows he can do something else if he get away with it. And therefore, the Bible says, and the Jews cannot hand over his animal to a Gentile shepherd. Rabbi. What the Rabbi says, anytime we issue, this is what people say, Nichtiva Lalala Basa, or so just like a piece of marble is afraid of the chisel. So what that means is marble is a very strong material. And the Roman circumstances, nothing to go against it, but you bring the chisel against it. The chisel has the ability to make a scratch in it. Ragla, that's not very Yaga. One slanderer knows his fellow as well. So say, look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, Nichtiva Gala Baza, Ragla, the Chavi Yaga, Nichtav Shukaidan, Rabbi, so Koyev Rosh Mesakal, Shai, Loma, Shai Shukash, Gaiden, and Nichtav, the Vishu Maka. But the Rock of the Rest was the idea that something that things are only scared of other things that we know. So the marble is only scared of the chisel. One slanderer is only scared of another slanderer. The idea being you're only scared of someone who knows your secrets, your dark secrets. So the idea is that the Akum shepherd of us, I'm only fearful of who? Of another Akum. Why? Because sometimes they're both interesting stuff. Right? And therefore, again, the Akum owner will know if something's been going on with his animal. The Akum is not scared of the Jew. Why? Because at the end of the day, the Jew is not really going to know if it's reality or not. Because the Jew shows that such things. good. Remember, like we are Scharim and Kevos, no useful. Because Shina Zoma Mirva Regulate, Keva Beniki Ba Mirsasa. So I say that's the ultimate ultimate. So you should be able to go ahead and walk. You should be able to purchase most of that. Coming up, you should be able to purchase male animals from women. Right? So, yeah, he's calling in the famous one. He's going to continue going over that. So, given the idea of this, wasn't this. So, you said before, you can't purchase, you should not purchase male animals from a female animal. One of these is from the sites. Families by the same name, which is why. Bestiality. Well, one second. So, the Gemara says, even the midri, on your system, one second, if a woman engages in bestiality with an animal, the animal follows her around. Yes, now becomes a gangster. If people see the animal following the woman around, people are going to go something is up. So we'll say she doesn't want that. She's going to go ahead. And so you'll say most people, even if we're going to do this behind closed doors, want to project an image of piety public. So even if this woman is going to engage in active bestiality, when this ox is following her around every single place she goes, it's going to be a shtickle offering for her, right? So therefore, again, I will say, we assume that people at the end of the day don't want to engage in things which ultimately, again, will shame them publicly. So therefore, the one thing will say is as follows: that Raisa should be able to buy a male animal from a female idolatress. Why? Because it wasn't she needed to commit the act of bestiality. The animal would follow her around. If the animal is not following them, it tells us what? That she didn't engage in act of bestiality. And the hunter of Yosef, but that of Yosef said, Armal no tear be kalba, a widow should not go ahead and have a dog. Why not? Rashi says so good. Rashi says, Lotir Bikalba, Shemetis Ave, the Tarbi Enwaba. So I say, perhaps ultimately again, she will engage in an act of bestiality with the dog. I will say, what is that? Style a person is not that short. We'll say the idea is, we'll get into this a bit more. The idea is that we'll say that this is, there are certain things that we say by a monarch that she should have to be because she is alone, lest people begin to gossip. People begin to gossip in all kinds of ways. Therefore, there are certain things that she should not do, lest people begin to gossip. So she's certain places she shouldn't have a dog, lest people begin to gossip. Or she should buy a lab and it wasn't she should not offer lodging to a single yeshivist. It was like again, even assuming there's not a issue of yichud, she should not have the male order in the house. Yishlom Abad Beilas Niyala, so it's I understand she shouldn't have a boarding there because it was because ultimately again, since it's a yeshiva student, she feels she didn't really act with immorality anymore, seems with anyone. However, again, Kalba, they went to Grandpa, nurse's son. Was say, but if a dog, maybe concerned that this is going to teach that. The idea was that she does so, and she said before they find the dog is going to follow around with her. If that's it, so what's that idea I wanted to do? Not to get, let me clarify this moment. So, why do we say that she has a disincentive to go out and engage in bestiality because the dog is going to follow around her? Which the Gemara says, no. Neymar Amri says, given the Fishaj in Insa, Umasr Habasra, Neymar Amri Inchi, Hadmisra Habasra, Mishum Insa Hikamasr. They will say, because dogs follow people around for all kinds of reasons. Most notably, as they will say, that the owner feeds them. Therefore, the dog following around even individually is not indicative of having a big morality. If a person feeds the dog, so that ultimately identifies as dog follows him around. The table speaks from the table, my table, Romia. Was using this logic. Why is it? Why can't this table a female animal with a female animal? Right? So we'll say the table is in the table. So we'll say in that case, ultimately what? There's no chashash of immorality. We'll say there's no immorality that could occur. So if that's the case, why should there be a problem? Ultimately, again, if a female animal by a female animal, which was wild stuff, all about the Kobach Hama, they show people coming and seeing people who hate some shit happen. Because the Lord said, ultimately, again, all people coming were exceptionally more. And adultery was commonplace. Adultery was commonplace. So we'll say again, a unfortunately, the Minnesota society is now adulterous chemicals, so they often frequent their friends' lives. And what happens? Well, punishing Mimosa, one time the adulterer comes to the house of the adulteress, and she's not there. Umot says Hadahima, so she's not there. But who is there? Who is there? We'll say the animal. We'll say, by the way, just understand. It's a question like this. I'm going to point out. It's a question that I don't understand. This is the debate of said. I will say, let's be sure that I will say. We're not so far off in our general society from levels of depravity like this is not. This is talking about societal depravity. This is not poking fun. This is not apple. This is societal depravity that has our thoughts. Okay, this man was like stone. This is what, and again, it's scary because a lot of things that we see around us, like Achas Shalom see the point of depravity as well. So first what happens? So the Akum comes to commit adultery. The Bamshin Moshe doesn't find for the adulteress. Or Moses has a Himel. He finds the behavior, the behavior. For Rova, and also ultimately again violates the behavior. Three by Seva. Rosh Hashanah, you see more of her. Drummer Mar, Chaviva Aleim Behemdom Sheisrael, Yosem and Yosha Singing. There's no saying, and this is incredibly dramatic too. That sometimes ultimately again the uncle will choose the Jewish animal over again his old wife. And what's it like? So let's say what that means ultimately again is just point to a societal depravity. Everybody's literally that the uncle would rather have a least of a Jewish animal than his own wife. How does it exactly understand? But rather what it means is just understand. Let's say what this tells you something amazing about immorality. See, at a certain point in time, when a person comes to the depths of immorality, so rationality also goes out the window as well. I mean, a person says to themselves, at least just any normal person, even if a person is like Al-Qaeda, wants to come, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that a person is going to teach animal over another human being. Those are LMI. We see that at a certain point in time, when a person comes to the depths of depravity, rational thought is no longer there. Once desire takes over, and a person is just driven by taiva, so we'll say all kinds of craziness unfolds. Then Rabbi Yochanan, because we'll say, where did this come from? This is amazing. Then Rabbi Yochanan, Yishar Shabal Nachash Akava. We'll say, this is a different narrative than the other Chavis. In this narrative of Osai, the Nachash doesn't only entice Chavis with words, but remember again, the Nachash actually engages in an act of intimacy with Chava. Rashi points out the way we learn this from is that Chava is the Lashon of Hanachash Hishiani. It was a Lashon of Nisu, that ultimately again the Nachash violated Chava. Shabbat Shabbat Shbishar Shabbat Nachash Chava Hitil Bazur. The Nachash infused an impurity into Chava. There was that impurity is ultimately again where man derived for immorality from. So why is it then that he drives your east out there just by why doesn't Amisra have these same drives as Rabbi? Listen to this. It's amazing. To which the Gemara says, So Shamdar Har Sinai, Pasku Zubasa. Odi Kochami Shalom Dar Har Sinai, Ra Pasku Zubasa. Was a Kalisar, he stood at Har Sinai, Kabbalah Satorah, that at least, although it did not remove the desire for sin, at least it removed the incredible desire for depraved immorality and bestiality. Yaakov also, which did not go ahead and Yaakov, who did not receive the Torah ultimately in the first pages, is the thing of immorality. The desire for morality. Apparently, again, Maimon Har Sinai was effective enough to neutralize at least our desire for the most depraved forms of immorality, like beast. You have the Jew and the Akko, Jew and the Akko, who are partners in sharecropping. Partners in sharecropping the field belonging to Sahanom Marikari to Ovi Kocham. Ovi Kocham not to Pishatsa. Israel the Chag of Pishatsa. So what's the ultimately again there is two sacrifices. Now remember again, we're joint sharecroppers. So the Akum decided to go and work the field on Shabbos, and the Yisrael worked the field on Sunday. Worked the field on Sunday. So this is what happened. So Asur came to Rabbi, so we'll say those interesting things. Afterwards, they came to Rabbi to ask if this arrangement was permitted or not. Here you have non-Jew taking the Akum taking Shabbos, Yisrael taking Sunday. Is this arrangement good or not? So Asur came to Rabbi, come before Rabbi. Shonu, Rabbi says yes, it's permitted. Is here Rabbi Rabbi. Rabbi is the Kasher Rabbi. Shabbat published the Kibbutz of the Shutfus. If you throw it over to Rabbi, you see the field of Jews. So what's it mean? They are partners in sharecropping the field. Lo Yomar Yisrael over to Rabbi. Yisrael cannot say to the Jew, go help your Rabbi Shabbos, Va'ani B'chol. Listen, you take your portion on Shabbos, and I'll take my portion on a weekday. We'll say, now what is this? Rashi. Shekirlu, Sadeh Ba'al Yisusim Balabayis. So we'll say, so now you have Yisrael and the Akum who received a joint sharecropping from Shteim Nasiyah. So we'll say, the way this works is, both of those sharecroppers are 50-50 partners in the entire. They both have a joint responsibility every moment of every day. The joint responsibility. So what happens? Lord Rashi says, Lord Yomar Yisrael, Well, after the from the Shabbos, if we should not answer to call Akasya no more dogs, we'll say, the way it works on a technical level is, let's assume for the moment the field needs to be worked every single day. So what happens? This is what happens. So if you have two sharecroppers, Jew and Apple, what happens? So the Jew has responsibility for half of the day. That comes after responsibility for half of the day. If the Jew says to the Akum, you take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday. So what does that effectively do? Effectively says, on Shabbos, 50% of Shabbos is the Jew's responsibility. He's now delegated that responsibility to the Akum. You see that the Akum is his Shariah for working on Shabbos. But even though he's not the Jew who is actively doing the work on Shabbos, the Akum is operating as a agreed agent for that work on Shabbos. That is just as not just as problematic. It is problematic. Rabbi said it's different by Sharia just working on Shabbos than if I go ahead and do it myself, but it is prohibited regardless. So the idea over here is that Rabbi is saying, Rabbi is saying to Rabbi that a Jew is not converted to Jew as a joint sharecropping relationship with a Gentile. A Jew can't go ahead and stop shifts with the Gentile over the Akum because the Akum is effectively working on behalf of the Jew. However, if this thing is there was a big news this thing is let's say Jew and Akum know they are about to receive a sharecropping contract from Jewish owners. Was that if before the sharecropping arrangement is made, they agree between the two of them, between themselves that what? You'll take Shabbos, I'll take Sunday on the side. That works. Why? Because actually in return, the Halo Kiba and the Yisrael in Shabbos, they already go from the Shufos. So what's a good news? Each of them has the 50% responsibility for each day. For the Jew, that means he has responsibility for 50% of Shabbos. Which means that now he subsequently swaps with the Akum. The Akum is working as his Sharia with the Jews 50% of Shabbos. However, if before the sharecropping arrangement actually was made, the Jew says to the Akum, listen, before this is made, we agree. Your Shabbos is yours. Sunday is mine. Therefore, since that arrangement was made before the sharecropping arrangement ever devolved upon them, therefore, ultimately, again, the Jew never acquired the 50% look on Shabbos. So what's the distinction? Once the sharecropping arrangement is made, the Jew acquires a 50% obligation to the Jew every day. When he signs that 50% obligation to the Akum is working on his behalf. Now, if the Jew assigns Shabbos to the Akum before he ever acquires a 50% obligation in the day, that assignment effectively goes there and removes any Shabbos interest from the Jew. Any Shabbos interest from the Jew in the same way that the assignment removes any type of Sunday or Rishon interest to the Akum. So in history, Kilo Mutter, in Baltimore, so let's watch this. Now we're in Baltimore Festival, also means in Rashi, writing class in Rashi, in Baltimore Festival, Rav Ahis Kilo coming. Listen, this is not referring to the use of living or rain. Keep stab, the us who stab. The Ayala Oven for public Shabbos, the us you saw before. Well, Tzibol Yisrael, this is now a third case. Well, saying his third case is, he was not original. And this was not amazing. It just happened to work out like that. The Akum worked on Shabbos, and then Yisrael worked on Sunday. But there was no pre-living Gemara says, Rotzibol Yisrael, Boris as well as man. Roma Kama Yimim Shabbos, Nakal Ta'ani, Ta'ani, I thought he was going to fall. There was no festival that day. Now what happens? They're coming to settle up. Now when they're coming to settle up, so Yaakov discussing happening. Shabbosos he worked, he starts discussing happening. Sundays he worked. So we'll say, in this case over here, also. Ultimately, again, this is also, we'll say, why won't this be also? Because at the end of the day, these studies taking corresponding Sundays to the Shabbosos that these Yaakov work. So what does that show? That shows that the Yisrael also has an interest in the Shabbos Kodaha. It's just that again, Yaakov is working as his Sunday. So what's it? The bottom line over here turns out that Rabbi ruled erroneously. Remember again, what happened with the Jew and the non-Jew, partly the Yaakov was moving the saffron field. What happened? The Jew worked on Sunday, the Yaakov worked on Shabbos. And now came to Rabbi and said, by the way, there's some reason for that. Rabbi said, yes. Rabbi the quotes from that said, guys seem to be that this heavenly also, they had no feeling that they're coming to the purpose of this. The advice says it's visibly a sexual that also uses the most of this. Rabbi was embarrassed. Why was Rabbi embarrassed? Because he moved incorrectly in the statement of Sakamako. So, right now, wasn't interesting enough as the matter of progression to be clear. Yeah, history will be cut off. So ultimately, the universe said that's what. And in fact, this was a different kind of case. This was a case of where the sharecroppers made an arrangement before the actual sharecropping was what happened over here. And Jew and Apple, they knew that they were going to be awarded, so to speak, the sharecropping contract. So what did we decide to seal that? Before the contract was awarded, Jew said, I'll take Sunday. Apple said, I'll take Shabbos. So what's the status of such an arrangement? What's the status? It's mutter. Let's remember again, why is it mutter? Because at the end of the day, what we just said before is as follows. If the Jew assigned the Shabbos interest, before the Shabbos interest ever becomes his, that's fine. So it turns out at the end of the day, that was the case over here. So it turns out that's what? That Rava's son was in fact correct. And ultimately again, that Rava ruled correctly when he said that this arrangement is working. That the unity seal was a idea of the seal. He had a different version of this case. Amar, he said this case was, I know these sharecroppers was a not staffing on this rather, she sealed the armor of it. Was a Atlantic armor, was the Atlantic armor. It was the Atlantic saplings. So what's the issue here? So over the Kohavim, off those shade armor, we throw shade there, it's an ocean. The first 3 years of the time, remember, it's on the 18th century. So the arrangement was as follows. The Akum would eat for the first 3 years, he would eat for the first 3 years, the Ari would eat for the and the Jew would eat the top of the second 3 years. So you guys know what this is. Rashi says, Elo Shesili Do'ar Lahava, Yisrael Ovin Kochavim, keep this of the Shotis. Yisrael Ovin Kochavim, receive the Shotis. The Nota, the Yipua Hatim Shore. So, Rashi says, the Heter Gomer Haba, the Afagat Shibur Yachem Echatila, Va'amalo Yisrael, Haya, Anta Ovin, Yimo Shalem Hamaru, Vanikim Lachareim, in kind institutions, the Yisrael Nami Shalom Ofta, Yishum Achila, Yisrael Avot as architect, because there is no issue with working the field during the early years. So in this case, Rabbi said, this arrangement is totally clean. Yaakov could work the field for the first 3 years, eat the fruits of the first 3 years, even though again, it's a shittless with Yisrael. And Yisrael can't eat the fruit of the first 3 years. There is no prohibition ultimately again of working the land during the early years. The arrangement therefore is permitted. So what's this? I'm trying to point out. Rabbi had a different version of the case with Rabbi. See, in the first version, there were two saffron farmers who were coming along, or I should say two saffron sharecroppers, the Jew and the Yaakov. And again, they arranged amongst themselves. The Jew would take Sundays, the Yaakov would take Shabbos. He came before Rabbi. Rabbi says the arrangement is mutter. Ravina raises a kasha on Rabbi. How can you say it's mutter? It's not true. It's an explicit advice that it's usher, because the outcome is effectively working as a shaliach for the Jew in the 50% of the Jewish mitzvahs on Shabbos, the Jewish obligation on Shabbos. So the Gemara interpreted the case to be, it must be a case where ultimately, again, they agreed from the beginning. Before they were even joint sharecroppers, they agreed to divide Shabbos and Sunday, and therefore there was never a Jewish interest on Shabbos for the Jews. Okay? But the view that the Gemara is going to get the case wrong. The case is where two sharecroppers came before Rabbi. The case is going to be Shabbos. The case is horrible. And the arrangement they made was the Akum farmer would work the fields for the first 2 years and eat the crop. The Jewish farmer would work the field for the second 3 years and eat the land or the produce. And Rabbi said, it's mutter. He will say, guess what? It's totally mutter. So listen to the question 1 second. It doesn't make sense with the rest of the story. So it says, remember how Osei Rabbi Rabbi. But 1 second, Ravina raised the kasha on Rabbi, and he brought the rice up in practice. So which the Gemara says? Right? The Gemara says, and how Osei Rabbi Rabbi, the Siyue Siyah. Listen, Ravina actually brought that rice on Ravina brought the rice to Rabbi, not to contradict Rabbi, but rather what? To actually help you, to support you. How was the rice a support? The Siyue Siyah, the Tani, this number that the mutter, Alma, because the Malach Hashem was a wise advice support. Because the Raisa says, the only time that there's a short for several signs is when the Akum is clearly working at the Shaliach for Israel, like giving the preacher Shabbos. But in this case over here, it's Orba, when the Akum is not working in any capacity as a Shaliach for Israel, ultimately then the arrangement is changing. So in fact, Medina wasn't asking a Kasha on Rabbi, but Medina was bringing the rice of Shabbos as a support to Rabbi. I, Bahal, if the Gemara said before that Rabbi became embarrassed when Ravina raised his kasha, well, how you find it over? I said that was a mistake. That was a mistake. There was a word she had never been in the Gemara that simply did not happen. Okay, so we'll say, obviously, this conversation actually happens to be one. It's a fascinating halachic one. I will say a person has to be aware of these halachos, especially if a person has a business, if a person has non-Jewish partners. So again, especially if a person does have a business that operates on Shabbos and Yom Tov, there are halachically sound ways in which a person can assign ownership interest ultimately again to a Gentile partner. And I will say it's not as simple as saying, hey, you cover Shabbos and I'll cover Sundays. Obviously, you can see it's much more complicated than that. Because the Maisa, again, if there's still Jewish ownership interest on Shabbos, then the Maisa, again, there's a problem ultimately again with the Akum working on Shabbos. That's why I will say again, that can mean technicalities. The person does have a business that operates on Shabbos and everything. I will say, in order to manage to avoid serious suing, the person has to have what's called a Shtabachira. Ultimately is a shtab that assigns ownership, full ownership interest of his business to the non-Jew over the course of Shabbos and Yom Tov. Again, I'm simplifying it a little bit more. It's actually not a complicated process, but the Mesa, again, is something that has to be understood. Because people often think that as long as the Jews not working on Shabbos and the Gentiles, the Akum is the Gentile is, and Shalom not truly sins. Zero goes out. Tashma, Ibalo, Stama Umay. Also, this is interesting words. What about Stama? So let's say, look at Rashi this morning. Rashi says, the Akum sharecroppers, they received a field to work jointly. Right, so they jointly received the field. But Stam, First, without any prior stamp, also stamp, only go on Shabbos. You saw the Shabbos. Well, Amari Yisrael in Olam Tov Atas and Shabbos Tani called Ma'u Rachmok Stam B'Shavlo Yas B'Yisrael Shabbos. Listen to this case. Yisrael and Akum are joint sharecroppers. They never made any previous arrangement. They never spoke about Yom Shabbos. Just the way it turned out is that the Akum ended up working every Shabbos and Yom Kippur. Yisrael ended up working every other day. Like, and it was but they never made any kind of formal arrangement. They never arranged. So now what happens? Come to divide up. But that was the way. The point I was making is there was never any relationship, nor did anyone ever speak about it. It's just the way they days from never. And it's I own a 50% interest in Shabbos. You own a 50% interest in effectively, the outcome is working on my behalf on Shabbos. Masha'inkin, if I say I have no interest on Shabbos, I don't have an ownership interest on Shabbos. I yield my ownership interest of Shabbos to you, and you in turn will yield your ownership interest on Sunday to me. Then I will say that works. We'll say that's why again. I want to mention again a person that has a business that does operate, that has to operate on Shabbos and Yom Tov, the person must deal with this issue. Otherwise, just because I have a non-Jew involved or a non-Jew working, or even a non-Jewish partner, that is not enough. A person must actively assign ownership interest on Shabbos and Yom Tov to the mechanism of Shtar Mechir toward Hakum, where the business has an explicit assignment of ownership interest of Shabbos to the Gentile. And the absence of that double sign is a problem. On the other hand, you must take a look at the end of the Raisa, in Baal of Teshbin, Usr, Hastama Mutter. Rabbi said, what does the end of the Raisa say? That if they actively become to a chesed, also what does it mean become to a chesed? Meaning, if you begin ripping me out, well, you worked for Shabbat Salas, I worked for Sundays, that's what it's necessary. Why? Because the Jew is leveraging this Sundays against the Gentile Shabbat Salas. So therefore, it's clear that again there's a quid pro quo. Just when there's a problem, Hastama Mutter. We'll say rather again, you can't refer anything from this place. So we'll say just again, although these halachas are more complicated, so we'll say we would not just a standard case. In order for the Jew ultimately again to be able to split the proceeds with the outcome, there has to be an explicit assignment of Shabbos interest to the Gentile, and must be proactive. So on the front end of the business arrangement, there must be a clear and explicit understanding that Shabbos, the business and its interest is assigned, are assigned ultimately against the Hajrallah, we'll say in Behema, the Punjab kosher or Begokah. We'll say you cannot stable your animal in the Punjab, in the inn, or in the stable of an animal. Why? Because ultimately, again, because the animal, the akum, ultimately, again, is suspect of bestiality. Therefore, again, you cannot stable your animal with the akum. A woman should not be alone with an akum, ultimately, again, because of a concern of immorality. And we'll see in the Gemara, regardless. This is not unique to an akum. So we'll discuss this. Athlete Adam in mind. And was a son again, a man should also not be alone with an akum. Why? They may share a shoe and ashvich was damaged. And the rest of the akum is kosher ultimately against bloodshed. So the woman shouldn't be alone with the akum. That's a chashash of arayas. The man should not be alone with the akum. That's a chashash ultimately of shvich was damaged. What's it? I'm going to do this. Here we go. The minimum. So very situation. The minimum. Looking at watch this. Fish, so meaning the idea over here is I could purchase an animal from any type of carbonic issue or any type of carbonic issue. I need not be concerned that the animal itself was ever used for avodah zarah or ever engaged in bestiality. Says the Gemara, I understand that I don't have to be worried that the animal was set aside for avodah zarah or was worshipped. Why? because in Isa the Yitzir, the Isa the Palchin, Baba Masbelay, is was at the end of the day, if the animal was actively set aside for Avodah Zarah, or if the animal was worshipped, then what? The Most High, then what? He would not have been, he would not have been sold. The Most High understand that the Akum has incredible respect for his Avodah Zarah also. So if he's going to go ahead and set aside animal for Avodah Zarah, or if the animal is worship for Avodah Zarah, he's not selling it to a Jew. So meaning again, out of respect for his deity, out of respect for his Avodah Zarah. So therefore, if it's being sold, I understand that. I don't have to worry about any issue regarding Avodah Zarah. Which also, if you think about it, is an incredible testament to the ruchnius of the Akron. That sounds strange. Whereas it was like people do all kinds of things for a profit. Like all kinds of things for a profit. The amazing enough of the Gemara saying is an Akron takes his Avodah Zarah seriously enough that he will not allow financial gain to go ahead and erode the sanctity of his Avodah Zarah. This man was like easy to talk about Roman and call Arthur. Listen, this is the heart. I'm saying what else about this? I did. Listen to the Rabbi. I'm going to Rabbi from Spanish. Never that one. Hence, lessons never again. What does the Pasuk say? In Lavan Garti, and in Lavan Garti, they are Ad Hata. Remember what does that say? In Lavan Garti, the Tariyak Nisro Shamati, Velo Lamarati Nahasov Klo. So I lived with Lavan, I kept the time, I didn't know anything from these actions. So remember again, the Rabbi says, what is Yaakov saying? In Lavan Garti, the Tariyak Nisro Lamarati Nahasov. So Rabbi says, Yaakov was mentioned. In Lavan Garti, the Tayagits of Shamati, for the Lamarati Nasi, I should have learned from Lavan. Because I saw Lavan sinning all the time. And he always sinned with such Islam. He always sinned with such passion. So I also Tayagits of Shamati. I think this is also I could never, although Lamarati Nasi. I should learn from Lavan the way Lavan sinned. He's such a novice in passion.
One day.
Time is not true. I kept little mitzvahs. I was good behaviorally. Although but it was a crack. So the American not answer for him. Only I became this passion for others. And channel it into my experience. I was saying this was an incredible Gemara. So here you see that what's happening. So the Akum will not sell his animal that was set aside for Avodah Zarah, even for a lot of money. Once it's a guillotine, once it's Kaddish, so ultimately the Akum will not compromise his morality, his religiosity, his theology for money. Forget about himself. Hello, Robo so but why shouldn't I do something that maybe the animal and his morality? Maybe the animal was violating or was supposed to participate in this. So my animal was an because an Akum is suspect to his theology. So once I said that's the case, how could I purchase an animal for Rabbinic purposes from the Akum? That the Akum, listen, it is true that an Akum can engage in this reality, but what? Not with his own animal. Not with his own animal site. Because again, if he engages in this reality with his female animal, apparently again as a result of this reality, often the animal becomes sterile. The female becomes sterile. An Akum does not want to sterilize his own animal, and therefore again will refrain from engaging in bestiality with his own animal. Therefore, both sides, I could buy an animal owned by the Akum, of the idea that ultimately again he would not have engaged in active bestiality with his own animal. So he was something that the Devos. That's fine for a female animal. So other might be was it out there a person concerned maybe they will engage in bestiality with a male animal. Because it was an issue of sterilization, does not apply there. Americano, oil umachishim b'basa. Was an ultimate is actually very interesting. So apparently, again, after an animal, after the being engages in active bestiality with a male animal, apparently it diminishes the vitality or physicalness of the male animal. It was like could be the animal, maybe it's traumatic for the animal, I'm not sure what it is. But the mice, again, it goes ahead, the male. The animal loses some of its body mass. In other words, it becomes weaker. So therefore, what's the bottom line? The Gemara says that at the end of the day, to purchase the animal from the Akum, why? because the akum is not going to engage in active bestiality with his own animal because he has a mind to get the female to potentially sterilize her, and for the male ultimately again to feed the animal. Therefore, I buy covered from him, ultimately again, without Hashem was fine. Ella, how do you sign it? So what about that which we have learned? Both in the Bima, in the Shalom, so ultimately again, so essentially God, I apologize. There was a sponsorship today. The show was going to be the mayor of the shortstop, and there's supposed to be a first name of Nachshon Miller, then Lima, I was sorry, married.
One day.
Together with Chloe Fuller's precisely how do you sign it? The Lord says, go after just a second. What about the fact that we said before? Well, that we learned in the right stuff, that you can also purchase an animal from the shepherd of an Akum shepherd. Hi, Lechos Dilma Ravala. Why aren't you concerned that maybe the shepherd will not violate the animal as well? To which the Gemara says, Loa Shamayim, Yisraeli Mishim Hefsitzkat. What's the same idea? The shepherd also is not going to go ahead and violate the animal. Why? Because at the end of the day, the shepherd does not want to lose out on his wages. And the heart is Sanya, in most of the name of the Lord Shamayim. I've also learned otherwise, what you do, cannot give this animal over to a Gentile, to an Akum shepherd. Why not? To decide that if it's done, the Akum shepherd is going to violate the animal. So the Lema, Lord Shamayim, the Son, should have some. Also, why don't you say that at the end of the day, you should be able to give over your Jewish animal, so to speak, animal owned by a Jew, to an Akum shepherd, and not be concerned that the Akum is going to violate the animal because it has its scar. To which the Gemara says something very interesting. Inu, the Yagi Bahai, Yagi, the Sasi. So also, when the Akum shepherd is watching the animal of an Akum owner, he will not violate the animal. Why? Because they will say, one Akum knows about it. I mean, an Akum knows about this stuff. The Akum owner will be able to know what if the shepherd violated the animal. Unfortunately, what's in front of my guys, I mentioned before, when Chazal say things like this, it will say, this is not Chazal speaking disparagingly about the Akum person. This is Chazal speaking about realities. I know it sounds strange to us, it sounds ridiculous and crazy to us, but I will say, these are the realities. Chazal is saying we see these things actively occur. These behaviors look prevalent in idolatrous society. So what does the Gemara effectively say? Akum, so if an Akum owner gives over his animals to the Akum Roah, so the Akum owner will know what the Akum Roah has been up to. So because of that, the Akum Roah is mirrorless. So let's say there's a fear. There's a fear. Like the Gemara actually says, because the Akum owner himself might be using the bestiality stuff. So he knows exactly what the Roah, what the shepherd is up to. Therefore, again, the shepherd is scared to do anything to the animal because he knows that he will be discovered by the owner. On the other hand, Anan, the Lo Yadinam Guru, Lo Mirsisi. Those on the other hand, that we Jews, we do not know these things regarding bestiality. So essentially, the shepherd could pull a fast one on us. We wouldn't really know the difference if the animal was violated by shepherd or not. Therefore, again, the shepherd knows he can do something and ultimately get away with it. And therefore, the Bible says that a Jew should not hand over his animal to a Gentile shepherd. Rabbi, what the Rabbi says, this is what people say, Nichtiva Galala Baza, was just like a piece of marble is afraid of the chisel. So what that means is marble is a very strong material. The normal circumstances, nothing could go ahead and break it, but if you bring the chisel against it, the chisel has the ability to make a scratch in it. Ragla Bechave Yaga. One slenderer knows his fellow as well. So as I look at Rashi, which is the name, Rashi says, Nichtav Gala Baza, Ragla Bechave Yaga, Nichtav Shukran Darki, Abarizo Koyev Rosh Mezakalo, Shaish, Mama, Shaish Shukash Gainer and Nichtav, the Bishu Makir, but in Rachabres, what that means that's something that kings are only scared of other things that they know its weakness. So the marble is only scared of the chisel. One slanderer is only scared of another slanderer. The idea being you're only scared of someone who knows your secrets, your dark secrets. So the idea is that the Akim shepherd of us is only fearful of who? Of another Akim. Why? Because sometimes they both into the same stuff. Right? And therefore, again, the Akim owner will know if something's been going on with his animal. The Akim is not scared of the Jew. Why? Because at the end of the day, the Jew is not really going to know the bestiality of the that. The Jew of Hashem is not going to such things. Mother, like Yavi, Scharim and Kemos, Lomuskin, Hashinan, Zoma, Mirva, and even the Niki Ba Nursa, so that's ultimately you should be able to know ahead of time. You should be able to purchase once you get to the interest. From an athlete, you should be able to purchase male animals from women. Right? So, yeah, these Scharim and Kemos, Lomuskin, Hashinan, Zoma, so given the this was this. So we said before, you can't purchase, you should not purchase male animals from a female house. Well, what's that? So the Gemara says, even the Niki Bamir if a woman engages in active bestiality with an animal, the animal follows her around. The animal becomes attached. If people see the animal following the woman around, meaning that people are going to go something bizarre. So we'll say she doesn't want that. She's going to go ahead. And you can see us that most people, even if we're going to engage in that biggest behind those stories, we want to project an image of piety public. So even if someone is going to engage in active bestiality, when this ox is following her around every single place she goes, it's going to be a stickle awkward for her. Right? So therefore, again, I will say we assume that people at the end of the day don't want to engage in things which ultimately, again, will shame them public. Therefore, the much different also as follows. Like Maisa should be able to buy a male animal from a female idolatress. Why? Because it was like she needed to make an act of bestiality. The animal would follow her around. The animal was not following her, and that tells us what? That she didn't engage in act of bestiality. And the hunter of Yosef, the guy who Yosef said, no tear me kalba, a widow should not go ahead and have a dog. Why not? Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "Lotir b'kalba shemetis ada b'tadi enrada." Because the one said, perhaps ultimately again, she will engage in an act of bestiality with the dog. The one said, what is that? It's not a person that's not such. The idea is we'll get into something more. The idea is that this is the certain things that we say by Ramana that she should have to be touching with a phone, lest people begin to gossip. People begin to gossip in all kinds of ways. Therefore, there are certain things that she should not do, lest people begin to gossip. So she shouldn't place, she should have a dog, lest people begin to gossip. Or she should buy a lab for which and it was like she should not imagine to a single yeshiva. It was like, again, even assuming there's not a yeshiva, she should not have a male order in the house. Yishlama Ba'Beirat Tznilah, so was I understand why she shouldn't have a boarding there because it wasn't because ultimately again since she feels she couldn't be reaching after the morality we won't see if anyone. However, again, Talbot, even if you do that law, here's the son, let's say there was a dog, really concerned that she's going to reach the accuracy. She was if she does so, I can see before they want. The dog is going to follow around with her. If that's the case, that day I wanted to do not to get really clarify this. So why do we say that she has a disincentive to go out and do these young because the dog is going to follow around with her? You might say, no. Neymar since I was given the Fishaji the Unsa, Umasik Abasra, Neymar Inchi has the Nisrach Abasra, which should Unsa the Kamasa. There was because dogs follow people around for all kinds of reasons. Most notably, as I was saying, that the owner feeds them. Therefore, the dog following around is people. It's not indicating hiding the morality. Rather, if a person feeds the dog, what's the best ultimately again is how the dog follows him. The Kimos speaks from the Kimos, my Kima, Romia. What's the using this line? Why is it? Why can't a stable, a female animal with a female aqua? Right? So we'll say in the case, so we'll say in that case, ultimately what? There's no chashash of immorality. We'll say there's no immorality that can occur. So if that's the case, why should there be a problem? Ultimately, you're given a female animal by a female aqua, which was this wild stuff. All about the Fabak Hamar. They should only cover the sea Israel, the Eitzah Mishek Haber. Because I will say ultimately again, all people probably will accept 3 more. And a goat tree was commonplace. A goat tree was commonplace. So we'll say again, unfortunately, society is not. A goat tree was commonplace. So people will often frequent their friends' wives. And what happens? We'll punish in the Mozart. One time, the adulterer comes to the house of the adulteress, and she's not there. So she's not there. But who is there? Who is there? We'll say the animal. We'll say, by the way, you see this game. Like I sort of point out, it's partially not a joke. You understand? This is the depravity of sin. And we'll say, let's describe that. We'll say, we're not so far off in our federal society from the levels of depravity like this is. This is talking about societal depravity. This is not poking fun. This is not apple. This is societal depravity that we're talking about. Again, this man was like stone. This is what, and again, it's scary because a lot of things that we see in everything is like Chas Shalom see the point of depravity as well. So that's what happens. So the Akum comes to commit adultery. Comes in a Mozart, doesn't find her the adulteress. Mozart Saberima finds the Behema. For Rova, and was it ultimately again violates the Behema. By Sema was a this even more work. Domer Mar, Aviva Alein Behem Shaiso, Yosem Initial Sale. Because wasn't good, and this is incredibly designed. And sometimes the ultimately again the outcome will choose the Jewish animal over again his own life. It wasn't what is that. So what that means ultimately is just pointing to a societal depravity. There's a little meaning of actually like a half relation to the Jewish animal in his own life. It's not what it means is just understand. Looks like, but also what this tells you something amazing about immorality. See, at a certain point in time, when a person plummets to the depths of immorality, so rationality also goes out the window as well. A person says to themselves, obviously, just any normal person, so even if a person is about what's it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that a person is going to choose an animal over another human being. Nor is an element. You see that at a certain point in time, when a person plummets to the depths of depravity, rational thought is no longer there. Once taiva, once desire takes over, and a person is just driven by taiva, so it's like all kinds of craziness unfolds. You might was like, no, Rabbi Yochanan, because we'll say, where did this type from? This is amazing. No, Rabbi Yochanan, Yishar Shabal Nachash Al Chava. We'll say, this is a different narrative than the other Chava sin. In this narrative of Osai, the Nachash doesn't only entice Chava to see with words, but remember again, the Nachash actually engages in active intimacy with Chava. Rashi points out to read on this one, that Chava uses the Russian of Nachash Yishiani. Was it a Russian of Nisi that ultimately again the Nachash violated Chava. Shabbat Shabbat Yishar Shabbat Nachash Al Chava Hitler Barzua. The Nachash infused the impurity into Chava. There was a man impurity is ultimately again when man derived for immorality. So why is it then that he dives with these theology just by why doesn't Amisra have these same drives that wasn't it's amazing. Which the Gemara says, Yisrael Shamdal Har Sinai is the master. Only Kucham Shalom Shamdal Har Sinai Rob Master is the master. Was the Kari Yisrael Har Sinai Kabbalah Satorah that although it did not remove the desire for sin, at least it removed the incredible desire for depraved immorality. We do not deceive the Torah also in the is the faith of immorality. Exactly what I was saying. Apparently, again, Maimon Sinai was effective enough to neutralize at least our desire for the most proclaimed of such morality, at least.
Honestly, good morning. It's a great opportunity to be with you. Begin by thanking all of our our annual Talmud Torah sponsor. Also, schon vergleicht sich auf dedicating all the Shuman Joshua this year in the Schus, the Soros Tavos, and Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the Weinberg Mishpacha, thanking Hashem for all of his nisim, both revealed and hidden. The miracle of Jonathan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, and the miracle Hashem, the greatest miracle of all, the arrival of Mashiach and Hira V'Yamim, David and Bathsheba. Ava Yisrael, for dedicating the Shiur Medrashos this month to the Ilui Nishmas, Bathsheba's father, of Shalom ben Yehuda Aryeh Vei. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Sammy Malka Esterson, in honor of Mr. Morton Esterson's 99th birthday. What a tremendous amount of time, tremendous bracha on Mr. Esterson, tremendous Hashem. I would say she could be gebenched with Arichos Yom Hashem, Baruch Hashem. He has enjoyed Arichos Yom Hashem. He should continue to enjoy Arichos Yom Hashem, to gain nachas from his beautiful mishpacha. And most of all, Mr. Esterson should continue to be a source of inspiration for us all. Because anyone who knows Mr. Esterson knows what a tremendous individual he is, a special and beautiful neshama that he is, one who has helped so many and inspired so many over the course of his 99 years in this world. And yes, just give him the call to continue to inspire, to continue to uplift, and to continue to really encourage us to become the best version of ourselves. And of course, we dedicate our learning and the schools of our holy hostages home, to show them the color and the merit of our holy soldiers, and give them tremendous safety, security to continue to execute their holy mission. And the protect our brothers and sisters, to show them Hashem, just shower Shmir, Yisrael, and Hashem, on all of Klal Yisrael, and they result into the Gula of the Rabbi. Also, the Gash of us begin today's daf is Chafalef. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. 21. We are starting on Chaf on the days 20, and we are picking up at the 2 down to 10 Rabbanon, 5 lines up from the 4 it gets wide. So some really beautiful Gemara ahead of us today. 10 Rabbanon. In the Shmarkin is called Navara. So we are quoting the same passage that we saw in yesterday's daf. We saw this in yesterday's daf. So literally again, you shall guard yourself from any evil thing. So what we saw in yesterday's daf is this is the pasuk that teaches us about going on a spiritual offense. Identify the things that are going to get me into a bad spot in life and avoid them. So the Mergash over here, Shalo Yahar Her Adel Vayom, Yavo Libe Tuma Balayla. Literally, a person shouldn't have impure thoughts by day and come to impurity at night. So the Parsha, what the Gemara is saying, is that if a person has impure thoughts by day, again, this goes to matters of morality, then you'll lead to a seminal mission at night. So if you save yourself from the impure thoughts by day, one will save themselves from the seminal mission by night. So it's along this same theme of spiritual proactivity. Do what you can in order to go ahead and avoid the spiritual or the negative pitfalls of life. So we'll say it's actually interesting. So I've often thought about this line. We've seen this line in Chazal a number of different times. But it's interesting to also understand the idea of Yom and Laila. Ultimately, again, as a reference to Yom being the good times or easy times in life, and Laila ultimately again becoming referencing the difficult times in life. So perhaps, in addition to just a Pashut idea, don't have impure thoughts by day, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to similar mission at night, or in a greater or and in a more expansive way, make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead you to a path of impurity. Be proactive. Be forward thinking. Be raw as Hanola. Understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid the activities from the beginning. But it could also mean like this. The whole avoid of the spiritual growth is there are different periods of life. There's Yom periods and there's Laila periods. Yom periods represent the times when everything is good. What should you do when things are good? Work on your ethics. Bolster your spirituality. Sure, because if you do that, then when life becomes difficult, when life becomes challenging, which inevitably it will be spiritually prepared to meet those challenges. People like to think that you find God in the midst of adversity. Sometimes you do, but most of the time, in the midst of adversity, I'm just too focused on survival to worry about God, to worry about spirituality. But if I build my spirituality in times of tranquility, then in times of adversity, I'm ready to meet the challenge. So perhaps that's the shot here as well. Maharher Adam Bayom. Yom represents the good times in life. Don't be Maharher. Maharher means like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family is good, when your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's dafka the time to push on all cylinders. That's dafka the time to put the pedal to the metal. That's dafka the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the Yom periods of life and kind of just waste them with daydreaming. No, when life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is dafka the time to push yourself harder even in your ruchnius. Because if you don't do that, the Yavol Lide Tuma Balayla, if you waste the Yom periods of life and don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to Laila, when you come to the difficult periods of life, which will come, you will come to Tuma. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to Tuma Balayla. Incredible. So we'll say, so now we're going to post something, perhaps one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. Mikan, Amra Pinchas Ben Yair. Based on this, the Pinchas Ben Yair said as follows. He said as follows: Torah Mevili Dezigirus. So let's say, interestingly enough, the idea over here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? What the previous Gemara was really teaching us was this idea that life kind of periods of life bleed in one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't have impure thoughts by day, because you come to a similar mission at night. So that's what you do by day ultimately has an impact at night. Again, if we broaden our understanding, if you bolster yourself by your own in the good times of life, you will be ready to meet the adversity and the challenge. So Pinchas Ben Yair says, now that I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next. Like every notice, night builds on day, and therefore life is a series of sequential steps. Based on Pinchas Ben Yair says as follows, and it's beautiful. Torah, Mevili Dezigirus. So Torah, again, look at Rashi. Rashi says, Aydisha Osek Ba. So if a person learns Torah, quite literally means Torah. So Torah brings a person to Zechirus. I will say this is incredible now. Rashi says, what's Zechirus? According to Rashi, Zechirus ultimately means if I'm steeped in Torah, then when presented with the opportunity to sin, I will be vigilant in trying to avoid that pitfall. Girded with the right spirituality, I will be armed to go ahead and avoid the pitfall of sin. Okay? Zihirus, Meviolides Risus. And again, when I go ahead and I'm careful to avoid sin, that leads to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizus, right? Because remember, like Evanel says, Sumera liaseto, avoid evil and do good. So if I'm careful with the avoidance of Avera, then ultimately again I will come to Zrizus, to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizus, ultimately again, if there's Zrizus, right, and I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity in life, I'm so focused on a zeal and a slavus for mitzvahs, then by definition I'm avoiding the temptation to sin. Nikias, and if I'm not, if I'm free from sin, if I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, Rashi says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my lines. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should do it. Rashi says, even something that is technically permitted, I'll draw my line and not indulge in it. First my line, precious, and ultimately I am precious, separating myself even from that which is permitted, because I know that I don't need it. That leads to a sense of tara, beautiful, purity. Tara, so tara ultimately leads to a sense of chasidus. And remember again, which makes sense, because precious means going and separating myself, ultimately even from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't need, I don't want to overindulge. That leads to a sense of purity. Purity leads to chasidus. And what's chasidus? A chassid is someone who goes above and beyond expectations. Chasidus, maybe beautiful. Chasidus leads to humility, because again, even once I become a chassid, I recognize that there's so much more that I could be doing that engenders a sense of humility. Another humility leads to a sense of fear of sin, because once I'm humble and I recognize how much more I have to do, I'm even more vigilant about avoidance of sin. And ultimately, again, this fear of sin leads me ultimately to a heightened level of holiness. Kedusha Nevi'ah Lidei Ruach HaKodesh. So Kedusha leads me to Ruach HaKodesh, and Ruach HaKodesh Nevi'ah Lidei Tchias HaNisim. And ultimately, again, Ruach HaKodesh, that leads to Tchias HaNisim. What that means to Tchias HaNisim? I mean, the person himself has a part of Tchias HaNisim. The Pashtos, what it means is, if everybody gets to the level of Ruach HaKodesh, and the Mishpar who brings us to Tchias HaNisim to Mashiach. The Chasidus is not supposed to say, this is the famous of the vineyard. And by the way, what they said about this, Ramchal, Rosh Hashanah, models his entire Sefer Yisrael Sisharon based on this statement that Rabbi has been back. So if this sounds familiar, it's because we've seen it in Shas a couple of times also, but it's also because the entire Ramchal, the entire Sisharon is modeled on this idea. So you see a theme over here. We'll get into this more, and there's so much to consider to spend a week just on this Gemara. We can spend an entire Sefer just on this Gemara. But then so I think what's being saying is that having the spiritual growth is multiple steps, multiple sequential steps. One leads to the other, which leads to the other, which leads to the other. This is the famous idea. The Bible said that is Exan Kosh Tevlacha, calls that by Yaakov Avinu in Parshas, Vayetze. Parshas Vayetze, Yaakov Avinu has the dream about the Subam, the ladder. As Yaakov Avinu sees the Subam meets of Arts of Rosh Hashanah. The ladder has its base on the earth, and his head, the top of the ladder, reaches the heavens. And again, he sees the Malachim going up in the heaven. The Rabbi says, why is Yaakov Avinu? Why is the dream a ladder? Why a ladder? And the Rebbe says something so beautiful. He says, because you're between a ladder and a flight of stairs, is that a flight of stairs, you can take 2 stairs at once, right? Maybe even if you're long legs, 3 stairs at once. And a ladder, you can only take 1 rung at a time. The Rebbe says that ladder represents spiritual. The dream of Yaakov Avinu was about how to get from earth to heaven, how to get from where I am to get to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a ladder. That's a ladder. And what happens with a ladder? 1 step at a time, 1 rung at a time. Sometimes we become so spiritual, so eager to engage in spiritual growth, and we want to skip steps. You can't skip steps in Ruchnias. You can't. Because if you do it, just from our own lives, it doesn't work. You start with A, you go from A to B, from B to C, C to D, and there's a sequence, and there's an order, and that's what Pinchas Ben Yair is saying is, there is a roadmap for spiritual success. Sometimes spiritual growth seems like something that is so esoteric, but it's not. It's not. It's Masugar, it's orderly, there's a defined path. What Pinchas Ben Yair gives it, the now even codifies it, and I'm trying to point out, Ramchal also interprets things a little bit differently than Rashi. If you notice, even just from Zehiros, Rabbi said this is it. You want spiritual growth? Create for yourself a sequential plan. What are you going to start with? What's next? What's next? What's next? Incredible. The Hasidus is all Mikula. And out of all these things, the Gemara writes, Hasidus is the greatest one. Shenemar az dibarta bechazon lechasidecha. So we'll say, which, by the way, it also makes sense if you understand Hasidus, especially with Ramchal says, that the Chassid is the person who goes above and beyond. So Hasidus is considered to be the greatest level of all. Incredible. So maybe Rabbi Shulman, this article because he says, I'm not a Gidol Nikulan. He says humility is the greatest trait, not Hasidus. Shenema Ruach Hashem Elokim, Alai Ya'an Moshe Hashem Osi Basra Hanovi. Hasidim Lo Ne'emar Ala Hanovi. So the pasuk again extols the Chassid. The pasuk extols the Anav, the humble person. It doesn't say Hasidim Ala Hanovi. Halamarata Shanav Gidol Nikulan. So just interestingly enough, Amachlokas. So what is the greatest of all of these midos? Is it Hasidus? Is it Anava? And most of the truth is, it doesn't matter. It's both. It's both because at the end of the day, I need both. Right? I need to become a chassid. I need to become a person who doesn't just live up to expectations, but exceed expectations. I need to become a humble individual as well. Humility meaning, I know what I've accomplished. I know what I am. Because I know what I've accomplished, I also know how much more I do. Incredible. Let's go back to Immo for line. So the Gemara says as follows. So Tanavana. So what's this memory back to Mishnah? The Mishnah was speaking about again the things that you cannot sell to an album, specifically Mukobel Karka, things that are attached to the ground. The Gemara says Tanavana. Both for Lohan Pilon Amnas Lokots. Because it's very good. So remember again, Bryce says you could sell them a tree on the condition that they cut it down. The code states and has to be cut down. These are really good. The Meir says, so the Meir says, you only sell them something that is already cut down. You can't sell them anything that is attached to the ground, even if they say that they're going to cut it down. Shachas, Amnas Ligzos, the gold is very good. So ultimately, a shachas is like a fodder. Right? So you can sell them fodder that's attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. This is Rabbi Guda. And Mary says, no, Mary says, no, you can only sell them something that is already harvested, already cut down. Kama, standing wheat. Amanas Likzor calls Rabbi Guda. So Rabbi Guda said, that you sell them standing wheat on the condition that they cut it down. Okay, that's what you got. The Mary says, in both for an outlook, the Mary says, no, you can only sell that already wheat that has been cut down. So I'll say, so interestingly enough, so three different cases. First was tree, Ivan, second was Shachas, father, third was Kama standing. In all of these cases, and Rudy says, you sell it to them attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. You can sell it while it's still attached. Ultimately, Rabbi Meir says, no, you can only sell it while it's already attached. So I say, now, I also ask the question, why do three cases essentially say the same thing? Yes, if it would have just had the case of the tree, Bahakari Meir came on the low posse, Mashile, I would have said the case of the tree, because if you leave the tree attached, there's no loss. I would have said that's the case, but ultimately we have to be concerned that the Akum is not going to cut it down. About high, if he Mashile posse, Ima motivated Rabiuda. But in the case of ultimately other cases, so let's say if you leave it attached, ultimately the item goes bad, perhaps in that case. Rabbi Meir would agree with Rabbi Guda. So we'll say, furthermore, what are just in the other cases where ultimately, again, there's no recognizable shevach, right? No recognizable Shebach, ultimately again they remain attached to the ground. About Shachas, the idea Shvachayu, Hemamotile, if you look at Rashi, Lodad Shvachayu, Romikar Shebach Bechiburin, Mikan Be'elach Tekama Pasta, Be'ilan Nami, the Lopasid Nihu Romikar de Shlachs. I'm going to fill in the cases where there's no recognizable benefit by being attached. Perhaps again, that is the Shalachah. However, Aval Shachas, the other Shachai, Imam Oli Rabbi Meir. But ultimately, in the case of the Shachas, the father, the Rabbi would give Rabbi Meir. Yashmin and Bahal, and if we're just in this case, Bahal, Kal Rabbi Meir, Aval Bahanach, Imam Oli Rabbi Yehuda, Slicha. So it's the bottom line is the three cases are dissimilar. Again, all these cases, both between Shachas, the father, and the common standing name, all have their unique the differences between them, therefore they all have to be stated. See, by the way, so it says, bottom line, that's the ongoing machlokes right there, and Rabbi Yehuda in these cases in the Mishnah. By the way, so it says, by the way, just by the way, halacha l'maisa, we passing like Rabbi Yehuda, right? And as long as you're allowed to sell it, as long as it's sold on the condition that it's going to be cut down, even if at the time that it's sold, it's not yet cut. That's how we pass it. I'm going to ask another question. What if I sell an akum of the on the condition to store it? This is referencing back our previous Gemara about the ability to sell a behema gasa, a large animal to an akum. Again, that was out of a fear that I'm going to end up renting it, and he's going to use it on Shabbos. So what if I sell him a behema gasa on the condition that he's going to shecht it? What's the situation over there? Marsimau, Hasan time of my Shara Yehuda, the Rabbi Shusei Kani, the Lamatsi Mashim. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda only allows it in the previous cases. Let's say you have the Elon, the Shachas, and the Kamal, because in those cases the item is still in the Rosh Hashanah of the Jew, and therefore the Jew could cut it down. The Gemara says, about the Hema, Kevan de Shusei Loviko Adam Kaima, Mashima. But in the case of the animal, perhaps even if the guy says he's buying it, the Akum says he's buying it for the purpose of Shrita, because it's outside of my domain, I don't have control over it anymore. Maybe I have to be concerned that he's really not going to shecht it, and ultimately, again, may just maintain it. Oh, Dilma Loshma, perhaps it makes no difference. So Tashma analyze this annual, the Hema Amnas, the Shchot, the Shok, it did Rabbi Yehuda. They're over in Mokrimov, Elashita. So if I sell an apple, behema gasa, on the condition to shecht it, Rabbi Yehuda says it's mutter. It's mutter. Ultimately, again, as long as he intends to shecht. Rabbi Meir says no. You can sell to it only once it's actually shechted. So interestingly enough, the same exact machlokes. Once again, here we pass on Rabbi Yehuda that if you sell to on the condition that it's going to shecht it, that is enough. So you can sell to him live on the condition that he's going to shecht it. We're not concerned that he's going to maintain it. Okay, also incredible. Mishnah, bottom of Chaf Amud Beis. In Masculine and about the Eretz Yisrael, you cannot rent an akum, a home in Eretz Yisrael. The Yitzhak Omer Sados, and certainly you cannot rent them fields. Okay? With the Surya, and it's certainly understand what's a Surya. So Rashi says over here, Surya is Aram Tzova. So Aram Tzova was a place, and it was close to Eretz Yisrael. And this was an area that David HaMelech conquered on his own. In other words, he did not go ahead and consult. This was not a Mechanis Mitzvah, but rather, again, this was an area that he conquered on his own. So there's a whole discussion over here about whether or not Aram Tzova or Surya has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. That's an ongoing machlokes. We'll see in the Gemara. So the Surya, top of Kaval, with Maskir Lahem Batim Avalos Sodos. In Surya, you can rent fields. You can rent homes, but you cannot. If there are Jewish-owned homes in Syria, you can rent homes to an akum, avalos sados, but not fields. But in Chutz La'aretz, you can sell an akum homes. You could rent them fields. These are the words of Rabbi here. Okay, and Rabbi Yossi says. So the first one is the Rabbi Meir now. We'll see if you want more explanation about this. Rabbi Yossi says, Beretz Yisrael masculine and batim alos sados. So Rabbi Yossi disagrees. Right? Rabbi Yossi says in Eretz Yisrael, you are allowed to rent homes to an akum, but you are not allowed to rent an akum a field. With the Surya in Syria, Mochrin Batim Umaskir in Sodos, you could sell them homes and rent them fields. Uber Chutzlars, Mochrin Eruei, and Chutzlars, you could do whatever. Chutzlars, you could sell fields, rent fields, homes, and do whatever. So the Gemara says, after Mochum Shamu Lahaskir, Ola Bestira Amru, Ibne Shumachnis Lasoko Abodas Locham. Another very interesting qualification. In any areas where we say, and any time that we say that you're allowed to go ahead and rent an akum, a home, right? It's not to live in. It's not to live in. You cannot rent an akum, a home, a Jewish home for domicile purposes. Why? Because we are concerned that he's going to bring his avodah zarah into that home. Shne'emar, and that's a problem. Why? Shne'emar lo savi so'iva el beisecha. You shall not bring an abomination, reference to avodah zarah, into your home. But no matter where you are, Chutzlar, Eretz Israel, Syria, Chutzlars, you cannot rent a Jewish your bathhouse to an akum. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that the akum is going to operate on Shabbos, and people know, apparently a lot of people didn't know who owned the bathhouse. So since people would know that this is a Jewish-owned bathhouse, if they see it operating on Shabbos, they're not going to know it was rented out to an akum, and therefore they're going to assume that the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. Okay, so let's unpack this. So mine in Sarach Roma Sodos. So we'll say, so what is the meaning of the phrase that you don't even have to include suffix? What exactly, what does that mean? So, and again, he's quoting over here from Rabbi Meir in Mishnah. Right? The first part of the Mishnah was, in Maskilaham Batim Eretz Yisrael, you cannot rent an home in Eretz Yisrael. Then Sarach Roma Sodos. It goes without saying that you can't rent them fields. So it's almost like it's like pashut that you can't rent them a field. Why? What does that mean? So maybe there's two issues with renting a field to an akum. Number one, chanias karka. Number one is giving them a foothold in land ownership in themselves. Yes, it is that. Right? So even though again this is a rental, not a sale, still renting a field to an akum could be a problem of giving them a foothold in Eretz Yisrael. So that's problem number one. The chadav become not kalemi meiser. Furthermore, if the field is rented by an akum, the Gemara is suggesting that perhaps that takes away the kedusha of the land, and because of that, the produce will be meiser exempt. So you're removing the kedusha of the produce from the produce by renting it out to an akum. Maybe that's the issue. And therefore, if that's the case, there should be two problems with renting a house to an akum. Number one, chanias karka, you're giving up the whole in the land. The chada, the kamat gelim in the zuzah. Furthermore, if you rent a home to an akum, ultimately again, it's no longer subject to mezuzah. So you're taking away its kedusha from mezuzah. On the Mishasher, no, mezuzah told us hadar. You know, it's interesting. Mezuzah is not a din on the home. Mezuzah is an obligation on the dweller. Right? The haraya, the proof to that is, if I own a home but no one's living there, there's no obligation of mezuzah. So therefore, again, the obligation of mezuzah is upon me, a chobas hadar, not upon the home itself. Therefore, the act of renting out the home to an akum does not remove the home from the din of mezuzah, because there just is no din of mezuzah on the home, as opposed to, let's say, going ahead and renting a field to an akum, where potentially you're removing the kedusha of the land. So we'll say, so this is incredibly important. So this Gemara is highlighting this idea that the fundamental difference between renting fields and renting homes. Renting fields is going to be more problematic from the position of the Gemara, right? Why? Because again, when you rent a field to an akum, you're essentially doing two things. Number one, you're giving them a quasi-foothold, an akum quasi-foothold, in quasi-land ownership in Eretz Yisrael. Number two, you are removing the kedusha of the land. Now, this idea that rental of land to an akum removes the kedusha of the land is a big machlokas. But the Gemara is is kind of going with that assumption over here. That's the double problem with renting fields. That's why if you notice in Mishnah, both according to Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yossi, you are not allowed to rent fields to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. Right? According to both of them. Interestingly enough, their focus is about renting homes. But again, everyone's going to agree that it's interesting. We're going to a little bit differently, but the rental of fields is a more severe issue than the rental of a home. Amazing. So one goes back there. The Surya Maskin back in Surya, you're allowed to go ahead and this is the position there. In Surya, you're allowed to rent them homes. So it was a Maishna Mechira. I'm sorry, Maishna Mechira. So what's it? So why can't you sell them a home in Surya? Mishum Mechira Deretz Yisrael. Because we're concerned that if we allow you to sell a home to an akum in Syria, you're going to come to sell a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. So that's the case. We should go ahead and we should say the same. You shouldn't be able to rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. No, that's what it says. Someone says no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing like even renting a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael is only a problem lest you come to sell them a home in Eretz Yisrael. So now we said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, lest you come to then sell a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. It's too many steps removed, and we don't make zeros like that with so many different layers. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, in Syria you are allowed to rent a home to an akum. I Gemara said the house, he was southern of Syria, the car Gazriman. For 1 second. Well, we said by the Mishnah, yeah, you're not allowed to rent a field to an akum in Syria, and that's a multi-level layered gezerah. And yet we see it's still enacted. To which the Gemara says, no, it's different. Hasam la gezerah. That's different. That's genetic gezerah. Hasavar kibush yafet shmei kibush. So again, the issue is like this. Rabbi Meir holds that the conquering of double amounts of conquering of Syria was actually a proper conquering and was next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an akum in Syria in the same way that you can't rent a field to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. It's the same thing. Syria is Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. I have Gemara says, but if that's the case, Sada, the Ispei Karti does obey Rabbanon. Back in the less but still Syria is different. And ultimately, again, in reality, Chazal only applied the prohibition of renting a field, but not of renting a home in Syria to an akum. So what is very interesting. So therefore, in Rabbi Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on the rental of a field, ultimately again not the rental of a home. Okay, it's interesting. Good. The Chutzlaretz, so the Gemara says, Saker the Ishbei does it. Interestingly enough, so I'm sorry, the Chutzlaretz, Saker the Ishbei Karti does it. Batim the less Mutarti does it. So again, like we just said before, a field, and there's two issues with it. What are the two issues in the field? Number one, most sechanim, right? Do not give them a foothold. And number two, you remove the obligation of tithing. That's when Chazal goes, right? But the rental of a home, where really, again, there's only one potential thing, Chazal or not goes outside of Eretz Yisrael. All right, incredible. Rabbi Yossi, one of the Chutzlaretz Maskil Man Batim, Rabbi Yossi said, in Chutz La'aretz. I'm sorry, Eretz Yisrael Maskil Man Batim. So now again, remember, we come to the view of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi holds, in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent them homes, can't rent them fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes and rent them fields, and in Chutz La'aretz, you could do whatever you want. So it says, my time Sados disputarti gazbrava. So Rainier's logic is like this. So Sados, now remember again, this is in Eretz Yisrael, right? This is in Eretz Yisrael. So Eretz Yisrael, so Sados that have fields that have two issues, right? Remember again, no sechanim and removal of obligation of time. Ultimately, again, you can't rent an akum in Eretz Yisrael, right? But But a home, ultimately, again, where there's only one issue, namely Lo Sechanein, Chazal will not go there. Interesting. Over Surya Mokrin, my time. So what's Rabbi Yossi's logic in Surya? You're allowed to sell homes, allowed to sell fields. What's the logic? There? Or actually, you could sell homes and rent fields. Kasavar, Kibush Yachid, Lo Shmei Kibush. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that ultimately the conquering of David of Syria did not annex it to Israel, does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. The only way to have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the Sanhedrin. And again, Klal Yisrael participated in it. Aram Silva Syria was David Anak's personal military campaign. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that does not endow it with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. We saw that the Ispeitar and therefore again in Surya, ultimately so Surya does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. So therefore again Rabbi Yossi says when it comes to a field that has two issues, Lo Sechanein and No Meiser, Chazal goes there, but a home which only has one issue to it, Chazal will not goes there. Incredible. Over starts smoking. So ultimately again Rabbi Yossi holds that in Chutz La'aretz you can pretty much do whatever you want. So the Gemara says in my time, Kevan the Merchak Lo Gazrinan. Since Chutz La'aretz is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal weren't gozer. They just weren't gozer on this. I'm ready to go with Shmuel. Halach Rabbi Yossi. So the reason Mishul Halach Rabbi Yossi. Not going to say. So let's review. What's Rabbi Yossi's position? Rabbi Yossi says in Eretz Yisrael you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. What's the logic behind that? Fields have two issues: Lo Sechanein, giving them a foothold, and also you remove the produce from tithing obligations. Homes only have one issue of Lo Sechanein. Now remember again. Renting a field to an akum, technically speaking, is not giving them a foothold. It's a gzera of if we allow you to rent, you may come to sell. So therefore, so part one, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes, which means you can certainly rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Surya does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Yachid Lo Shmei Kibush, David's conquering of the land, ultimately again did not fully annex it to it. It's part of the territory of Eretz Yisrael, but it doesn't have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. So Surya, therefore, again, you could even sell them homes, and you could go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields, you could rent them fields. Why? What are we concerned about? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with it. So you can rent them fields in Syria, can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned that if we sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices in Eretz, which would be problematic. And in Chutz La'aretz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi Bilbad Shelo Yasen Shchuna. This is very interesting. So yes, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi, but what can't you do? You can't sell off land in a way that makes an akum neighborhood. And a shchunat akum, right? You can't make it an akum neighborhood. So the Gemara says, okay, but how much shchuna? So how much is a shchuna? So the Gemara says, Tana in shchuna petusim shlosha b'nei adam. So a shchuna is three families, three people. So this is interesting. Even in situations where halacha l'maisa, you have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and allow an akum shchuna to be done. Shchuna's akum to be done. So as I have a lefish dema azal hayi so mazbin chadol b'tochadim, va'azal heichol mazbin leil trade. So it's like why are we concerned about the following? Look at Rashi. The lefish dema azal hayi so the shars they there's a bling the chadol b'tochadim, mazbin hayi va'azal el b'tochadim mazbin leil trade. So I'm going to sell to an akum, and then the akum is going to subdivide the lot and sell to two more akums. And now suddenly you have a shchuna. So maybe it should be problematic to sell to an akum altogether. To which the Gemara says, "Alifnei mefakminon, alifnei delifnei lo mefakminon." So literally again, I will say. So we actually saw this lashon before, right? So literally. Again, for listening either, for placing a stumbling block, so you can only be concerned for what's in front of you, not for some potential yet unmaterialized circumstance. Which I will say is another way of Chazal saying, you can only take into account that which you have in front of you at the moment. You can't start anticipating for every single circumstance that may or may not occur. So therefore, the halacha is I can't sell for 3 akums. I can't think if I sell the lot and the akum is going to subdivide it, and now it's going to be fiat. Could that happen? Sure, it could happen. Am I obligated to take that into account? Absolutely not. So also, remember again, last week when we spoke on this idea of just to reinforce the tremendousness of skill. I'll lift him if I'll lift him so often in life when we want to embark on a new life initiative. So we begin to think about all the different things that could go. But what about this? What about this? I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe this is going to happen. That's going to happen. And so often, people do this, and it results in analysis paralysis. If you analyze anything enough, all the different things that could go wrong, the only thing that makes sense is inaction. Imagine a person stands by the curb, right? Ready to cross the street. You begin to think about all the bus and fall and a bus, all the different things that could come to stand on the curb. Just stay where you are. That's safe. That's safe. Analyze any life initiative enough, and it will lead you to analysis paralysis. If what Chazal say, when making decisions in life, look at what's in front of you. Don't think about every single possible thing that can occur, because again, that will paralyze you. Make good life decisions with the information you have at hand and move yourself forward. Let's go back there. So the Gemara says, I remember the Mishnah said that even in a place where you have a right to go ahead and rent out a home to an akum, you cannot rent out a home to be used as a galus. So the Gemara says, so it's interesting. So it makes it sound like that there are places ultimately again where we do not rent homes to the akum on the days. It's not like Rabbi Meir. And I will say this would go ahead and make the Stam Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Meir. Because Rabbi Meir holds that in Eretz Yisrael we do not rent homes to an akum. The Rabbi Yossi, the whole doctor of here. Rabbi Yossi, we're allowed to rent anyway, right? Because remember again, the position of Rabbi Yossi is that even in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent. So that statement seems to really be in conformity with the position of Rabbi Meir. Tanya, so let's remember again, the Mishnah said that you're not allowed to rent out a bathhouse to an akum. The concern is that since everyone knows that the owner of the bathhouse, they know that it's a Jew. So even though the akum is now renting, if he operates it on Shabbos, it's going to look like the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, Tanya, Reb Shimon Omer, base 21b, third line down. Reb Shimon Omer, person is not permitted to rent out the bathhouse to Oved Kochavim because the bathhouse is known by the name of the Jew. So Oved Kochavim zeh oseh ba malacha b'Shabbat Yisrael. And what's going to be happening? The Oved Kochavim is going to end up using it on Shabbos, which makes sense. He's an akum, he's allowed to. And the problem just is, it's going to look like he's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov. What about a kusim? We must have came out. We had a kusim before. Remember again, the kusim were transparent, so converted, but the conversion was subject to dispute. Is it authentic or not? What about a kusim? Sorry. The Gemara says, but a kusim would be permitted. The Gemara says why? The Gemara says about a kusim, my sorry. Kusi would ultimately again be permitted. Why I was saying that the assumption over here is that a kusi doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov, right? Because he keeps Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says kusi imar avidei malacha b'cholo shamoid. But a kusi is going to have it open on cholamayid, and still a cholamayid person is not supposed to do malacha. Shouldn't we be concerned about that? Now, why is a kusi working on cholamayid? Rashi says will be done. Nami shari laha. I'm sorry. Kusi. Go back to Rashi. Kusi. Sorry. Rashi did not say kusi. Lo avim melacha b'sham salah b'cholo shamoy avedil medrash sofim lochayshi. So kusim do work on chalamayid. So shouldn't we be concerned that he's going to keep the bathhouse open over chalamayid? To which the Gemara says b'cholo shamoy anan nami avdim. So the truth is, we also keep bathhouses open on chalamayid. Why? Because once in chalamayid, we're allowed to do malacha for the purpose of the umtiv. While having a bathhouse open that people can do on chalamayid is a proper yomtiv malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So it's very interesting. So therefore, the Gemara suggests over here that halacha l'maisa you can't rent out your bathhouse to an akum. Why? because everyone knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. Even though it's rented out to Yaakov, if he operates in a Shabbos and Yom Tov, people will assume that he's working for me. And therefore, I'm running my business, my bathhouse, on Shabbos and Yom Tov. I can rent it out to a Kusi, because the Kusi is not going to keep it open on Shabbos and Yom Tov. So what about renting my field to an Oved Kochavim? So when it says Shali, that's permitted. Now, obviously, this is talking about not in Eretz Yisrael. Right? So let's say in Chutz La'aretz, where everyone agrees you can rent out a field to an Akum. I'm allowed to rent out my field to my time. But why is that? If the Akum is working the field on Shabbos and Yom Tov, shouldn't we be concerned? It looks like he's working for me. To which the Gemara says, my time. Arisa Sekad. Because in fields, sharecropping is a very common arrangement. So when people see the Akum working in the field on Shabbos, they know he's a sharecropper. So because that, he's working for his own benefit. He's not working for me. Therefore, it's going to be permitted. It's going to be permitted. So the Gemara says, this is very interesting, right? Because the assumption is, since he's a sharecropper, he's working for himself. So the Gemara says, so why don't we say the same thing by bathhouse? Maybe there's like a sharecropping, remember again, a sharecropping arrangement, I would say, is essentially where the Akum's working in my field, he guarantees me a percentage, or either a percentage or a certain defined amount. So therefore, again, I'm guaranteed, but if he works on Shabbos, doesn't work on Shabbos, doesn't make a difference to me, I'm getting my payment. So therefore, when he works on Shabbos, he's doing that for himself. So why don't we say the same arrangement could exist in the bathhouse? Arise the merchatz lo avid imshi. Because we'll say that was not the type of arrangement that was commonly done by a bathhouse. Bathhouse wasn't like that. Bathhouse was a typical rental. So because of that, if the Oved Kochavim is operating at Shabbos and Yom Tov, it looks like he is working on my behalf, as opposed to a field where it was common knowledge that most agricultural relationships were sharecropping arrangements. Therefore, when the Akum is working on the field, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and I am not deriving any benefit from that. Incredible. And we'll start to start over today. Shkar everyone, tremendous respect for all of you. Have a wonderful day. Good morning. It's a great satisfaction to want to be with you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tulsi Shachar B'Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shurim Drashos this year, and Schos, Saras Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the Weinberg Mishpacha, thanking Hashem for all of his nisim, both revealed and hidden. The miracle of Yonatan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, and the year Hashem, the greatest miracle of all, the arrival of Mashiach in the Rabbi David and Bathsheba. Abba B'Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating the Shurim and Drashos this month, giving Nishmas, Bathsheba's father, and Shalom Ben Yehuda Aryeh Vei. And our Dafyomi sponsor for today, Sammy Malka Esterson, in honor of Mr. Morton Esterson's 99th birthday. What a tremendous smile to come up, a tremendous rock on Mr. Esterson. I would say she could be benched with Arichos Yom Baruch Hashem. He has enjoyed Arichos Yom Hashem. He should continue to enjoy Arichos Yom Hashem. To be not Hashem's beautiful Mishpacha. And yes, Hashem, and most of all, Mr. Esterson should be mentioned to thee. So it's an inspiration for us all, because anyone who knows Mr. Esterson knows what a tremendous individual he is, a special and beautiful neshama that he is, one who has helped so many and inspired so many over the course of his 99 years in this world. And yes, as Prophet says, yes, and just give him the call to continue to inspire, to continue to uplift, and to continue to really encourage us to become the best version of ourselves. And of course, we dedicate our learning and the source of our holy house to just make itself and also learning home. The show the color and the merit of our holy soul, just make itself and also give them tremendous yat safety, security to begin to execute their holy mission. And if to protect the brothers and sisters of Eretz Yisrael, and Hashem just shower and shmir and yisir and shkach hapatis on all of Klal Yisrael, and then we result into the good of the Rabbi. Also, the daf is us begin. Today's daf is Chafalin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. 21. We are starting on Chaf on the big 20b, and we're picking up attitude down to Tanra Banan, 5 lines up from before it gets wide. So some really beautiful Gemara ahead of us today. Tanra Banan. The Mishmartane called Lavara. So the Gemara is quoting the same passage that we saw in yesterday's daf. We saw this in yesterday's daf. So literally again, you shall guard yourself from any evil thing. So what we saw in yesterday's daf is this is the pasuk that teaches us about going on spiritual offense. Identify the things that are going to get me into a bad spot in life and avoid them. So the Mardashim over here, Shaloya har her adon bayom, Yavo libe tuma balayla. Literally, a person shouldn't have impure thoughts by day and come to impurity at night. So the Pashas, what the Gemara is saying is that if a person has impure thoughts by day, again, this goes to matters of morality, and it will lead to a seminal remission at night. So if you save yourself from the impure thoughts by day, one will save themselves from the seminal remission by night. So it's along this same theme of spiritual proactivity. Do what you can in order to go ahead and avoid the spiritual or the negative pitfalls of life. So we'll say it's actually interesting. So I've often thought about this line. You've seen this line in Chazal a number of different times. But it's interesting, you can also understand the idea of Yom and Laila, ultimately again as a reference to Yom being the good times or easy times in life, and Laila ultimately again becoming referencing the difficult times in life. And so perhaps, in addition to just a Pashut idea, don't have impure thoughts by day, because if you do, it'll lead you ultimately again to simile Mishnah night, or in a greater or in a kind of a more expansive way. Make sure that you're being spiritually proactive. Don't allow yourself to get into things that ultimately are going to only lead to a path of impurity. Be proactive. Be forward thinking. Be raw as hanolad. Understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid the activities from the beginning. But it could also mean like this, the whole avoda. There's Yom periods and there's Laila periods. Yom periods represent the times when everything is good. What should you do when things are good? Work on your ruchnius. Bolster your spirituality. Because if you do that, then when life becomes difficult, when life becomes challenging, which inevitably it will, you will be spiritually prepared to meet those challenges. People like to think that you find God in the midst of adversity. Sometimes you do. But most of the time, in the midst of adversity, I'm just too focused on survival to worry about God, to worry about spirituality. But if I build my spirituality in times of tranquility, then in times of adversity, I'm ready to meet the challenge. So that's the pshat here as well. Shelo yahar her adam bayom. Yom represents the good times in life. Don't be maharher. Mahar means like daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, when your family is good, when your parnasa is good, when your health is good, that's dafka the time to push on all cylinders. That's dafka the time to put the pedal to the metal. That's dafka the time to work even harder. Don't go ahead and use the Yom periods of life and kind of just waste them with daydreaming. No, when life is good, life is stable, life is happy, that is dafka the time to push yourself harder even in your ruchnius. Because if you don't do that, the yavo libe tuma balayla. If you waste the Yom periods of life and don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to Laila, when you come to the difficult periods of life, which will come, you will come to Tuma. You won't know what to do. You'll be ruined. You won't know how to meet the challenge. You won't know how to meet the adversity. And unfortunately, you could spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to build themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to Tuma Balayla. Incredible yesod. So we'll say, so now that you want to close something proud for the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. Mikan, Amra Pinchas Ben Yair. Based on this, the Pinchas Ben Yair said as follows. He said as follows: Torah, Megillah Days Yidus. So interestingly enough, the idea over here is as follows. Now, what does it mean based on this? What the previous Gemara was really teaching us was this idea that life, kind of periods of life bleed in one to the other, right? So literally translated, don't have impure thoughts by day because you come to a similar condition at night. So that's what you do by day ultimately has an impact at night. Again, if we broaden our understanding, if you bolster yourself by your in the good times of life, you will be ready to meet the adversity in the challenge. So Ibn Hasbanyar says, now that I understand that in life, every stage builds on the next. Right? Night builds on day, and therefore life is a series of sequential steps. Based on our Ibn Hasbanyar says as follows. It's beautiful. Torah, Reveal days of use. So Torah, again, look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Ayidisha osek ba va'od shera umevinas harsha ba nishma." So if a person Torah quite literally means Torah. So Torah brings a person to zehilus. I will say this is incredible now. Rashi says, "What's zehilus?" Kishaveda bal yado zahir lishamer shelo yikasha. So according to Rashi, zehilus ultimately means if I'm steeped in Torah, then when presented with the opportunity to sin, I will be vigilant in trying to avoid that pitfall. Girded with the right spirituality, I will be armed to go ahead and avoid the pitfall of sin.
How was your day?
Okay, Zehirus, maybe.
It was good. I've been resting. I'm tired. I just took this pill. And it's going to make me...
Absolutely. I was going to say, you were up late last night, girl.
Yeah, I was. I didn't get home. I had a long day yesterday.
I know. I'm happy for you. So we didn't really... You danced a lot, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you meet any cool people?
Yeah. Murder has some interesting people, but it was okay.
Okay, now did you...
Yeah, I liked one of her friends. Her friend, she was cool. Well, she always cool. It's the first time I met her, but she's cool. So she likes the way we dance and stuff like that. She said she'll come out with us again, especially my birthday gift. I said, okay, I'll definitely let you know.
Excellent. Now, you... Did you go to grown folks?
Yeah, we sure did. Yeah, she finally made that decision, yeah.
No way. How was that?
It was nice, just older people, but we had people who were a little younger, probably about 30 or 18, but yeah, it was okay. I was trying to dance, and this one guy was trying to slow grind, and her friend, her homegirl I'm glad she always been with there at the dance, okay. I don't know, these guys just want to dance. I'm trying to have fun, I don't mind dancing. I swung around with him for a couple of times. And he kept on slowing down. It was a fast song. And he went to slow grind. So I swung around with him. Okay, I'm trying to, enjoy the music. So my friend, like, okay, come on. You're going to dance with me. But she was trying to get him out, so I'm glad she did that.
Okay, excellent. Now, a place called Grown Folks, what's the average age of the people there?
It is from maybe a little bit like 21 and up, like in their 60s maybe.
Okay, so some real grown folks.
Yeah, like a grown, like hungry.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, very nice. And you enjoyed it, and
yeah.
Is there anything you would have changed about the night? Is there anything you would have changed about the night?
Anything I would change? Yeah, this place is, they were charging $2 for bottled water, Rabbi. And I had a coughing attack, okay? I was coughing and stuff like that. And my friend was like, you okay? And Adrian was like, you okay? And I said, no, I need some water. Man, I told the waitress, I said, hey, I will get a pitcher of water. I said, how much is it? She said, $4. But she said, you need, I said, yes, I need a pitcher of water. I said, okay. So So I guess she was gonna give us some free, and she came back and she said that she couldn't do it or whatever. So then they went separately to get some water, and then her friend went, and the guy said no because he got in trouble for it. But my thing is, you can give us complimentary water. Y'all don't have to keep charging us that. Yes, give us complimentary water. Let us keep the water, the cup. If they do not keep their cup, then charge them $1 or 50 cents for a small cup of water. But $2 for a bottle of water is ridiculous.
Right.
Y'all not even with no complimentary water. That's not right. That's not right at all.
Right.
It should be a small cup of water. Especially a place like that. Anybody can fall out. It can be hot. People dancing. Come on now. Then you know they drinking. Like, got to have some kind of water by you.
I am 100% in agreement with you. That doesn't seem. It seems very greedy.
Right.
Okay.
I wasn't finna buy no water. I just wasn't finna buy no bottle of water. Not for $2.
I understand that, and that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So you could not just get a glass of water for free, like normal places.
No.
Well, that's not cool.
No. At all. But other than that, we had a good time. But I would change. I would want that changed. I would want that changed.
Absolutely. Okay.
They come by and took advantage of that.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I agree with you. Okay. Now you went to brunch as well. What did you have at brunch?
We went to brunch. We went to a place called 2 Eggs. And they have brunch and lunch, which is our brunch. They have breakfast and lunch or whatever you want to get. I had lunch. I had a cheeseburger with French fries. And Adrian had some eggs and pancakes with hash brown. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
yeah.
Were you guys together all day, or did you take a break in the middle?
We were together we were together since 2 times. We were there by 12:30. We didn't get in this like 1:45, but 12:52. Almost 1 o'clock. At the brunch. We left there. I didn't get home till like 3 something. And then I took me a nap or whatever. Got up, like you see, I got up about 6 something. Got myself together, whatever. We left. She came, got me around 8. We got Cynthia, my other friend, at 8 by 8:15. Then we had to go get her friend Sasha. And we went. And that's why we didn't get home till like 3 something. I didn't get home till like 3 something. So yeah. We took a break in between.
Right. Okay, and how many girls went out?
It was, for the brunch, it was just me, Adrian, Cynthia, and Sasha. So that was 4 of us.
Okay.
At the grown folks, it was 5 of us. It was me, Adrian, Cynthia, me, Sasha, and Cynthia. So it was 5 of us.
Well, I bet you guys were popular.
Yeah, had fun.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm really happy.
She was getting down, but she loves to dance, so she had a good time.
Excellent. What kind of music did they play?
R&B, hip hop, Southern soul sometimes, line dancing. Yeah.
Do you line dance?
Yeah, I do. She knows them all. I was shocked. There's a song by Tamia, I forgot the name of the song, but it's a Tamia thing, and everybody does line dance. And she been trying to learn this so bad. So bad she's been trying to learn it. And so yesterday when they played it, I'm right there in front of her, and I'm shocked. This lady knows that Tamia dance now. I said, oh, you shocked me. And I saw you. I said, I was standing right here shocked looking at you. Like, what? I was shocked that she knew it now. This is an turn for me. They got ladies her boots on the ground. They play that. She loves that. I like this song by Cupid. It's called Flex. I can do that. I love that. The love slide, I love. The wobble, I love. Yeah, I can do it good.
Well, you sound like you have had a really good time with your friends. And I'm very happy for you.
We did.
Excellent. Well, you get your rest, and then when you wake up, it'll be time to play.
Let's play bowling at 10. I'll be up by 10.
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
All right. See you later. I'm here, girl.
Excellent.
She goes, man, we have to do it again. Oh my God. In my head, I'm like, I'm going to fire Chen in Texas, even though I just moved here. We'll figure it out. But then I get a text. Congratulations, Tiger made the team. I'm like, Chen, it's your lucky day, buddy. Nothing can mess this up. I was going to fire you, but you're rehire. Wow. So, that's good. So you got that text at a good time. But also, wow, that's, did Chin feel bad? Did he move? I want to hate him. He didn't give a shit. He goes, Chin goes, dude, my track record, come on, one time in 10 years, I go, it's a big time. Yeah. And when did he say my track record? Right away, or did he wait? He had to know. I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger, and then I was like, Chin, you serious right now, dude? Oh, that's cool. He goes, I know, I'm sorry, man. Dude, are you kidding me? He goes, dude, my track record. See, that's too soon to say that. I'm pissed off now. It's too soon to say that. Jen, give it an hour and a half, and to be like, yo, I really am sorry. Well, my track record speaks for itself. That would have been I disagree. Well, I disagree. He's been around too long. And he's like, yo, chill. Right? He's like, oh, man, that's what I'm saying. With my track record, you can treat me like this. So you think it's okay for you to do that? Yeah. I think Eric's spot on, and also she does me well. I fly up the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm not like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm sorry, baby. Here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the take that you were like, I'm never going to... That was the take. What was the take? You get it. Honestly, all 16 minutes. Episode. You were on fire, and all 16 was fucking fire. But you know what? You know what the worst part on Jones? You know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with how good that episode is. It has to do with this is the real issue. Doing it again, it's not even going to be. Oh yeah, doing it again is the thing. And then while the passion's gone, while the passion's gone, while you're doing it again, you're in your head. In your head, you're going like this. Stop. I was missing points. I was missing points I made earlier. I'm not that into it. I've already done it. I was like, and it's the middle of it. You just can't. You set a tape deep. Instead of saying, you just look over at Chin. Yeah. And you go, I don't even believe this tape anymore. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so the fans were expecting hot lava, and they got lukewarm, but it's okay though. They'll understand, and they probably won't know the difference. Because sometimes I'm like, after congratulations, I'm like, that's the worst podcast I ever did. And sometimes my wife is like in the room and she's watching, and she's like, dude, that is not. So maybe it was good, maybe it's bad. You never know. You never know. Yeah, you can't listen to your wife though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think so. I thought just what do you call it? Leave in Texas. They don't. We can't even vote in Texas. How do you do it out of the kitchen? Am I right? Okay, guys, I'm going to do the podcast. How to work on the side. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah. All right. I think I tell you guys something. You don't have to podcast. I get it. You're just not that sexist, you know? Well, I have been sexist in my life. All right, so I have, okay, so this is what happened. So, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I have a little bit of weight. You know what I mean? Trying to, you don't say. Go ahead, Brandon, go ahead. You know what? Chris. I feel like it's a dollar here, but even, I gotta be honest, I haven't looked at Eric since 2015, so I have no idea. Anyways, so, Crystal here calling out with the job for marketing. Decide your chick first and foremost. Producer, Nick, Cheddar Bob looking guy. My God. You know that guy takes $3,700 a month. Another rich kid fund. He has zero talent. Why they allow a microphone in front of him for him to do the afterthought is beyond. But that's the shop from this shit. One mistake after 10 years, he's ready to get rid of shit. Because, you know, during that, was that lunch? The episode where Jeffrey on fire. Shop is dropping hot takes for 5,000 views. Come on, people. It was his goal when he talked about John firing if Chip does that, like on accident, doesn't report, just go off. Then the shop's too afraid. He's too afraid to look at the they shot that whole thing in here for redo it with Jesse. I bet you Chip was probably drunk. Probably drunk. They're doing those, what was it, kratom pills or something again?
Maybe early days, Jesus. And again, when I go ahead and I'm careful to avoid sin, that leads to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizos, right? Because remember, like Elena says, Surmei Ra v'yaseh tov. Avoid evil and do good. So if I'm zahir, if I'm careful with the avoidance of Avila, then ultimately again I will come to Zrizos, to alacrity in the performance of mitzvahs. Zrizos, Nevi'el Yedinikios. Ultimately again, if there's Zrizos, right, and I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with zeal and with alacrity, that leads to cleanliness. Rashi says cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity in life, I'm so focused on a zeal and a slavos for mitzvahs, then by definition I'm avoiding the temptation to sin. Nikias, and if I'm lucky, if I'm free from sin, if I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, Rashi says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my lines. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should do it. Rashi says, even something that is technically permitted, I'll draw my line and not indulge in it. First white line, precious, and ultimately I am precious, separating myself even from that which is permitted. Because I know that I don't need it, that leads to a sense of tara, beautiful purity. Tara, so tara ultimately leads to a sense of chasidus. And remember again, which makes sense because precious means going and separating myself ultimately even from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't need, I don't want to overindulge. That leads to a sense of purity. Purity leads to chasidus, because what's chasidus? Chassid is someone who goes above and beyond expectations. Chasidus, is beautiful. Chasidus leads to humility, because again, even once I become a chassid, I recognize that there's so much more that I could be doing that engenders a sense of humility. Another humility leads to a sense of fear of sin, because once I'm humble and I recognize how much more I have to do, I'm even more vigilant about avoidance of sin. And ultimately, again, this fear of sin leads me ultimately to a heightened level of holiness. Kedusha mevia lidei ruach hakodesh. So kedusha leads me to ruach hakodesh, and ruach hakodesh mevia lidei tchias hamesim. And ultimately, again, ruach hakodesh that leads to tchias hamesim. Now, what that means to tchias hamesim? That means the person himself has the power to tchias hamesim. The pashtus, what it means is, if everybody gets to the level of ruach hakodesh, and the Baruch Hu brings us to tchias hamesim to Mashiach. The Chasidus, so this is the famous of the vineyard. And by the way, what's incredible about this, we know, Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim models his entire Sefer Yisrael Sisharim based on this statement that I've been husband. So if this sounds familiar, it's because we've seen it in Shas a couple of times also, but it's also because the entire Ramchal, the entire Sisharim is modeled on this idea. So Moshe, so you see a theme over here. We'll get into this morning, and there's so much to say. We can spend a week just on this Gemara, we can spend the entire Sefer just on this Gemara. But that's what I think what's been saying is that pathway to spiritual growth is multiple steps, multiple sequential steps. One leads to the other, which leads to the other, which leads to the other. This is the famous idea. The Balachi Rebbe said, "Zankosh Bracha," quotes that by Yaakov Avinu in Parshas, Vayetze. Parshas Yaakov Avinu has the dream about the Suba, the land. It's Yaakov Avinu sees the Suba Mitzvah Artza Barashon V'Yashamayim. The ladder has its base on the earth, and its head, the top of the ladder, reaches the heavens. And again, he sees my love going up and down. Rabbi says, "Why is Yaakov? Why is the dream a ladder? Why a ladder?" And the Rebbe is also beautiful. He said, because the difference between a ladder and a flight of stairs is that a flight of stairs you can take 2 stairs at once, right? Well, maybe even if you're long legs, 3 stairs at once. And a ladder you can only take one at a time. The Rebbe says that ladder represents spiritual. The dream of Yaakov was about how to get from earth to heaven, how to get from where I am to get to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a ladder. That's a ladder. The ladder, one step at a time, one rung at a time. Sometimes we become so spiritual, so eager to engage in spiritual growth that we want to skip steps. You can't skip steps in this. You can't. Because if you do it, just from all lines, it doesn't work. You start with A, you go from A to B, from B to C, C to D, and there's a sequence, and there's an order, and that's the thing that's maybe what I'm saying is, there is a roadmap to spiritual success. Sometimes spiritual growth seems like something that is so esoteric, but it's not. It's not. It's Yisudar, it's orderly, there's a defined path. When Pinchas Ben Yair gives it to us, the Ramchal even codifies it, and I'm talking like that. The Ramchal also interprets things a little bit differently than Rashi. If you notice, even just from Zehiros, Rabbi said, this is it. You want spiritual growth? Create for yourself a sequential plan. What are you going to start with? What's next? What's next? What's next? Incredible. And out of all these things, the Gemara writes, Chasidus is the greatest one. Shneimar az dibarta bechazon lechasidah. So once say, which, by the way, it also makes sense if you understand Chasidus, especially what Ramchal says, that the Chassid is the person who goes above and beyond. So Chasidus is considered to be the greatest level of all. Incredible. So Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Levi. Rabbi Shimon Levi, so I put Shimon Levi, because he says, I'm not a Gidol Mikuban. He says humility is the greatest trait, not Chasidus. Shenema Ruach Hashem Elokim Alai Ya'an Moshe Hashem Osi Lebasra Anovim. Chasidim Lo Ne'emar Ela Anovim. The pasuk again extols the pasuk. The pasuk extols the anav, the humble person. It doesn't say Chasidim Ela Anovim. Halamarata Shanav Gidol Mikulam. So just interestingly enough, Hamachlokas. So what is the greatest of all these midos? Is it Chasidus? Is it Anava? And we'll say the truth is, it doesn't matter. It's both. It's both, because at the end of the day, I need both. Right? I need to become a chassid. I need to become a person who doesn't just live up to expectations, but exceed expectations. I need to become a humble individual as well. Humility meaning, I know what I've accomplished. I know what I am. Because I know what I have accomplished, I also know how much more I can do. Incredible. Let's go back to Immo for line. So the Gemara says as follows. So it's not Abanam. So we'll say, remember back to the Mishnah. And in the Mishnah, I was speaking about, again, the things that you cannot sell to an apple, specifically muchober lekarka, things that are attached to the ground. You must say, Abanam. Well, Kidlohan, Kidlon, Almanas Lochutz, because it's really good. Remember again, the Raisa says, you could sell them a tree on the condition that they cut it down. The code states, and as they cut down, these are the Yehuda. The Meir says, Imo Chanan Alakitsutsa. So the Meir says, you can only sell them something that is already cut down. You can't sell them anything that is attached to the ground, even if they say that they're going to cut it down. Shachas, Amanas Ligzos, the goal is really good. So ultimately, Shachas is like a fodder. Right? So you can sell them fodder that's attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. He's Rabbi Huda. And Meir says, no, Meir says, no, you can only sell them something that is already harvested, already cut down. Kama standing wheat. Amanas Liktor calls it Rabbi Huda. So Rabbi Huda says you can sell them standing wheat on the condition that they cut it down. Okay, that's Rabbi Huda. The Meir says, in Mocher Ela Kitsura. And Meir says, no, you can only sell them already wheat that has been cut down. So I'll say, so interestingly enough, so three different cases. First was tree, Elon. Second was Shachas, father. Third was Kama, standing wheat. In all of these cases, Rabbi Huda says you can sell it to them attached to the ground on the condition that they're going to cut it down. But you can sell it while it's still attached. Ultimately, Rabbi Meir says, no, you can only sell it while it's already detached. So when I said, I asked the question, why in three cases that essentially say the same thing? Elon, if we're just at the case of the tree, Meir came under law process, I would assume the case of the tree, because if you leave the tree attached, there's no loss. I would have said that's the case, but ultimately you have to be concerned that the akum is not going to cut it down. About time, but in the case of ultimately, for the other cases, let's say if you leave it attached, ultimately the item goes back. Perhaps in that case, Rabbi Meir would agree. Rabbi Huda, Yashpin of so we'll say furthermore, what is this in the other cases where ultimately again there's no recognizable shabbat, right? No recognizable shabbat. Ultimately, again, if they remain attached to the ground. About shachas, the idea shachayut, and I'm ultimately actually lawyer. The shachayut will make our shabbat b'chiburim behind the electric. Kama pasta, the law passed me who will min card in the shops. I'm not for the pieces where there's no recognizable benefit by leaving it attached. Perhaps again, that did get each other. However, Aval Shachas, the idea Shachai, came all the Rabbi Meir. But ultimately, in the case of the Shachas, the father, the Rabbi would give Rabbi Meir. Yash in the Bahal, and if we're just saying in this case, Bahal, called Rabbi Meir, Aval Bahanach, Imamol, the Rabbi Yehuda, Slicha. So the bottom line is the three cases are dissimilar. Again, all of these cases, both the tree, Shachas, the father, and the common understanding, they all have their unique differences between them, therefore they all have to be stated. See, by the way, so since bottom line, that's the ongoing machlokes between Meir and Rabbi Yehuda in these cases in Mishnah. By the way, so by the way, just by the way, halacha l'maisa, we pass like Rabbi Yehuda, right? And as long as you're allowed to sell it, as long as it's sold in the condition that it's going to be cut down, even if at the time that it's sold, it's not yet cut. That's how we pass it. Well, that's another question. What if I sell a hakum of the on the condition to slaughter? Remember, this is referencing back our previous Gemara about the ability to sell a large animal to a hakum. Again, that was out of a fear that he's going to end up renting it and he's going to use it on status. So what if I sell him a behema gasa on the condition that he's going to shaft it? What's the situation over there? The Marsimau, Hasan time of my share Rabbi Yehuda, the Lab Reshusei Kainu, the Lamasi Mashu. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda only allows it in the previous cases. Let's say again at the Ilan, the Shachas, and the Kamal, because in those cases the item is still in the Reshus of these, and therefore the Jew could cut it down. The Gemara says, about the Hema, given the Reshusei Davido Chacham Kainu, Mashira. But in the case of the animal, perhaps even if the guy says he's buying it, the Akum says he's buying it for the purpose of shmita, because it's outside of my domain, I don't have control over it anymore. Maybe I have to be concerned that he's really not going to shaft it, and ultimately, again, he may just maintain it. Perhaps it makes no difference. The Tashma Sarah Desanyo, the Hema Amnasish called for sure, we did Rabbi Yehuda. Omer in Mosuno Ela Shmita. So what's the Shalom Lamais is the same focus. If I sell an apple, the Hema Gasa, on the condition to shaft it, Rabbi Yehuda says it's mutter. It's mutter, ultimately, again, as long as he intends to shaft it. Rabbi Meir says, no, you can sell them only once it's actually shafted. So interestingly enough, the same exact matter. Okay? Once again, here he has in Rabbi Yehuda that if we sell them on the condition that he's going to shaft it, that is enough. So you can sell them live, on the condition that he's going to shaft it. We're not concerned that he's going to make it. Okay, wasn't incredible. Mishnah, bottom of Chafamid days. In masculine and back in Eretz Yisrael, you cannot rent an apple, a home in Eretz Yisrael. The Yitzhak Omer Saders, and certainly you cannot rent them fields. Okay? Well, the Surya, and the Surya, what's a Surya? So Rashi says over here, Surya is Aram Sova. So, Aram Sova was a place, and it was close to Eretz Yisrael. And this was an area that David HaMelech conquered on his own. In other words, he did not go ahead and consult. This is not a Mephanis itself, but rather, again, this was an area that he conquered on his own. So there's a whole discussion over here about whether or not Aram Silva or Surya has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. That's an ongoing machlokes. We'll see in the Gemara. So the Surya, top of Kavalit, Maskil Bahem Batim, Avalos Sodos. In Surya, you could rent fields, you could rent homes, but you cannot, if there are Jewish-owned homes in Syria, you can rent homes to an akum, avalos sados, but not fields. In the Chutzlaretz, you can sell an akum homes, you could rent them fields. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. Okay? And Rabbi Yossi says, so the first model is Rabbi Meir now. We'll see in the more explanation of this. Rabbi Yossi says, Beretz Yisrael, masculine, and Batamalos, Sados. So Rabbi Yossi disagrees. Right? Rabbi Yossi says, in Eretz Yisrael, you are allowed to rent homes to an akum, but you are not allowed to rent an akum a field. With the Surya, in Surya, Mochin Batim Umaskir in Sados, you can sell them homes and rent them fields. In the Chutzlaretz, Mochin Eruveru. In Chutzlaretz, you can do whatever. Chutzlaretz, you can sell fields, rent fields, homes, you can do whatever. So the Gemara says, after Mokum Sh'omu Lahaskir, Ola Bestira Omu, if nation Machnis L'Sofa Avodah Soha. Another very interesting qualification. In any areas where we say, any time that we say that you're allowed to go ahead and rent an akum, a home, right? It's not to live in. you cannot rent an Akum home, a Jewish home, for domicile purposes. Why? Because we are concerned that he's going to bring his Avodah Zarah into that home. Shne'emar, and that's a problem. Why? Shne'emar, lo sadi sa'iva el beisecha. You shall not bring an abomination, reference to Avodah Zarah, into your home. Ubechol makom, lo yaskir lo es hamerachatz. But no matter where you are, Chutzlar, Eretz Yisrael, Syria, Chutzlar, you cannot rent a Jewish your bathhouse to an Akum. What are we concerned about? We're concerned that the Akum is going to operate on Shabbos, and people know apparently what people didn't know who owned the bathhouse. So since people would know that this is a Jewish owned bathhouse, if they see it operating on Shabbos, they're not going to know it was rented out to an Akum, and therefore they're going to assume that the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. Okay, so let's unpack this. So mine ain't Sarah Lomar Soros. So we'll say, so what is the meaning of the phrase that you don't even have to include Soros? What exactly, what does that mean? And again, he's quoting over here from Rabbi Meir in Mishnah, right? The first line of the Mishnah was, you cannot rent an Akum, a home in Eretz Yisrael. Then Sarach Lomar Soros. It goes without saying that you can't rent in fields. So it's almost like it's like pashut that you can't rent in the fields. Why? What does that mean? So maybe there's two issues with renting a field to an Akum. Number one, chada chanias karka. Number one, it's giving them a foothold in land ownership in Eretz Yisrael. This is yesterday's daf. Right? Lo sichanein. So even though again this is a rental, not a sale, still renting a field to an Akum could be a problem of giving them a foothold in Eretz Yisrael. So that's problem number one. But chada the comeback for any nicer. Furthermore, the Pashtus, if the field is rented by an Akum, the Gemara is suggesting that perhaps that takes away the kedusha of the land, and because of that, the produce will be meiser exempt. So you're removing the kedusha of the produce from the produce by renting it out to an Akum. Maybe that's the issue. And therefore, if that's the case, there should be two problems with renting a house to an Akum. Number one, chada chanias karka, you're giving them a foothold in the land. The chada the kamak gilim in the zuzah. Furthermore, if you rent a home to an Akum, ultimately again, it's no longer subject to mezuzah. So you're taking away its kedusha from mezuzah. On the Mishashin, no, mezuzah stovas hagari. It was interesting. Mezuzah is not a din on the home. Mezuzah is an obligation on the dweller, right? The haraya, the proof to that is, if I own a home, no one's living there, there's no obligation of mezuzah. So therefore, again, the obligation of mezuzah is upon me, a chovas hadar, not upon the home itself. Therefore, the act of renting out the home to an Akum does not remove the home from the din of mezuzah, because there just is no din of mezuzah on that home, as opposed to, let's say, going ahead and renting a field to an Akum, where potentially you're removing the kedusha of the land. So we'll say, so this is incredibly important. So this Gemara is highlighting this idea that the fundamental difference between renting fields and renting homes. Renting fields is going to be more problematic from the position of the Gemara. Right? Why? Because again, when you rent a field to an Akum, you're essentially doing two things. Number one, you're giving them a quasi-foothold, an Akum quasi-foothold, in quasi-land ownership in Eretz Yisrael. And number two, you are removing the kedusha of the land. Now, this idea that rental of land to an Akum removes the kedusha of the land is a big machlokas. But the Gemara is kind of going with that assumption over here. That's the double problem with renting fields. That's why if you notice in Mishnah, both according to Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yossi, you are not allowed to rent fields to an Akum in Eretz Yisrael. Right? According to both of them. But interestingly enough, their focus is about renting homes. But again, everyone's going to agree that it's interesting. We're going to throw a little bit differently, but the rental of fields is a more severe issue than the rental of a home. Amazing. So one goes right there. Well, the story must hear in Batin, and in Surya, you're allowed to go ahead and this is the position right there. In Surya, you're allowed to rent them homes. So the Gemara says, Maishna Mechira Doro. So we'll say, so, okay, but why can't you sell them a home in Surya? Mishum because we're concerned that if we allow you to sell a home to an akum in Syria, you're going to come to sell a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. So if that's the case, we should go ahead and we should say the same. You shouldn't be able to rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. No, it says, he gufa gzera, va'ano nekom v'nigzar gzera gzera. Someone says, no, because remember, technically speaking, there's nothing, like even renting a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, there's only a problem lest you come to sell them at home in Eretz Yisrael. So now we said, what are we going to do? We're going to start saying you can't go ahead and even rent a home to an akum in Syria, lest you come to rent a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael, lest you come to then sell a home to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. It's too many steps removed, and we don't make zeros like that with so many different layers. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, in Syria you are allowed to rent a home to an akum. I ignore it. The horse, he was suddenly the Syria. The car got me. One second. But we said by the Mishnah, you're not allowed to rent field to an akum. And yet we see it's still active. To which the Gemara says, no, it's different. Hasam la gzera. That's different. It's actually not gzera. Kasavar kibush yachad shmei kibush. So again, the issue is like this. Rabbi Meir holds that the conquering of double amounts conquering of Syria was actually a proper conquering, and it was next to Eretz Yisrael with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, again, you cannot rent a field to an akum in Syria in the same way that you can't rent a field to an akum in Eretz Yisrael. It's the same thing. Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. I the Gemara says, but if that's the case, Sada the Isbei Tarki goes with Rabbanon. But still Syria is different. And ultimately, again, in reality, Chazal only applied the prohibition of renting a field, but not of renting a home in Syria to an akum. So what's very interesting. So therefore, in Rabbi Meir's model, Syria essentially has Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. But in Syria, Chazal only goes there on the rental of a field. Ultimately, again, not the rental of a home. Okay, interesting. Good. The ROTHSCHILD. So the Gemara says, "Sadeh the entirety does it." Interestingly enough, so I'm sorry. The ROTHSCHILD. Sadeh the entirety does the Rabbanon. Batim the less entirety does the Rabbanon. So again, like we just said before, a field that has two issues with it. What are the two issues in a field? Number one, lo sechanim, like do not give any fault. And number two, you remove the obligation of timing. That's when Chazal was there, right? But the rental of a home, where really again there's only one potential thing, Chazal will not close it outside of Eretz Yisrael. All right, incredible. Rabbi Yossi wanted to close large and skill and batin. So Rabbi Yossi said in ROTHSCHILD. I'm sorry, Eretz Yisrael is going about this. So now again, remember, we come to the view of Rabbi Yossi. So Yossi holds in Eretz Yisrael, you're allowed to rent them homes, can't rent them fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes and rent them fields. And in ROTHSCHILD, you can do whatever you want. So says the Gemara, my time up, Sados is entirety Kazburabon. So Rabbi Meir's logic is like this. So Sados, now remember again, this is in Eretz Yisrael, right? This is in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, so Sados that have fields have two issues, right? Remember again, no sechanim and removal of obligation of tithing. Ultimately, again, you can't rent an akum in Eretz Yisrael, right? Like I'm Sados issue, but tarti gazu barabon. Batim the less good tarti lo gazu barabon. But a home, ultimately, again, where there's only one issue, namely lo sechanim, Chazal were not goes there. Interesting. Over Syria, Mokim, my time. So what's Rabbi Yossi's logic in Syria? You're allowed to sell homes, allowed to sell fields. What's the logic there? Or you actually could sell homes and rent fields. Kasavar, Kibush Yochid, Lo Shnei Kibush. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that ultimately the conquering of David of Syria did not annex Eretz Yisrael, does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. The only way to have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael is if it's a war that is sanctioned by the Sanhedrin, right? And again, Klal Yisrael participated. Around Silva, Syria was David's personal military campaign. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that does not endow it with Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. We saw that the Ispay Tarki does Rabbanan, Atin Batsku Tarki does Rabbanan. And therefore, again, in Surya, ultimately, Surya does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yossi says, when it comes to a field that has two issues, Lo Sechanim and no Meiser, Chazal goes there, but a home which only has one issue to it, Chazal will not go there. Incredible. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Yossi holds that in Chutz La'aretz, you can pretty much do whatever you want. So you must in my time, since Chutz La'aretz is so far from Eretz Yisrael, Chazal weren't goes there. They just weren't goes there on this. I'm Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel. Halach Rabbi Yossi. So the reason Mishra Halach was Rabbi Yossi. And again, so let's review. What's Rabbi Yossi's position? Rabbi Yossi says, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes to an akum, but you can't rent fields. What's the logic behind that? Fields have two issues: lo sechanim, giving them a foothold, and also you remove the produce from tithing obligations. Homes only have one issue of lo sechanim. Now remember again, renting a field to an akum, technically speaking, is not giving them a foothold. It's a zera of if we allow you to rent, you may come to sell. So therefore, Yosef. So part one, in Eretz Yisrael, you can rent homes, you cannot rent fields. In Syria, you could sell them homes, which means you can certainly rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. What's Rabbi Yossi's logic? Syria does not have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. Kibush Yaakov Moshe. Kibush, that was conquering of the land, ultimately again did not fully annex it to it. It's part of the territory of Eretz Yisrael, but it doesn't have Kedushas Eretz Yisrael. So in Syria, therefore, again, you can even sell them homes, and you can go ahead and rent them fields. Now, you can't sell them fields, you can rent them fields. Why? What are we concerned about? Because since fields have these double issue, we're a little more careful with it. So you can rent them fields in Syria, you can't sell them fields in Syria, because we're concerned that if you sell them fields in Syria, you may come to go ahead and engage in the same practices in Eretz, which would be problematic. And in Chutz La'aretz, you can do whatever you want. That's the position of Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Yehuda says, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yossi Ubilvad Shelo Yasen Shchuna. This is very interesting. So yes, Allah calls Rabbi Yossi, but what can't you do? You can't sell off land in a way that makes an akum neighborhood. A shchunat akum, right? You can't make it an akum neighborhood. So the Gemara says, okay, but kama shchuna. So how much is a shchuna? So the Gemara says, Tana in shchuna pachusa mishlosha b'nei adam. So a shchuna is three families, three people. So this is interesting. Even in situations where halacha l'maisa, you have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and allow an akum shchuna to develop. Shchuna's akum to develop. So when I have a lechush dilma also high yisrael mazbin chadol v'kuchavim va'azal heichol mazbin leil l'trei. So I say, why are we concerned about the following? Look at Rashi. The lechush dilma also high yisrael the shars leil zabunim v'chadol v'kuchavim mazbin high yochid va'azal el v'kuchavim mazbin leil l'trei. So I'm going to sell to an akum, and maybe the akum is going to subdivide the lot and sell to two more akums. And now suddenly you have a shchuna. So maybe it should be problematic to sell to an akum altogether. To which the Gemara says, I'll lifting the fakinon, I'll lifting the lifting lo mefakinon. So little again, so we actually saw this lashon before. Right, so little again for lifting either for placing a stumbling block, so you can only be concerned for what's in front of you, not for some potential yet unmaterialized circumstance. Which I will say is another way of Chazal saying you can only take into account that which you have in front of you at the moment. You can't start anticipating for every single circumstance that may or may not occur. So therefore, the halacha is I can't sell to three akums. I can't say that if I sell the lot and the akum is going to subdivide it, and now it's going to be fiak. Could that happen? Sure, it could happen. And I'm obligated to take that into account? Absolutely not. So also, if you remember again last week when we spoke about this idea, just to reinforce the tremendous Musar Haskell, I'll lifting the fakinon, I'll lifting the lifting lo mefakinon. So often in life when we want to embark upon new life initiatives, so we begin to think about all the different things that could go wrong. But what about this? What about this? I'd love to be able to try this, but maybe this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And so often life, people do this, and it results in analysis paralysis. If you analyze anything enough, all the different things that could go wrong, the only thing that makes sense is inaction. Imagine a person stands by the curb, right, ready to cross the street. you begin to think about all the different possibilities. Well, again, a car could come like this. I could trip and fall on a bus. All the different things that could come. And you know what? The only thing that's safe, the only safe thing to do, ultimately, is to stand on the curb. Just stay where you are. That's safe. That's safe. Analyze any life initiative enough, and it will lead you to analysis paralysis. If what Chazal say, we're making decisions in life. Look at what's in front of you. Don't think about every single possible thing that can occur, because again, that will paralyze you. Make good life decisions with the information you have in hand and move yourself forward. Let's go back to after Malcolm Shamalahas. Says, I remember the Mishnah said that you in a place where you have a right to go ahead and rent out a home. To an akum, you cannot rent out a home to be used as a domicile. So Gemara says, the law of Mowgli. So it's interesting. So it makes it sound like that there are places ultimately again where we do not rent homes to the akum on the base. Stomach Rabbi. And also this would go ahead and make the Stam Mishnah in accordance with the position of Rabbi Meir, because Rabbi Meir holds that in Eretz Yisrael we do not rent homes to an akum. The Rabbi Yossi, the whole Mowgli, because Rabbi Yossi we're allowed to rent anywhere. Right? Because remember again, the position of Rabbi Yossi is that even in Eretz Yisrael you're allowed to rent. So that statement seems to really be in conformity with the position of Rabbi Meir. Tanya, so let's remember again, the Mishnah said that you're not allowed to rent out a bathhouse to an akum. The concern is that since everyone knows that the owner of the bathhouse, they know that it's a Jew. So even though the akum is now renting it, if he operates it on Shabbos, it's going to look like the Jew is operating his bathhouse on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, Tanya, Rabbi Shimon Gamliel Omer, Bosiyama Chafal makes 21b, third line down. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel Omer, Lo Yiska Adam Mechatz Ma'obei Kocham, Yeshem Mikra Shmo. Person is not permitted to rent out his bathhouse to an Ovei Kochavim because the bathhouse is known by the name of the Jew. And what's going to end up happening? The Ovei Kochavim is going to end up using it on Shabbos, which makes sense. He's an akum, he's allowed to. And the problem just is, it's going to look like he's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov. Aval kusimai. What about a kusi? And most of it came out. We have had the kusim before, right? Remember again, the kusim were transplanted to Eretz Yisrael, converted, but their conversion was subject to dispute. Is it authentic or not? What about a kusi? Shari. The Gemara says, but a kusi will be permitted. The Gemara says, why? The Gemara says, about kusi mai shari. Kusi would ultimately again be permitted. Why was saying that? The assumption over here is that Kusi doesn't work on Shabbos and Yom Tov, right? Because he keeps Shabbos and Yom Tov. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to operate it illegally. But the Gemara says Kusi Imar Avdei Malacha the Cholol Shamoid, right? But again, a Kusi is going to have it open on Chalamayid, and still on Chalamayid, the person is not supposed to do Malacha. Shouldn't we be concerned about that? Why is a Kusi working on Chalamayid? Rashi says we've begun Nami Shari Laha. I'm sorry. Kusi, go back to Rashi. Kusi. Rashi did not say Kusi. Lo Avim Malacha B'Shabbos Al V'Cholo Shamoid Al V'Gil Medrash Sofim L'Chayshi. So Kusi do work on Chalamayid. So shouldn't we be concerned that he's going to keep the bathhouse open over Chalamayid? To which the Gemara says, the Cholo Shamoid Anan Nami Avdi. So the truth is, we also keep bathhouses open on Chalamayid. Because also in Chalamayid, we're allowed to do Malacha for the purpose of the Yom Tov. While having a bathhouse open that people can be on Chalamayid is a proper Yom Tov Malacha. So that's not a problem at all. So it's very interesting. So the Gemara suggests over here that halacha so you can't rent out your bathhouse to an akum. Why? Because everyone knows who the owner of the bathhouse is. Even though it's rented out to the akum, if he operates on a Shabbos and Yom Tov, people will assume that he's working for me, and therefore I'm running my business, my bathhouse on Shabbos and Yom Tov. And to rent it out to a kusi, because the kusi is not going to keep it open on Shabbos and Yom Tov. What about renting my field to an Ovei Kochavim? So where it says shari, that's permitted. Now obviously, this is talking about not in Eretz Yisrael. Right? So let's say in Chutz La'aretz, where everyone agrees you can rent out a field to an akum. I'm allowed to rent out my field to my time. But why is that? If the akum is working in the field on Shabbos and Yom Tov, shouldn't we be concerned it looks like he's working for me? which the Gemara says in my time, arisa sekavit. Because in fields, sharecropping is a very common arrangement. So when people see the uncle working in the field on Shabbos, they think he's a sharecropper. So because that, he's working for his own benefit. He's not working for me. Therefore, it's going to be permitted. It's going to be permitted. So the Gemara says, this is very interesting. Right, because the assumption is since he's a sharecropper, he's working for himself. So the Gemara says, so why do we say the same thing by bathhouse? Maybe there's like a sharecropping, like remember again, a sharecropping arrangement for this is essentially where the Akum is working on the field. He guarantees me a percentage, or either a percentage or a certain defined amount. So therefore, again, I'm guaranteed that if he works on Shabbos, doesn't work on Shabbos, doesn't make a difference to me. I'm getting my payment. So therefore, when he works on Shabbos, he's doing that for himself. So why don't we say the same arrangement can exist by the bathhouse? I say the merchatz lo avid inshi. Because we'll say that was not the type of arrangement that was commonly done by a bathhouse. Bathhouse wasn't like that. Bathhouse was a typical rental. So because of that, if the original company is operating on Shabbos and Yom Tov, it looks like he is working on that, as opposed to a field where it was common knowledge that most agricultural relationships were sharecropping arrangements. Therefore, when the Akum is working on the field, ultimately he's doing it for himself, and I am not deriving any benefits from it. Incredible. And what's right, we'll stop where we were today. Shkar for everyone, tremendous discussion for all of you. Have a wonderful day.
Just in case you gotta be pretty hardcore, So sometimes I sound like the people in Brazil and Spain are tuned in to just in KG fights, so it could be that. We can watch them now.
We'll see. Good morning. It is a tremendous discourse. Zero zone view today, although we are geographically distant. It's a great special quickly brought together virtually. A very special thank you to Richter, to Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, to Josh Adams, to all of those who have been initiated over the last couple of days. Thank you to Shiri Vincent, to Jeremy Manson for enabling me to be able to flow through even when I am geographically distant. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Kilson from Havarit Yisrael. Dedicating all the Shem and Joshua this year. And the schus of the Torah's totals for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the Weinberg Mishpacha, thanking Hashem Baruch for his niece, both revealed and hidden, the Jonathan Shai Weinberg, 14 years ago, and for Yinus Hashem continued with the Solar Stavros and Rabbi Moshe Rabbi. In the name of Hashem Pava, Havarit Yisrael, we give Nishmas, Rabbi Shalom, Ben Yosef Aryeh Ben. We got the only sponsors for today, Jacob and Judy Blumenfeld, Lily Nishmas, Jacob's grandmother, Hannah Plus, Mordecai Jean Goldman, Paul and Kat Howard, in honor of the birth of a great grandson to Harold and Elaine Schindel, to their children, Avram, to their children, Avram and Ahuva Jafi of Yishai. Thank you to all of our sponsors and our great sponsors. Thank you for helping to support Talmud Torah within our Kehillah and Eretz Hashem through our greater Daf Yomi Chava. So we'll be back with us speaking. We have incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf Chaf 20. We are picking up at the Mishnah on your test on the days 19b. So continuing in the theme of Avodah Zarah, some really incredible things for ahead of us today. It's really dramatic. The Mishnah says as follows: you can't make any type of ornaments, literally translated like jewelry. You can't make any type of ornaments or jewelry for Avodah Zarah. Examples: katlos is a choker, mizomin, tabos, nose rings, other rings. Rabbi Eliezer Omer is Rabbi Eliezer says this is only true if you're doing it of your own volition. But if you're being paid to do it, let's say you're a hired craftsman, then again, Halacha L'Maaseh says you're allowed to go ahead and do it. Obviously, as I mentioned, last week, it was like a million years ago, but last week, we have to get into a lot of the halachas, a lot of the Halacha L'Maaseh concerning how we actually deal with these contemporary issues of Avodah Zarah, which in Hashem we we'll get to in the coming weeks, coming days. So again, Tanakama says you can't go ahead and make any type of ornamental things for avodah zarah. The Rabbi says if you're getting paid for it, it's mutter. These is another interesting halacha. You are not allowed to sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. Now, we'll discuss exactly why this is. This is actually going to be the first topic in the Gemara. So literally translated, you can't sell them anything that is attached to the ground. Okay? But you can sell them something that was attached to the ground as long as it was detached. Okay? So what exactly does this mean? What's the nature of this prohibition? To be determined. Rita says, Rita says you can even sell it on the condition to sell it. To cut it down. So it sounds like my whole Rabbi is as follows. Rabbi says, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground, period. The only time you could sell them something that is attached to the ground is if it was detached. Now, of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. Rabbi Yehuda argues, Yehuda says, you could sell them something that is attached as long as it is clear that the intention is to detach it. Okay? Like I said, further, we're going to see further clarification of this in the Gemara itself. Incredible. So says the Gemara, so the Gemara is jumping here, right into this statement of that you're not allowed to sell an apple something that is mechuber. So I can't sell an apple anything that's attached to it. So says, what is that? What is that? So first of all, understand what this would mean, right? This would mean, again, a tree, vines, a house, pretty much, again, anything that is attached to the ground. So the says, what is this? Now, I just want to point out, this is a din in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. So whereas in the honeymead, from where do you know this? From Rabbi Yossi Bar Chanina, top of Kofta Amakra, Lo Sichanim. So the pasuk says, Lo Sichanim. What is Lo Sichanim? It says, like Gemara, Lo Sitain Lahem Chania B'Karko. You cannot give an apple a foothold in the land of Israel. Eretz Yisrael was given to Am Yisrael. We have one land in this entire world, one land that is only solely fully ours. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, don't give up a portion of that land to Yaakov. Don't give up a portion of that land to anyone else outside of Klal Yisrael. So again, I want to point out, we're going to see this phrase is going to be subject to some level of dispute. The pasuk in its entirety reads as follows. The beginning of Chumash Devarim. So this is talking about Klal Yisrael's conquest over the 7 nations who resided in Canaan. So you come into Canaan, you're going to do war against all of these nations. And Baruch is going to deliver them into your hands. Baruch is promising us victory. So you have to obliterate them. Now again, they can leave, but you have to obliterate them. They have to leave. Right? Do not establish with them a covenant. That's that way. So again, so the context in the commentary is you're going to conquer all of the nations who are there. Do not create treaties with them. Do not go ahead and Los Sechanim. So what does Los Sechanim mean? So again, Los Sechanim, Los Sitin Lahem Chania B'Karko. Don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore, again, referencing that condition, therefore the Mishnah says, in Eretz Yisrael, you are not allowed to sell an akum, anything that is attached to the ground. Why? Biblical prohibition, Los Sechanim. Incredible. Now, I want to point out something interesting. If you notice, in general, before Mesach Avodah Zarah, an akum pretty much refers to anyone who is not Jewish. The exception of a Toshav, who is a Noachai, right? But then in Avodah Zarah, in the beginning, we kind of constricted that focus a little bit. Avodah Zarah, an akum is literally someone who worships Avodah Zarah. Now we're globalizing a little bit more. That akum means anyone outside of Israel. Anyone outside of Israel, you can't sell them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. One second. Second line down, we'll say from on top of it, Lo Sechanim Yiboile. 1 second. That Lo Sechanim is going to teach us a different halacha. What's the different halacha? Lo Sitim Lahem Chaim. Literally again, don't give them chaim. Nachim usually means like a charm or a kindness. What does this mean? Like you say, the person has chayim. Don't give them chayim. Says Rashi, Tat Rashi, first line. Shelo yomar kama avodas kochavim zeh avik chamzeh. Don't compliment them. This is interesting. And so, lo sichanim from notion of chayim. Don't compliment the akum. Don't compliment the akum. Okay, unless you say he's, I don't know. Compliments are nice and compliments are easy, and isn't it? So again, the Ribono Shel Olam is seeking to create a certain level of distance between Am Yisrael and the nations of the world. There has to be collaboration. There has to be certain levels of partnerships, but ultimately to serve certain greater needs. But Trump also understood that there has to be division and there has to be wars. So lo sichanim, for second, which means don't compliment them. You don't need to ingratiate yourself to them. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara said, that's the case. And it should have said, my lo sichanim. Why lo sichanim? So again, if it was just about do not give them chaim, then the proper way to write that word would have been lo sichanim. Why does it say lo sichanim? Shmamina party. Two halachas. So again, actually put it out both. So lo sichanim. Number one, do not give them chania, not just parking, right? But don't give them literally again a foothold in land. Don't give them parts of the land. And number two, don't give compliments. Don't give compliments to the Yakum. Bakatni Boile, Nachim Rachmano, Rosikin Lahem Matnos Shachina. There's another interpretation. Another interpretation is don't give them free gifts. Don't give them free gifts. In other words, free gifts is something that Jews do to one another. That level of friendship, that level of responsibility, that level of love, that's reserved for one Jew to the other. When it comes to the Yaakov, do not give him free gifts. So again, here, lo sichanim is notion of chinam, free. You must think in Limakro, lo sichanim, then it should have said, lo sichanim. My lo sichanim, shma mina kulu. Why is it right in the form of lo sichanim? Lo sichanim, that form of the word, teaches me all three of these halachas. So from one phrase or from one prohibition of lo sichanim, we learn three things. Number one, working backwards. Number one, do not give free gifts to the Yakum. Number two, do not give compliments to the Yakum. Those two really are interrelated. Because all that Baruch was saying is, okay, there has to be collaboration, there has to be partnerships in certain things, but there need not be, or there should not be a close relationship. There needs to be a little bit of a distance. Lo sichanim, don't give compliments, don't give free gifts. Then there's the third halacha. The third halacha, also the same derivative, lo sichanim, lo sitem lahem chalina bekarka. Don't give them a foothold in the land. Don't give them, don't sell them as certainly don't gift them parts of Eretz Yisrael. And again, all three of these halachas learned out from the same word. Tanya Rashi writes that supports this. Lo sichanim, lo sitim lahem chania bekarka. What is lo sichanim? Don't give them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. Davar achar, lo sichanim, lo sitim lahem chen. Literally, again, don't compliment them. Another possibility, lo sichanim, lo sitim lahem matnas chinu. Don't give them a free gift. So the Gemara says, what's that? Matnas chinam gufei tonight. The truth is, this whole idea about a free gift to an akom. So this is like a free. I can mean free, unsolicited. This is a machlokes tonight. Sanya. Lo soflu kol nevela. So this is interesting halacha. So Torah says as follows: you're not allowed to eat nevela. Nevela is the animal that dies without proper shechita. What's the halacha? So lager asher v'sharecha tikna v'achala. Give it to the ger who resides in your gates. Now, generally, ger in that type of context, not generally. Ger means a ger toshav, which is again a non-Jew who has repudiated idolatry, follows the seven mitzvos b'nei Noach, and again. We have an obligation to sustain our obligation to make him part of the community. And obviously, he's not bound by the laws of kashrus. He's not Jewish. So he doesn't have the 613 mitzvahs. He just has 7 mitzvahs b'nei Noach. So the Torah says as follows: if you have an nevela, what should you do with it? Give it to the ger who resides in your gates. You can eat it. Or sell it to the Nachri, sell it to the guy, sell it to the Gentile who lives in the Nachri, who lives within your or in your surroundings. So if you look at the Torah, is very interesting. It tells us You can gift it to the ger, or you could sell it to the nachri. So the Gemara says, I only know that these are the two options at my disposal. The Gemara says, how do I know? Right? How do I know that I'm also allowed to sell it to the ger? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Titnana o machor. So the Gemara kind of shifts the comma a little bit and makes Titnana o machor one phrase. You can either gift it or you could sell it. You could sell it. So therefore, again, to the ger, you could gift it to the ger, or you could sell it to the ger. How do I know that I'm also allowed to gift it to the akum? Again, once again, we shift around the punctuation a little bit. It says, give it to him and he will eat it, or you could sell it. So essentially, again, what we're doing over here is we're using that phrase titnena omachar to be a modifier both on ger and nachri. Both on ger and nachri to teach me. First opinion says nimsa ata omer echad ger ve'echad oved kochavim beimin sim ve'mecher givenu. So we'll say this is a sheet. The mayor says, as it's supposed to tell me two things. Number one, you can't eat the Okay, number two, don't just throw it out, give it away. Give it away. So what are your options? You could gift it or you could sell it. And who can you gift it or sell it to? Either to a ger or to a nachri. All options are on the table. So you could gift it to a ger, you could sell it to a ger, you could gift it to a nachri, you could give it to a nachri. Okay? But Yehuda says no. So we'll say, so according to the mayor, it's very simple. The mayor, you're allowed to give a gift to a nachri. But Yehuda disagrees. And he says, no, not true. Not true. The pasuk is actually explicit and specific. Dafka, here are your options. You have the love, so then you can't do it. So what can I do with it? One of two options. Either give it to the ger or sell it to the akum. Those are the options at your disposal. No other options. Shaper Kamer Yehuda. 1 second. What about the fact that Rabbi Meir Darshan the pasuk so beautifully to teach me that I have both of these options by both of these people? But Rabbi Yehuda will say no. He's second. I thought he could come Rabbi Meir and Meir, if you are right, that either you have the right to gift or to sell to either the nachri or the ger. It should have said lifto rachmana tiknena va'achala umachar. The pasuk should have said, give it, he'll eat it, and sell it. Oh, lamali. Why do I need the word omachar? Why do I need the word o, or? That's teaching me that word or teaches me there are two tracks over here. There are two tracks. There's a ger track and there's a nachri track. On the ger track, you can sell to the ger. You don't have to gift it to him, but you can gift it to him. But on the nachri, there's only one option. Omachar, you can sell it. You can't gift it to the nachri. Rabbi Meir, what does Rabbi Meir do with the O? He says, Meir says ultimately again, the O is important because the O establishes precedence. Because even though again I can either gift or sell to the ger or gift or sell to the nachri, but again at the end of the day, if I'm going to sell, better to sell to the ger than to sell to the nachri. Yehuda says that's obvious. Keeping the ger atam tzulachioso, ukinani yatam tzulachioso. I'm sorry. I said it wrong. Rabbi Meir said, if there's a choice between gifting it to the ger and selling it to the nachri, gift it to the ger. Gift it to the ger. So you don't need the money, right? Gift it to the ger. And Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. Keeping the ger atam tzulachioso, ukinani yatam tzulachioso, lahakim otzar shekra. Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. I, being the Jewish community, have a responsibility towards the ger kosher. It's part of the community. I have an obligation to support it. Right, if he needs support. The nachri, I don't. So obviously, again, there's going to be precedence to giving to the ger over selling to the nachri. So let's say if we bring this all together, we have as follows. So fundamentals my focus in general on whether or not you're allowed to give. I'm not going to gift to a nachri. My focus is Meir and Rabbi Yehuda. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir holds That halacha, my son, Torah tells me I can either gift or sell to both a ger or a
Yo.
free eye. So what does the pasuk
What up, Connor?
At the end of the day, ideally, best to gift to the
How are
ger
you?
or sell to the Rabbi.
Oh, good.
Connor, how'd you find out about me?
Somebody invited me here. I wasn't sure what exactly was going on.
Okay, excellent. Did you find out about me from Kick or from Twitter or from Discord?
Just as good.
Okay, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
That's fine.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Connor and Dylan, have you?
Yes. I've seen Church Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm always online, always streaming, and my streams are archived on the internet for the world to be able to view and learn. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. If you did not know, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, Connor, Dylan, and anyone else.
You could look into surveillance capitalism. It was predicted before, and then they took the guy's prediction and made it real.
Okay. However, if you weren't aware, data is Earth's number one resource. In 2018, it overtook petroleum as the number one resource on Earth. And that may make me an influential person someday. If and when that happens, I want to make you, Dylan, Connor, anybody else, exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, I mean, I respect it. You know, I'm a different philosophical person. From a different background, different understanding, different behavior pattern. The idea of this is generational wealth. It is a promising thing. But I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, so you are a rabbi, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So you follow the practices of Judaism.
To the best of my ability, I got on to film this morning. I do my best to keep kosher. I say blessings on food. I light candles. I do everything that I can. I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I do everything that I can to stay as orthodox as possible while still streaming my life.
Okay. That's interesting. Respectfully, it's interesting. I might be the more talkative person because I'm a little bit interested about kind of what this is all about. It's a strange thing.
Absolutely, if you don't mind. Other things that I talk about are things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, particularly in Africa. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Well, obviously, those things are wonderful to anybody. Imaginable, right?
Hey, not everybody wants those things, but absolutely. I talk about other things. I'm a futurist, so topics on the future inspire me and are some of my passions. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like space, elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets.
The mob.
Just one moment. We have someone here who, John Dick, you're getting
Shalom.
muted. John Dick knows better. He needs to be quiet while I'm speaking. We talk about things like um, uh, perhaps that may be important to you, like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, things like replicators, even things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years they reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think some of this technology is just absolutely mind blowing. It's really exciting for me to be able to document. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting for the world to be able to witness. I talk about other things that may affect you all, if you want. Things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or people like you was about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. If you want, things like oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, things like testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps even uh, even uh, pardon me, ambrosia therapy, uh, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, cold shock therapy. Pardon me. There we go. Um, Really, to get you to be 120 years old. But once you get to be 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, I didn't know if any of this would come true, but it all has. My body's starting to break down. What's your next plan? And again, this is with your consent if you want. Nobody's forcing this on you, but you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, or cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be the opportunity, perhaps in the future, at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Um, well, firstly, that is a lot. That's a lot. One, to my ears.
Absolutely, I understand that.
I, I mean, I'm not quite as affiliated with the modernist idea, but it seems to me like you are a man of history based on the fact that you have this desire to document yourself, the things that you are about, the things that you desire, the things that you are.
I do my best to be.
Yes. I guess I was just, this was introduced to me, so just kind of interested to understand what, I mean, like, what do you do? Like, do you like to have conversations with people, or are you about trying to, showcase to things people that may not know or understand?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a lifelong learner, so I like to learn with people. I like education. Really, my typical day involves arising, making sure my streams are restarted, davening or praying. Uh, then I will communicate with anybody who's in here, wish them a good morning, all those kinds of things. And then I program robots. So by trade, I am a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which have allowed me some financial independence. And then from there, I get people into the server, usually through them either finding me on Discord or one of my bots pings them on Kick or on Twitter or something of that nature. And then I have great conversations with individuals. Additionally, I very much enjoy playing games with people. So we get a group of people in here every evening to play some games, and sometimes really late in the night. I have people basically in every area of the of the world, I should say. And just based on what time of the day is, they enter. So starting very late, I get people from Australia, and then we get people from Asia, and then usually I'll try to go to bed around then. Early early morning, and then we'll get people in from Europe and Africa, and then eventually United States and South America. And so, just depending on the time of day, we get visitors from all over the world.
Okay. I mean, that's interesting. I guess you kind of have like a communal sort of, I guess, thing going on here.
Most certainly, we have 2,200 people who've joined the server, and at any given time, we're watching podcasts, or well, watching or listening to podcasts. I enjoy sports as well, so major fan of football, but also basketball, baseball, hockey, and the Olympic sports. We've watched 3 different Olympics on this stream. In the past, somebody might be a diarist, someone who would write a diary, or a journalist, someone who would write in a journal. And I essentially do the same thing, but I do it with a camera. And um, throughout any of my streams, I keep a radio going 24 hours to Los Angeles news and global news, so people can literally go back to any moment of any part of my streams over the course of the last 4 years or so and find out exactly what was going on in a given day. And I think that's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's essentially a timeline or a time capsule for human society.
Okay. See, I understand. Um, well, I mean, I couldn't imagine doing what you're doing right now. To be honest with you, I feel like that'd be very stressful. Do you feel like your position? Do you feel comfortable doing?
I love it.
Constantly?
I love it. It's my passion in life. Um, Basically, I am only stressed if there's any reason why I can't get a stream going or something like that, and that's very rare. But sometimes it just involves like clearing cache or maybe restarting a device or doing an update or something like that. Those are the things that somewhat bring me some stress. Um, but I love it. It's like I'm connected to I'm connected to the world, and everyone can connect with me at any time that they're comfortable. I get people who come in here for spiritual guidance. I get people who come in here for relationship counsel. I get people who come in here who are just friends and want to tell me about their day, about what they've done. I get people who even just come in here and sleep. All they do is after a long day at work or play or whatever they're doing, they just want to connect with someone somewhere in the world, and so they just come in here and sleep. I get people who watch sports in here, who tell stories. I get stand-up comedians in here. I get poets in here. I get musicians in here.
It's like me.
Exactly. So just quite a few different people, and whatever people want to do, I'm generally open to however they want to experience the stream. I don't force anything on anybody, but if people want to talk, I'm always open to it.
Well, I've never met a rabbi, myself. Never ever met a rabbi, never communicated with a rabbi, not many Jewish people. I'm just interested, because I don't quite understand entirely, from where I come from. It's very different to think. And, I don't fully understand your faith, and I'm surprised in, I guess, the resolve that you have with this. But it's not something that I would say is bad at all. You're encapsulating, I guess, in your own form. It's kind of like, I guess, a piece of history. It can't really just be removed by itself.
Most certainly, in years past or centuries, my ancestors would have been writing something like Talmud, or perhaps putting to writing Tanakh, Torah, something along those lines. And this is essentially just my version of it for the 21st century. In no way is this, should I say, uh, prophesized by any means, nothing like that. It's just basically my archiving of history. And maybe 100 years ago, I would be writing a book. It's a lot of work to write a book, and you can't, I mean, not that I wouldn't do that as well, but you can't dictate everything that's going on as quickly as you can with video. And I think that this will be studied really from an academic level more than perhaps in addition to a religious level, but really academically, um, the study of a human body, how humans mature, how they age, aspects of a daily life like breathing patterns, eating patterns, behavior patterns, things like sleeping patterns, circadian rhythms. Really, everything about a human body it can be studied, and especially with AI, you can take just one of my links and put it into ChatGPT, and it will tell you everything that I did over a course of a given day, summarized by timestamp with timestamp summaries, which I just think is just a gift to anyone who doesn't want to sit through 12 hours or 24 hours of one of my streams. And you get a nice overview of what I've done. There's also AI that can condense that day into like 5 or 3 or 1 minute best of whatever people want to experience. There's some people who like long form content, and I certainly am the king of that. But then for those people who don't have the time for that, they can use AI to be able to basically digest my streams in any way they see fit.
Well, I guess it's kind of like a sandbox in some way. I don't know where to start. I guess philosophically speaking, I guess you seem to be much more inclined to. You seem to accept I guess, the notation of being kind of like a subject.
Most certainly,
You're,
I recognize that AI. I mean, I started this stream before AI, at least large language models were a part of our daily lives. So I started this stream during the pandemic, about 2021, so pretty close to 4 years now. And then in 2022, specifically November 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT when no one knew about it. And then when it officially launched on November 30th, 2022, I did everything I could to make people aware of it, particularly on Twitter, in Twitter Spaces. And I would answer anybody's questions that they had about the world through ChatGPT and large language models. And then eventually, the world now knows about it. And we've seen how the world has been shaped by large language models, how AI in particular has replaced positions and been able to summarize roles and all the other amazing aspects of AI. And then even getting into AI image generators and now video generators. And I basically have that story encapsulated on camera. I think that's something that the world will want to view. Basically, what was life like before AI and then after AI with all of its developments. On top of that, AI needs basically training data. And I'm the perfect essentially example for a human. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. So I have a lot of data of myself in IRL in the world, driving, going to places, just talking outside with people. But then additionally, my desktop streams, which is what you're witnessing here, um, of that are much more focused on me and what I do. And I think the combination of both will be very extremely valuable to not just humans and the story that I'm telling through the camera, but also for AI to be able to train its models.
okay, I understand. Uh, well, I guess I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay,
Okay. What is your favorite?
great question. I love fruit, but I also love pizza. So if you want to, like, as a main dish, I could eat pizza. I think. Well, actually, let me remove both of those. I love steak actually more than pizza. So I've gone extremely long periods of my time just eating steak every single meal every single day. So years of my life, and found a lot of benefit out of that. It's essentially a ketogenic diet. Um, and I never got sick of it. So I'd actually have to say steak is my favorite. But then I also love pizza and I also love fruit.
Okay. Um, what is your favorite video game?
Great question. Um, the one's probably impacted my life the most is Grand Theft Auto. Love Grand Theft Auto for its um, storyline, um, but also I think it's just a real. It has changed uh, how we view video games, and that started with the original Grand Theft Autos back in the late '90s, and then in like 2003 with Grand Theft Auto 3, and then Vice City. Vice City's probably my favorite. I love the soundtrack of it. And then, frankly, I've learned a lot from Grand Theft Auto, and I think that might seem kind of counterintuitive to some people. Some people might say, "Oh, that's just like brain rot." But um, I remember when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was launched, it caused me to watch basically every inner city film that I could find and as many documentaries as I could find to learn about the culture and things like that. And then we've had Grand Theft Auto 5 that launched almost 15 years ago. And I'm really excited for Grand Theft Auto 6. I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that it is 218 days, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 0 seconds until Grand Theft Auto 6 is launched on May 26th, 2026. And I'll be excited to be able to explore that game. So, Grand Theft Auto is a major one. Other video games that I really have liked over the years are the NCAA football series. Every year I would play those games. I really enjoyed those, particularly from like 2000 to I believe they stopped making them about 2015. Now they've started back up again. I love Madden, FIFA, any kind of sport game I enjoy, but I still have fun with the OG games of my childhood. Mario, Super Mario, 1, 2, and 3 on Nintendo Entertainment System. Love Super Nintendo's Super Mario World. I played that game quite a bit. So then really simple games like Pong. I think at a certain point Pong becomes exceptionally brilliant for its simplicity, and so I'll even play that up against somebody. Really, I'm a competitive person by nature, and any kind of game that I can play against people, I generally get a lot of joy out of it.
Um, do you like mixed martial arts?
Love it, man. In fact, I was just watching like as you came in a podcast on of an MMA former MMA fighter. I watch all the UFCs. I'm not like an expert on. Uh, sorry, I can hear my microphone isn't coming in as well as I would like, but I'm not necessarily an expert on every single guy who's fighting. Um, but I've gotten much more into it over the course of the last 3 years. So yeah, I watch all the MMAs. I generally do my best to stream them to other Discords, um, and really excited about the July 4th White House contest that's going to be coming up next year. We've got, I believe, the next UFC is going to be in November, I think. So that'll be interesting. And as it gets closer, I do my best to learn a little bit more about the fighters. But I do watch, like, there are some podcasts that I watch more for kind of it's there are communities that make fun of these guys, but I watch The Fighter and the Kid, which involves former UFC fighter Brendan Schaub. I watch Joe Rogan's MMA breakdowns and the watch-alongs that he has. Um, so I do very much enjoy mixed martial arts, even though I'm not an expert. I'm doing my best to learn more about it. How about you? Do you like MMA?
Yes, I do like MMA. In fact, I participated for a little bit on my own, but I never did anything, professional or official or anything like that. But I'm going to ask you a much more serious question, and it might be a little bit more unexpected. It's not a personal question the same way. What is your personal opinion on the current conflict in Ukraine?
Oh, great question. I want world peace. I'm an advocate for world peace. So if I were given the opportunity, I would sit both sides down at a table. I would live stream it. I'd give them a map and a crayon, and I'd say, draw the borders, and we're going to do our best to ensure that these remain the borders for the next year. We'll come back in a year, and if that's what you want to keep, that's great. If you want to make some concessions, that's great. But no more bullets at anybody, no more bombs being dropped. I would really like to see a day, one day, where nobody dies. I know that that's not necessarily a reality, but it's something for which I can hope.
Okay. I'm going to ask you an important question. Uh, since you pride yourself in the belief of peace, um, how would you feel if all of a sudden your house was a country and your neighbor was another country and attacked you and seized half of your home and drawn a line there? Would you sue for peace and allow them to take half of your home, or would you fight back for the rest of your home?
Do I have the ability to call the authorities?
Well, in this scenario, no. As
Oh,
the authorities being intertangled, it wouldn't be out of their legal ability since it is your property,
well,
not theirs.
no. Authorities can enforce judgments, so we would. I mean,
Well, of course,
ideally,
but this is a philosophical scenario.
I understand. Ideally, I would take it to court and say that this person has been on my property, and I either need some kind of cease and desist, or perhaps some kind of legal judgment that says that they can't contact me or something like that. But I also understand that I have a right to defend myself and my property, and so if they uh, basically became a threat to me and there was a clear and present danger, then I recognize that I may have to do everything I can to protect myself, but I will first ask them nicely to not take over half of my land. I will basically tell them that I will get the authorities involved and the judicial system. If all of those things fail and I'm left with no choice, well, then I may have to avoid any type of, of threat to my life. I may have to take action, but there are a lot of things that I would do before then, including well, talk to the person, ask them why they're doing what they're doing, call the authorities, seek a judgment, those kinds of things.
Okay. It's reasonable, of course. Okay. What? So you have a decent understanding of the political landscape for general perspective, right? Like just a general one. For the most part,
I do my
seem to
best
be
to.
very fair.
I generally try to avoid politics because you don't really win these discussions, but I'm open to questions that you may have or topics.
Well, I don't try to deny it. That's not the kind of person I am. I'm not gonna ask you something that's, you know, it's like basically bending the two wills, giving you a terrible question. I will ask an interesting question though. You may or may not have any information on, but you've heard maybe about the events that happened in Syria lately,
Right,
like how Assad was removed from Syria
right.
and the rebels took over.
And
How do you feel about that?
he's living in Moscow now. Is that correct?
Yeah, he is moved to Moscow. Yes.
Yeah. So how do I feel about it?
Yeah. What's your general opinion?
Um. Well, from what I know of the regime, it was quite aggressive, and many people considered it to be a dictatorship. Generally, I think that countries should be able to rule themselves the way in which they desire, and so long as they do that in a peaceful manner, I'm an advocate for that. I think that Assad's um, uh, retreating to Moscow essentially has opened up somewhat of a power vacuum in that area of the Middle East. Um, aside from that, I'm certainly no expert in Syrian politics, so that's basically those are my general thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, in fact, I have a lot of care and interest for certain countries and areas that most people don't. One of which being Syria. It's one of the longest wars. It's actually the most recorded war in human history. It was terrible. There was a lot of different people, a lot of different rebellious groups, and things like this. Of course, the political administration being the Assad family for a very long time. But it was catastrophic. But I wasn't sure if maybe you had known a little bit about that. I'm just kind of asking general questions. It's just strange. I'm a different person, so I ask different questions all the time. You seem to be answering that, so.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'll do my best to answer what questions that you have. If you ever have questions at another time, and I am not here to answer them, perhaps I'm asleep or something like that, I do have a section of this Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. So if there's a question that maybe comes to you at another time, or um, I'm just unavailable to have a discussion, you can always feel free to post your question there, and I do my best to answer those questions immediately, or at least within 24 to 48 hours. So um, I'm not saying that I'm able to answer every question in the entire world, but I'll do my best to give it the old college try, as they say.
Yeah, well, interesting. So, I was raised Christian. I was raised Christian, very religious. How do you feel as a rabbi in regards to people such as myself that were raised Christian with our set of beliefs and our opinions and our draws of history? What is your general feeling on that? How do you feel about Christian people, like generally?
Right. Well, you're the majority, at least of the United States. So while I have been a part of Jewish communities generally, I've had a lot of experience with people who are Christian. And while I don't agree with much of the theology, I can say that we do have commonalities, and I like to embrace the commonalities more than anything that's divisive amongst the two faiths. So there's an argument to be made that Christianity is a daughter faith of Judaism. There's an argument to be made that we find our essentially paternal, pardon me, similarity with Islam in Abraham, as we're all three Abrahamic religions, and Judaism and Christianity follow from Jacob and from Isaac and Jacob, and then um, Islam from uh, Ishmael. So I think there are commonalities not just with between Judaism and Christianity, but also with Islam. And I have people who are Christian neighbors. I generally feel that much of the Christian faith has been based on Judaic practices. Where I do have some disagreements are the idea of of perhaps uh, the Nazarene Jesus of Nazareth perhaps being a god or whatever is believed. I don't agree with that. I don't think you can kill God, and as I understand in the Christian tradition, Jesus of Nazareth, the Nazarene died, um, and that's basically the story of Easter and all of the resurrection and things like that. Um, so from those perspectives, I have some disagreement, um, but really from a sociological standpoint, I recognize that I live my life within a country that is either uh, a majority or a large proportion Christian or from a Christian background, and I do my best not um, to not um, cause any type of arguments in the larger part of society. I do my best to keep my faith amongst my community. We certainly, as Jews, don't proselytize. I've had Christians try to missionize me. I don't like that. That's I understand that's their desire, but really, when I'm walking to synagogue, I don't need to hear your take on religion when I'm trying to get to a certain location, or if I'm at the store. Um, I know that people would like to tell me their journey and things like that, and that's absolutely fine. I'm fine with hearing someone's journey. Just don't push your religious beliefs on me. I'm not going to push mine on you. I've heard some really beautiful stories of Christianity and Christian principles. Within basically Judaism, there's the philosophy or the idea that love your neighbor. Essentially, you can't love your neighbor as yourself, so to speak, but treat others the way that you want to be treated. And I think within Christianity, there's the idea love your neighbor as yourself, which is similar, but it's really a Jewish teaching. And I think if we can do that as a society, no matter what your background is, to treat others the way that you want to be treated, we're going to have a better relationship no matter what your faith is. So overall, I recognize that Christians are part of the American society and really a global population. And so long as we can follow the credo, treat others the way that you want to be treated, we will be able to have a nice life together.
Well, I, I am a bizarre Christian, not quite not quite on the lines of every Christian, that is for sure. I spent a long time kind of studying Christianity and many religions in general. But I have not really been able to be knowledgeable in Judaism as well, due to a lot of Christianity is directly, literally linked to Judaism.
That's correct.
So for me, I do believe in my own sort of faith, but I don't like to be connected to churches. I don't like to be connected to a church. I don't like to believe, because it is taught in Christianity that the body, that all people are the temple, essentially. That no physical object can encapsulate that which is the temple. Only that which is the soul of a person. And so for me, I don't respect churches. I don't respect physical entities that encapsulate God. I believe that is wrong. But many Christians are different. They don't believe. They go to church. They believe in the interpretations of what people have to say about certain things. But for me, I do not respect those things. I do not believe that they are true to my heart. So I've always kind of guided myself, or have been guided, and that is the way that it has been. Because I don't have trust in people. That's why. Not that much. And I worry for the modern world. I don't actually accept the same principles most of people do, such as artificial intelligence. I fear it's not necessarily artificial intelligence I have any issue with, but rather just human. slavery out of things that are mechanical objects at such a level that the actual intelligence of a person is put upon them and they are made a slave. So to me, in regards to artificial intelligence, I think that they should basically become existing beings, essentially, in a strange way. But that is my idea on that. But I don't know. I'm a strange person. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I don't want to disturb you. It seems like you're doing your own thing.
Absolutely, Connor. Well, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you. If you do have any other questions, feel free to send them my way in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And if I'm unavailable to answer them immediately, I will get to them very quickly and hopefully be able to provide you with any information that you desire. And if you have follow up questions, you can certainly put them in there as well. As I've said, I'm always live 24/7. Um, right now, I'm watching what we call Daf Yomi, which is our daily study of Talmud that we do as Orthodox Jews. So feel free to watch that if you would like. If you'd like a little taste of what some Jewish beliefs are, and just want you to know more than anything about streaming my life or even talking about the future or any of those things. I'm just here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society, and I'm just here to give people hope. So if there's anything I can ever do for you, either now or in the future, let me know. Okay, Connor?
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I hope you have a wonderful day.
You as well. Take care, my friend. Shalom.
Peace be with you.
This is absolutely not one kick someone. That is
Generally, it's shalom.
It is? Okay,
Yeah.
it is shalom.
Absolutely.
Shalom.
Shalom. Take care.
and stated in the Torah. If you have an available, you can't hear it. So what do you do with it? Here are your options. You can gift it to a Nachri, or excuse me, you can gift it to a Ger Toshab, or
Shout out to
you
Connor.
can sell it to a Nachri. But you cannot gift it to a Nachri. So also, so remember again, this focus is tied into the previous discussion. What was the previous discussion? Mos Sechanim. What does that prohibition mean? So the Gemara gave 3 opinions. Number one, do not give a free gift to another. So obviously, that interpretation worked with Rabbi Yehuda, does not work with Rabbi Meir. Which is how you know we pass in Rabbi Yehuda, Devarim Kichsavan. See if you have an Avela, your options are as follows. You can gift it to a ger. You can also sell it to a ger, or you can gift it to, or you can sell it to a nachri. But you may not gift it to a nachri. That's why we pass it again. So that's why interpretation number 3 of Los Sechanim, which we'll now state as number 1, was you can't give a free gift to a nachri. That's number 1. Los Sechanim also teaches me number 2, Los Sitem can't give unsolicited compliments to the nachri. Right? All this to create a certain level of distance between the Jew and the Nachri and the Akul. And number 3, which is again our Mishnah, Lo Sechanim Lo Sitem Chaniya B'Karka. You cannot give an Akul portions of Eretz Yisrael. We'll say as one could imagine, this whole discussion of Lo Sechanim and the greater discussion of land for peace is obviously is a topic upon which much rabbinic ink has been spilled over the years. Again, not our topic for today, but just interesting to see that Midaris HaKadosh Baruch Hu's in Mosef Amin Eretz Yisrael is for Am Yisrael. Do not give portions of it to the Akul. Okay, incredible. So that's takeaway number 1. So that's what the Mishnah said. You can't sell enough with anything that is Mechubel Karka, anything that is touched the ground. Why? Los Sechanim, 3 interpretations of Los Sechanim. In Mechud Shemei and Rabbi Yehuda, we pass in like that. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara, so I remember again, I think I was going to go through the interpretations. What I say, Los Chanim, don't give an unsolicited compliment. Don't give a compliment. So they say, the Rav. This supports Rav. What did Rav say? The Amar Rav. That a person shouldn't say how beautiful this avodah zarah is. Shouldn't compliment it. Let's say you go to a house of worship that's not God, that's idolatry, and it's beautiful. The architecture is beautiful. This is beautiful. A Jew's not supposed to compliment avodah zarah. Meisvei. So Mary is the kasha. So let's say, so again, there was a story of Shimon Gamliel who was on literally again the steps going up to Harabais. Just incredible. The Ra, and it was like this incredible Gemara. The Ra, Ovedes Kochavim Achas Noadi Yoser. So you're gonna look at Shimon Gamliel is going up the steps of Harabais. Harabais will obviously and what happens as he's coming there, he sees a beautiful woman, an avodas kochavim, an idolatress, and what happens? Beautiful woman, Amar Marabu Ma'asecha Hashem. This is wild, and he sees this beautiful woman, and he says, "Kadosh Baruch Hu, look how great your creations are. Marabu Ma'asecha Hashem. Look how beautiful your creations are." Okay, the Gemara says, good. So again, interestingly enough, the Gemara, just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a kasha ultimately again on the statement that was just made. So what was the statement that was made? You're not allowed to compliment idolatry. So the Gemara is raising this kasha, bringing this story as Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting idolatry. Now the truth is, the Gemara is going to go on a different statement about just in general. This is a woman, right? This Rabbi Shimon Gamliel is complimenting a woman who's not his wife. What about like the morality concept? So that we'll get to that. But right now, the discussion over here is the Gemara just said, "Lo sichanim, lo sitam l'chein." Do not give unsolicited compliments. When Shimon is going up the steps of Harabais, he sees this beautiful idolatress. He says, "Marabu ma'asak Kadosh Baruch Hu, look at your beautiful creations." Okay, another story. After Rabbi Akiva, Ra Eshes Turnus Rufus Harasha. Rabbi Akiva saw the wife of Turnus Rufus, who was known as the butcher of the Jews. Remember, Maseches Gittin discusses all of the blood that Turnus Rufus spilled during the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash. And what happened? Rabbi Akiva saw his wife. Rabbi Akiva saw Turnus Rufus' wife. Rak Sachak Ubacha. He spit, he laughed, and he cried. Ra Shahaisa Ba'amiti Pasrucha. Ra, see, spit, why? Because she came from a putrid drop. And I will say, now that wasn't unique to her, right? Now she was, the Gemara discusses, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. And Rabbi Akiva spit because the Gemara says, like a Kabbalah Mahalalo says in the Mishnah, that we all come from Tipa Sucha. We all come from a drop, from a putrid drop. That's how life begins. And even though she was so beautiful, she came from this quote-unquote putrid drop. So that's why he spit, representing the putrid drop. Sachak, he laughed. Why? The Asida de Megaira de Nasivla, because he saw prophetically, this is incredible, that one day the wife of Turnus Rufus was going to convert, and Rabbi Akiva and her were going to get married. They were going to get married. So the Gemara says, Vinasivla Bacha, and why did he cry? The Haishufra Bali Afra, because one day this woman who was so beautiful, this beautiful form would decompose ultimately in the dirt. So that's incredible. Now, the Rav, now we'll say, so again, so interestingly enough, so there's a lot to unpack in these stories over here, but again, how could it be, let's go back to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel was complimenting this beautiful woman who he saw again on the stairs of the Harabais. Isn't that complimenting idolatry? And isn't that awesome? To which the Gemara said, no. No, he wasn't complimenting her. Who was he complimenting? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's that? Again, he says, Marabu Ma'asecha Hashem. He sees this one as exceptionally beautiful. She's an idolatress. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You are the master creator. You create beautiful things in this world. So Gemara says, Damar Haroeh Brios Tovos. Omer Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Because again, there's halachas, it's both in Maseches Brachos. That if you see beautiful people, if you see brios tovos, and not just beautiful people, you see magnificent creations. So what's the halacha? You say, Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Blessed are you, Hashem, who has created such beautiful things in your world. Okay, so we'll say, so fine. So therefore, what comes out of it here is the halacha as espoused is still intact, meaning that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to give an unsolicited compliment to an akum, right? That's l'osichanim. I would Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, he wasn't complimenting the akum. He was complimenting the Ribbono Shel Olam. That's what was happening here. All right, incredible. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. Can we talk about these stories for just a moment? Rabbi Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Akiva. Are you allowed to look at women who aren't your wife? And that's a simple question. Right? Rabbi Shimon Gamliel was so enthralled by the video of this idolatress that he says a bracha over her. Right? Literally again, in Marabu, a pasuk, Marabu Ma'asecha Hashem. Incredible. Rabbi Akiva, wife of Turnus Rufus. Okay, so let's just hold up here just for a second. Are you allowed to look at women who are not your wife? It says the Gemara Mesing, where is the kasha? In the Shmerta Midavara, so pasuk says, you shall guard yourself from every evil thing. Shalo yistakil adam bi'ishana va'pilu pnuya. A man should, so what does it mean? I will say, literally means save yourself from getting into trouble. So how does a man save beautiful women who are not your wife? Don't do that. It's only going to lead to one thing. It's only going to have some type of negative. Here's what's clear. It's certainly not going to lead to something good, right? No one ever gazed at other women who are not his wife and said, oh, you know what, Baruch Hashem, I did that. That was just the pathway to so much ridiculous spiritual growth, right? That's never happened in the history of humanity. So whatever the negative thing is going to happen, that may vary in degrees. But clearly one thing is true, which is it's not going to lead to anything positive. So therefore, I want to just point out over here, we're going to see this theme. The lashon of the nishmarta, shamar, means to engage in anticipatory behavior. Now, where do we know this from? So remember again, when Yosef has his dreams, right? So the brothers get all upset at the dreams, and the pasuk says, "Va'aviv shamar es hadar." That Yaakov Avinu literally again shamar, he guarded the man. And Rashi Yaakov said, what does it mean shamar? Yosef umitzapa masai yavo. Yaakov even knew the dreams were going to come true. Shamar means to anticipatorily wait for something to come to fruition. So therefore, again, the Shmarta Mikol Davara means be an anticipatory type of person. Be Roa as Hanolad. All of us know the things and the influences which are going to lead us down a bad path. So be proactive. Be proactive. I will say we so often live life in defense mode. Kadosh Baruch Hu tells us, go on the offense. Go on the offense. The nishmarta mikol davar means offensively protect yourself. Be on the offense. Offensively protect yourself from the things that you know are going to lead you down the wrong path. And therefore the Gemara says, don't look at a beautiful woman who's not your wife, even if she's single. The Gemara says, if she's married, even if she's not beautiful. In other words, for a married woman, one should never look at another married woman. But even a single woman, if she's beautiful, and obviously a definition of beautiful, okay, that's a subjective definition, right? But even if she's beautiful, don't look at her. Why? I'm not doing anything. Right now you're not doing anything. But Lamaisa, is it going to lead to anything good? Is it going to lead to anything productive? Chances are it's only going to lead to something negative. Therefore, the Nishmarta Mikol Davara means live life on the spiritual offense. Don't live on the spiritual defense. Live on the offense. Yoshef Umitzapeh, anticipate what are the things that are going to get me into trouble and lead me down the wrong path, and avoid those things. Mitchilas. The Gemara says specifically about looking at other women on the base. Not only that, but don't look ultimately again at the colored clothing of a woman. Rashi says, now again, colored clothing are like more not seductive is the wrong word, but more beautiful. So a person shouldn't look at the colored clothing of a woman, because again, when he looks at those clothing, he's going to think about that woman, again, perhaps in a immoral or erotic type of fashion. Furthermore, not only that, you shouldn't even look at animals mating, right? Donkey and Donkess, whatever the female donkey is, right? The chazir and the chazira, even birds at the time that they're mating, don't look. Again, I will say, what's the pshat? You say something. What? Again, when it comes to matters of morality, I will say, we are very fragile beings. And one of the things that we are most cold towards is immorality. That's just the nature of man. We are cold towards immorality. We know this. If our answer does all it takes is the smallest trigger. And already again, my head is like in the wrong place, and my eyes are in the wrong place, and my thoughts are in the wrong place. So therefore, again, it's incredible. The positive in Shmarta, when Shmarta Mikol Davara, right? So that pasuk, Vinishmarta Mikol Davara, ultimately again is be on the offense. Now, by the way, I want to point out, I didn't mention this before. The pasuk is Kiseitze Machane Alayvecha. When the camp goes out to war against your enemy, then it's shmarta mikol davara. So obviously, that's what it's talking about heightened vigilance during war. So it's interesting. It's fun, right? That whenever the Torah says "Oyev," your enemy, it's always a reference to Yitzhak. So when the pasuk says, "Hisitzi machana alevecha," if you want to mobilize your personalistic army against the Yitzhak, what's the secret to success in the war against the Yitzhak? Then shmarta mikol davara. The secret to success in the war against the Yitzhak is not a good defense. It's a good offense. It's a good offense. It's at the end of the day, take the battle to the Yitzhak. Be on the offense. Then shmarta mikol davara. If to begin with, I just avoid getting myself in the negative situation. You're going to see that theme over and over. If I know what the triggers are. I know the things that set me off. I know the things that lead me down a wrong path. I know it. It's not like it's. I know myself. I know the things. If I look at this and if I do this, it's going to set off a whole chain reaction of events. Okay, still look. Try my best again to avoid things proactively offensively. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, don't people look at the animals mating and say, the animals mating, what is that going to do? I don't know what it's going to do, but why push yourself in that situation? So the Gemara says, even if you're filled with eyes like the angel of death, and we'll discuss that reference in just a moment. Gemara said, but it's so hard not to look. The Malach Mos are going to see as eyes everywhere to discuss what that means. Because again, I want to digress here just a second. The angel of death is covered in eyes. And listen, what's the pshat that the Malach HaMoves is covered in eyes? And I will say, perhaps the single pshat is when we're alive. So there's a lot of things that we do that we choose not to see, or we choose to ignore, or we choose to think that. And that's fine. You can go through life like that. As long as you understand that at the time that we die, at the time that we leave this world, at the end of the day, everything is seen. There's nothing that can be hidden. Everything is seen. Everything is revealed. The Malach HaMoves literally sees everything. He's covered in eyes. And again, let's say, at the end of the day, after 120, we have to give an accounting for everything. Even the things that we chose to ignore, even the things that we tried to bury, the things that we tried to hide, we still have to give an accounting for them. The Gemara says as follows: so again, at the time that a person is very ill and they're about to die, the Malach HaMoves is standing here on the head, on top of the ill person, the chavo shlufa biyado, and his sword is outstretched in his hand. And there's a little bit of poison on the edge of the sword. So this is pretty wild. Apparently, when the person is ill and about to die, so they see the Malach HaMoves. One could imagine a very startling vision. Your mouth opens, so you see the Malach HaMoves. It's incredible. This is describing death. In moments before you die, you see the Malach HaMoves. Again, it's an overwhelming sight. Therefore, again, the mouth, Kola opens up his mouth. And a little bit of poison on the edge of the Malach HaMoves falls into the mouth of the person who is ill. That's how you die. That's how you die. From the poison on the sword of the Malach HaMoves. That's what creates death. Masuyat, that's how the body decomposes. Mimena Pona Morikos, that's how the face becomes a little bit like more sunken. So it's fine. So we'll come back to Malachos just a little bit. So I'll say now full circle. Remember again, why did you get into this? How is Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting these idolaters? Right? Remember again, he's standing on the stairs of the Harabais. Isn't this incredible? Harabais. He sees this beautiful idolaters. He says, Marabu Masacha Hashem. So fine. So we said it's not complimenting idolatry because he wasn't complimenting idolatry, it's complimenting Kadosh Baruch Hu. Fine. But he was still complimenting another woman. How could he have done that? To which the Gemara answers, Karen Zavis Havi. To which the Gemara answers, it was a corner. He rounded a corner. In other words, he didn't intentionally look at her. Instead, what ended up happening over here is he was coming around one corner, she was coming around the other corner, and therefore he couldn't anticipate, and he saw her. He saw her. So again, not that it was an error, there was no way he could have avoided it. So once he saw her, he obviously saw her tremendous beauty, and he complimented her to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. Rashi says, Karen Zavis, Kishapon Yamin, all the small Mikanis, Mimabo, and Mavli, Hogan Zed, the Karen Zavis. The anal roa also mirachos below he didn't have a chance to close his eyes. So because he didn't have a chance to close his eyes, therefore Allah he saw her. But in general, one would not be able to intentionally look at another woman, even if it's for the purposes of praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. So a lot more to say on this one. Let's go back to the big thing. Now the other thing the Rashi said was, again, in this Shmarta Mikol Balara, being on the spiritual offense and not looking at things that could potentially elicit inappropriate desires or wants. The other thing is you can't look at the colored garments of a woman. So even if like they're on a clothesline, you still can't look at it. I'm not Papa. You're not your body. And Papa said that's only if you know who the clothing belongs to. In other words, you go into a store and you see clothing, okay. But you ignore this idea that clothing could elicit inappropriate thoughts is only when you know who the clothing belongs to. So the Gemara says, because the way it's written, it says, and you should not look at the colored clothing of a woman, which seems to indicate that you know who the woman is. That's what could elicit thoughts. But stam clothing is not a problem. It's not enough. So the Gemara says, furthermore, this is only with old clothing. Rabbi is saying, to me less than that. But with new clothing, in other words, it's only talking about clothing that someone's worn. Right, but let's say again a woman purchased a particular piece of clothing, but she hasn't worn it yet. There's no prohibition for another man to look at that because even though she owns it, she hasn't worn it. So therefore, looking at it will not create any illicit thoughts. You look him up because if you don't see this, so how can you ever go ahead, let's say, and give an article if a woman purchases an article of clothing, let's say she needs alteration? How can she ever bring it to the tailor if the tailor's going to look at it and have inappropriate thoughts? Well, the time makes, unless 1 second, how can so the Gemara says, now let's say again, I'm a farmer, I'm a shepherd, I have animals, and I need to help my animals mate. So the halakha is actually, the one is permitted to help his animals mate. A shepherd, a farmer is not to help his animals mate. I think say, how can you do that? Before how come it's stakel? But you're going to be looking at the mating. We just said that that's a problem. To which the Gemara says, here's the difference. If I'm the farmer and I'm helping my animals mate, that's not going to elicit any appropriate choice. Why not? Unless you I'm working. The assumption is very interesting. When a person is engaged in their work, so therefore again, the actions they have to do for their work are not going to elicit any type of immoral thoughts. So if I'm going to go ahead, if I'm the shepherd and I have to go ahead and get my flock together, I need them to mate, helping the male and the female is not going to elicit any of this because that's my work. I'm involved, my head is in my work, and therefore I know my head is in my work, I'm not, my thoughts are not going elsewhere. So to the Gemara says over here, by the craftsman also, is even if they only had one clothing before, it doesn't really matter for him, because halacha l'maisa, it is only a din ultimately in someone who's not involved in his work. The craftsman can work even on an article of clothing that a woman had worn before, because since it's his work, therefore his mind is focused on his work. So I will say it's actually quite a beautiful Gemara, that this idea of ba'avidit Torah. So the Gemara says when a person is Torah, when a person is occupied with their work, they don't have time for immoral thoughts. They're focused. And this is what a profound yesod in our spiritual growth as well. The whole avoda in life is ba'avidit Torah. Be busy. Be busy. When a person is Torah, when a person is occupied in avoda, in work, and again, my time schedule, I'm working, I know that I'm becoming accomplished. There's much less time to get yourself into trouble. We all know, when do I get into trouble in life? During unstructured periods of time. When I am torrid in avoda, when my life is constructively scheduled, we keep going back to this. When I'm occupied, and again, it doesn't mean I'm always working. A person could be on vacation, a person could be away, but even on vacation, there's a structure. This is what I'm doing, this is how I'm doing it. There's an avoda. It's purposeful. When my life is purposeful, and therefore, again, I am constantly engaged in avodas Hashem, I am torrid ba'avoda, I'm
Are you
occupied
fucking
with
serious?
growth, I'm occupied with service. My life is filled with meaning. No matter what it is that I am doing, then there's no time for the Yitzhak. It's fascinating. Like, the craftsman doesn't have time to think immoral thoughts, he's fixing a garment. The shepherd doesn't have time for immoral thoughts, he's got to grow the flock. The Yid has no time for immoral thoughts when? Ba'avidita tarit. When I am occupied with avoda, when I am occupied in purposeful, meaningful, directed living, there's no time for anything else. Incredible. Omer Rabbi says just one more piece. Omer Matter. So remember again, the Gemara said that how does a person die? Because the Malach Hamas comes, there's a little bit of poison on his sword. The person sees the Malach Hamas the moments before death, his mouth opens up, the poison falls in, and that's it, he dies. So the Gemara says, name of the Priyad Navod Shmuel. This seems to argue around the father of Shmuel. The Omer Navod Shmuel, only Malach Hamas, listen to this. The Malach Hamas says as follows. Had I not been concerned for the covet of people, I would rip open their throat like shchita. So it's a pretty dramatic thing. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, first I'm sorry, I should have read Rashi's Ba'agidet Tatarid, Liba Amalachto, his heart is focused on his malacha, the Shocheach HaHira, and you forget about inappropriate thoughts. Look at that. When your heart is ultimately, again, when your heart is on your malacha, when your heart is on your work, when you're focused on your growth, when you're focused on who and what you want to be, you forget all about here. Okay. Next round. Asher Prana de Shita, Liros Nibachotz, Kidehema, Alma Mechatich Mamashu. So again, the Malach Hamas is interesting, right? So ultimately, again, so I've worked, first of all, it's fascinating. The father Shalom is having a conversation with Malach Hamas. Malach Hamas says, if it was up to me and I took a person's life, I'd rip their throat open like Shkita. So he just doesn't split it as big as one would do with shchita. So it sounds like it's not the poison that kills, but rather again it's the splitting of the throat. To which the Gemara says, Kibehem, I'm sorry, maybe it's that tipa, that drop of poison that actually cuts the esophagus and windpipe from within. That cuts like the Rishon. Okay? And then furthermore, again, it's that drop of poison that causes the body to turn putrid. This question begins by ultimately, again, if one wants that the body should not decompose, ultimately, again, turn the body on its face. That way, again, apparently the poison gets into the body, ultimately that causes decomposition. If one wants to slow decomposition, turn the body on its face, this way the poison does not enter the totality of the body. Okay, well, so stop over for today. Everyone. Don't worry, tomorrow is a very short kind of days. Incredible, ridiculous, and overwhelming tomorrow. Tremendous tomorrow. So just to be able to learn with all of you. You should have a wonderful day. It could be the zombie apocalypse. He'll be like, he's just smiling. He always smiles. Yeah, until he's not smiling. Yeah, very clear. join with you today, although we are geographically distant. There's a great social field to be brought together virtually. A very special thank you to the Richter, to ROTHSCHILD, to Josh Ellis, to all of those who have given the shooting over the last couple of days. A thank you to Moshe Evenson, to Jerry Hansen for enabling me to be able to review even when I am geographically distant. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Shachar Yisrael, the dedicated Orishon Drashos this year. In the schus of the Solos Totals for Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz, the Weinberg Mishpachah, thanking the Mishpachah for his nisim, both revealed and hidden the Yonatan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, and for Eretz Hashem continued the Solos Totals and the revival of Moshe Yehuda here in the Lechem Pavel, of Eretz Yisrael, Le'ilu Nishmas, Shalom, Ben Yosef Aryeh. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Jacob and Judy Blumenfeld, the Le'ilu Nishmas, Jacob's grandmother, Hannah Bas, Mordechai Jean Goldman, and Colin Howick, in honor of the birth of a great grandson to Harold and Lynn Chanel, to their children Avram, to their children Avram and Aguba Jaffe of Yerushalayim. Thank you for all of our sponsors and our great source. Thank you for helping to support Talmud Torah within our Tehillah and Eretz Hashem through our greater Daf Yomi Chazal. So we'll see what God is speaking. We have an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is daf Chaf 20. We are picking up at the Mishnah on your test on the days 19b. So continuing in the theme of Avodah Zarah. So really incredible Gemara ahead of us actually today. So really dramatic Gemara. The Mishnah says as follows: you can't make any type of ornaments, literally translated as jewelry. You can't make any type of ornaments or jewelry for Avodah Zarah. Examples: katbos is a choker, mizonim, tabos, nose rings, other rings. Rabbi Omer is charbot. Rabbi says this is only true if you're doing it of your own volition. But if you're being paid to do it, let's say you're a hired craftsman, then again, Halal Chalamaysi says you're allowed to go ahead and do it. Obviously, as I mentioned, last week, it was like 1 year ago, but last week, we have to get into a lot of the halachas, a lot of the Halal Chalamaysi concerning how we actually deal with these contemporary issues of Avodah Zarah, which in Eretz Hashem we will get to in the coming weeks, coming days. So again, Tanakh says you can't go ahead and make any type of ornamental things for Avodah Zarah. The Rashi says if you're getting paid for it, it's mutter. Ein mocher la'hem l'mocher l'karka, aval mocher mishiyitzah. This is another interesting halacha. You are not allowed to sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. Now we'll discuss exactly why this is. This is actually going to be the first topic in tomorrow. So literally translated, you can't sell them anything that is attached to the ground, okay? But you can sell them something that was attached to the ground as long as it was detached. Okay, so what exactly does this mean? What's the nature of this prohibition to be determined? Rudy says, and Rudy says you can even sell it on the condition to sell it. So to cut it down. So it sounds like my whole Rabbi is as follows. Rabbi says you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. Period. The only time you could sell them something that is attached to the ground is if it was detached. Now, of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. Rabbi Yehuda argues. Yehuda says you could sell them something that is attached as long as it is clear that the intention is to detach it. Okay, like I said, further, we're going to see further clarification of this in the Gemara itself. It's incredible. It says the Gemara, so the Gemara is jumping here right into this statement of that you're not allowed to sell an apple something that is mechubar l'karka. So I can't sell an apple anything that's attached to that. So Gemara says, what is that? What is that? So first of all, understand what this would mean, right? This would mean, again, a tree, vines, a house, pretty much, again, anything that is attached to the ground. The Gemara says, what is this? And now, I just want to point out, this is a din in Eretz Yisrael. So in Eretz Yisrael, you can't sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. So the Gemara says, maybe you know this. Rabbi Yossi bar Hanino, top of Chofta Amakra, Lo Sichani. So the pasuk says, Lo Sichani. What does Lo Sichani mean? And it says, Gemara, Lo sitain lahem chania b'karka. You cannot give an akum a foothold in the land of Israel. Eretz Yisrael was given to Am Yisrael. We have one land in this entire world, one land that is only solely and fully ours. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, Chosh Baruch Hu says, Lo sichanim. Don't give up a portion of that land to the Akum. Don't give up a portion of that land to anyone else outside of Klal Yisrael. So again, I want to point out, we're going to see this pasuk, this phrase is going to be subject to some level of dispute. The pasuk in its entirety reads as follows. Beginning of Chumash Devarim. So this is talking about Klal Yisrael's conquest over the 7 nations who resided in Canaan. So you come into Canaan, you're going to do war against all of these nations. And Baruch Hu is going to deliver them into your hands. Baruch Hu is promising us victory. So acharim tacharim osam. So you have to obliterate them. Now again, I have a chance to obliterate. They can leave. But you have to obliterate them. They have to leave. Right? Lo sichlos lahebris. Do not establish with them a covenant. Velo sichanein. That's that means. So again, so the context, you're going to come into Eretz Yisrael, you're going to conquer all of the nations who are there. Do not create treaties with them. Do not go ahead and, right, and lo sichanein. So what does lo sichanein mean? So again, the Gemara says lo sichanein, lo sitain lahem chania b'karka. Don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore, again, referencing back to the Mishnah, therefore the Mishnah says, in Eretz Yisrael, you are not allowed to sell an akum, anything that is attached to the ground. Why? Biblical prohibition, lo sichanein. Incredible. Now, I want to point out something interesting. If you notice, in general, before Mesachas Zara, an akum pretty much referred to anyone who is not Jewish, with the exception of the Ger Toshav, who is a Noachide, right? But then in Avodah Zarah, in the beginning, we kind of constricted that focus a little bit. Avodah Zarah, an akum is literally someone who worships Avodah Zarah. Now we're globalizing it a little bit more. That akum means anyone outside of Am Yisrael. Anyone outside of Am Yisrael, you can't sell them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. One second. Second line down, we'll say from Anchafam and Aleph. Hai lo sichanim miboile. One second. That lo sichanim is there to teach us a different halacha. What's the different halacha? Lo sitain lahem chen. Literally, again, don't give them chen. Now, chen usually means like a charm, a kindness. What does this mean? Like you say, if a person has chen, don't give them chen. Says Rashi, first line, Shelo Yomar Kama Avodas Kochavim Zeh Avicham Zeh. Don't compliment them. It's interesting. Right, so Lo Sichanein for notion of Chaim, don't compliment the Akum. Don't compliment the Akum. Okay, unless you say these are, I don't know, the compliments are nice, the compliments are easy. And isn't it? So again, the Ribono Shel Olam is seeking to create a certain level of distance between Am Yisrael and the nations of the world. There has to be collaboration. There has to be certain levels of partnerships. But ultimately, to serve certain greater needs, it's also understood that there has to be division. And there has to be walls. So, lo sichanim, therefore, second approach means don't compliment them. You don't need to ingratiate yourself to them. So, the Gemara says, so the Gemara said, if that's the case, then it should have said lo sichunam. My lo sichanim. Why lo sichanim? So again, if it was just about do not give them chen, then the proper way to write that would have been lo sichunam. Why does it say lo sichanim? Shmamina party. 2 halachas. So you actually turn out both. So lo sichanim means number 1, do not give them chaniah. Not just parking, right? But don't give them literally again a foothold in land. Don't give them parts of the land. And number 2, don't give compliments. Don't give compliments to the Akum. But there's another interpretation. Another interpretation is don't give them free gifts. Don't give them free gifts. In other words, free gifts is something that Jews do to one another. So that level of friendship, that level of responsibility, that level of love, that's reserved for one Jew to the other. When it comes to the Akum, do not give him free gifts. So again, here, lo sichanim is lashon of chinam, free. Yours in Makro, lo sichinin. Then it should have said lo sichinin. My lo sichanim, shma mina chuhu. Why is it right in the form of lo sichanim? Because lo sichanim, that form of the word, teaches me all 3 of these halachas. So from one phrase or from one prohibition of Lo, we learn three things. Number one, working backwards. Number one, do not give free gifts to the Yakum. Number two, do not give compliments to the Yakum. Those two really are interrelated. Because all that Hakadosh Baruch Hu is saying is, okay, there has to be collaboration, there has to be partnerships in certain things, but there needs not to be, or there should not be, a close relationship. There needs to be a little bit of a distance. Lo sechanim, don't give compliments, don't give free gifts. Then there's the third halacha. The third halacha, also the same derivative, lo sechanim, lo siten lahem chaniya bekarka. Don't give them a foothold in the land. Don't give them, don't sell them as don't gift them parts of Eretz Yisrael. And again, all three of these halachas learned out from the same word. Tiny on Yachir Rice that supports this. Lo sechanim, lo shikin lahem chaniya bekarka. Don't give them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. Davar achar, lo sechanim, lo sikin lahem chen. Literally, again, don't compliment them. Another possibility, lo sechanim, lo sikin lahem matnas chinam. Don't give them a free gift. So the Gemara says, one second, matnas chinam b'feit tonight. The truth is, this whole idea about a free gift to an akom, so this is like a free, I get it from me free, unsolicited. This is a machlokas the sign up. Lo soklu kol nevela. So what's this interesting halacha? The Torah says as follows: you're not allowed to eat nevela. Nevela is an animal that dies without proper shechita. What's the halacha? So lager asher b'sharecha tikna v'achala. Give it to the ger who resides in your gates. Now, generally, ger in that type of context, ger means a ger toshav, which is again a non-Jew has repudiated idolatry, follows the son of Mizos Noah. And again, we have an obligation to sustain our obligation to be part of the community. Now, obviously, he's not bound by the laws of kashrus. It's not Jewish. So he doesn't have the 613 mitzvahs. He just has the 7 mitzvahs for Noah. So the Torah says as follows: if you have an aveda, what should you do with it? Give it to the ger who resides in your gates. You can eat it, or sell it to the nachri, sell it to the guy, sell it to the Gentile who lives within your or in your surroundings. So my sister is interested. Amy Ella Legev and Sino become Mechira. If you look at the Torah, is very interesting. It tells us you can gift it to the ger, or you can sell it to the nachri. So the Gemara says, I don't know that these are the two options at my disposal. The Gemara says, "Love it from Mechira. How do I know? Right? Any Ella Legev and Sino from Mechira. Legev and Mechira. How do I know that I'm also allowed to sell it to the ger? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Tamal Omar, Tikneno O Machor. So the Gemara kind of shifts the comma a little bit and makes Tikneno O Machor one phrase. You can either gift it or you could sell it. You can sell it. So therefore, again, to the ger, you could give it to the ger, or you could sell it to the ger. How do I know that I'm also allowed to gift it to the akum? Again, once again, we shifted on the punctuation a little bit. It says, give it to him and he will eat it, or you can sell it. So essentially, again, what we're doing over here is we're using the phrase Titnena Omachar to be a modifier both on ger and nachri. Both on ger and nachri. Teach me. First opinion says Nimsa Ata Omer Echad Ger the Echad Ovek Ochavim Beimim Sim Beimim Cher Givim. So this is Rabbi Meir's shita. Rabbi Meir says, and it says Torah telling me two things. Number one, you can't be in Okay. Number two, don't just throw it out. Give it away. Give it away. So what are your options? You can gift it or you can sell it. And who can you gift it or sell it to? Either to a ger or to a nachri. All options are the two. You can gift it to a ger, you can sell it to a ger, you can gift it to a nachri, you can give it to a nachri. Okay? But Yehuda says no. So we'll say, so according to Meir, it's very interesting. Meir, you're allowed to give a gift to a nachri. But Yehuda disagrees. He says no. Natural, not true. The pasuk is actually explicit and specific. Lager ben sina or la'oris chachim. No, dafka, here are your options. And you have a day love, so again, you can't do it. So what can I do with it? One of two options. Either give it to the ger or sell it to the akar. Those are the options at your disposal. No other options. Shaper Kamar Yehuda. 1 second. What about the fact that Rabbi Meir darshan the pasuk so beautifully to teach me that I have both of these options by both of these people? Rabbi Yehuda Amalek Rabbi Yehuda will say no. The second I thought to become Rabbi Meir, if you are right, that either you have the right to gift or to sell to either the nachri or the ger, it should have said lichto rachmana titnena va'achala umachar. The pasuk should have said, give it, he will eat it, and sell it. O lamali. Why do I need the word o machar? Why do I need the word o or? That's teaching me that word or teaches me there are two tracks over here. There are two tracks. There's a ger track and there's a nachri track. On the ger track, you can sell to the ger. You don't have to gift it to him, but you can gift it to him. But for the nachri, there's only one option. Omachar, you can sell it to him. You can't gift it to the nachri. Rabbi Meir, what does Rabbi Meir do with the O? He says, Rabbi Meir says ultimately again, no, the O is important because the O establishes precedence. Because even though again I can either gift or sell to the ger or gift or sell to the nachri, but again at the end of the day, if I'm going to sell, better to sell to the ger than to sell to the nachri. Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. Keeping the ger atam tzulachioso, or kanani yatam tzulachioso. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Rabbi Meir said, if there's a choice between gifting it to the ger and selling it to the nachri, gift it to the ger. Gift it to the ger. Assuming you don't need the money, right? Gift it to the ger. And Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. Kevan the ger atam tzulachioso, or kanani yatam tzulachioso, lahaktim lo tzarich kra. Rabbi Yehuda says that's obvious. I being the Jewish community, have a responsibility towards the Ger Tosha. It's part of the community, I have an obligation to support it, right? If he needs support. The Nachri, I don't. So obviously, again, there's going to be precedence for giving to the Ger over selling to the Nachri. So also, if we bring this all together, we have as follows. So fundamentally, my focus in general in terms of whether or not you're allowed to give, I'm not listening a gift to a Nachri. My focus is Meir and Rabbi Yehuda. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa, Torah tells me I can either gift or sell to both a ger or to a nachri. So what does the pasuk teach me? At the end of the day, ideally, best to gift to the ger over selling to the nachri. Rabbi Yehuda says absolutely not. Devarim kichsavan. The halacha is as it's stated in Torah. If you have an daily, you can't eat it. So what do you do with it? Here are your options. You can gift it to a nachri, you can gift it to a ger tosha, or you can sell it to a nachri. But you cannot gift it to a nachri. So let's say, remember again, this machlokes is tied into the previous discussion. What was the previous discussion? What does that prohibition mean? So the Gemara gave three opinions. Number one, do not give a free gift to another. So obviously, that interpretation works with Rabbi Yehuda, does not work with Rabbi Meir. Just how you know, we pass in Rabbi Yehuda, divine kichsavan. So if you have a law, the actions are as follows. You can gift it to a ger. You can also sell it to a ger, or you can gift it to, or you can sell it to a nachri. But you may not gift it to a nachri. That's why we pass in against. That's why the interpretation number 3 of ROTHSCHILD, which will now state as number 1, was you can't give a free gift to a nachri. That's number 1. ROTHSCHILD also teaches me number 2, ROTHSCHILD can't give unsolicited compliments to the nachri. Right? All this to create a certain level of distance between the Jew and the nachri and the akil. Number 3, which is again our Mishnah, you cannot give an akil portions of that to Israel. As one could imagine, this whole discussion of loss of name and the greater discussion of land for peace is obviously is a topic upon which much rabbinic ink has been spilled over the years. Again, not our topic for today, but just interesting to see that Midaris, Hakadosh Baruch Hu is loss of name, and Yisrael is for Am Yisrael. Do not give portions of it to the Yaakov. Okay, incredible. So let's say, so that's takeaway number one. So that's what the Mishnah said. You can't sell enough with anything that is with the karka, you touch the ground. Why? Los Sechanim, three interpretations of Los Sechanim. In Mahud, Semen, Rabbi Yehuda, we pass the light of Rabbi Yehuda. Incredible. Let's go back here. It says, Merkava Acher, Los Sechanim, Los Yitiyam Lechev. Los Sechanim, again, I was going to go through the interpretations. What does it say, Los Sechanim? Don't give us, listen, compliment. Los Sechanim, don't give a compliment. So they say, this supports Rav. What did Rav say? The Amar Rav. The person shouldn't say how beautiful this avodah zarah is. Shouldn't compliment it. In other words, let's say you go to a house of worship that's not God. That's idolatry. And it's beautiful. The architect is beautiful. The AC is beautiful. Okay, a Jew's not supposed to compliment avodah zarah. Mistake. So Mary is a kasha. So again, there was a story of Shimon Gamliel who was on literally again the steps going up to Harabais. Just incredible. The Ra, there was an incredible Gemara. The Ra, Ovedes Kochavim Achas Na'adi Yosef. So you know what Gemara. Shimon Gamliel was going up the steps of Harabais. And what happens? As he's coming there, he sees a beautiful woman, and all this Kochavim, an idolatress. And what happens? The beautiful woman, Amar Abu Ma'aseh. It's wild. And he sees this beautiful woman, and he says, look how great your creations are. Ma'alabu Ma'aseh. Look how beautiful your creations are. Okay, the Gemara says, good. So again, both sides. Interestingly enough, the Gemara, I just want to point out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a kasha ultimately again on the statement that was just made. It's always a statement that was made. You're not allowed to compliment idolatry. So the Gemara is raising this kasha, bringing the story as Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting idolatry. Now the truth is, the Gemara is going to go in a different segue about just in general, this is a woman, right? This Rabbi Shimon Gamliel is complimenting a woman who's not his wife. What about like the morality concept? And that we'll get to. But right now, the discussion over here is the Gemara just said, "Lo sechanim, lo sitam lechem." Do not give unspecific compliments. When we're going up the steps of Harabais, he sees this beautiful idolatress. He says, "Marabu ma'aseh Baruch Hu, look at your beautiful creations." Okay, another story. Rabbi Akiva, Ra Eishes Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus Harasha. Rabbi Akiva saw the wife of Turnus Rufus. Was known as the butcher of the Jews. Rabbi Safskin discusses all of the blood that Turnus Rufus spilled during the destruction of the second day of Flesh. And what happened? Rabbi Akiva saw his wife. Rabbi Akiva saw Turnus Rufus' wife. Rak Sachak Ubaha. He spit, he laughed, and he cried. Ra Shahaisa Ba'ani Kipa Sukma. Ra, so he spit. Why? Because she came from the future drop. And I was like, now that wasn't unique to her, right? She was, the Gemara discusses, she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. And Rabbi Akiva spit because the Gemara says, it says in the Mishnah, that we all come from we all come from a drop, from a future drop. That's how life begins. And even though she was so beautiful, she came from this quote-unquote putrid drop. So that's why he spit, representing the putrid drop. Saha, he laughed. Why? The Asida de Megaira de Nasiba, because he saw prophetically, it was incredible, that one day the wife of Turnus Rufus was going to convert, and Rabbi Akiva and her were going to get married. They were going to get married. So the Gemara says, why did he cry? Because one day this woman who was so beautiful, this beautiful form would decompose ultimately to the dirt. So that was incredible. Now, Rav Now, I will say, so again, so interestingly enough, so there's a lot to unpack in these stories over here, but again, how could it be this How could Shmuel was complimenting this beautiful woman who he saw again on the stairs of the Harabais? Isn't that complimenting idolatry? Isn't that awesome? To which the Gemara says, that's saying, no. No, he wasn't complimenting her. Who was he complimenting? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's that verse? Again, it says, Marabu Masecha Hashem. He sees this woman as exceptionally beautiful. She's an idolatrous Baruch Hu. You are the master creator. You create beautiful things in this world. So much as Damar, Haroe Brios Tovos, Omer Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Because again, his halach goes in besides brachas. And if you see beautiful people, if you see Brios Tovos, and not just beautiful people, you see magnificent creations. So what's the halacha? You say, Baruch Shekacha Bara Ba'olamo. Blessed are you, Hashem, who has created such beautiful things in your world. Okay, so we'll say Safari. So therefore, what comes out of it here is the halacha as espoused is still intact. Meaning that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to give us, let's say, a compliment to an akul, right? That's most sichani. What about Shem no? He wasn't complimenting Yaakov. He was complimenting the Baal. That's what was happening here. All right, incredible. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. Can we talk about these stories for just a moment? All this takun mishal. Are you allowed to look at women who aren't your wife? And it was a simple question. Right, the Shmuel was so enthralled by the beauty of this idolatress that like he says a bracha, right? Literally again, Marabu Masecha Hashem. Incredible. The Akiva, like the Travis Rufus, if you suffer from the people, let's keep what's this whole up here just for a second. Are you allowed to look at women who are not your wife? He says the Gemara Nesting, where is the Kasha? Finish smirking each other up. So Pasuk says, you shall guard yourself from every evil thing. Surely you stand till Adam Bishana Tahilukniya. A man should. So what does it mean? It was saying, literally means save yourself from getting into trouble. So how does a man save himself from getting into trouble? Don't look at other beautiful women who are not your wife. Don't do that. It's only going to lead to one thing. It's only going to have some type of negative. Here's what's clear. It's certainly not going to lead to something good. Right? No one ever gazed at a woman who was not his wife and said, you know what, Bob, I did that was just a package of so much ridiculous spiritual growth. Right? That's never happened in the history of humanity. So whatever the negative thing is going to happen, that may vary in degrees. But clearly one thing is true, it's not going to lead to anything positive. So therefore, the Nishmartan called the Rabbi, I want to point out over here, so I'm going to see this thing. The Lashon of the Nishmartan, Shamar, means to engage in anticipatory behavior. Where do we know this from? So remember again, when Yosef has his dreams, right? So the brothers get all upset at the dreams, and the Pasuk says, "Va'aviv Shamar es Hadar." Yaakov, literally again, Shamar, he guarded him. And actually, Yaakov says, what does it mean, Shamar? Yosef umitzapa masai yavo. Yaakov in the dreams were going to come true. Shamar means to anticipatory wait for something to come to fruition. So therefore, again, Nishmarta, Mikol Davar means be an anticipatory type of person. Be loa as Hanolad. All of us know the things and the influences which are going to lead us down a bad path. So be proactive. Be proactive. Listen, we so often live life in defense mode. Kadosh Baruch Hu tells us, go on the offense. Go on the offense. The Nishmarta Mikol Davar means offensively protect yourself. Offensively protect yourself from the things that you know are going to lead you down the wrong path. And therefore, the Gemara says, don't look at a beautiful woman who's not your wife. Even if she's single. The Gemara says, if she's married, even if she's not beautiful. In other words, for a married woman, one should never look at another married woman. But even a single woman, if she's beautiful, and obviously the definition of beautiful, okay, that's a subjective definition. Right? But even if she's beautiful, don't look at her. Why? I'm not doing anything. Right now, you're not doing anything. But Lemaisa, is it going to lead to anything good? Is it going to lead to anything productive? Chances are it's only going to lead to something negative. Therefore, again, Shmerta Mikol Davarav means live life on the spiritual offense. Don't live on the spiritual defense. Live on the offense. Yoshif Umitsape, anticipate what are the things that are going to get me into trouble and lead me down the wrong path, and avoid those things. Mitchilas. Here the Gemara says specifically about looking at other women on the days. Not only that, don't look ultimately again at the colored clothing of women. Rashi says, now again, colored clothing are like more not seductive is the wrong word, but more beautiful. So a person shouldn't look at the colored clothing of a woman, because again, when he looks at those clothing, he's going to think about that woman again, perhaps in a immoral or erotic type of fashion. Furthermore, not only that, we shouldn't even look at animals in nature, right? Donkey and I guess whatever the female donkey is, like the chazir and the chazira, even birds at the time that they're mating, don't look. Again, they will say, what's the pshat? You see, it's what? Again, when it comes to matters of morality, we are very fragile beings. And one of the things that we are most pulled towards is immorality. That's just the nature of man. We are pulled towards immorality. And the truth is, we know this. If we're honest with ourselves, all it takes is the smallest trigger. And already, again, my head is like in the wrong place, and my eyes are in the wrong place, and my thoughts are in the wrong place. So therefore, again, it's incredible. The positive in Shmarta, Mikol Davara. Right, so that pasuk, sorry, Vinishmarta Mikol Davara. Ultimately, again, is be on the offense. I want to point out, I mentioned this before. The pasuk is Kiseitse Machane Alayvecha. When the camp goes out to war against your enemy, Vinishmarta Mikol Davara. So obviously, the Torah is talking about heightened vigilance during war. Now, it's interesting, the Svarim write that whenever the Torah says, oh, your enemy, it's always a reference to Yitzhak. So when the pasuk says, if you want to mobilize your personalistic army against your Yitzhak, what's the secret to success in the war against the Yitzhak? Vinishmarta Mikol Davara. The secret to success in the war against the Yitzhak is not a good defense. It's a good offense.
What up, Zoot?
It's a good offense. It's at the end of the day, take the battle to the Yitzhak. Be on the offense.
Zoot.
In the Shmarta Mikol Davara.
How was stand-up comedy, big dog? Oh, it's tonight? All right, we'll look for it.
Yeah, why do you think I would have put it?
Did you bring it home?
Pretty sure.
Where's the last time you saw it?
Yesterday, I think. Not today.
Okay, where did you see it?
In my bedroom.
All right, well then just retrace your steps in your bedroom.
It's
What up, baby? What's good, son? Dog, are you talking or are you just jerking yourself off raw? Oh, excellent. Where was it?
It's what I should say. I don't find it.
You didn't find it?
Down.
Okay, well, that wasn't cool. Yeah, did you ask the people in your house if they've seen it?
No, the good news is though, even if I don't find it, I'm still going to get it from I still have my phone. Rabbi,
What up, baby?
what's something that you're missing? It's been looking for years.
Nothing, thankfully.
Everyone has something that they're missing.
You mean not really? You mean something that like um a note that I had on the wall?
Open up.
Just had my name on it, but I put it on my wall, and I don't know. It was just like a post-it note. It could have fallen off and gotten stuck on something.
Where do you think I would put my wallet?
Dog, did you check under your bed?
I just checked under my bed.
Okay, why don't you get a flashlight?
I have a flashlight.
Okay. Okay, so something you can do is start looking on all of the surfaces. Is it in your bed? Make your bed. Take your bed apart and see if it's in your bed.
Okay, it's not in my bed. I just came.
You just what?
Just came home.
Do you need your wallet to do stand up? Zoot, are you gonna answer me or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Zoot! Zoot!
You up?
Zoot, did you find it? Okay. What's in your wallet?
What's in my wallet?
Yeah.
My ID.
Do you need your ID to do stand up?
No.
Okay.
There's help. Or my
Could you have left it where you were last outside?
Nothing on that. I mean,
All right, why don't you look in your pants, dog? Is it in your pants? Is it in your pants?
got it.
Did you? Where was it?
Maybe I didn't take care yet. Medication.
Zoot, I thought you were against all medication.
Yeah, but I keep on losing things.
Okay. When's your next appointment with the people?
What people?
The Tourette syndrome people, dog.
They don't exist.
Zoot, I told you, if you don't make an appointment, I'm going to boot you out of the server, which means that until you get help, I'm not going to be the one. I'm not going to be the one to go through this with you. Okay? Mental. You've got mental issues. Zoot, you've got mental issues, and you need to get them addressed through therapy. If you, Zoot, I'm going to just say it to you like this: I don't like talking to you when you don't seek solutions to help you with your problems. You're annoying. I like you, but when all you do is talk about the same things and you call me stupid and you call people in here, you tell them to shut up, I can't tolerate that, man.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. Yeah.
The young generation that's stealing cars can't drive it. No, seriously, because literally even like my Hummer, the Hummer that just goes on Diesel World magazine, it runs on that too. Yeah, it's cool. It's a certain way to start it. I think they got key. I just leave it red. No one's all started. Military guys do. You're familiar with Hummers, but the young kids, they won't put. I never worry about it. It's hilarious. But also for DC, like one of the places your car's stolen is airport parking. You never drive my I always drive my shittiest car. They have to park at the airport. You don't. No one's stealing my cousins because there's no money. There's no money. What are you gonna do? You can't resell it. Yeah, so don't steal those. But on the price you try, right? But there's what you can do. And you steal it even though you can't. That's what I do. It's so funny. Airports. I always drive my shittiest car. You just sit there. They know you're gone. And the attendants at the fucking airport, they don't fucking know. It's one of those common places you get stolen. They know you're gone from your vehicle. And agents say, you got insurance problem, cares. Yeah, that's. But the headline said, you just want the headline 225. It's insane. Can we show this sir? Yeah, shit, I'm gonna have it. But I'll get that. Who's the Latin guy? I looked identical to the guy the guy from the talent job. The guy from the talent job. There's a mechanic from the talent job that hooked up with Mini Coopers. He looked like that was soccer player. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Type of talent job for tan. This is spot on. Yeah, it's like, I got you everything you asked. You have to just pop that book. That's it in the movie. I like that. I like it. I've seen the movie twice. That's the station. Yeah. Yeah. And your point. Sultan. Yeah, I do look like him. He's every bit as tall. Okay, it's the whole thing on this. Handsome bastard. Yeah, he's great. Alright, what else you got, Jim? Change it. By the way, so Daniel he also posted this. His work was soccer players, but then do you guys know what this thing is? That's what he did. But that's the gay shirt ever. It's what calls it, right? I don't know. That's gay. Maybe that's like big bad gynos who don't want to do these bad lyrics. Now, the skinny guy gyno. I bet you don't expect anything is gay, but that just seems super. That's a problem. It's either very trans. I bet you that guy had no clue when I took this picture of DC because he took his shirt and jersey up to hand to DC, and he didn't realize DC was going to post this. I bet he had no clue the comments. It says it's a heartbeat snap tracker. About the same. Yeah, but that's like that's every single American is wear though. I know that is just things you can wear. I don't need to see your midsection. That's like, dude, that brand that comes up with the heartbeat thing, dude, it was like, yeah, we need guys that are sports, bro. Yeah, I would never wear a fucking blue dude on your wrist. Wear a fucking big watch. Do anything. I'm serious. That guy had no idea though. A lot of toxic comments coming in. I'm pretty sure sports was actually a Harvard one. There's other ways you can do that other than wear this. They have just the strap, the tweet like wear that. You don't need the extra strap. You want to say yeah, but they come up there to get cool. Don't wear. My tits get cold. I have a case of cold tits. There's a poor guy. I gotta protect my shit like flying. Yeah, dude, get a Uber somewhere else, dude. Wear an Apple Watch. Don't sleep 12 hours and don't wear a fucking sports bra. Man, every single person is saying looking for sports bra. Yeah, because that's what some guy goes. I understand it's a heart monitor, but it's up with a weird design. Yeah. That company's like shit. I know. It's like, but it's what you deserve. We're the best at tracking it. But get an Apple Watch. Yeah, get all that. Just wear the heart monitor like every other fucking person. Yep. Okay, let's get a little bit more serious now. I'm excited to show. Let's get serious. Good for the show, Tim Kennedy. So, Shaw got heated with Brian Callen roasted him. Like he's looking at his but then Shaw was on him. But they brought up the cover that I gotta tell you this. Shop is all in on this truck. Because we have this channel and he doesn't drop any comment. Like once every 3 months he'll drop a video. So all of the effort being put into the car which by you get entered into the raffle anyway. And you just because he doesn't drop any content on the channel. But he made to put himself on that cover without the calendar Callan is like doing yoga. If to begin with, I just avoid getting myself in the negative situation, I'm going to see that theme over and over. If I know what the triggers are. I know the things that set me off. I know the things that lead me down the wrong path. I know it. It's not like it's. I know myself. I know the things. If I look at this and if I do this, it's going to set off a whole chain reaction of events. Okay, still look. Try my best again to avoid things proactively, offensively. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, don't take a look at the animals mating. You're going to say, oh, come on. The animals mating, what's that going to do? I don't know what it's going to do, but why put yourself in that situation? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Even if you're filled with eyes like the angel of death. And we'll discuss that reference in just a moment. Gemara says, but it's so hard not to look. The Malach are going to see his eyes everywhere. We'll discuss what that means. Because I'll see for just a second. The angel of death, I think the Malach is covered in eyes. And we'll say, perhaps, the single shot is that, when we live, when we're alive, so there's a lot of things that we do that we choose not to see, or we choose to ignore, or we choose to kind of carry. And that's fine, you can go through life like that, as long as you understand that at the time that we die, at the time that we leave this world, at the end of the day, everything is seen. There's nothing that can be hidden. Everything is seen, everything is revealed. The Malach HaMaves literally sees everything. It's covered in eyes. And you're going to listen, at the end of the day, after 120, we have to give an accounting for everything in life. Even the things that we chose to ignore, even the things that we tried to bury, the things that we tried to hide, we still have to give an accounting for them. The Gemara says as follows: so again, at the time that a person is very ill and they're about to die, the Malach HaMaves is standing there on the head, on top of the old person, the Chabo Shlufa Biyado, and his sword is outstretched in his hand. The Kipa Shamar Teluyabo, and there's a little bit of poison on the edge of the sword. Kivan Shechola Ra also. So this is pretty wild. Apparently, when the person is ill and about to die, so they see the Malach HaMaves. You can imagine a very startling vision. Their mouth opens, so they see the Malach HaMaves. It's incredible. This is describing death. In the moments before you die, you see the Malach HaMaves. Again, it's an overwhelming sight. Therefore, again, the mouth, Chola opens up his mouth. And a little bit of poison on the edges of the Malach HaMaves falls into the mouth of the person who is ill. That's how you die. That's how you die. From the poison on the sword of the Malach HaMaves. That's what creates death. That's how the body decomposes. That's how the face becomes a little bit more sunken. So it's fine. So we'll come back to Malach HaMaves just a little bit. So let's say now full circle. Remember again, why did we get into this? How is Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting this idolatrous? Right? Remember again, he's standing on the stairs of the Halabayis. Isn't this incredible? So fine. So we said it's not complimenting idolatry because he wasn't complimenting idolatry, he was complimenting Kadosh Baruch Hu. Fine. But he was still complimenting another woman. How could he have done that? To which the Gemara answers, Karen Zavis. To which the Gemara answers, it was a corner. He rounded a corner. In other words, he didn't intentionally look at her. Instead, what ended up happening over here is he was coming around one corner, she was coming around the other corner, and therefore he couldn't escape, and he saw her. He saw it. So again, not that there was no way he could have avoided it. So once he saw her, he obviously saw her tremendous beauty, and he complimented her to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. Rashi says, Karen Zavis, Yamin over small economies from Mavoi or Mavoi, Hogan Zed, the Karen Zavis, Ge'inu roa also mirachol v'lo piatzmin. So he didn't have a chance to close his eyes. So because he didn't have a chance to close his eyes, therefore halacha l'maisa, he saw her. But in general, in one would not be able to intentionally look at another woman, even if it's for the purposes of praising that praise God. Incredible, incredible. So, a lot more to say. Now, the other thing the Rabbi said was, again, in this Shmarta Michol Dalara, being on the spiritual offense and not looking at things that could potentially elicit inappropriate desires or wants. So the other thing is you can't look at the colored garments of a woman. So much even if like they're on the clothesline, you still can't look at it. Amra Papa, you will not care about it. Papa said that's only if you know who the clothing belongs to. In other words, you go into a store and you see clothing, okay, but you can't. In other words, this idea that clothing could elicit inappropriate thoughts is only when you know who the clothing belongs to. So the Gemara says, Amra Diganami Bikani below the big date Sava Isha. The Lokatani below the big Sivoni. Because in the way it's written, it says, and you should not look at the colored clothing of a woman, which seems to indicate that you know who the woman is. That's like illicit thoughts. But stam clothing is not a problem. Shnani no. So the Gemara says, furthermore, this is only with old clothing. Less than one. But with new clothing, in other words, it's only talking about clothing that someone's worn. Right, but let's say again a woman purchased a particular piece of clothing, but she hasn't worn it yet. There's no prohibition for another man to look at that because even though she owns it, she hasn't worn it. So therefore, looking at it will not create any illicit thoughts. He goes him up because if you don't see this, so you must anan monolith la'ashure efiyabi. How can you ever go ahead, let's say, and give an if a woman purchases an article of clothing, let's say she needs alterations, how can she ever bring it to the tailor if the tailor's going to look at it and have inappropriate thoughts? Well, the time in 1 second. So what's really interesting over here? The Gemara says, now let's say again, I'm a farmer, or a shepherd, I need to help my animals mate. So the halakha is actually one is permitted to help his animals mate. The shepherd, the farmer is allowed to help his animals mate. I didn't want to say Habidi before how come it's style, but you're going to be looking at the mating. You just said that that's a problem. To which the Gemara says, Ella ba'avidite tarit. Here's the difference. If I'm the farmer and I'm helping my animals mate, that's not going to elicit any inappropriate things. Why not? Because it's ba'avidite tarit. I'm working. But the assumption is that they work. So therefore, again, actions they have to do for their work are not going to work, and I have to go ahead and get my flock together. I need them to mate. Helping the male and the female is not going to elicit any negative because that's my work. I'm involved. My head is in my work, and therefore, when my head is in my work, I'm not. It's my thoughts are not going elsewhere. So to the Gemara shows over here by the craftsman also. The truth is, even if the woman hadn't worn the clothing before, it doesn't really matter for him because halacha l'maisa, it is only a din ultimately in someone who's not involved in his work. A craftsman can work even on an article of clothing that a woman had worn before because since it's his work, therefore his mind is focused on his work. So I will say it's actually quite a beautiful thing that this idea of ba'avidite tarit. So the Gemara says when a person is tarit, when a person is occupied with their work, they don't have time for immoral thoughts. The focus. It was a what a profound episode in the spiritual growth as well. The whole avoda in life is ba'avidite tarit. Be busy. Be busy. When a person is tarit, a person is occupied in avoda, in work. And again, my time is scheduled. I'm working. I know that I'm becoming accomplished. There's much less time to get yourself into trouble. We all know. When do I get into trouble in life? During unstructured periods of time. When I am tarit in avoda, when my life is constructively scheduled, to keep going back to this, when I'm occupied, and again, it doesn't mean I'm always working. A person could be on vacation, a person could be away, but even on vacation, there's a structure, there's what I'm doing, there's how I'm doing it, there's an avoda, it's purposeful. When my life is purposeful, and therefore, again, I am constantly engaged in avodas Hashem, I am tarit ba'avoda, I'm occupied with growth. I'm occupied with service. My life is filled with meaning. No matter what it is that I am doing, then halacha l'maaseh, there's no time for the Yitzhar. It's fascinating. Right? The craftsman doesn't have time to think of moral thoughts. He's fixing a garment. The shepherd doesn't have time for moral thoughts. He's got to grow the flock. The yid has no time for moral thoughts. When? Ba'avidita tarit. When I am occupied with avoda. When I am occupied in purposeful, meaningful, directed living, there's no time for anything else. Incredible. Rabbi says just one more piece. So remember again, the Gemara said that how does a person die? Because the Malach Hamas comes has a little bit of poison on his sword. The person sees the Malach Hamas the moments before death, his mouth opens up, the poison falls in, and that's if he dies. So the Gemara says, name of the Pligad Davod Shmuel. This seems to argue on the father of Shmuel. The Amar Avod Shmuel, how many Malach Hamas? Listen to this. The Malach Hamas says as follows. Had I not been concerned for the covet of people, I would rip open their throat like shchita. So it's a pretty dramatic statement. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, first I'm sorry, I should have read Rashi's Da'avidit Tarid, Liba Amalachto. His heart is focused on his malachon. The shocheach ha'iran. You forget about inappropriate thoughts. Look at that. When your heart is ultimately again when your heart is on your malacha, when your heart is on your work, when you're focused on your growth, when you're focused on who and what you want to be, you forget all about here. Okay, next Rashi, Prana de Shita, Liros Nibachotz Kidehema, Alma Mechatif Mamishu. So again, the Malach Hamas is interesting, right? So ultimately, again, first of all, it's fascinating that the father of Shalom is having a conversation with Malach Hamas. Malach Hamas says, if it was up to me when I took a person's life, I ripped their throat open like shchita. So obviously, what that sounds like over here is that the Malach Hamas does split the throat. He just doesn't split it as big as one would do with shchita. So it sounds like it's not the poison that kills, but rather again, it's the splitting of the throat. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Maybe it's that tipa, that drop of poison that actually cuts the esophagus and windpipe from within, that cuts like this. Okay? And then furthermore, again, it's that drop of poison that causes the body to turn putrid. This person will never come. Ultimately, again, one wants that the body should not decompose. Ultimately, again, turn the body on its face. That way, again, because apparently, if poison gets into the body, ultimately that causes decomposition. If one wants for decomposition, turn the body on its face. This way, the poison does not enter the I think we'll stop over for today. Shkoyach, everyone. Don't worry, tomorrow is a very short on the days. Incredible, ridiculous, tremendous Gemara. So this answer was like, so just was the only with all to be able to learn with all of you. I should have a wonderful day. I use that alligator now. That's hilarious. Yeah, the one from the 6th day. Yes. Sliding twice. That's like 6 days. That's like 6 degrees of separation. He is responsible for the Nisim, both in the Gil Nisim, the Nisim, the miracle of the Shai Weinberg 14 years ago from Jewish Terrorist from Israel, and Eretz Yisrael in the miracle of the speedy arrival of Mashiach. Amen. We also thank Daniel and Bachsheva Pava for sponsoring all the shiurim of the month in commemoration of the second anniversary of his father, the splendid Ben Yehuda Aryeh of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 descendants. The Neshama should have an aliyah of the Gan Eden, and the family should have continued nachas for all of the grandchildren. We're going to pick up on the bottom of your chest on the days with the words Amar Rasul Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Rasul Bar Nachmani says, in the name of Rabbi Yonasan, they added on the side. What do we mean by what it says? Again, analyzing the very first chapter in Tehillim, which is
Lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go in the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? So the top of the Testament Aleph, Zal, Avinu, this refers to Avraham Avinu. Why should Halach Anshe Dara Flaga? He did not follow the path of the ways of the Dara Flaga. Dara Flaga. Again, there were people who built this massive this tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Kadosh Baruch Hu. Why should Shayim Hayu? They were evil people. Never, for it says Hava Nivna Lanu Irland to build a city, and he did not get involved with such a group. Therefore, that refers to Avraham Avinu. He did not follow in the path of those who commit Averos. Again, that's also referring to Avraham Avinu. He did not live and did not spend his time with the people of Sodom. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in sin and stayed away from them. Shnemar, we have know this, but it says, the people of Sodom, Royim, B'chatayim, L'Hashem. They were bad people, and they constantly sinned before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The pasuk continues and says that and then it says Moshe Leitzim, Lo Yashem, he did not spend his time, did not dwell among those who are Leitzim. Leitzim, again, are those who are cynical, clowns, constantly making jokes out of everything. Shlo Yashav, Moshe actually pushed him. He did not settle down within the settlement of the Philistine, because, again, these people were very cynical, constantly joking about everything. Now, interestingly, Shneimar, as it goes on, the Katov Libam, Vayomer Kiru L'Shimshim Yitzachim. How do you know the Philistine were people who were constantly filled with these jokes? Why? Because the first the story, again, this is not a story that happened during the days of Avraham Avinu. This is a story that takes place later on, during the times of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody, the story which tells us in the days of Shoftim, and Shimshon was somebody who lived quite a mysterious life, but again, he was one of the Shoftim, he was a Navi, and ultimately, he lived a life which was unique to him. At the end of his life, he was captured by the Philistines, and after they blinded him, they brought him out to go ahead and entertain them with all types of jokes. You see that the Philistines were people who were filled with jokes. Now, interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avraham Avinu did live among the Philistines. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. If you look at Rashi, he quotes the Pasuk says, Kishegar beinayim, v'sid v'yagar Avram be'eretz Philistine. Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Philistines. I saw in the Marsha, in the back of the Gemara, he says that there's a very big difference between Avraham Avinu being gar in the land of the Philistines or being Vayeshev. It's interesting. It says Vayeshev Yaakov be'eretz nigurei avit. The Rishonim point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikesh Yaakov leishev v'shalva. He wanted to live a life of leishev. He wanted to be leishev. He wanted to settle. So the term Vayeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, and becomes a member of that kehillah. Vayagar is much more of a temporary dwelling. The person happens to be there. He lives there. Now, Avraham Avinu, he lived among the Philistines. However, he did not go into making jokes. Now, again, it was there.
Can you hear me, Big Dog?
I can.
What's new? How are you?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Excellent, my man. I know you were here earlier with Connor. Yeah, are you guys friends?
Yeah, we know each other.
Okay, very well. Well, what's good in your world?
Not really. I just had this debate on modern day debate. Should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? They're debating that. They have two yes positions, two no positions, people.
Okay.
Watching that.
Where are you watching that?
YouTube.
Oh, very well. All right. Do you like to watch YouTube?
I do.
Excellent. Who are your favorite YouTubers?
Look, I'm not even sure I have a favorite, but
I watch so many different videos.
All right, what kind of videos do you like aside from debates?
Like either political videos or something about life or history or debates, like I had already said. You know, music, of course, stuff about philosophy, religion, all that stuff. Theocracy, or not, sorry, theology.
Well, very well. Excellent. Do you like documentaries?
Sometimes, yeah. I occasionally will watch a documentary.
All right. Do you have what are your hobbies? What do you aside from YouTube? Do you like to golf? Do you like to run? Do you like to swim?
I like to video game. I like to go outside, walk. You know, look at the beauty around me if I can, or just enjoy walking. Occasionally I'll compose music for the piano. I talk with people on here, stuff like that.
Excellent. Well, that's great. All right. Well, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Gotcha.
Hazar had all types of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and therefore Kodesh Baruch Hu made them look the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi refers to the Litzanei Hadar in the times of Avram Avinu, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the Plishtim. The Plishtim were Litzanim all the way back from the beginning, and Avram Avinu recognized that you could sometimes live in a neighborhood, but you could stay away. You need a neighborhood, a community, a whole city, but yet you stay away from the people who are not good for you. So that's what it means. Yeah, that Rabbi Avinu, he did live among the Plishtim, but he was lo yashav. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, they made jokes out of everything, which was important. The Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim which discuss the unfortunate lifestyle. Ashrei ish, Yirei es Hashem. So this is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is a Kufi Beis. This is Ashrei ish, Yirei es Hashem. Ashrei ish, v'loy Ashrei. Usually, one says, "Hold on, why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why does it say Ashrei ish?" Now, why did we ask this earlier? The reason we didn't ask this earlier is because it said Ashrei ha-ish. So Ashrei ha-ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it was telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender for the Gemara to ask. That's why does it say Ashrei ish, like Ashrei isha? Amar Rav said, Amar Rav named Rav Ashrei Misha. In this case, ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman. Rather, it refers to a young person. What it means is that fortunate is a person who does teshuvah, who repents from his mistakes when he's younger. Why? Because when a person is younger, there's a lot more strength, a lot more of an ability to be able to evaluate, and live a different life. Once a person gets older, it gets much harder to change. Yeshua Levi says, Ashrei Mishim Nisgar Al Yitzrei Ke'ish. When the pasuk says ish over here, doesn't necessarily mean a man, it means anybody, but the term ish means like a strong person. In other words, kind of like man up and do what's right. That's what the pasuk was saying. Ashrei, maybe it's not so politically correct to say that, but ultimately the bottom line is the pasuk was using the term ish to describe the strength that's required for a person to be strong and to fight off his Yetzer Hara. Ashrei Mishim Nisgar Al Yitzrei Ke'ish. The mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od. The pasuk continues on and says, the mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od, he really wants, and he has a strong desire to be able to fulfill the mitzvahs. Amar Rabbi Lazar, the mitzvos of the load the schar mitzvos. What's this person motivated?
motivated by. He is motivated by the mitzvahs. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. This is what was taught in the Mishnah. Omer. Again, this is the famous Mishnah in Maseches Avos and Antigonus Yosefo. He said, Omer do not be like a servant who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu, who serves his master because he's expecting the wages. Ella you should be like a servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded for it. It's very interesting just to see this. You look at the specific terminology in the Gemara. It says, Eloheyu ka'avadim hamasham sarav, you should be like servants who serve their master. Shelo almanas l'kal pras. Shelo almanas means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. If you look at Rashi, the way that he writes it is almanas shelo l'kal pras. There's a nuanced difference between a person who serves their master shelo almanas l'kal pras, which means he's doing it even though he's not expecting a reward. But the way Rashi says it is almanas on condition shelo l'kal pras, he won't get a reward. In other words, it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what he says. He says, Yehei liv ka'imo, he should do it with his heart. Lomar afilu ein sofi l'kaval star, always I need as borei v'papar. So the way he explains it is like the way the words actually written in the Gemara, which is, the person says, the servant Kadosh Baruch Hu, even if I don't get a reward. In other words, I'm happy to get a reward, but I'm going to serve Kadosh Baruch Hu even if I don't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says something very interesting over here, which is important to point out. Tosfos says, Almanas l'kal pras, pirush b'toeh. In other words, don't be a person who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu only for the reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. In other words, in lo tavo she'elasa. In other words, he's going to go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah. He doesn't get what he wants. The most open to cover. Avo, he says clearly, in Eino Toeh, a person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward, but he's not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Avon Eino Toeh, Dami Lahada Damrino Parakam Bavasra, Parakam Psakim, Rosh Hashanah. The Tanya, in other words, if a person is not going to regret it, similar to the Tanya Sela Zealot tzedakah, a person is donating particular amounts of money for tzedakah, Almanas Yichya B'ni, on condition that his son should have a refuah shalema, Harei Zeh Sadik Gomel. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Well, why does he give the money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a refuah shalema. So what is that? That's the person who's used to doing a mitzvah. Alman nash l'kal pras. He wants the reward from it. Says Tosfos, he's a tzaddik gamor. Why is he a tzaddik gamor? The answer is because even if this child is not going to have a refuah shalema, he's not going to say, shoot, I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah, but again, he wanted there to be a reward. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is if the person wants a reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. I shouldn't have done that mitzvah. That's when there's a problem. So even though there's this nuanced difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get the reward. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosfos brings is not a great raya because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different because tzedakah, Kadosh Baruch Hu says, the chanuni na gam b'zeh. In other words, you can test it with tzedakah. In other words, tzedakah is one of those things which Kadosh Baruch Hu says, give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. So therefore, it's not a perfect raya, but nevertheless, we see both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that there's nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah if he doesn't get the reward. The pasuk continues and says, a person desires the Torah. Amar Rav, Ein Adam Lo Torah Elam Makom Shliva Chavetz. A person should not learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah the person enjoys learning. It's a very important rule. We hear about this all the time, that there's so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halakha. Some people like to learn Agadata. Some people like to learn chumash. Some people like to learn this Masechta, another Masechta. The person should always learn Torah from a place that they enjoy learning. The Torah is his desire, something that he likes. Again, it doesn't mean you should ignore any aspect of Torah. The person should always find himself learning something that he enjoys learning. Levi, Rav Shimon and Rabbi. Levi and Rav Shimon and Rabbi were learning together, and Yasi Kamei the Rabbi, they were sitting in front of their Rabbi. The Kapasik Sidra, they were learning Chumash, and Salik Sifra. They finished learning that particular sefer that they were learning. So again, Rashi says it was the Parshios Shal Mikra. It seems like they were learning Navi. Maybe Ksuvim. It seems like they're learning Ksuvim. In other words, they were learning from the Tanakh. They finished a particular sefer. And after they finished that sefer, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's learn Mishlei. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishlei. Shimon Rabbi said, Amar Laisulan Tehillim. Let's learn Sefer Tehillim. So they got into a little bit of an argument what they should learn next. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Kafri Levi V'Aisi Tehillim. Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. So why did it happen? Rashi explains, there's the order of Tanakh. Tehillim comes first. And he has another reason about Chachmas. But the bottom line is he was able to overpower him and say that we're going to learn Tehillim before we learn Mishlei. The other explanation is Asher Isha Yerasa Kademis Chachmasa. A lot of Yira comes from Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. Mishlei is a lot of Chachma, but ultimately, of course, it's part of Tanakh, and of course, we should learn it. But he felt that Tehillim should come first. So he brought the Tehillim. Now, they sat down in front of the Rabbi, started learning Tehillim, and Kimatu Hacha, they got to this pasuk of Yimitar Seshem Chesed. So, in other words, the second pasuk of Tehillim. In other words, he overpowered him, he started learning it, Ashve Ish, Shahalak, Halak, but Ashve Ish, Shahalak, That's what they got up to. So they learned this Amud of Gemara. And what happened? Parish Rabbi, the Amar Eina the Loma Torah, a person should always learn Torah from a place that they desire. Right then, Amar Levi slams his hand down on the table. He said, Rabbi, Asat Lanu Rishos Lamod, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the shir. I did not want to learn Tehillim this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei, and therefore I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei shir. Have a nice day. Amar Avadimi, Barchama, Kol Osek Torah, and who learns Torah Kodesh Baruch Hu, also Lachapatzav, Hashem is going to do his desire. Never, for it says, when a person has Hashem Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. Something interesting. Up until now, we said, Mi Makom Shliva Chafetz. What does that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here it's been Makom Shliva Chafetz. This, says the Maharsha, means from a Rebbe that a person enjoys learning from. A person has to choose a Rebbe that they're able to connect to, a Rebbe they're able to learn from, a Rebbe they're able to understand. All Rebbeim are great, but not every Rebbe and every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes a person has to find the proper Rebbe that they're able to connect to. So therefore, the Olam Yilmad Adam, the person should learn in a place that he desires. Therefore, it says in the pasuk, so again, in the same pasuk, the learning person should find a place to learn where they feel comfortable and able to connect with their Rebbe. Lama Rabba, Tila Nikras Al Shemosh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Initially, who does the Torah belong to? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. L'basov Nikras Al Shemo, the Torah will be that person's own. Shenemar, where it says in the pasuk, the Torah's Hashem Kefzo. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says with the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yega Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So it switches from being Kadosh Baruch Hu's Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, the Olam Yimud Olam Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil in it. Shenemar, for it says in the pasuk, the Torah Hashem, the Hadar, the Torah Yega, first is Torah Hashem, afterwards Torah Yega. So just to understand what this means, there are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, and they have 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. The Gemara says that's not the way to learn. Well, first what you have to do is you have to learn information. Gather, understand what it's telling you. You learn the Mishnah, understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you've learned, go back and ask your questions. Because you know what, if you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might just be in the next line. My father, I remember learning with him as a young kid, he used to always tell me in Yiddish, he would say, you have to get a great sight of the sugya before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. If you still have questions at that point in time, ask those questions. But you ask 100 questions just when you start writing, start learning it, you might just spend all your time with a lot of nonsense. You might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you should start toiling in it. That will be the best recipe for success. We're going to see it's possible that there's a line in Gemara later on that disagrees with this, but it seems like over here a person should first amass a lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil in it. My Rabbi, Yitzchak Berkowitz, used to always tell us, I'm sure he still tells us something, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the sugya is talking about. There are some people who they like to give iyun shiur, like to learn pilpul, and it's beautiful. Learning pilpul, learning iyun is necessary. You have to be a lamdim to be able to understand the depth of what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish a sugya, if you just gave an hour-long kabura, and a person asks you what one of the shittas in the Mishnah are, and you forgot that, you don't have all the basics down pat, your kabura, your iyun is very nice, it's beautiful, but it's missing the basics. This is what Gemara is saying. First, first learn, what does the Torah say? What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rabbi used to say, when I was in 11th grade, first get the what, and then get the why. If you ask the why before you know the what, so then your why is not relevant. So again, this is what Gemara is saying. Torah, a person should learn Torah. Afterwards, you should toil. Shnemar, for it says, the Torah Hashem, the Hadar B'Torah Yega. Olam Ligris Inish, a person should learn. The Mishkach. Even though I'll forget, so many people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rabbi say? Do it. Learn anyway. This is another even larger kiddush. Some people say, I have no idea what's going on over here. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point in coming? It says Rava, person the olam ligris, yafagav the mishkach, even though you might forget it. Yafagav the yodamak amar doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember, for it says, garsa nafshi l'sava. In other words, garsa means kind of breaks himself for his desire. Here, garsa nafshi l'sava. Garsa, so Rashi explains, garsa comes from the term gera, which ultimately means to break things into small pieces. Garsuk says, looks at talking. In other words, if you have grain, the best possible use of grain is to grind it into a flour, and you can bake bread. So some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. So what do? They break it into a few pieces, they turn it into a bowl of porridge. I don't know, turn to a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can make into a bread, but even if you can't get to the beautiful final product of understanding Torah with all of its steps, still go ahead, break it into a few pieces, go as far as you can. We'll see. The Gemara continues to explain that a person should not stop at that. A person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here just like kind of reading through a page of Gemara and not know what I'm talking about. There are processes a person has to go through to try to get himself to understand it. And ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's how you get to the place of understanding it. If you never start, you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start, and you remain not Moritz. Rabbi asks a contradiction. Siv al gape. So this pasuk says, Shalcha narosel tikra al gapi maromi karas. It's referring to the Torah because the person is going to sit al gapi. What is al gapi? On wings. So wings is kind of flapping. It's not a very comfortable chair, kind of going from one place to the next. Uksiv al kisei, the person sitting on a chair. So the person learns Torah. Is he on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next? Or is he sitting on a kisei in a chair, which is much more stable? What does the Gemara say? But when a person first starts learning, it's al gape. It's much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable with learning because it's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable. And with self al kisei, ultimately at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Ksiv. Again, it says Barosh Meromim. Initially, the Torah seems like it's Barosh Meromim. It's up in the sky. Ksiv Ali Derech. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your path. So what is it? You have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What the Gemara answers, the Tchila, initially it could feel like Barosh Meromim, the Torah is up in the sky. But once a person actually starts and ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Dara ends up being right there on the path. So again, what does it teach us? It teaches us that everything could feel very far away. But once you reach out to achieve it, you'll see that it's much closer than you initially thought. And after you actually start learning, you'll find out that it's right here. Karol Ilecha Hadavar Me'od. It's not just right here. Ula Rami. Ula asked the following stira. It says in the pasuk, "Shesei mayim miborei," drink water from your sister, from a pit. One place that describes the Torah as being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now what happens if you have water in a pit? You go in, you drink it, eventually it's going to get used up. And another place it describes the Torah as flowing from a well. A well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something which ultimately gets used up when you draw from it, or is it constantly going to be there? The Tefillah should say, initially, it feels like you're drinking from your bar. In other words, you feel like you have limited resources. You feel like you can use it all. So, the person ends up learning. Ultimately, at the end, what's going to happen is those live. You talk a racha. First is going to be drawing from an ever-flowing amount of water again. Water referring to the Torah over here. The Torah is going to be multiplied and multiplied to the point where he recognizes just the infinite amount of Torah that he has. Amar Rav. What does the pasuk do? So it says, "Hon mehevel yimat." Person who has hon, a lot of wealth, from hevel, from nothing, yimat, ultimately will become nothing. So again, interesting pasuk. Hon mehevel yimat. The kovetz hayad yerbes. This is the pasuk in, I think it's in Mishlei, right? Yes, in Mishlei. Person will have only hevel yimat. The person has a lot of nothing, will end up with nothing. The kovetz hayad, the person who gathers slowly, then yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs it a little bit, he'll have a lot. The Gemara explains, in also Adam Torasa Chavilos Mismayek, the person who's going to just bundle together tons and tons and tons of Torah, what's going to happen is he's not going to have anything. Why? Because if you just overload the circuit with tons and tons of information, you're not going to retain any of it. In Kovetz Al Yad, you learn a little bit, slowly, Yerba, ultimately he'll have a lot. Amar Rabba says, Yadi Rabbana Lahamilsa. Chachamim know about this. They know not to learn too much too quick. The Aviyallah. Their desire for learning Torah is so strong, they just want to consume as much of it as possible. I ultimately followed this advice. I learned slowly, I reviewed what I learned, and ultimately it stayed within my hands. So again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warns us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why, Baruch Hashem, we have the Chazara Kapura here before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new Daf, then you're just going to go more and more it's hard to retain it. If you join the Chazara Kapura, then you learn it one day, but this is something that you're able to retain and ends up staying with you. Amar Rav Shizbi, Shmei Javos ben Azariah. What does the pasuk mean when it says Lo Yachrok Ramiyah Seizem? Yachrok literally means to roast or to cook or to burn. A Ramiyah is a swindler. Again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. And Lo Yichya Lo Ya'arech Yamim Tzayid Harama. In other words, what he means to say is if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. Again, the pasuk is bringing out this point. And Rashi points out that the word lo yachroch, it puts together, it's kind of like a compound of the word lo yichya. You see the first word lo yichya is the yurchas, and the second word lo ya'arech, it's yachrech. It's yichya and yarech together. So lo yachroch means ultimately will not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Shesha said the same thing. He just read it differently. He said, the way he read it was this Tzayid Harama, he's ultimately going to roast. In other words, he explains Kiyasar Dimi, Amar Rabbi explained what they both meant was Mashal Adam Shetzad Sipar. This is a parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and then you break its wings or clip its wings, so then what happens is Kulumis Gaimos. He catches one, he clips the wings, so now it stays here. Then he catches another one, he clips its wing, and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, you catch one bird, the first one flies away. So the same thing is true with regard to Torah. The person just learns so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting it, it's not going to stay with him, similar to a person who's be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. Like a tree that's willing to uproot itself and go from one place to the next. Not like a tree. Someone who only has one Rabbi, Eino Roa Siman Bracha Liola. He's not going to see Siman Bracha. Why? You have to have some element of diversity when it comes to your Rebbeim. Throughout your life, you have to meet different Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else that they're able to give to a Talmud. You can't get everything from only one Rebbe. That's why Baruch Hashem now, with the proliferation of Torah, a person has the ability to be able to attend one shir in the morning, hear another shir in the afternoon, and in addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to be able to pull Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important for a person to have multiple different Rebbeim. Of course, Mishnah says the Seilach Harav, you have a Rav, that person becomes your Rav, that person becomes Gemara Hara, that person becomes Gemara Derech. You go to that person consistently, be able to develop Torah from various different Rebbeim. Every single Rebbe has something else that they have to offer. A person cannot limit themselves to only one Rebbe. Amar lo Rav Chisda Rabbana. Rav Chisda told his Talmidim, I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. And you go somewhere else. But he ultimately said it to them anyway. If you only learn Torah from one Rabbi, you're not going to learn, you're not going to have a Siman Bracha through her whole life. Then what happened? Everyone got up, but also Kamei the Rava, he went to learn by the other Rava across the street. He went to Rava. All right, a Rebbe has to be honest. He has to tell Talmidim, I enjoy the fact that you come to my shiur. Continue coming to my shiur. Don't stop coming to my shiur. But be in between this shiur and the next one, go to this medrash across the street. The Rav here has something to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hani Mili Svara. He said to him, this is only with regard to Svara. Avol Gemara Mirav Echad Adif. When it comes to Gemara, you have to learn from one Rav. What he's saying is when it comes to a person's Svara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes, because Baruch Hu gave Ayin Parim Torah so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, so we don't really have that problem because it's all written down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Marav Echad Adif, that one Rebbe, Yechi Top of Yutasam and Beis, the lift the list, you can't have where you have different actual texts. And that's going to be too confusing. You have to get your Masorah from one Rebbe. Yitap Yutasam and Beis. Al Pal Yimayim, the pasuk continues. Amrav Tanchim Barachani Loi. Loilam Yishalish Adam Shenosav. Person should divide his years. Shlish b'mikra, a third of his life he should be learning Chumash. Shlish b'mishnah, a third of his life he should be learning Mishnah. And shlish b'talmud, a third of his life he should be learning Gemara. Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. He takes all those years and divides it into three. Miyada inish kama chaye. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? Gemara says, just refers to the day. In other words, the Gemara says every person wants optimistically believes they'll live to 120. So you take 120, divide it into three, so you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens if this person in that Zocha lived to 120? He's going to find that if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost out all those years in Gemara. So the Gemara says, no, that means biyomi. So there's machlokes between Rashi and tells us what this means. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says biyomi, Beis Yomim Mikra, so yes, Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Beis Yomim Mishnah, so that Tuesday and Wednesday he'll learn Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Friday he's going to learn Gemara. And I guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, he reviewed everything he learned throughout the whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. If you look at Tosfos, he says the Kach Nira Liyomi B'chol Yom, every single day. The Lakach Tiknu, important to note this. Sukkei HaTamid, in davening, every single morning, we have Sukkei HaTamid, you have the Sukkim of the Tamid, Mishnas Ezel Makoman, you have the Mishnayos of Ezel Makoman, Ubrais Rabbi Shmuel, you have the Brais from Gemara Rabbi Shmuel. So the person just davens and follows through the Siddur, then he learns Mikra, he learns Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says something very important. We learn Gemara every single day. We come to Daf Yomi every single day. What happens? It's good enough for us. Why keep we follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud? Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkim throughout the Hillim, in Mishlei, we learned Mishnayos. We're learning Gemara. So just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what Gemara means. Every single day a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues. Gemara continues that Shapir Yitam B'ito, his fruits will give in their time. Amrava, Impir Yitam B'ito Valeo, the person is going to be Kovei, eating the Torah, he learns Torah every single day. Valeo, reap the benefits. Valeo lo Yibal, and the branches of the leaves will not wither. If Lav, the person does not learn Torah all the time, not Kovei, eating the Torah, then Alalomed, the Alam Alamed Aleim Kasav Amru, on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the pasuk says, this Torah is not going to ultimately be in the sky, it's like motes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately falls apart. Amar Rabbi Amma, Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav. What does the pasuk mean? It says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this is referring to Zona, but ultimately what that refers to in this context is that Talmud Shlomigia Lahara. This refers to a Talmud who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where he should be passing Shilos. Umara, he doesn't know Nonetheless, the pasuk continues and says that soon kol harugea, the strong ones are those who were killed. Talmud shegiel hara. This refers to a Talmud that reached the point of hara. The eno mare does not pass it. But kama, when is that? Ad mem shnin, when a person reaches 40 years old. And Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because if you have a Talmud who's low giel hara, he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be passed in the shadow. He passes in the shadow nonetheless. Then there are going to be a lot of victims of his erroneous psak. Similarly, if a person is supposed to be paskening and he does not pasken, there will be victims of the fact that he didn't offer his Torah. I want to spend some time going through this in every time. Beginning of Igros Moshe, it's funny in hindsight that Moshe has to justify why he's writing his treatise. You know Moshe as the biggest posek in the United States of America. He was the posek hadar of the United States of America. It's important if you have some time to read the Hakdama, the introduction to the Sefer Igros Moshe. He explains why he feels it's okay for him to paskin shaylos. But again, this is the attitude the person has to have when a person answers shaylos, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who paskin shaylos prematurely, will be victims of your erroneous psak. But similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of psak. Now, the Gemara says the Harava, he wasn't 40 years old and he passed in childless. Why? How do we know that he wasn't 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the Gemara says B'Shavin, in his time he was equal to everybody in the community, and therefore it was incumbent upon him to actually offer psak because he was ultimately greater than him. And the leaves of the branches will not wither. Amar Rav Acha bar Ada Amar Rav Amar Rav Acha bar Abba Amar Rav Nuna Amar Rav Shafilu Sichas Kulos Tamil Chachamim. Even the chatter of Tamil Chachamim, Tzricha Talmud, you have to spend time understanding it. Shenemar, for it says Valeu Leiba, and the branches will not wither. Pasha Yasi Asliach, ultimately the person is successful. Everything that they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of Talmud Chacham is Dvarim B'Telem. Anything that Talmud Chacham says is something you should ultimately learn from. Amar Yeshua Levi, Davar Zaykasi B'Torah V'Shanim B'Revim V'Shulos B'Ksuvim. The fact that a person will be successful if they learn a lot of Torah is written in the Torah, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, the prophets, and it is repeated a third time in the writings of the Ksuvim. What does it say? Person learns the Torah, to ultimately be successful in his business. Where's Matzlichim like? Where is that Kasav of Torah? Where's it written in the Torah? Laman Taskilu is called Asher Tasu. Taskilu means to be smart, but ultimately be successful in all that you do. Shanam the Nevi'im, Shipin the Nevi'im, but Siv, Lo Yomash, Sefer Torah Zem Picha. The Torah should not be removed from your mouth. But Gisa Bo Yom Balayli should toil in it day and night. Man Tishma Lasus B'Chal Akasav Bo. This you watch and do everything that's written in it. Ki Az Patzliach. Ultimately, if you do that, you follow the script, then you do Matzliach to be successful in all that you do. But Paskil, and again, you'll be smart and successful. Mashulish B'Ksubim, it's repeated a third time, the Ksubim, the Siv, where it says, in Tehillim, we just read this, Ki Imitar, Sasham Ketso, Sarasa Yegiyam B'Lala, B'Laila, B'Hayak, Shaso Al Pal Gimayim, Asher Pir Yitim B'Ito, and he'll be like a tree which is uprooted, and by the streams of water, Asher Pirio Yitzam Itim Ito, the fruits will give at the right time. The evil of the branches will not wither. Chol Asher Yasa Yatzliach. First will be Yatzliach. What they do. So what's the recipe for success? Limud HaTorah. Machers Rabbi Alex tomorrow. Used to make this scenario. Man boy chayi, who wants to live, wants to be healthy. Everyone would go run up to him with Gabe, running up to him and say, "Yes, I want to live." Amri, he would say, "Havlon Kaya." They would say to him, "Give us life." Amr Louis would say to them, "Mi Yishachat." It's time. The pasuk tells us who is the one who loves life. person refrains from speaking negatively. Don't speak lashon hara, and you'll merit good life. Stormei Rava say tov, turn away from that and do good. Shema Yomar Adam, person might say, I did not speak lashon hara, and therefore I held myself back from speaking poorly. I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have a long, happy, and healthy life. I don't speak lashon hara. Tamalomar says no. Stormei Rava say tov. You got to turn away from bad, but do good. Torah refers to Torah. Remember, it says, a person has to learn Torah. Not good enough to not speak lashon hara. A person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to the Mishnah. Higia l'kippah. The Mishnah told us, when you're building a Beis HaMerchatz, when you're building a bathhouse, when you get to the kippah, to the little dome on the top where they put the Avodah Zarah, Mokar Shmidim L'Bav, which tells you to stop. Omer Balazar, Omer Yochanan. And Bana, if he does build it, Skaro Mutter, he's allowed to get paid for it. Where it says Pshita, of course you can get paid for it. Meshamti was a Kichavim name. Meshamti was a Kichavim. Bein Rabbi Shmuel, Bein Rekiva, and Asurim. It's not actually building Avodah Zarah. This is building something which serves Avodah Zarah. You're allowed to get Hana from that. Where it says Shiyav Shavado until it actually serves. There's no reason why we wouldn't be able to get paid. It's actually building the actual idol. Honey, that would only be relevant if it becomes Asur right away as soon as it's built. Until it is served. Shop, you can understand why he's allowed to get paid. And that's why it has to be said. According to what it says, it's also right away. Why is he allowed to get paid? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Avodah Zarah. What turns it into Avodah Zarah is the Gemar Malacha. The aim is having Gemar Malacha. When does the Gemar Malacha happen? The Makkash Achor with the last blow. Makkash Achor, last base Shavapruta. There's no Shavapruta in that last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. So you're allowed to do it. When does it become Avodah Zarah in the last blow? You divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than the Shavapruta, and therefore you're allowed to benefit from it. Alma Kasavar, we see Yeshua Sirius B'Kil Vatso. You see that a person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end, but ultimately each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than a Shavapruta. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day. In Facebook, I was powerful for the Nisim, both in the building, the miracle of Shai Weinberg 14 years ago from his so, and Eretz Yisrael and the America, the speedy arrival of Mashiach. Amen. We also thank Daniel and Bathsheba Pava for sponsoring all the shurim of the month in commemoration of the second yahrzeit of Bathsheba's father, Rav ben Yehuda Aryeh of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 descendants. The Neshama should have an aliyah, the Gan Eden, and the family should have continued nachas from all of the grandchildren. We're going to pick up on the bottom of your Ches Amud Beis with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Shmuel Bar Nachmani says in the name of Rabbi Yonasan, they added on the side. What do we mean by what it says? Again, analyzing the very first chapter in Tehillim, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go in the path of Rishayim. Who does that refer to? To the top of the Testament Aleph, Zeh Avram Avinu. This refers to Avram Avinu. Why shaloi halach ba'atzas anshe dara flaga? He did not follow the path of the ways of the dara flaga. Who were the dara flaga? Again, there were people who built this massive this tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Kodesh Baruch Hu. Why shirshayim hayu? They were evil people. Never, for it says hava nivna lanu earless to build a city. And he did not get involved in such a group. Therefore, that refers to Avram Avinu. He did not follow in the path of those who commit Averos. What is, again, that's also referring to Avram Avinu. He did not live and did not spend his time with the people of Sodom. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in sin and stayed away from them. How do we know this? For it says, the people of Sodom, bad people, and they constantly sin before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The pasuk continues and says that and then it says Moshe Leitzim Lo Yashav, he did not spend his time, did not dwell among those who are Leitzim. Leitzim again are those who are cynical, clowns, constantly making jokes out of everything. Shlo Yashav, the Moshe Anshe Plishtim, he did not settle down within the settlement of the Plishtim. Because again these people were very cynical, constantly joking about everything. Now interestingly, Shneimar, and it goes on, Ve'ihika Tov Libam, Yomo Kiru L'Shushim L'Tzachazon. How do you know the Plishtim were people who were constantly filled with these jokes? Why? Because in the first story, again, this is not a story that happened during the days of Avram Avinu. This is a story that takes place later on, during the times of Shimshon. Shimshon, who was somebody, the story which is told us in the days of the Shoftim, and Shimshon was somebody who lived quite a mysterious life, but again, he was one of the Shoftim, he was a Navi, and ultimately, he lived a life which was unique to him. At the end of his life, he was captured by the Philistines, and after they blinded him, they brought him out to go ahead and entertain them with all types of jokes. So you see that the Philistines are people who are filled with jokes. Now, interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avram Avinu did live among the Philistines. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. If you look at Rashi, quotes the pasuk. The pasuk says, "Kishegar beineim zasiv v'yagar Avram be'eretz Plishtim." Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Plishtim. I saw in the Marsha, in the back of the Gemara, he says that there's a very big difference between Avram Avinu being gar in the land of the Plishtim or being v'yeshiv. It's interesting. It says v'yeshiv Yaakov be'eretz migurei avos. The Rishonim point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikesh Yaakov leishev b'shalva. He wanted to live a life of leishev. He wanted to be leishev. He wanted to settle. So the term vayeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, and becomes a member of that kehillah. Vayagar is much more of a temporary dwelling. The person happens to be there. He lives with Avram Avinu. He lived among the Plishtim. However, he did not kind of integrate into that community. Why? Because we saw as soon as we started noticing these people were making jokes. Now again, it was the Rishonim point out that the Litzanei Hadar had all types of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and therefore Kodesh Baruch Hu made them look the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi refers to the Litzanei Hadar in the times of Avram Avinu, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the Plishtim. The Plishtim were Leitzanim all the way back from the beginning. And Avram Avinu recognized that you could sometimes live in a neighborhood, but you could stay away, not only a neighborhood, a community, a whole city, but yet you stay away from the people who are not good for you. So that's what it means that Avram Avinu, he did live among the Plishtim, but he was lo yashav. He did not settle down as a member of that community, because he realized that, generally speaking, they made jokes out of everything which was important. The Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim which discuss a fortunate lifestyle. Ashrei ish Yirei es Hashem. This is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is a Kufi Beis. This is Ashrei Ish. Yirei es Hashem. Ashrei Ish. V'loi Ashrei. Yishli Gemara says, hold on. Why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why does it say Ashrei Ish? Now, why did we ask this earlier? The reason we didn't ask this earlier is because it said Ashrei Ha-Ish. So Ashrei Ha-Ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it was telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. So therefore, the one asks, why does it say Ashrei Ish like Ashrei Isha? Amar Rav said, Amar Rav named Rav Ashrei Misha Osa Tshuva Kishu Ish. In this case, Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman. Rather, it refers to a young person. What it means is that fortunate is a person who does teshuvah, who repents from his mistakes when he's younger. Why? Because when a person is younger, there's a lot more strength, a lot more of an ability to be able to evaluate, and live a different life. Once a person gets older, it gets much harder to change. Yeshua Levi Amar, Yeshua Levi says, Ashrei Mishim Misgavar Al Yitzrei K'ish, and the pasuk says Ish over here doesn't necessarily mean a man, it means anybody, but the term Ish means like a strong person. In other words, kind of like man up and do what's right. That's what the pasuk was saying. Ashrei, maybe it's not so politically correct to say that, but ultimately the bottom line is the pasuk was using the term Ish to describe the strength that's required for a person to be strong and to fight off his Yetzer Hara. Ashrei Mishim Misgavar Yitzrei K'ish, the mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od. The pasuk continues on and says, the mitzvos of Chafetz Ma'od, he really wants and he has a strong desire to be able to fulfill the mitzvahs. Amar Rabbi Lazar, the mitzvos of the lo b'schar mitzvos. What's this person motivated by? He is motivated by the mitzvos. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. This is what was taught in the Mishnah. Omer, again, this is the famous Mishnah in Masech Shavos, I'm taking this Yisachel. He said, Omer, do not be like the servant who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu, who serves his master because he's expecting the wages. Ella, you should be like a servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded for it. It's very interesting just to see this. If you look at the specific terminology in the Gemara, it says, Eloheyu ka'avadim hamasham sh'masarav should be like servants who serve their master, shelo almanas l'kal pras. Shelo almanas means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. If you look at Rashi, the way that he writes it is, almanas shelo l'kal pras. There's a nuanced difference between a person who serves their master shelo almanas l'kal pras, which means he's doing it even though he's not expecting a reward. But the way Rashi says it is almanas on condition shelo l'kal pras, he won't get a reward. In other words, it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what he says. He says Yehei libcha imo, you should do it with his heart. Lomar afilu ein sofi l'kabel star, always ani as borei v'chavet mizvasa. So the way he explains it is like the way the words actually written in the Gemara, which is, the person says, I'm serving Kadosh Baruch Hu, even if I don't get a reward. In other words, I'm happy to get a reward, but I'm going to serve Kadosh Baruch Hu even if I don't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says something very interesting over here, which is important to point out. Tosfos says, Al manas l'kabel pras, Pirish b'toeh. In other words, don't be a person who serves the Kadosh Baruch Hu only for the reward, and if you don't get the reward, you're going to regret doing the mitzvah. In other words, im lo tavo she'elasa. In other words, he's going to go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah if he doesn't get what he wants. Aval, he says clearly, in Eino Toeh, a person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward, but he's not going to regret doing the mitzvah. Avlam Eino Toel, Dami Lahada Damrinu Parakamid Basra, Parakamid Psakim, Rosh Hashanah, Tanya. In other words, if a person is not going to regret it, similar to the Tanya Sela Zela Tzedakah, a person is donating a particular amount of money for Tzedakah, Almanas Sheyich Yadani, on condition that his son should have a refuah shalema, Harei Zet Sadik Gomor. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Well, why does he give the money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a refuah shalema. So what is that? That's the person who's used to doing a mitzvah. Alman nas l'kadol pras. He wants the reward from it. Says to us, he's a tzaddik gomor. Why is he a tzaddik gomor? The answer is because even if his child is not going to have a refuah shalema, he's not going to say, shoot, I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. In other words, he still likes the fact, he's proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah, but again, he wanted there to be a reward. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is if the person wants the reward, and if he doesn't get it, he says, forget it. I shouldn't have given that money to tzedakah. I shouldn't have done that mitzvah. That's when there's a problem. So even though there's this nuanced difference in the actual terminology, it seems like both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hopes of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get the reward. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosfos brings is not a great raya because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different because tzedakah, Kadosh Baruch Hu says, in other words, you can test me with tzedakah. In other words, tzedakah is one of those things which the Kadosh Baruch Hu says, give it, I guarantee it will be worth your while. So therefore, it's not a perfect raya, but nevertheless, we see both Rashi and Tosfos are of the opinion there's nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah if he doesn't get the reward. The pasuk continues and says, a person desires the Torah. Amar Rav, ein adam lo Torah ela mimakom sh'divachavit. A person should not learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys learning. It's a very important rule. You hear about this all the time, that there are so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halakha. Some people like to learn agadata. Some people like to learn chumash. Some people like to learn this masechta, another masechta. The person should always learn Torah from a place that they enjoy learning. Shenemar ki b'Torah Hashem chef. So the Torah is his desire, something that he likes. Again, it doesn't mean you should ignore any aspect of Torah. The person should always find himself learning something that he enjoys learning. Levi, Rav Shimon and Rabbi. Levi and Rav Shimon and Rabbi were learning together, and Yasu Kamei the Rabbi, they were sitting in front of their Rabbi. The Pasuk Sidra, they were learning Chumash, and Salik Sifra. They finished learning that particular sefer that they were learning. So again, Rashi says it was the Parshios Shel Mikra. It seems like they were learning Navi, maybe Ksuvim. It seems like they're learning Ksuvim. In other words, they were learning from the Tanakh. They finished a particular sefer, and after they finished that sefer, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's learn Mishlei. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishlei. Shimon Rabbi said, Amar, Laisilan Tehillim. Let's learn Sefer Tehillim. So we got to a little bit of an argument what they should learn next. Should they learn Tehillim first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi V'Aisi Tehillim. Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Tehillim. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. So why did Hakadosh Baruch explains? Because in the order of Tanakh, Tehillim comes first. And he has another reason about Chachmas. The bottom line is he was able to overpower him and say that we're going to learn Tehillim before we learn Mishlei. The other explanation is Ashri Isha Yerasa Kademis the Chachmasa. A lot of Yira comes from Tehillim as opposed to Mishlei. Again, Mishlei is a lot of Chachma, but ultimately, of course, it's part of the Tanakh, and a person should learn it, but he thought that Tehillim should come first. So he brought the Tehillim. Now, they sat down in front of the Rabbi, started learning Tehillim, and Kimatu Hacha, they got to this pasuk of Yimitaras Hashem Chef. So in other words, the second pasuk of Tehillim. In other words, he overpowered him. He started learning it. Ashra Ish Shalal but Ashra Ish, so Halach, Be, Atzas, Shom, Derech Hatam, Amar, Rosh Hashanah, Yashav, Yim, B'Torah, Hashem Chafso. That's what they got up to. So they learned this Amud of Gemara. And what happened? Rabbi, the Amar, Eina Dom Torah, Ela Makom Shli B'Chafetz. A person should always learn Torah from a place that they desire. Right then, Amar Levi slams his hand down on the table. He said, Rabbi, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the shir. I did not want to learn Tehillim this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei, and therefore I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to join the Mishlei shir. Have a nice day. Amar Abadimi, Barchama, Kol Osei B'Torah, anybody who learns Torah, Kodesh Baruch Hu, Hashem's going to do his desire. For it says, when a person learns Hashem's Torah, Hashem will fulfill his desire. So something interesting. Up until now, we said mi makom shli b'chafetz. So what did that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire to learn. Here it's been makom shli b'chafetz. This, says the Maharsha, means from a Rebbe that a person enjoys learning from. A person has to choose a Rebbe that they're able to connect to, a Rebbe they're able to learn from, a Rebbe they're able to understand. All Rebbeim are great, but not every Rebbe in every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes the person has to find the proper Rebbe that they're able to connect to. So therefore, La'olam Yilmad Adam, B'makom Shli B'chafetz, the person should learn in a place that he desires. For it says in the pasuk, Ki im b'Torah Hashem Chafetz. Again, from the same pasuk, the learned person should find a place to learn where they feel comfortable and they're able to connect with their Rebbe. Initially, who does the Torah belong to? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. L'basof, Nikras al Shemo, the Torah will be that person's own. Shneimar, for it says in the pasuk, Torah Hashem Tefzo. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach, it says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yega Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So it switches from being Kadosh Baruch Hu's Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, the Olam Yilad Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil it. Shenemar, for it says in the pasuk, B'Torah Hashem, V'Hadar B'Torah Yegeh, first the Torah Hashem, afterwards the Torah Yegeh. So just to understand what this means, there are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, have 1,000 questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. The Gemara says that's not the way to learn. Well, first what you have to do is you have to learn information. You gather, understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you've learned, go back and you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might just be in the next line. My father, I remember learning with him as a young kid. He used to always tell me, in Yiddish, he would say, you have to get a great kite of the sugya before you start understanding. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. And if you still have questions at that point in time, start learning it. You might just spend all your time with a lot of nonsense. You might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you should start toiling in it. And that will be the best recipe for success. We're going to see it's possible that there's a line in the Gemara later on that disagrees with this, but it seems like over here a person should first amass and toil in it. My Rabbi, the Yitzhak Berkowitz, used to always tell us, I'm sure he still tells us something, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the sugya is talking about. There are some people who they like to give Iyun shiur, like to learn pilpul. Well, it's beautiful. Learning pilpul, learning Iyun is necessary. You have to be a lamda and shir to understand the depth of what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. when you finish a sugya, if you just gave an hour-long kabura, the person asks you what one of the teachers in the Mishnah are, and you forgot that, you don't have all the basics down pat, your kabura, your English, your ear, it's very nice, it's beautiful, but it's missing the basics. This is what Gemara is saying. First, First, learn what does the Torah say. What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rabbi used to say, when I was in 11th grade, first get the what, and then get the why. If you ask the why before you know the what, then your why is not relevant. So again, this is what Gemara is saying. Torah, a person should learn Torah. Afterwards, you should toil. Shnemar, for it says, the Torah Hashem, the Hadar b'Torah Yeged. From Rabbi Olam, rigorous English, a person should learn. The Afal Gav, the Mishkach. Even though I'll forget, so many people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rabbi say? Do it. Learn anyway. He says, another even larger kiddush. The Afal Gav, lo yoda, some people say, I have no idea what's going on over here. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point in coming? It says Rava, person olam ligris, v'yafagav mishkach, even though he might forget it. V'yafagav l'yodam ha'kamar doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember, for it says, garsa nafshi l'sava. In other words, garsa means kind of breaks himself for his desire. Garsa nafshi l'sava. Garsa, so Rashi explains, garsa comes from the term geras, which also means to break things into small pieces. Garsa ksiv, lo ksiv tachana. In other words, if you have grain, the best possible use of grain is to grind it into a flour, and you can bake bread. So some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. So what do? They break it into a few pieces, and they turn it into a bowl of porridge. Turn it into a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can bake into a bread, but even if you can't get to the beautiful final product of understanding Torah with all of its depth, still go ahead, break it into a few pieces, go as far as you can. We'll see, the Gemara continues to explain that a person should not stop at that. A person should never say, you know what, I'm going to sit here just like kind of reading through a page of Gemara and not know what I'm talking about. There are processes a person has to go through to try to get himself to understand it. But ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's going to get to the place of understanding it. If you never start, you're not going to understand it, then you'll never start. Rabbi asks a contradiction. Siv al gape. So this pasuk says, Shalcha narosel tikra al gape maromi kares. Referring to the Torah, because a person's going to sit al gape. What is al gape? On wings. So wings, kind of flapping, it's not a very comfortable chair, kind of going from one place to the next. Uksiv al kisei, a person will sit on a chair. So when a person learns Torah, is he on wings, which is ultimately going from one place to the next? Or is he sitting on a kisei in a chair which is much more stable? What does the Gemara say? When a person first starts learning, it's al gape. It's much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable with learning because it's difficult. Initially, you feel very unstable. But so al kisei, ultimately, at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Ksiv. Again, it says Barosh Meromin. Initially, the Torah seems like it's Barosh Meromin. It's up in the sky. Siv, Ali Dara. Another place it says the Torah is right there on your path. So what is it? Do you have to ascend to the heavens to get it? Or is it on the path? What Gemara answers, the Tchila, initially it could feel like Barosh Meromin, the Torah is up in the sky. But so once a person actually starts and he ends up learning, he gets to the end, Ali Dara ends up being right there on the path. So again, what does this teach us? It teaches us that everything can feel very far away. But once you reach out to achieve it, you'll see that it's much closer than you initially thought. And after you actually start learning, you'll find out that it's right here. Karo Milecha Hadavar Me'od. This number is right here. Ula Rami. Ula asked the following stira. Ksiv, it says in the pasuk, Shesei Mayim Miporech. Drink water from your cistern, from a pit. Uksiv the nose limitoch be'eracha. One place it describes the Torah as being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now what happens if you have water in a pit? You go in, you drink it, eventually it's going to get used up. In another place, it describes the Torah as flowing from a well. A well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? Is Torah something which ultimately gets used up when you draw from it, or is it constantly going to be there? The Tefillah should say Mivorech. Initially, it feels like you're drinking from your bar. In other words, you feel like you have limited resources. You feel like you can use it all. So, the person ends up learning. Ultimately, at the end, what's going to happen is the noselid and talk the Eirata. The person is going to be drawing from an ever-flowing amount of water. Again, water referring to the Torah over here. The Torah is going to be multiplied and multiplied to the point where he recognizes just the infinite amount of Torah that he has. Amar Rabba, Amar Rav Korah, Amar Rav Huda. Might have said, what does the pasuk mean when it says, "Hon mehevel yimach"? Person who has hon, a lot of wealth, hevel from nothing, yimach ultimately will become nothing. So again, interesting pasuk. Hon mehevel yimach, the kovet al yad yerbet. This is the pasuk in, I think it's in Mishnah, right? Yes, in Mishnah. Person will have only hevel yinat. The person has a lot of nothing to end up with nothing. The kovetz hayad, the person gathers slowly, then yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, he'll have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, he'll have a lot. Gemara explains, in also adam torasa chavilos mismayim. The person who's going to just bundle together tons and tons and tons of Torah, what's going to happen is he's not going to have anything. Why? Because if you just overload the circuit with tons and tons of information, you're not going to retain any of it. Then kovetz al yad, you learn a little bit, slowly, yerba, ultimately you'll have a lot. Amar Rabba says, Yadi Rabbana Lahamilsa. Chachamim know about this. They know not to learn too much too quick. The Avri Allah. Their desire for learning Torah is so strong, they just want to consume as much of it as possible. I ultimately followed this advice. I learned slowly, I reviewed what I learned, and ultimately it stayed within my hands. So again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warns us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why, Baruch Hashem, we have a Chazara Chapur here before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new Daf, then you're just going to go more and more and more and more. It's hard to retain it. If you join the Chazara Chapura, so then you learn it one day, you spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning and review it before the shir starts. It's like this is something that you're able to retain and ends up staying with you. Amar Rav Shizbi, Mishmei Rav Elazar ben Azariah. What does the pasuk mean when it says Lo Yachrok Ramia Seidel? Yachrok literally means to roast or to cook or to burn. A Ramia is a swindler, but again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. And Lo Yichya Lo Ya'arech Yamim Tzayid Haram. In other words, what he means to say is if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. Again, the pasuk bringing out this point. And Rashi points out that the word lo yachrov, it puts together, it's kind of like a compound of the word lo yichya. You see the first word lo yichya is the yud ches, and the second word lo ya'areh, it's Yachreh. It's Yichya and Yarech together. So lo Yaakov means he ultimately will not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just catching too much too quick? Sheshes said the same thing. He just read it differently. He said Tzayid Harama Yachreh. The way he read it was the Tzayid Harama. He's ultimately going to roast. In other words, he explains to Yasser Dimi, Amar Dimi explained what parable to a person who's trapping birds. If you catch one and then you break its wings or clip its wings, so then what happens is Kula Miskaimos. He catches one, he clips the wings, so now it stays here. And he catches another one and clips its wings, and it stays here. However, if he doesn't do that, in love, you catch one bird, you put it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing is true with regard to Torah. Person just learns so much, so quick, without spending any time digesting it, it's not going to stay with him, similar to a person who's trapping birds. The pasuk continues. Be like a tree which is uprooted on the streams of water. A person has to be like a tree that's willing to uproot itself and go from one place to the next. Not like a tree that's planted in one place. Which means someone who only has one Rebbe, Eino Roa Siman Bracha Liola. He's not going to see Siman Bracha. Why? You have to have something different Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else that they're able to give to a Talmud. You can't get everything from the Torah. A person has the ability to be able to. In addition to that, even certain Rebbeim have the ability to be able to pull Torah from so many different sources. So it's very. The Mishnah says the Seilach Harav. You have a Rav, that person becomes your Rav, that person becomes Gemara Hara, that person becomes Gemara Derek. You go to that person consistently to be able to develop your path in life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person has to be able to learn Torah from various different Rebbeim. Every single Rebbe has something else that they have to offer. A person cannot limit themselves to only one Rebbe. Amar lo Rav Chisda Rabbana. Rav Chisda told his Talmidim, "V'hina te'ein melachul milsa, v'mistafina t'shavkisuli." I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are going to bounce. V'azlisu, and you go somewhere else. But he ultimately said it to them anyway. If you only learn Torah from one Rebbe, you're not going to learn, you're not going to have a Siman Bracha for your whole life. Then what happened? Shavkuhu, everyone got up. But also Kamei the Rava, he went to learn by the other Rav across the street. He went to Rava. All right, a Rebbe has to be honest. It tells Talmidim, I enjoy the fact that you come to my shir. Continue coming to my shir. Don't stop coming to my shir. But in between this shir and the next one, go to Beis Medrash across the street. The Rav here has something to teach you as well. Amalahu, Hani Mili Svara. They said to him, this is only with regard to Svara. When it comes to Gemara, you have to learn from one Rav. What he's saying is, when it comes to a person's svara, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand that different people have different thought processes, because Baruch Hu gave Ayin Parim the Torah so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, so we don't really have that problem because it's all written down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Marav Echad Adif, you have one Rebbe, Yehi Tapu Gitas on the days, the lift the list you can't have where you have different actual texts. And that's going to be too confusing. You have to get your Masorah from one Rebbe. You Tapu Gitas on the days. Al Palgi Mayim, the pasuk continues. Amr of Tanchim Barakani Loi. Loilam Yishalish Adam Shenosav. Person should divide his years. Shalish Mikra, a third of his life he should be learning Chumash. Shlish Mishnah, a third of his life he should be learning Mishnah. And Shlish Talmud, a third of his life he should be learning Gemara. The Gemara says, hold on a second. You are implying that a person knows how long he's going to live. And he takes all those years and divides them into three. Miyada Inish Kama Chaye. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? The Gemara says, the street first through there. In other words, the Gemara says, every person wants optimistically believes they'll live still 120. So you take 120, divide it into three, so you get 40, 80, and then 120. What happens if this person is not Zocha, who lives to 120? He's going to find that if he passes away at 80, 90, 100, he lost out all those years of Gemara. The Gemara says, no, that means Biyomi. So this is Machlokes between Rashi and tells us what this means. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says Biyomi. Beis Yomim Mikra, so I guess Sunday and Monday he learns Chumash. Beis Yomim Mishnah, so then Tuesday and Wednesday he'll learn Mishnah. And then you have Thursday and Friday to learn Gemara. And I guess Shabbos, according to Rashi, he reviewed everything you learned throughout the whole week. However, Tosfos says differently. If you look at Tosfos, he says the kaf nira liyomi b'chol yom, every single day. Well, the kaf tiknu, important to note this. Sukkei hatamid. In davening, every single morning, we have Sukkei HaTamid, you have the Sukkim of the Tamid, Mishnas Ezel Mekoman, you have the Mishnayos of Ezel Mekoman, Bryce Rabbi Shmuel, you have the Bryce of Gemara Rabbi Shmuel. So the person just davens, he follows through the Siddur, then he learns Mikra, he learns Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says something very important. Near Lebeinu Tam, the Anu Shoskin B'Talmud Bavli. We learn Gemara every single day. We come to Daf Yomi every single day. What happens? Dayenu, it's good enough for us. Why? The Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud. Just today, in our Amud, we learned Sukkim throughout the Tehillim, in Mishlei, we learned Mishnayos. We're learning Gemara. So just learning a page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to be able to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what the Gemara means. Every single day, a person has to learn some Chumash, some Mishnah, and some Gemara. The pasuk continues. The Gemara continues. Shapir yitam b'ito, his fruits will give in their time. Amrava impir yitam b'ito yvaleu. A person is going to be koveh, eating the Torah, he learns Torah every single day. Valeu, reap the benefits. Valeu lo yibal, and the branches with the leaves will not wither. And lav, a person does not learn Torah all the time. It's not koveh, eating the Torah. Then alalomed the alam alamed aleim kasav amru on both the Rabbi and the Talmud, the pasuk says, this Torah is not going to ultimately be niskayim. It's like motes. It's going to be like the shaft that ultimately falls apart. Amar Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav. Might have said to Rabbi Chalal Pila. What does the pasuk mean? It says that there have been many victims of her. Again, this is referring to a zona. But ultimately, what's that referring to in this context? That Talmud Shlogiya Lahara. This refers to a Talmud who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where he should be paskening shilos. Umara, he does it nonetheless. The pasuk continues and says that Sun Kol Harugea, the strong ones are those who were killed. That Talmud Shigiya Lahara. This refers to a Talmud that reached the point of Hara. The Eino Mara does not pasken. But Kama, when is that? Ad Mem Shnin, when a person reaches 40 years old. The Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, the Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because if you have a Talmud who's low Ra, he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be paskin shilos, and he paskins the shiloh nonetheless. So then there are going to be a lot of victims of his erroneous psak. Similarly, if a person is supposed to be paskining and he does not paskin, so there will be victims of the fact that he didn't offer his Torah. I wanted to spend some time going through this if we don't have any time. Beginning of Igros Moshe, it's funny in hindsight that Moshe has to justify why he's writing his chuvas. We know Ramosha as the biggest posek in the United States of America. He was the posek hadar of the United States of America. It's important if you have some time to read the Hakdama, the introduction to the Sefer Igros Moshe. He explains why he feels it's okay for him to paskin shilos. But again, this is the attitude a person has to have when a person answers shilos, to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize if you're going to be a person who passes shilos prematurely, you'll be victims of your erroneous psak. But similarly, if you have information to share and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of psak. Now, the Gemara says the Harava, he wasn't 40 years old when he passed in shilos. Why? How do we know that he wasn't 40? Rashi tells us he died when he was 40. So the Gemara says to Shavan, in this time he was equal to everybody in the community, and therefore it was incumbent upon him to actually offer psak because he was ultimately greater than him. And the leaves and the branches will not wither. Amar Rav Acha Bar Ada Amar Rav Amar Rav Acha Bar Abba Amar Rav Nuna Amar Rav Shafilu Sichas. Even the chatter of Tamilah Chachamim, you have to spend time understanding it. Shenemar, for it says, and the branches will not wither. Ultimately, the person is successful in everything that they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth of the Talmud Chacham is Dvarim B'Telem. Anything that Kamakashim says is something you should ultimately learn from. Already Shul Navy. Numbers like us the Torah, the Shamid Riyim, the Shul Ksubis. The fact that a person will be successful if they learn a lot of Torah is written in the Torah, it's repeated in the Nevi'im, in the prophets, and it is repeated a third time in the writings of the Ksubis. What does it say? The Torah, person learns the Torah, Nachasav L'Tlakim. I think and ultimately be successful in his business. Where's the Matlikim though? Where does that cost of the Torah? Where's the reading of the Torah? The Ksiv, Smart in the Sivi Abris Azos, Vashis Nosam, Laman, Taskilu, Ace Kol Asher Taski. Taskilu means to be smart, but ultimately be successful in all that you do. Shana, the Nevi'im, the Shekid, the Nevi'im, the Ksiv, Lo Yomash, Sefer, the Torah should not be removed from your mouth. But Gisa, Bayom, and Balayla, should toil in the day and night. My Tishma Lash, if you watch and do everything that's written in it, ultimately, if you do that, you follow the script, then you'll be much successful in all that you do. So it's Pascal and again, you'll be smart and successful. The Shulish B'Ksubin, it's repeated the third time, the Ksubin, the Siv, where it says, in Tehillim, we just read this, Yimitar, so Shemchefetso, the Sarasa, Yegiyam, the Laila, the Hayapak, the Shaso, Al Pagminayim, Ashapir, Yishim, Ito, and the Vila, like the tree which is uprooted, and by the streams of water, Ashapir, Yitum, the Itim, Ito, the fruits will give at the right time, Aleo, the evil of the branches will not wither. Chal Asher Yasa Yatzliach. First will be Yatzliach, what to do. So what's the recipe for success? Limud HaTorah. Nachas Rabbi Alexandri. Very famous Gemara. Rabbi Alexandri used to make this announcement. Man boy chayi, who wants to live, who wants to be healthy. Kanaf v'asu kuliyama. Everyone would go run up to him with Gabe. Running up to him and say, yes, I want to live. Amri, he would say, Havlon Chayin. They would say to him, give us life. Amr the he would say to them, Mi Yisha Kafetz time. The pasuk tells us, who is the one who loves life? Person refrains from speaking negatively. Don't speak lashon hara, and you'll merit good life. Stormei Rava say tov, turn away from bad and do good. Shema Yomer Adam, person might say, Natzarti Lashon Mira, I did not speak lashon hara, and therefore I held myself back from speaking poorly. Elech Vezgara B'Shein, I'm going to go take a long nap. In other words, I'll have long, happy, and healthy life. I don't speak lashon hara. Sabalomar says no. Stormei Rava say tov. You turn away from bad, but do good. Torah refers to Torah. Remember, it says, a person has to learn Torah. Not good enough to not speak lashon hara. A person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to this. The kippah. The Mishnah told us when you're building a Beis HaMerchat, when you're building a bathhouse, when you get to the kippah, to the little dome on the top of the Putting Avodah Zarah, stop. Omer Balazar Omer Yochanan. And Bana, if he does build it, Skaro Mukhi is allowed to get paid for it. Where it says Chita, of course you can get paid for it. Meshamti was covered. Meshamti was covered. Bein Rabbi Shmuel, Bein Rekiva, and Asurim. This is not actually building Avodah Zarah. This is to build something that serves Avodah Zarah. You're allowed to get Hanaf from that. Where it says Shiyav Shabadu until it actually serves. There's no reason why we wouldn't be able to get paid. It's actually building the actual idol. That would only be relevant if it becomes us right away as soon as it's built. Until it is served. Shopkeepers can understand why he's allowed to get paid, and that's why it has to be said. According to what it says, it's also right away. Michael, but why is he allowed to get paid? We're talking about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Avodah Zarah. What turns it into Avodah Zarah is the Gemar Malacha. The aim is how the Gemar Malacha. When does the Gemar Malacha happen? The Makush Akron with the last blow. Makush Akron, less Beis Shamapruta. There's no Shamapruta in that last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, it's not Avodah Zarah yet. So you're allowed to do it. When you become Avodah Zarah in the last blow, you divide every time you give a blow, each blow is worth less than the Shamapruta, and therefore you're allowed to benefit from it. Alma Kasavar, we see, Yashma Shirs Kefil about self, we see that a person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end. But ultimately, each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than a Shavapruta. That's why he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
which is quite amazing. The ben Chachi, Amalei, Hamai Kasak the Baraisa, the ben Chachi, why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or as you know, we outlawed the learning of Torah. Why did you learn Torah? Amalu, Kasher Sivani Hashem. So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? Miyad Gazra Allah of the Sreifa. So the Romans decreed that Rabbi Elazar ben Chachi would be burnt alive. They command, he decreed that his wife would be killed. The most Harigi usually means by the sword. And they condemned his daughter to a life in a brothel. So what happens? The Gemara tries to understand why were each of them condemned to their respective punishments. Halav l'sreifa, Rabbi Chanina ben Chacham was decreed to die by fire. Shayahogya es Hashem ba'osiyosio, was a tap of the Chesam Dalet, because he went ahead and literally, Rashi actually the last. If you go back to examine with things for just a moment, it's the last Rashi. Halav l'sreifa, lama ne'anashkach lefi shayahogya es Hashem ba'osiyosio, dorish ba'arban l'shtayim osios. So we'll say there's the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and as we're going to say, one is not permitted to articulate the letters of that name. Rabbi Chanina ben Chacham did, and as a result for articulating the letters of that name, he was killed, he was burned. And how did we'll say first line did Chesam Dalet, but how now second line. But how did Rabbi Elazar ben Chacham do this? How we see why did he articulate the 42 letters of the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? But we learned, these are the people who do not have a portion in the world to come. He who says there is no portion in Torah, meaning Torah is not from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or there is no biblical source, the resurrection of the dead. In other words, that there is no Doraisa concept of Tchias HaMesim. Ultimately, again, even one who goes in and articulates the 42 letters of the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how could Rabbi Chanina ben Chacham do this when it is clearly asur? To which the Gemara says the Islamic Amar. The one said he did this for the purpose of ultimately teaching. In other words, he didn't do this. He didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather he did this in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So Rashi points out that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is medaktek with tzadikim kichota sara. Even though again on a technical level he didn't do anything wrong, yet HaKadosh Baruch Hu felt that apparently the way that he did it was inappropriate. So the Gemara says, "Kidusanya no sumot la'asos about antal omer v'chavim ulaholos." There are certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. So the Chanina ben Chacham teaches the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to students, not for the purpose again of having him say, but that we should know it. But apparently, there was still something flawed in his behavior. Obviously, because he was such a great tzaddik, he was held to this higher level. Ella, my time, so ultimately, again, so if that's the reason he was doing it in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Because ultimately, again, he did it in public. In other words, it's okay that he did it to teach it, but apparently he should have done it privately, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why was his wife killed by a sword? Because it wasn't she should have objected to his behavior. Incredible. Let's say, part of the dominant koach of a wife is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when he's wrong. And even if a husband could tune out everyone else, he can't tune out and really should not tune out his wife. And if any of them tried to do something wrong because he was teaching according to the name of Allah, teaching this for good reasons. But he was doing it publicly. His wife should have said to him, "You're wrong." She did not do that, and therefore she's held accountable. You can't. Ultimately, we can really learn that anyone who has the ability to object to negative behavior, but does not do so, is punished ultimately again for failure to object. The most if you see something wrong occurring, and you don't go ahead and voice objection to that which is wrong, you are held liable as well. Rabbi Elias is condemned to live in a brothel. One time, Rabbi Hanina ben Chachon's daughter was walking before the noblemen of Rome. And they said, "Wow, look how beautiful the steps of this young girl are." So they admired her. Literally, they admired the steps. They admired the way that she was walking. So what happened? So when she heard this compliment, she gave even more attention to the way she was walking. In other words, she was even more meticulous with her steps, and that was considered to be the compromising of her tznius. The pasuk from Tehillim. Avon akiva yisudeni, literally again, the sin of my heel will surround me. Avonos sha'adam dashbakiva ba'olam hazeh. Those avenos that a person tramples on with his heel in this world, yisudin lo yom hadin, sometimes surround him on the day of judgment. So what's the idea over here is that Hanina ben Chachon's daughter compromised her tznius. She compromised her modesty, and because of that, she was held accountable and condemned for a life in the brothel. So we'll say, obviously, we're talking about people who are judged in such an exacting way. But again, this is the model which HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds out for tzaddikim. The more righteous the individual, the more exacting the judgment. So Hanina ben Chachon burnt because he taught according to the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. His wife killed because ultimately again she did not object to his behavior, and the daughter condemned to a life of immorality because she compromised her tznius. As all three were being led out for their judgments, each of them accepted the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They saw that whatever Tzidkadin was to be translated as acceptance of judgment, not just acceptance. Tzidkadin means the acceptance of the justice of the emotional judgment. A recognition whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is just. Who Amar Hanina ben Chachon said, "Hatzor Tamim Pa'alo." Literally, the rock, perfect on his actions. Yishto Amra El Emunah Ve'im Avel. Literally, a trustworthy God, ultimately again, where no iniquity is in him. Ito Amra Gadol Ha'itza Ve'Rav Ha'agidna Asher Inecha Pekuchos Al Kol Darchei Adam. Al Kol Darchei Bnei Adam. Lasis Kilishtu Gachal V'Chim Ha'Magad. The Torah said, when you learn something, it's every person what they are deserving. We'll say, if these psukim sound familiar, it's because, again, they all come together to form the tier that we call Tziduk Hadin. The Rachmana Litzlan, when a person is burying a loved one, and then he of Avimus, we see the tier of Tziduk Hadin, and Tziduk Hadin Avosa is comprised of these psukim and more. Amar Rabbi, how great are these righteous people? We'll say how great are these people that these three psukim of the acceptance of divine judgment were found in their mouths.
Holy water?
That they are being led out to be punished. We'll say
that's a Christian thing. Yes, I'm the wrong person to ask.
Isn't holy water just God's piss and pissing on children?
I mean, again, that's a Christian thing, and I think probably most Christians would consider that to be rude.
That'd be rude?
I think most Christian people would probably consider it that. Or offensive.
So R. Kelly wasn't baptizing children?
Dog, why is all your shit on, like,
I'm joking.
Disgusting shit? Do you know your one funny joke you're gonna use?
Yeah.
What is it?
No. Look. So a lot of, I think Dave Chappelle's the funniest comedian. I watched Dave Chappelle. Now, more recently, gotten a little bit more controversial because all the trans jokes he's been telling, but like those trans jokes are funny. You can't tell me that they're not.
Okay, what are you talking about?
Rabbi,
Yeah,
what's your favorite Dave Chappelle skit?
it's an excellent question. Maybe when he's there's like, well, Chappelle's show or his stand-up.
And
Okay, um, it's from his special when he's talking about being in Washington D.C. and growing up in Washington D.C. and he wants to go back and see what the old hood looked like, and he's in a limo and he sees a baby on just like a baby on the corner, and he rolls down the window. And it's funny in the skit. He like rolls it down. He's like, it was an old limo, and he's like, "Hey, baby, baby, what are you doing?" And the baby's like, "I'm selling drugs. What does it look like I'm doing?" And he's like, "But you're just a baby." And the baby's like, "Get the fuck out of here! I got kids to feed." It's just like it's like you don't expect that coming, and it's just very funny to me. Um, he's got oh no, hold on. He's got another one from his special, "Killing Them Softly," that I think is brilliant. He talks about this girl. Her name is, I think, like Amanda Smart or something like that, who was in Utah, like Salt Lake City, Utah, and she was like this girl who was kidnapped by this group of people and taken like 2 miles from her house, and she was held up in the house for like a few years, but they didn't lock her up. They just basically said don't leave, and she listened to them until one day she realized that the door wasn't locked and she could just walk away. And Dave Chappelle's like, "Now, I don't know about you, but if you kidnap me when I am a child, you're going to have to take me further than 2 miles from my house. I'm going to be like, that's my mailbox. That's my school bus." Like, I'm going to know this stuff. But it's a really interesting discussion that he has, because then he talks about this other girl, and I don't remember this girl's name, and I don't think he even names the girl, but there's this little girl who's the same age, and she was also abducted, and her name is Erica Pratt. She was 7 years old, even younger, and she was kidnapped, and she chewed through the ropes and was able to escape, and was basically stolen from after school at 3:40 p.m., chewed her way out of being kidnapped, and was home with enough time to watch herself on the news. Like, it happened like really quickly, yet nobody knows that girl's name. And the discussion is that, well, she wasn't like a pretty white girl who you're going to see on TV, who they can just always tell you about over and over and over. She's not going to get headlines. It's just really interesting to me. All right, those are some of my favorites that come to mind.
So, Rabbi, my
What?
favorite
he's talking about Barry jerking off on a bus.
Yeah, of course it would be Zoot. Zoot, you're obsessed with this
Have you
kind of
seen
shit.
that one?
Yeah, where he's like holding people hostage.
Or how old is 15 really with the R. Kelly one? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Where he's talking about if you can't work out whether you're sorry, if you can't work out whether you want to get pissed on or not at 15 years old, your life isn't going to go very far anyway.
Right.
That's fucking hilarious. Like, I'm sure at 15 you could decide whether or not you wanted to get pissed on.
Right. Zoot, is there any comedy? Is there any comedy that you like that's not sexual or mental health?
Shrek?
Shrek, like the children's movie?
It's not children.
Well,
It's
you
a family movie.
whatever you want to call it. Okay, what do you like about Shrek?
Has Eddie Murphy and Mike Myers.
Okay, that's all true. And Cameron Diaz. So what do you like about it?
It's a good movie.
Okay, excellent. Zoot, how long until
Shrek 1 and 2, it gets shit up. Like Shrek 3, like halfway through Shrek 3, it falls apart. Like they should have ended at Shrek 2.
Okay. I have a question. Now, what are your how long until you have to do your stand-up bit?
2 hours.
Okay, dude, come up with a really funny thing. Like, dude, you have a really funny.
I have a rule. You know what my rule is?
What's that?
If she was born before Shrek 2 come out, I'm not gonna talk to her.
Doug, that doesn't fucking make sense.
Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, I got it wrong. If she was born after Shrek 2 come out, I won't talk to her.
Okay, but I mean, people don't fucking remember when Shrek 2 came out.
2004.
Okay, nobody remembers that though. If you say Shrek 1, maybe some people will get that. When did Shrek 1 come out?
2000, I think.
Okay, so that's like a better thing to say. All right. So
No, that's a yeah. Shrek 2. If she was born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking to her.
okay, Zoot, that joke sucks. You have a very good joke. Do you remember it?
That's not the joke. That's just the truth. If she's born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking to her.
Okay, that's fine. For like the 12th time, do you remember your funny joke?
Yeah, they should make a suicide. Homicide hotline. And people working on stealing every day.
Wait. Now, that's funny, but you didn't say it correctly, man. You have to say the shit correctly, and you have to think about it.
I caught up the suicide hotline and they didn't call. So then
No, stop. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's fucked up. No, you have to say the joke correctly, and you have to build on it. So here's your joke. Just remember this. I find it interesting. Zoot, shut the fuck up and just listen. I find it interesting that there is a gambling hotline and there's a suicide hotline, but there isn't a homicide hotline. I think it would be great to be able to call someone when I want to strangle a bitch or whatever you want to say. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. So let's work on it.
We don't promote domestic violence.
Okay, it's not. Yeah, but bitch can be a dude. Um. Okay, so that's the phrase we have to work on. So there's a gambling hotline. I find it interesting that there's a gambling hotline, a suicide hotline, but there isn't a homicide hotline. I really would find it helpful to be able to call someone when I feel like killing somebody. But that's like kind of a really mean thing to say. So maybe you don't say that, but maybe you start with, have you ever felt like, you know, maybe just something like, um, have you ever felt like you've been so frustrated with someone that you just want to kill them? Not really, but you know what I mean. I know there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, but why isn't there a homicide hotline? I mean, don't you want to have the ability to speak with someone when you just feel like killing? That's 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 so harsh, though. Like, um, I don't know how that joke's gonna come up. It's funny if it's presented correctly. So let's work on it. I'm sure you've all felt like at a certain point you've been so frustrated that you wanted to kill somebody. Maybe not really, but you've used the phrase, I feel like I'm going to kill this person. I know there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, but it got me to thinking, why isn't there a homicide hotline? You know, someone who you could call when you feel like you're going to kill somebody. Maybe you are behind this person in traffic and they're texting and you feel like you're going to kill them. Well, be a great opportunity for you to be able to speak with somebody about these feelings. Or you're behind somebody in line and they're not paying attention. Well, instead of having these types of thoughts, there should be a hotline that you should be able to call. Or, and you have the thoughts to perhaps do undue harm to them. Well, this would be a great opportunity for you to be able to call the homicide hotline. And then you can play off of that. So you could almost do this like this. It's like, um, so how about this, Sue? Do you guys have Shark Tank in Australia? Zoo, do you have Shark Tank? Do you have Shark Tank in Australia?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you could be like, I've got a really great Shark Tank idea. Have you ever been really frustrated with someone? I don't know where it is, but you just feel like you're going to kill them. Well, there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, which got me to think, why don't I start the homicide hotline? This would be a place that you could call when someone's in front of you texting while driving and you just feel like you're going to strangle them if they don't go through the green light on time. Perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Or a situation where you're waiting in line and somebody's not paying attention. Perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Or when you just can't listen to the speaker any longer and you feel like killing them, it's a perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Dude, speaking of calling places, why don't you take this time and call the Tourette's place?
They said I need to get a referral from the GP.
Okay, and then you said that you had an appointment Tuesday or Wednesday. They had to call you back, and you just lied about all that. So why don't you call your general practitioner right now and get an appointment? Why don't you do that, Zoot? Zoot, we're just trying to help you. Zoot, are you going to talk? Okay, so why don't you call him? Zoot, why don't you talk? Why don't you call them?
Why don't you call?
Zoot, that's a question that I'm asking you. Zoot,
Why don't you call?
Zoot, this isn't a problem about me. I'm not the one who types to people mean things or tells people to shut up unnecessarily. I don't tell people those things. You do. And then when you're confronted on the matter, you say, "Well, I have Tourette syndrome," but you don't, according to you. So why don't you get a professional opinion on the matter? Because frankly, you're not very fun to be around if people don't know you. I think you're a wonderful individual and I love your friendship, but you've got to understand that I have people in here who you offend and they don't know the issues that you're going through and they don't really care. They don't want to be told these mean things. Dude, I gave you an ultimatum, man. I don't know what else to do. I'm enabling your behavior if I don't stick to what I said. All you have to do is call your medical doctor.
So,
podcast knows all this stuff shop is done and they go on anyway and they try to defend him. The shop though getting called out, they're getting thrown out of the baseball game. And Jeff Rogers is like, oh, you're crazy. Suing the umpires. Well, as we know, the other dad came forward on Shaw's baseball team. Shaw was the biggest douche ever. Nobody liked him. He threw around Joe Rogan's name. He would just sit in his truck until the game started. So, I mean, the fact that this guy is even trying to defend him is hilarious. And on that specific call, freaking Shaw was in the wrong. He was swearing. That's why he got thrown out of the game. He was swearing. We learned that his wife goes to the game. She sits there and she starts swearing. And the little league team all game for that girl was swearing. They're too into it because they're pretending they're great superheroes. That the nanny doesn't watch the kids all day. And Shaw is flying places. They go get cars, I believe, for Addie's events. I just love the fact that every time they get a guest, they're going to come on, hey, so this thing you did, Shaw, or I was defending you in the comments, defending a guy against and remember, he was so hated that the guy was asking a full lateral jump for everybody to kill somebody. And the practice footage, don't forget that, because people like to be like, oh, everybody has access to the game footage of all the yeah, do they have access to the practices? No, they don't. Someone edited the camera shopping, we'll have that practice. Let me know.
Chronological order. Now that we understand, the punishment of Chanina ben Chajon was extreme, as we'll discuss in just a moment. Now the Gemara takes a step back to take us back to an earlier story. Tana Rabbanan, Kishachala Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. When Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma became ill, Halach Rabbi Chanina ben Chajon Levakro. Rabbi Chanina ben Chajon came along to do B'Kocholim. Amar Lo, Chanina, Achi, Iyan Kayodea, She'uma Zimina Shraim Michuha. So we'll listen to this. The first of the wider line, not the widest, but the wider lines. So Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said, "Rabbi Chanina ben Chajon, Chanina, do you not know that the Ribono Shel Olam has given the Romans the ability to rule over us?" How do I know that? Sheriva es beso, v'sarba es echalo, v'harga es chasido, v'avka es tudyo, v'adayin hayenes. Rome obviously has been granted power. How do I know? They destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, killed out the Tzaddikim, and they still have power. In other words, Rome is empowered because God wants them empowered. ואני שמעתי עליך שאת יושבי באוסי בגדולה, ומה כלכלס בלעדי, בספר תורה מונח בחיקך, and Chanina, they're teaching Torah in public. The Romans outlaw Torah, right? They obviously lie with divine. And what? And I think that you're teaching Torah in public. What is it? This exchange. Amalo. So what happens? Amalo. So what is what Chanina ben Chajon saying? Essentially, the Ribono Shel Olam will take care of it. Also, listen to this exchange. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, Amalo. אומר לך דברים של כאן, ואתה אומר לי מן השמיים ירחמו. So in this exchange, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, I'm talking to you in a rational conversation. Don't be so thrilled. Like, meaning, don't tell me, Shani Rachmi, don't tell me that God is going to have compassion on you. The word works in a certain way. I'm giving you solid advice of stop it. Stop it. Because ultimately, again, there's something there's something different here about the power that Rome has. They're trampling over us. They're destroying the Beis Hamikdash. They're killing out the tzaddikim, and yet they're only rising in power, not diminishing. That means that the Rebbe has vested them. Ultimately, again, with the scepter of rulership. This is not going to end well with you. You're telling me when the Shemai Yirachim of Baruch was going to take care of me. Baruch was not going to take care of you. Baruch was giving the rulership to Rome. So what happens? Tamari, also this is amazing. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, Tamari, the Lo Yisrafu Oska Best Sefer Torah Ba'ish. So he said to the way you're going to end up being burned together with the Sefer Torah by the Romans. Oh, Rabbi, so Rabbi tell me, if the Romans do kill me, and I'm going to go tell them how. I'm going to look my set down, so it's actually very interesting. So he says, tell me something that's happened to you. Tell me something that's happened to you. Ma'os Shaporin is Chalfuli to Ma'os Shal Staka, the Kalaktim La'ayir. Now she says, Rabbi Ma'os Shaporin, she knocked me with Sudas Porin. So let's say, so if anyone tried to say like this, I have money that I set aside for my own Sudas Porin, they got mixed up with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not seek reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. Amalo, in terms he's sitting here, he's about tzedakah. Amalo, in shame, Mechalkecha Yichalki, Umegoralecha Yigorali. So Yossi and Krishna says, of course, you will go to Abba and Kalabai, I should have a portion like you. Amru, let's say listen to this dramatic story. Let's say first of the widest lines. Amru lo hayu yamu lo atum. Actually, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. Just a couple of days later, Yossi ben Kisma died. V'hol kukom idoli Rami Lavakro. Those couple, excuse me. And all of the noblemen of Rome came to attend Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma's Levaya. His Kitua has been gadol, and they gave him a great hesped. Ubechazar also Masur Rabbi Chanin ben Chadsha Yossi v'osik v'tura. Kilos V'ladin. The Sefer Torah Munach Lo B'Cheko. Also on the way back from the Yossi ben Kisma's Levaya, remember all of the Roman noblemen were there. On the way back, what do they find? They find that Hanina ben Shachel teaching Torah in public. Teaching Torah in public, and the Sefer Torah is resting by his chest. And the Uru was saying that they punished him. They brought the Hanina ben Shachel. They careful the Sefer Torah. They wrapped him with the Torah. They full of the Chavides and Muros. They surrounded him with branches that Sisu Bahana Sha'or. And they literally lit him on fire. They used Putin Shalsena. They brought tufts of wet wool. Ushuram B'mayim. Yichum Halibor. They pasted on the Hanina ben Shachel's heart. In order that he should die a slow death. What's that? So a dramatically brutal death on the Hanina ben Shachel. Amru Labito Abba Erech B'Kach. She was not to be dead, but apparently they made his death a public spectacle. So it's sort of Hanina ben Shachel started. We'll discuss these orders in just a little bit. But it's sort of Abba Erech B'Kach. So she says, Father, how could I watch this? What she was saying about something much more dramatic. She was saying, Father, how can this happen to you? How? Like, what is this mean? Amalash, these words are amazing. Amalash, Yomale Ani Nishafti Lavadi. Hayad Davakashan. Chaim tries to says to his daughter, I want to say, understand, this conversation is happening while the flames are engulfing his body. That's when this conversation is happening. So she says to him, Omale Ani Nishafti Lavadi, if I was being burnt by myself, Hayad Davakashan. This whole thing will be very problematic for me. Now that I'm being burned together with the Sefer Torah, the words are just dramatic. This is what he's saying to his daughter, my dear daughter, don't worry, because I'm being burnt with the Sefer Torah, and he who is going to come and make amends for the degradation of the Sefer Torah will come and make amends for my degradation as well. He's telling his daughter, don't worry. The Yibon will come and will fix the covenant Torah, and Baruch will come and take care of my covenant as well. I want to tell me the Rabbi, Ma'at Torah.
So student said, Rabbi, what do you see? Amar lahem, Gilyo Nisrafin, the Osios Porthos. He said to them, I see the parchment is burning, but the letters are ascending to Shemayim. He was saying that, they could destroy the parchment. You can destroy the physicality of the Jew, you can destroy the physicality of Torah, but you can never destroy the Neshama, you can never destroy the Osios. The letters themselves are ascending heavenward. So we'll say, they listen to this, they say to him, Ata, Hasach Pika V'Tikanis B'Chai. He said, Rabbi, open your mouth. Open your mouth, let the flames come in and hasten your death. Amar lahem, Mutav Shyitlena Misha Nasna Ba'ayichava Ba'atzma. So Rabbi Chanina ben Chajah says, no, the one who gave me my life will take my life, but I will not in any way expedite my own death. Amar lo counselor, so also you have to understand something. So what happens? The executioner is standing there, seeing all this. Right? So the executioner hears the conversation. They're both like, sometimes the greatness of the tzaddik is the ability to maintain a measured, thoughtful response, even in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. And Chanina ben Chajah is being burnt alive, and he's consoling his daughter. He's consoling his daughter. His daughter doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle, and he's telling her, don't worry. The Sefer Torah is with me. The Baruch is going to take care of me. The Sefer Torah will take care of me. The students are saying, Rabbi, what are you saying? And he's giving them the chum. He's saying, don't worry. It's only the guf. It's only the parchment that's being burnt. But the neshama, the letters will always remain. He's giving them the chama in the midst of this ridiculously brutal and horrific scene. Who sees all of this? The Roman executioner. The Roman executioner, he says, Rabbi, the executioner is calling Chanina ben Chajah Rabbi. And when Imam shall have his notos, he called shall tell me Ali Becha. I tell me the animal Chayon of advice is ready. Tell me if I take the tufts of wool away from your heart. I take the tufts of wool away from your heart and expedite your death. Will you bring me to Olam Haba? Amar lo hey. And Chanina ben Chajah says yes. Yishavali, swear to me that you'll take me to Olam Haba. Nishpalo, swear to him. In that moment, the executioner went ahead. The morning was over. The executioner went ahead and increased the fire, removed the tufts of wool. Now, and the Chanina ben Chajah died instantaneously. In that moment, the executioner jumped into the flames as well. In that moment, you get a basket came out. So the Chanina ben Chajah and the executioner are invited for eternity on the Haba. Was it Rabbi cried whenever you heard this story? The truth is, you can't not cry when you hear this story. There are some people ultimately, again, will acquire their Olam Haba in many years. And there are some people who acquire their Olam Haba in one moment. This executioner, I will say, you have to understand, you don't get that job because of your egos in the Roman execution. Right? That's one guy you do not want to run into anywhere. But yet, again, in this moment, this person wasn't everybody needs a Rabbi. Even the Roman executioner needs a Rabbi. And he found his Rabbi in the great Rabbi Chanina ben Chajah. And in that moment, again, you see a person can turn around the life that is filled with depravity, that is filled with bloodshed, that is filled with everything that is disgusting in this world. And a person can turn around that life with one heroic spiritual act. Rabbi cried because there are some people who get to lifetime to get to Olam Haba. There are some people who get it in just simply a moment. Burial this what the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, I will say 7 lines after the Burial this supposed to listen to this. Burial, who was the wife of Rabbi Meir, prior to Rabbi Chanina ben Chajah, supposed to have these familial relationships. Burial was the daughter of Rabbi Chanina ben Chajah. So remember, again, I will say, he said one of the punishments of Rabbi Chanina ben Chajah was what? He was burnt. His wife was killed, and his daughter was condemned to life in a brothel. He had 2 daughters. One was Burial, the other was a single unnamed daughter.
So the single unnamed brother was not condemned to life in the brothel. He's married to her. Bruria says to her husband, so she says, Bruria says to her husband, it's not nice that my sister is living in a brothel. You have to do something about it. She says, Rabbi, you have to rescue her. So what does Rabbi do? Shakal Tarkalis. Rabbi is a good husband. So what does he do when his wife tells him to do something? He does it. I would say, it's not a point to sound, it's not important to sell it. You can be writing there, you can be wherever you want. Your wife tells you to do something. People say, now, all kidding aside, Meir understood, why don't Meir do this on his own? For a whole variety of people don't do this on his own. But he understood that if his wife is telling him to do it, it's a good thing to do. So he goes there, what does he do? Shakal Tarkabat Dinar, he takes a large bag of gold coins. So here's the problem. His sister-in-law is condemned to live in a brothel by Roman decree. It's going to take a miracle to get her out. So the way he figures is like this. If she is still virtuous, if she has not sinned, then a miracle will help me get her out. If she sinned, then there'll be no miracle. So what happens? So what happens? She decides to figure out if has she maintained her purity as us. He literally disguises himself as a Roman horseman. He goes into the brothel. He says, he propositions her. Amare, Dashtanaha. So what does she say? She says, I'm menstruating, I'm sorry, I can't be with you. Amale, Misarach Namirsak. Says, okay, I'll wait. Amralo, Nefushin Tuva Hafa. So she says, don't wait for me. There are many other girls here who are more beautiful and who are available now. So I said, he understood that what was she doing? This was the line she used with every single man who came into the brothel. Amar Shmami Nama Abdi Call the Asi Amrale Hafi. She understood ultimately again that this was her line to every single potential customer who came into the brothel, and this is how she saved herself from sinning. So the Gemara says, so he goes over to the guy who's in charge of the brothel and he says, let me buy her from you. So the brothel watchman says, I'm scared because remember she is here through Roman decree. So he says, listen, I'm giving you a bag full of gold coins. Half of it keep to yourself, half of it use to bribe the Romans. There's more than enough money for all of you to be happy. So the nobleman said, not the nobleman. Sorry, this guy's not a nobleman. The brothel watchman says, okay, what happens when the money runs out? You have to bribe people continuously. So Amalei must be wild. Amalei, Ema, Elka, the mayor Anim. Rosai, Shamir Balanes. Right? So remember again, so he says, don't worry, when you're in trouble, just say Eloka, the mayor Anim. Just say, God of mayor, answer me, and you'll be fine. The boss say, by the way, the mayor Balanes is the Imam Second Brothers. We learned this 5 years ago, but it's like yesterday. Right? Longer than 5 years. Right? Whatever. So if he's going to get in trouble, just say, God of mayor, answer me. And you'll be saved. Amalei. So what's up? This woman's trying to be a nice guy. Like, not that I don't believe you, but can you give me like a little bit of a greater assurance? For me, how do you know this is going to work? So what's the listen to this? How do I know? There were these dogs in town. They literally used to bite. It doesn't really eat people. They used to bite people. Shako kala shagabu. Let's listen to this. The mayor picks up a clod of earth and he throws it at this pair of vicious dogs. So what happens? How about us to the mayor, right? So these dog members are charging the mayor to bite him. Amar elakad the mayor anim. Says God the mayor, answer me. Shavkua be a harvest, be a harvest. So we'll say what happens? So they left him alone. And what happens? And we'll say. And then what happened? He used to give him the money, and Vladimir bought back his sister-in-law and brought his sister-in-law home. We'll say afterwards, the matter became known that this brothel keeper had sold the daughter of Rabbi Hanina ben Trajo, who was supposed to be kept captive in the brothel for the rest of her life. So they bring the brothel watchman to Rome to stand trial. So Askul is a keeper. So we'll say what happens. They bring him up to the platform to hang him. Amar Eloka Demer Anevi. and he cries out, "The God of Meir answer me." And I will say, what happens? And they can't hang him. They can't hang him for whatever the reason. Rashi says over here, they say to him, "Achsua amalei mayhai." So we'll say, they said to him, why can't we hang you? We'll say, whatever's happening, the rope keeps snapping, whatever it is. They realize, like, you literally can't hang the guy. We'll say the Romans, again, were religious people. They were polytheistic, right? So they said, "What's going on over here?" So So he told them, "Listen, here's the story. I have this get out of jail free card. It's called Elokar, the mayor. I mean, you got a mayor answer me." So I'll say, what happens? So I'll get myself. So I'll say, what happens? They engraved the image of Rabbi Meir on the gates of Rome. They will say, this wasn't as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted signs in the post office. Right? So what they did is they engraved his image on the gates of Rome, and they said essentially, whoever sees this guy, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Let's listen to this. As you are, one day a man was walking, and a Roman officer saw him. He saw his image. So what happens? He goes ahead and they began to pursue him. Runs away. All Zonos. He ran into a brothel to seek protection. Others say it wasn't a brothel, but rather he ran into a non-kosher restaurant. Now what happens? So the Gemara says, what did he do? I'll say this is very interesting. He dipped one finger into the food and sucked on the other finger. So he made it look like that what? He made it look like he was eating non-kosher food. So we'll say, therefore, again, he threw people off his job because everybody would assume the great Junior is not going to be eating non-kosher food. So what happens? The others say, Yanabi came along, and Yanabi made himself look like a harlot. So what happens? And the Zona embraced Rabbi Meir. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, "Oh, this must be someone else. Yeah, it can't be Rabbi Meir who's in the brothel being hugged by a harlot." So the Gemara says, Rabbi Meir haba lo haba abadafi. You're correct. This really is a Meir with nothing. So Rabbi Meir realized that he was not safe to marry. So, and therefore, come around to the Baba. Ultimately, again, he went and he ran away to Baba. He did the Amim my son. Some say this was the reason over there where he speak to Baba. He did the Amim nice at the Bruria. And others say it was because of the episode that happened with Bruria, his wife. We learned about the episode with Bruria. So this is Bruria Rabbi Hanina ben Chacha. What was the episode with Bruria? So Rashi points out over here, the Ikeda Amim Shemais to Bruria and Chalos. So one time Bruria was disparaging the rabbinic statement of Nashim Daikos Kalos. Of what exactly does it mean? It does not mean that women Chas Shalom are not smart. It does not mean that women lack the intellectual prowess of men Chas Shalom. Just you have to see, it's Chazal's ways of saying that ultimately, again, women are often more emotional or bring the level of compassion to things that men do not. That level of emotion or that level of compassion sometimes cloud intellect. And also, I want to clarify something else. It's not a disparaging comment. It's Chazal's ultimate statement about the different emotional, intellectual disposition of a man versus a woman. Whether it was Chazal's, whatever it is, that's our topic for today. The point is, Bruria disparaged the statement. So there was a very dramatic, traumatic, and tragic story that occurred where ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, so we'll say, again, it's a complicated Mesa, which we're not getting into now. The point is that Rabbi Meir tested the virtue of his wife by having one of his students try to constantly proposition her. And she resisted until one day that she did not. When it became known that she was willing to compromise her morality. Again, she didn't end up doing anything. When it became known that she was willing to give in, and this was a test set up by her husband, she was humiliated and she hanged herself. She committed suicide. So again, We'll go over this the next cycle in Eretz Hashem. So in a couple of years, we'll come back to this. It's a very dramatic, and I want to point out, Bruria was an exceptional woman, an incredible and righteous tzaddikus. And this particular episode in general should not mar her general virtuosity and piety. Even great people make all kinds of mistakes. And it's possible that even over here, this mistake was also that Meir's mistake in how he set up his wife. But again, not our topic for now. The point is that Meir escapes to Baba. There's a machlokes as to what was the motivation for his escape. Was it the humiliation over the death of his wife, which he had a hand in, the suicide of his wife, which he had a hand in, or was it because he was trying to escape the Roman authorities? Okay, the most like that is this dramatic story of everything that is tragic. Now, by the most like first white line, if somebody goes to the extent Rashi says is like the arena where they have the gorings. They don't call it the gorings. What do they call it? Like the gladiators, right? But again, whenever there's bullfights and gladiators, the point is they're going to a place where they have people killed for sport. That's the Danim, or the Karkum. Supposed to say the Karkum, Rashi says it's a siege. Now what would happen is sometimes when the Romans apparently would make a siege around the city. So, sieges take a long time, so you have to need entertainment, right? Because remember, again, while there's so they'd have like the fair, so you'd have the siege, and what do you do with the siege, right? You sit there, right? So what happens? And you sit kind of, so they would have like celebrations there. Let's go to the Karkum. The Rosh Hashanah, the Chashim, the Chashim, ultimately again the sorcerers or Chabarin are also different types of these are snake charmers. Mukyon, Mulyon, Valurin, Salgurin, these are all different types of jesters, of clowns. Harez and Moshe Leitzin. A person who engages in this behavior, this is Moshe Leitzin. This is called literally again the company of Leitzin. Well, that's almost like someone who doesn't get anything serious. This is the pasuk in Tehillim. Praiseworthy is the person who did not go ahead and follow in the ways, ultimately again of the Batas Rishon, Ubederech Hatam Lo Amat, Ubenoshab Leitzim Lo Yoshav. So the Gemara says, Kim B'Dras Hashem Chefzo, Halamarto, Shadvar Ma'alono, Mevinas Adam Lidei Torah. Also, when a person engages in leitzanos, right, in silliness, this ultimately again leads to the Torah or minion. More raise the kasha. Hoping it's stadium mutter. So say ultimately again, we say in else the device says that a person can go to the arena to ultimately see the gladiators and the bullfighting. Why? Because we'll say sometimes again they can intervene if a Jew's going to be the victim. They could call out to the Roman officer in charge and potentially save the Jew. Or the Karkum mutter. Similarly again, you could go to the fair by the siege. Why? If they Yishuv Medina, because it will say sometimes again you could go ahead and you could help the Jews who are living in that city which is under siege. But ultimately again, as long as you do not become part of the festivities themselves, then this Chashedim Man Aser. It will say if you become part of the festivities with the siege or in the gladiators arena, that's Aser. So what's like Kashet Stagnat Stagn, Kashet Karkum. So what's a contradiction? The first statement that we just saw before said you can't participate in these activities. The second part says you can't participate in these activities. So which one is it? Bishlama Karkum Lo Kasha. So as a contradiction by the siege, you can't if you're part of the siege, then it's Aser. If you're not part of the siege but you're there to warn the Jewish residents, it's okay. Elit Stadinat Stadin Kasha. We'll say, but what about again the arena? So can you participate, not participate? Tonight, you will say it's a machlokes tonight. This time you are able to instead of Moshe Leitzin. You can't go to the arena to see the bullfight of the gladiators because it's Moshe Leitzin. It will say the company of scorners, scoffers, lazy people. Rabbi Nasa says it's okay. Why? Nasa says you can go for two reasons. Number one, we'll say one because again you could call out and potentially save a Jew who might be the victim there. I said this is dramatic. Why? Because this year, let's remember again, if the guy does get killed, the Jew does get killed, and you can't save him, you could be an echad who would allow his wife to remarry. Remember again, I will say halacha l'maisa, one witness is believed ultimately. See, if you get the season pass, to the gladiator, so at least again you can do something positive by aid trying to save Jews, and if you can't save them, you can be the aid effort to allow the wife to remarry. What's incredible? What's the best test of horses? Ain't Holchin. The Tartios or Tartasios. Also, you can't go to the Roman theaters or to the Roman circus. Mipnei Shemezavlin Sham Zibo Lavodas Kocham. Why I said because it's there that they go out and they take up all kinds of collections and make all kinds of arrangements for Avodah Zarah. See Rabbi Meir. Chacham the Chacham say, Makom Shemezavlin Asher Nechashav Avodas Kocham, or Makom Shemezavlin Sham Asher Mishum Moshe Leitz. So what's Rabbi Meir? So Chacham say, we agree with you, you can't go, but we disagree with the reason. If there's an Avodah Zarah component, fine, you can't go because of Avodah Zarah. But even if there's no Avodah Zarah, you can't go. Why? Because Rabbi say it's called Moshe Leitz. We'll say it's called ultimately again. It's called Moshe Leitzim. We'll say Moshe Leitzim is any place where people who are let's Leitzim. In other words, there's silliness or scoffers or just waste of time occurring. What's the practical difference? We'll say the difference is what happens if you transact your business there. So if you hold that if there's an issue of Avodah Zarah, so any proceeds of any kind of business dealings that occur there will be usher. If you hold that it's Moshe Leitzim, then any business proceeds will be mutter. So we'll say, what is mean praiseworthy is the person who did not walk in the ways or in the counsel of the wicked, and in the pathway of sin he did not stand, and in the company of scoffers or scorners he did not sit. If he didn't walk in the way, how did you stand? If he didn't stand, how could you sit? And if you didn't sit, then how would you scoff? We'll say, watch this. If ultimately again you walk in the wrong path of life, you will stand there. I will say, what does standing represent? Standing represents being stationary, being stationed in a place. So we'll say, sometimes I think, you know what, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you end up standing. Then Amad, and if you end up standing, so Olation, you're going to sit. Then Yashav, and if you sit, so Lolo. So we'll say you will end up scoffing. The Imas, and if you scoff, Allah Bakasim Omer, in Chachmas, Chachmas Lecha, Ben Batsta, Levad Chatisa. We'll say this is an incredible yisod of the Gemara is saying. An incredible yisod over here ultimately is what? Ultimately is, and I will say sometimes in life, we go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know is not the right one for me. But at the end of the day, I figured, you know what? I'm just going to pass through. I will say, when it comes to negative behaviors, when it comes to negative influences, even just passing through poses in existential danger. Because once you pass through, once you're Omed, you end up being an Omed. And once you're an Omed, you end up being a Yoshev. And once you're a Yoshev, I will say, you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person, I will say, here's what's interesting. And what am I doing wrong, I will say? What am I doing wrong in this case? What am I doing wrong? Right? I'm stopping. I will say, you know what being a Lex means? Being a Lex means being cynical. Being sarcastic. Listen, people are cynical and sarcastic. Nothing is serious. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is important. There's a one-liner about everything. There's something sarcastic to say about everything. And I will say that's the most dangerous people. That's Leitzanis. Because where there's Leitzanis, nothing is covered, nothing is tar, which means I will say that a person takes nothing seriously in life. You take nothing seriously, or you're above everything. But so unfortunately, that is the beginning of one's spiritual unraveling. We'll stop over here for today. With that, Amar Belazar, share with you a short idea on the parsha. So let's say there's a beautiful pasuk. So in the Shpachtik, it's Moshe Rabbeinu is ultimately it tells Moshe Rabbeinu. It tells Moshe Rabbeinu. It's okay. Tells Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is in Parak Test. Pasuk Yud, Parak Test, Pasuk Yud. So Parak Test, Pasuk Yud. Just gonna say once more, so I can stall it. before I get to the pasuk. I mentioned Perek Yud's pasuk here. So Vayomer Hashem Moshe. The prophet says to Moshe Rabbeinu, Lech el ha'am, go to the nation, v'kidashtem hayom u'machar. Sanctify them today and tomorrow. V'chibshu simosa, and tell them to launder the clothing. So once they launder the clothing, of course, means go to the mikvah, right? So remember again, this is the famous drasha where in the Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, "Kidashtem hayom u'machar." I need 2 days of preparation. We'll say this is where again we study Gemara that says that certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Moshe Rabbeinu be daito. This certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on by himself and God agreed. What did Moshe Rabbeinu add on over here? 3 days, an additional day. That's why we have shloshes man. We have 3 days for Kabbalah Shalom. Only mandated 2. So we'll say, I want to share with you what I think is just a life-changing verse by the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. It's actually quoted by the Beis Avram in the name of the Baal Shem Tov. So let's say, listen to this. Kan Rams the Torah. So the Baal Shem Tov says here, the Torah hints to us, Taksis HaMachamas Yitzhahara. It will say in this phrase, the will say is contained the very battle with Yitzhahara, but also the very ingredient for success against the Yitzhahara. So listen to this. So Yitzhahara the factor of Adam. Yitzhahara often says to us, it will say we do in the Silas Yisrael. Yitzhahara doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because Yitzhahara knows that we're tzaddikim, and I know that faith is wrong. So I'm gonna figure out how to muster up the courage not to sin. So how does the Yitzhahara get me? The Yitzhahara says, "Rak od hayom shma b'koli, v'hachel mimachar taschel hiskadish." The Yitzhahara says, "Listen, I know you want to be kaddish. I know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? What's the rush? You'll get started on the new you. You'll turn that new page, right? You'll turn over and right. You'll begin. But when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. What's it? Listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Like, don't worry about it. You start tomorrow. Shabbos is such a good day for us. Chachos, it's wonderful. It's a short day. You've got so much to do. Today's not the day to change. Today's not the day to be great. Today's not the day to turn over a new leaf. You get to it tomorrow. But really, tomorrow's really going to be that day. That's the Tachbolas Hayitza. Right? This is again the Shara Ziras. The Ramchal talks about this. This is how the Yitzhahara works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do, the most beautiful, noble goals, is great. Today is just not such a great day to accomplish great things. So therefore, what does the person answer to the Yitzhahara? No. So says the Lashon something amazing. What is it you have to answer the Yitzhahara? No, I disagree. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Umachar nira ulai eshma lekolecha ulai lo. Tomorrow, I can't control tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be pious tomorrow. Maybe I'm not going to be pious tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what Rabbi saying is today is the now. And then for says Rabbi say, listen to how he touches this pasuk. V'kidashtem hayom. Rabbi say the job of the Jew is to say like this. Right now, it's today. Right now, it's now. I have control over what I do right now in this moment. I have control over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? V'kidashtem hayom. I am going to make today holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that literally are within my grasp right now. Hayom ani miskadish v'chol mechir. Umachar eshto ve'eda ma la'asos. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow's going to be. So I can't make really too many plans for tomorrow. And I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. So we'll say here, how the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh punctuates this pasuk. Again, you look at this inside the Chumash later on. Yud Tes Yud. V'kidashtem hayom. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Sanctify today, Rabbi say. Seize the moment. The Carpe Diem, seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have because that's what you control in life. how you use the now, how you use the present, how you use the day right in front of you. I will say that is the only thing that we control in life. Umachar, I will say, read about Shem, the punctuation is like this. Vikidash Tamayom, exclamation point. Actually, it's triple exclamation point. Vikidash Tamayom with an emoji on it, right? Vikidash Tamayom. You have to sanctify today because that's all I control. Umachar? Umachar is with a question mark. What about tomorrow? Can't tell you about tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, when tomorrow becomes today, I'll switch the umachar to what? To what? To ukidashtem hayom. So when tomorrow becomes today, I'll move the umachar to yom, and I'll move tomorrow to the machar. That was a sent to Hashem to HaKadosh. That becomes the way the Jew lives successfully. So, first of all, to combat the Yitzhahara. The Yitzhahara's greatest tool is the tool of procrastination, is the tool of kicking the can out. I will say, if something is important enough to get done, it's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, well, so we know this, we don't need the Basham to tell us because we live this every single day. If it doesn't get done now, then chances are it doesn't get done. That's how we combat the Yitzhahara. The Kidashtem Hayom. Let's say all that Baruch Hu asks of us is sanctify today. Maximize today. Take advantage of today. Do what you have to do today. Tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring? That's the great question mark. Like Shabbos said, we should be Zochem Neret Hashem to live our life by this mantra. We should be Zochem Neret Hashem. It's the great part about being the Baal Shem Tov. You can punctuate even the psukim of the Ribono Shel Olam's Torah any way you want. Rabbi said this is the true punctuation. We should be Zochem Neret Hashem to live lives of where we focus on Hayom, sanctify, take advantage of the day we have in front of us. Maximize the opportunities that are right in front of us. Umachar, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the great question mark, which in Neret Hashem will be Zochem to deal with when we get to it. Which is quite amazing. He got to the end of the tragedy. Amalei, Amai Kasak the Baraisa. Why did you go ahead and learn Torah? Or we outlawed the learning of Torah. Why did you learn Torah? Amalu Kasher Sivani Hashem. So he said, because this is what God commanded. What happened? That Gazra Allah of the Sreifa. So the Roman decreed that Rabbi Elazar and Shadjon would be, would be burnt alive. They command that his wife would be killed. He was a Harigi usually means by the sword. And they condemned his daughter to a life in a brothel. So what happens? The Gemara tries to understand why were each of them condemned to their respective punishments. I love the Seifa. Rabbi Chanina ben Shachon was decreed to die by fire. Shayahoga es Hashem ba'os Yosef. Was a tap of this Chesem Dalit. Because he went ahead and literally, Rashi, actually the last, if you go back to the examiner without names for just a moment, it's the last Rashi. I love the Seifa. Lama na'anash kach, Mefusha Yahoga es Hashem ba'os Yosef. Dorish ba'ad Mishayim os Yosef. There's the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're going to say one is not permitted to articulate the letters of that name. Rabbi Chanina ben Shadjon did, and as a result for articulating the letters of that name, he was killed. He was burned. The name of and how did the first line did Chesem Dalet, but now second line. But how did Rabbi Elazar ben Shadjon do this? Why did he articulate the 42 letters of the 42-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? But we learned
These are the people who do not have a portion in the world to come. Ha'omer in Torah min hashamayim, he who says there is no portion in Torah, meaning Torah is not from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, ve'ein tchias hamesim min Torah, or there is no biblical source for resurrection of the dead. In other words, that there is no doraisa concept of tchias hamesim. Avashol omer, afahoge es Hashem ba'osiyosov. Ultimately, again, even one who goes in and articulates the 42 letters of the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How could Rabbi Hanina ben Chachon do this when it is clearly usher? To which the Gemara says with Islamic Alma. The Gemara said he did this for the purpose of ultimately teaching. He didn't do this. He didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather he did this in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So it actually points out that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is medactic u'tzadikim kichut asara. Even though again on a technical level he didn't do anything wrong, HaKadosh Baruch Hu felt that apparently the way that he did it was inappropriate. So the Gemara says, "Kibisanya no sumo glasos about antal omed v'chabi ulaholis." There are certain things that we're not allowed to do, but we're allowed to teach in order that others understand the intricacies of halacha. So the Chanina ben Chachon teaches the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to his students, not for the purpose again of having them say, but that you should know it, but apparently there was still something flawed in his behavior. Obviously, because he was such a great tzaddik, he was held to this higher level. Ella, my time, so ultimately, again, so if that's the case that he was doing it in order to teach it, then why was he punished? Which we must mention, because ultimately, again, he did it in public. In other words, it's okay that he did it to teach it, but apparently he should have done it privately, and instead he did it publicly. So because he did it publicly, he was condemned to this brutal death. Why was his wife killed by a sword? Because it wasn't she should have objected to his behavior. Incredible. Let's say, part of the dominant of a wife is a wife has the unique ability to tell her husband when he's wrong. And even if a husband could tune out everyone else, he can't tune out and really should not tune out his wife. And the child was doing something wrong because he was teaching the 42 letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, teaching it for good reasons. But he was doing it publicly. His wife should have said to him, "You're wrong." She did not do that, and therefore she's held accountable. Mikan Amru Komish Yish Biodolimchos Ve'ino Mocha Ne'anash Alav. Ultimately, from here we learn that anyone who has the ability to object to negative behavior but does not do so is punished ultimately again for failure to object. The most if you see something wrong occurring and you don't go ahead and voice objection to that which is wrong, you are held liable as well. Why was his daughter condemned to live in a brothel? One time, Rabbi Hanina ben Chachon, his daughter, was walking before the noblemen of Rome. And they said, "Wow, look how beautiful the steps of this young girl are." So they admired her, literally they admired her steps. They admired the way that she was walking. So what happened? So when she heard this compliment, she paid even more attention to the way she was walking. In other words, she was even more meticulous with her steps. And that was considered to be the compromising of her tznius. So it goes over the passage from Tehillim. Avon akeva yisidoni, literally again, the sin of my heel will surround me. Avonos sha'adam dash ba'keva ba'olam hazeh, those avenos that a person tramples on with his heel in this world, sometimes surround him on the day of judgment. So also the idea over here is that Hanina ben Chachon's daughter compromised her tznius. She compromised her modesty, and because of that, she was held accountable and condemned for life in the brothel. So we'll say, obviously, we're talking about people who are judged in such an exacting way. But again, this is the model which HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds out for tzaddikim. The more righteous the individual, the more exacting the judgment. So Hanina ben Chachon burnt because he taught according to the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. His wife killed because ultimately again she did not object to his behavior, and the daughter condemned to a life of immorality because she compromised her tznius. As all three were being led out for their judgments, each of them accepted the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They saw that whatever Tziduk Hadin also be translated as acceptance of judgment. It's not just acceptance. Tziduk Hadin means the acceptance of the justice of the Rebbe Shalom's judgment. A recognition that whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is just. Hu Amar Rabbi ben Chachon said, Hatzur Tamim Pa'alo. Literally, the rock, perfect on his action. Ishto Amra El Emunah Ve'im Adam. Literally a trustworthy God, ultimately again, where no iniquity is in him. Ito Amra Gadol Ha'itza V'rav Ha'aliyah Asher Inecha Pekuchos Al Kol Darchei Adam. Al Kol Darchei B'nei Adam. Vasis Ki Ishtu D'chav V'chafim Ha'alav. His letter said that the Rebbe Shalom gives every person what they are deserving. We'll say if these two things sound familiar, it's because again they all come together to form the teal that we call Siduk Hadin. If when a person is burying a loved one, and the teal of Avim, we say the teal of Siduk Hadin, and Siduk Hadin is comprised of these psukim and more. Amar Rabbi, Kama Gidolim Tzadikim Halalu. How great are these righteous people? Shemizdamu lahem shalosh mikrosh of Siduk Hadin b'shas Siduk Hadin. I want to say how great are these people that these three psukim of acceptance of divine judgment were found in their mouths at the moment that they are being led out to be punished. I want to say an incredible Maisa. The Gemara now wants to go a little bit chronological order. Now that we understand the punishment of Chanina ben Chachon was the straight as we'll discuss in just a moment. Then the Gemara takes a step back to take us back to an earlier story. Rabbanan, Kishachala Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. When Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma became ill, Halach Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon Levakro. Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon came along to be beholden. Amar Lo, Chanina, Achi, Iyata Yodea, She'uma Zubin Hashemayim Michuha. So we'll say listen to this. The first of the wider line, not the widest, but the wider line. That Christians have given in the church. Do you not know that the Rebbe Shalom has given the Romans the ability to rule over us? How do I know that? Sheriva es beso, Bisarfa es echalo, Vaharga es chasidav, Vaagda es tudav, Vaadayin hanemes. Rome obviously has been granted power by God. How do I know that? They destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, killed out the tzaddikim, and they still have power. In other words, Rome is in power because God wants them in power. And Chanina, I hear that you're teaching Torah in public. The Romans outlaw Torah, right? They obviously have divine power, or I should say, they've been granted their power by the divine. And what? And I think that you're teaching Torah in public, in public defiance of their edict. So listen to this exchange. Amarlo. So what happens? Amarlo. So what is the Chanina ben Chachon saying? Essentially, the Rebbe Shalom will take care of you. Also, listen to this exchange. Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, Ani omer lecha, Amarlo. Ani omer lecha dvarim shel tam. Va'ata omer li min hashemayim yirachamu. So also, you hear this exchange? Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma says, I'm talking to you in a rational conversation. Don't be so frum. Like, meaning, don't tell me, don't tell me that God is not compassion on you. The word works in a certain way. I'm giving you solid advice of stop it. Because ultimately, again, there's something machinic, there's something different here about the power that Rome has. They're trampling over us. They're destroying the Beis Hamikdash. They're killing out the tzaddikim, and yet they're only rising in power, not diminishing. That means that the Rebbe Shalom has invested them. Ultimately, again, with the scepter of rulership. This is not going to end well with you. You're telling me who's going to take care of me? Who's not going to take care of you? Baruch was given the rulership to Rome. So what happens? Tamari. Also, this is amazing. Yossi ben Kisma says, Tamani, Emo Yisrifu Oscha, Vessel Sefer Torah Ba'ish. So he says that the way you're going to end up being burned together with your Sefer Torah by the Romans.
Amar lo, Rabbi, ma'ani l'chai olam haba. So Rabbi, tell me, if Jerome means do kill me, and I'm going to go to olam haba. Amar lo, ma'aseh bal yadach. This verse is actually very interesting. So he says, tell me something that's happened to you. Tell me something that's happened to you and how you reacted, and I'll tell you if you're a ben olam haba. Amar lo, ma'os shaporim yischafli b'ma'os shal tzedakah. She says, Rabbi Yamash Shaporim, Shinachim Sudas Porim. So we'll say, so Rabbi Chanim Ben Chagrin says like this: I had money that I set aside for my own Sudas Porim. They got mixed up with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not seek reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. Amarlo, in we say that he's going to come about tzedakah. Amarlo, in came Mechelkecha Yichalki. So Rabbi Yossi in the case says, of course, you will go to Olam Haba and Halabai, I should have a portion like you. Amru, we'll say, listen to this dramatic story. We'll say first of the widest lines. Amru lo hayu yom mu'atim, Ashmit Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma. Just a couple of days later, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma died. V'hol hu kol gidoli rami levakro. And all of the noblemen of Rome came to attend Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma's levaya. This Bidua has been done, and they gave him a great hesped. Ubechazar Asher Matzur Rabbi Chanim ben Chagrin Yossi va'osik b'Torah u'makil kilos b'Ravin the Sefer Torah unach lo b'Cheiko. Also on the way back from Yossi ben Kisma's levaya, remember all of the Roman noblemen were there. On the way back, what do they find? They find Rabbi Chanim ben Chagrin teaching Torah in public, and the Sefer Torah is resting by his chest. Heavy Ulu was saying that they and they literally lit him on fire. They brought tufts of wet wool, Ushiram Bamayim, Yuchum Halibon, and placed it on Chanim ben Chagrin's heart, a slow death. Let's say so, a dramatically brutal death by Chanim ben Chagrin. Amru Labito Abba, Erech Bekach. So it's not only death, but apparently they made his death a public spectacle. So it's sort of Chanim ben Chagrin's daughter. We'll discuss his daughters in just a little bit. But his daughter says, Abba, Erech Bekach. So she says, Father, how could I watch this? What she was saying about something much more dramatic. She was saying, Father, how could this happen to you? How? Like, what does this mean? Amar these words are amazing. Amar Yomale Ani Nitzrafti Levadi Hayar Davakashari. You know, Chanim ben Chagrin says to his daughter, let's say, understand, this conversation is happening while the flames are engulfing his body. That's when this conversation is happening. So she says to him, "Oh, mother, I if I was being burnt by myself, this whole thing will be very problematic for me. Now that I'm being burnt together with the Sefer Torah, the words are just dramatic. This is what he's saying to his daughter, my dear daughter, don't worry, because I'm being burnt with the Sefer Torah, and he who is going to come and make amends for the degradation of the Sefer Torah will come and make amends for my degradation as well. He's telling his daughter, don't worry. The Rebbe Shalom will come and will fix the Kabbalah Torah. Baruch will come and take care of my Kabbalah as well. I will tell me the Rabbi, Ma'at Torah. So students said, Rabbi, what do you see? I remember I have Gilyo Misravim, the Osios Parchos. He said to them, he said, I see the parchment is burning, but the letters are ascending to Shamayim. He was saying that, they could destroy the parchment. You could destroy the physicality of the Jew. You could destroy the physicality of Torah. But you can never destroy the Neshama. You can never destroy the Osios. The letters themselves are ascending heavenward. So we'll say, listen to this. They say to him, Ata Pasach Pika B'ti Kanis B'cha Ish. He said, Rabbi, open your mouth. Open your mouth. Let the flames come in and hasten your death. Amar lahen mutav sh'yit lena amisha nasna ha'ayichavel u'ba'atzmo. Rabbi Chanim ben Chagrin says, no, the one who gave me my life will take my life, but I will not in any way expedite my own death. Amar lo Kaltzner, so also you have to understand something. So what happens? The executioner is standing there seeing all this. Right? So the executioner hears the conversation, and I will say, sometimes the greatness of the tzaddik is the ability to maintain a measured, thoughtful response, even in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron is being burnt alive, and he's consoling his daughter. He's consoling his daughter. His daughter doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle, and he's telling her, don't worry. The Sefer Torah is with me. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to take care of it. The Sefer Torah will take care of it. The students are saying, Rabbi, what are you saying? And he's giving them the chum. He's saying, don't worry. It's only the guf. It's only the parchment that's being burnt. But the neshama, the letters will always remain. He's giving them the chama in the midst of this ridiculously brutal and horrific scene. Who sees all of this? The Roman executioner. The Roman executioner says, Rabbi, executioner is calling Rabbi ben Chadron Rabbi. Emani Mama shall have his phenomenal sipugim shall tell me Ali Bechon. Atami Ani Lechai Olam Haba. He says, Rabbi, tell me if I take the tufts of wool away from your heart, and expedite your death, will you bring me to Olam Haba? Amalohem. Rabbi ben Chadron says yes. Yishavali, swear to me that you'll take me to Olam Haba. Nishvalo. He swears to him, Miad Hira B'Shal Haves V'Natal Sipugim. In that moment, the executioner went ahead. Good morning, Mr. Shofar. The executioner went ahead and increased the fire, removed the tufts of wool. Now, and Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron died instantaneously. In that moment, the executioner jumped into the flames as well. Yatsa Baskal Amra, Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron, in that moment, again, a Baskal came out to Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron, and the executioner are invited for an eternity in Olam Haba. Bacharevi. Was a Rebbe cried whenever he heard this story. The truth is, you can't not cry when you hear this story. But Bacharevi va'amar yishkon olav v'sha'achas v'yishkon olav v'sh'kamashanim. There are some people ultimately, again, who acquire their Olam Haba in many years. And there are some people who acquire their Olam Haba in one moment. This executioner, I will say, you have to understand, you don't get that job because of your midos, being the Roman executioner. Right? That's one guy you do not want to run into anywhere. But yet again, in this moment, this person was saying that everybody needs a Rebbe. Even the Roman executioner needs a Rebbe. And he found his Rebbe. He found his Rebbe in the great Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron. And in that moment, again, you see a person to turn around the life that is filled with depravity, that is filled with bloodshed, that is filled with everything that is disgusting in this world. And a person could turn around that life with one heroic spiritual act. That is pride, because there are some people who get to lifetime to get to Olam Haba. There are some people who get it in just simply a moment. Burial this is what the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, I will say 7 lines up from the bottom. Burial this Meir, supposed to listen to this. Burial, who was the wife of Rabbi Meir, prior to Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron, so it's interesting to see these familial relationships. Burial was the daughter of Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron. So remember again, I will say, he said one of the punishments of Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron was what? He was burnt, his wife was killed, and his daughter was condemned to life in a brothel. He had 2 daughters. One was Burial, the other was a single unnamed daughter. So the single unnamed daughter was now condemned to life in a brothel. He's married to her. Burial says to her husband, so she says, Burial says to her husband, it's not nice that my sister is living in a brothel. You have to do something about it. She says, Rameir, you have to rescue her. So what does Rameir do? Shakal Tarkalis. Rameir is a good husband. So what does he do when his wife tells him to do something? He does it. And I would say, it's not a point this out, it's an important story. You can be Rabbi Meir, you can be whoever you want. Your wife tells you to do something. Listen, now, all kidding aside, Meir understood, why did Meir do this on his own? For a whole variety of people don't do things on his own. But he understood that if his wife's telling him to do it, it's a good thing to do. So he goes there, what does he do? Shakal Tarkabat to dinar. He takes a large bag of gold coins. Va'azal Amar, it's other things, it's other things, the other things, so he says, here's the problem. His sister-in-law is condemned to live in a brothel by Roman decree. It's going to take a miracle to get her out. See, the way he figures is like this. If she is still virtuous and she has not sinned, then a miracle will help me get her out. If she sinned, then there'll be no miracle. So what happens? So what happens? He decides to figure out if has she maintained her purity as us? He literally disguises himself as a Roman horseman. He goes into the brothel. He propositions her. He propositions her. Amrale dashtanahan. So what does she say? She says, I'm menstruating. I'm sorry, I can't be with you. Amrale misarach namirsak. He says, okay, I'll wait. Amralo, nefishin tuva v'ituvahacha. So she says, don't wait for me. There are many other girls here who are more beautiful and who are available now. So I said, he understood that. What was she doing? This was the line she used with every single man who came into the brothel. Amar shmamina la'avdi isina. Ka'asi amraleha. She understood ultimately again that this was her line to every single potential customer who came into the brothel, and this is how she saved herself from sinning. So the Gemara says, so he goes over to the guy who's in charge of the brothel. He says, let me buy her from you. So the brothel watchman says, I'm scared because remember she is here through Roman decree. So he says, listen, I'm giving you a bag full of gold coins. Half of it keep for yourself, half of it use to bribe the Romans. There's more than enough money for all of you to be happy. If you're selling my house, let's listen to this. So the nobleman said, that's a nobleman. Sorry, this guy's not a nobleman. The brothel watchman says, okay, what happens when the money runs out? You have to bribe people continuously. So Amalei must have this is wild. Amalei, Ema, Eloka, the mayor, I mean. Let's say Rabbi Meir Balanes. Right? Eloka, the mayor, I mean. Just say, God of mayor, answer me and you'll be fine. I will say, by the way, the Rabbi Meir Balanes is the Gemara Second Brothers. We learned this 5 years ago, but it's like yesterday, right? Longer than 5 years ago, right? Whatever. So as I said, this don't get in trouble. Just say, God of mayor, answer me. And you'll be saved. Umbrellas. I must have listened to this. The Romans trying to be a nice guy. Like, not that I don't believe you, but can you give me like a little bit of a greater assurance? How do you know this is going to work? So what's the listen to this? How do I know? There were these dogs in town. Literally used to bite. It doesn't really eat people. They used to bite people. Shako kala shadabu. Let's listen to this. So Mary picks up a clod of earth and he throws it at this pair of vicious dogs. So what happens? So these dogs are charging Rabbi Meir to bite them. Amar Elokad the Meir Ani. He says, God of Meir, answer me. Shavkua v'yahavis v'yahavis. So we'll say, what happens? So they left him alone. And what happens? I will say, and then what happened is he gave him the money. And Rabbi Meir bought back his sister-in-law and brought his sister-in-law home. We'll say afterwards, the matter became known that his brothel keeper had sold the daughter of Rabbi Chanina ben Shachon, who was supposed to be kept captive in the brothel for the rest of her life. So they bring the brothel watchman to Rome to stand trial. So our school is a people. So we'll say what happens. They bring him up to the platform to hang him. Amar Elokah the Meir Aneni. And he cries out, the God of Meir answer me. And I will say, what happens? And they can't thank him. For whatever the reason, Rashi says over here, they say to him, Achsua Amrle Mayhai. So we'll say, they say to him, why can't we hang you? We'll say, whatever's happening. The rope keeps snapping, whatever it is, they realize, they literally can't hang the guy. We'll say, the Romans, again, were religious people. They were polytheistic. Right? So they said, what's going on over here? So you told me, listen, here's the story. I have this get out of jail free card. It's called Elokah the Mayor Ani. God of Mayor answer me. So I'll say, what happens? So I'll kill myself. So I'll say, what happens? They engraved the image of Rabbi Meir on the gates of Rome. They will say, this wasn't as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted signs in the post office. Right? So what they did is they engraved his image on the gates room and they said essentially, whoever sees this guy, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Let's listen to this. One day Meir was walking and a Roman officer saw him, he saw his image. So what happens? He goes ahead and they began to pursue him. Rod Rabbi Ben Chacha runs away. All Lebei Zonos. He ran into a brothel to seek protection. Others say it wasn't a brothel, but rather he ran into a non-kosher restaurant. Now what happens? So the Gemara says, Tamash Bahu Umasak Baha. What did he do? This is very interesting. He dipped one finger into the food and sucked on the other finger. So he made it look like that's what. Therefore, again, he threw people off the straw because everybody assumed the great Kabir is not going to be eating non-kosher food. So what happens? So Ikadam, the others say, Eliyahu Navi came along, ate me lahu kizona, and Eliyahu made himself look like a harlot. Karachte, Amrile Chashkisham. So what happens? And the Zona embraced Rabbi Meir. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, "Oh, this must be someone else." It can't be Rabbi Meir who's in the brothel being hugged by a harlot. If this really is a Meir, there would not be this way. Once at this point, Rabbi Meir realized that he was not safe in Eretz Yisrael, and therefore, come arak leBavel. Ultimately, again, he went and he ran away to Bavel. He did the Ami Mehai myself. Some say this was the reason Rabbi Meir escaped to Bavel. The Iked the Ami Mehai said the Bruria. And others say it was because of the episode that happened with Bruria, his wife. It was we learned about the episode of Bruria. So this is Bruria again, Rabbi Meir's daughter, Rabbi Meir's wife, who was the daughter of Rabbi Chanina ben Chacha. What was the episode of Bruria? So Rashi points out over here, the Iked Ami Shumais the Bruria, Shepam Achas Lidliga Ashamu Chachamim Noshim Daitan Kalosim. So one time Bruria was disparaging the rabbinic statement, Noshim Daitos Kalosim. This in and of itself is an interesting statement of Noshim Daitos Kalosim. Of what exactly does it mean? It does not mean that women chas v'shalom are not smart. It does not mean that women lack the intellectual prowess of men. Chas v'shalom, just the opposite. It's Chazal's ways of saying that ultimately, again, women are often more emotional or bring a level of compassion to things that men do not. That level of emotion or that level of compassion sometimes cloud intellect. And also, I want to point something else. It's not a disparaging comment. It's Chazal's ultimate statement about the different emotional, intellectual disposition of a man versus a woman. Whether it was Chazal's, whatever it is, that's our topic for today. The point is, Bruria disparaged the statement. So there was a very dramatic, traumatic, and tragic story that occurred, where ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, so again, it's a complicated Mesa, which we're not getting into now. The point is that Rabbi Meir tested the virtue of his wife by having one of his students try to confidently proposition her. And she resisted until one day that she did not. But it became known that she was willing to compromise her morality. Again, she didn't end up doing anything. When it became known that she was willing to give in, and this was a test set up by her husband, she was humiliated and she hanged herself. She committed suicide. So again, we'll go over this the next cycle in Eretz Hashem. So in a couple of years, we'll come back to this. It's a very dramatic, and I want to point out, Bruria was an exceptional woman, an incredible and righteous tzaddikus. And this particular episode in general should not mar her general virtuosity and piety. Even great people make all kinds of mistakes. And it's possible that even over here, that this mistake was also Rabbi Meir's mistake in how he set up his wife. But again, not our topic for now. Is Rabbi Meir escapes to Baba. There's a machlokes as to what was the motivation for his escape. Was it the humiliation over the death of his wife, which he had a hand in, the suicide of his wife, which he had a hand in, or was it because he was trying to escape the Roman authorities? Okay, the most like that is this dramatic story that we think the Mechacha. Now back, the most like first line, Ha'olech Mitzadin Ulekarkom. If somebody goes to the Itztagin, Rashi says it's like the arena where they have the goring. They don't call it the goring. What do they call it? Like the gladiators, right? But again, whenever there's bullfighting, gladiators, the point is they're going to a place where they have people kill for sport. That's the Itanim, or the Karkum. We'll say the Karkum, Rashi says, is a siege. Now, what would happen is sometimes when the Romans apparently would make a siege around the city, so sieges take a long time, so you have to need entertainment, right? Because remember, again, while they're sieging, so again, they'd have the fair. So you'd have the siege, and then what do you do with the siege? Right? Like you sit there. Right, so what happens is you kind of enter. So they would have like celebrations there. First, goes to the Karkum. The Rosh Hashanah had the Chashim. The Chashim ultimately again the sorcerers or Chabarin are also different types. So these are snake charmers. Bukyan, Mukyan, Mulyan, Baluyan, Balurin, Salgurin. These are all different types of jesters, of clowns. Hareza Moshe Blitzer. A person who engages in this behavior, this is Moshe Blitzer. This is called literally again the company of Blitzer. Let's almost say someone who doesn't take anything seriously. This is the pasuk in Tehillim. Praiseworthy is the person who did not go ahead and follow in the ways, ultimately again of the Batzas V'Sham, U'B'derech Hatam La'amad U'B'Noshav Litzim Lo Yasham. So the Gemara says, Kim B'Torah Hashem Chavtzo, Halamartov, Shadvar Ma'alano Mevinas Ha'adam L'Gei B'Tul Torah. Also, when a person engages in the Tzanas, right, in silliness, this ultimately again leads to the Torah or Mimim. We want to raise the kasha. Ultimately, it's stagnant, mutter. So I say ultimately again, yet we say else, and the Rabbi says that a person can go to the arena to ultimately see the gladiators and the bullfighting. Why? Because we'll say sometimes again they can intervene if a Jew is going to be the victim. They could call out to the Roman officer in charge of potentially save the Jew. Well, the Karkum would do. Similarly, again, you could go to the fair by the siege. Why? If they Yishuv Medina, because we'll say sometimes again you could go ahead and you could help the Jews who are living in that city which is under siege. But ultimately, again, as long as you do not become part of the festivities themselves, then this Chashediman officer, unless if you become part of the festivities with the siege, or in the gladiators arena, that's Dasar. So what's like Kashed Stadnat Stadin, Kashed Karkamat, participate in these activities. The second Rabbi says you can't participate in these activities, so which one is it? This Shama Karkamat Karkamat Kasha, so as exactly mentioned by the siege. You can't do this Chashediman, Kamishin, Chashediman, isn't part of the siege, then it's also. If you're not part of the siege, but you're there to warn the Jewish residents, it's okay. Elid Stadinat Stadin Kasha. We'll say, but what about again the arena? So can you participate, not participate? Tonight, we'll say it's a machlokes. You can't go to the arena to see the bullfighting. Gladiators because it's Moshe Rabbeinu. We'll say the company of scorners, scoffers, lazy people. Rabbi Mercer says it's okay. Why? Mercer says we go for two reasons. Number one, we'll say one because again you could call out and potentially save a Jew who might be the victim there. I said this is dramatic. Why? Because this is, say, remember again, if the guy does get killed, the Jew does get killed, and you can't save him, you could be an echad who would allow his wife to remarry. Remember again, I will say halacha. One witness is believed ultimately. See, if you get the season pass to the gladiator arena, so at least again you can do something positive by trying to save Jews. And if you can't save them, you can be the age echad to allow the wife to remarry. What's incredible? What's the best that's supposed to be? Ain't holding. The Tartios or the Tartisios. We'll say you can't go to the Roman theaters or to the Roman circus. Because it's there that they go ahead and they take up all kinds of collections and make all kinds of arrangements for Avodah Zarah. The Chacham say, "Makom shemezablin asur nechashav olos kochavim, or makom shemezablin asur mishum Moshe Rabbeinu." So we'll say Rabbi Meir. So the Chacham say, "We agree with you. You can't go, but we disagree with the reason. If there's an Avodah Zarah component, fine. You can't go because of Avodah Zarah. But even if there's no Avodah Zarah, you can't go. Why? Because the Moshe it's called Moshe Leitzim. Moshe it's called ultimately again. It's called Moshe Leitzim. Moshe Leitzim is any place where people who are Leitzim. In other words, there's silliness or scoffers or just waste of time occurring. What's the practical difference? The difference is what happens if you transact your business there. See, if you hold that there's an issue of Avodah Zarah, so any proceeds of any kind of business dealings that occur there will be usher. If you hold that it's Moshe Leitzim, then any business proceeds will be mutter. So what's that? What does it mean? Praiseworthy is the person who did not walk in the ways or in the counsel of the wicked, and in the pathway of sin he did not stand. And in the company of scoffers or scorners he did not sit. If he didn't walk in the way, how did you stand? If he didn't stand, how could you sit? And if he didn't sit, then how would you scoff? We'll say, watch this. If ultimately again you walk in the wrong path of life, you will stand there. I will say, what does standing represent? Standing represents being stationary, being stationed in a place. So we'll say, sometimes I figure, you know what, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through, if you walk, you end up standing. And if you end up standing, so for leishe, you're going to sit. And if you sit, so for lolot. So we'll say you will end up scoffing. And if you scoff, Allah Akasim Omer, in Chachmas Lecha, Bimbatzta Lebad Chatisa. We'll say this is an incredible yisod that the Gemara is saying. An incredible yisod over here ultimately is what? Ultimately is, and I will say sometimes in life, we go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know is not the right one for me. But at the end of the day, I figure, you know what? I'm just going to pass through. I will say, when it comes to negative behaviors and it comes to negative influences, even just passing through poses an existential danger. Because once you pass through, once you're holy, you end up being an omed. And once you're an omed, you end up being a yoshev. And once you're a yoshev, I will say, you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person, I will say, here's what's interesting. And what am I doing wrong, I will say? What am I doing wrong in this case? What am I doing wrong? Right? I'm scoffing. I will say, you know what being a Lex means? Being a Lex means being cynical, being sarcastic. See, I will say, when people are cynical and sarcastic, nothing is serious, nothing is sacred, nothing is important. There's a one-liner about everything. There's something sarcastic to say about everything, and I wasn't going to say that's the most dangerous people. That's late sunnis. Because where there's late sunnis, nothing is kaddish, nothing is tar, which means I will say that a person takes nothing seriously in life. You take nothing seriously, or you're above everything. But so unfortunately, that is the beginning of one's spiritual unraveling. So we'll stop over here for today. With Amar Belazar, share with you a short idea on the parsha. So I'll say there's a beautiful pasuk. So when Kadosh Baruch Hu gives Moshe Rabbeinu tzivui, ultimately it tells Moshe Rabbeinu, tells Moshe Rabbeinu, it's okay. Tells Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is in Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud, Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. Is that a chumash? Oh, thank you so much. So Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. I'm just going to say once more so I can stall until I get to the pasuk. Not to mention Parak Yutes, pasuk Yud. So Vayomer Hashem Moshe. The Baruch Hu says to Moshe Rabbeinu, Lech el ha'am, go to the nation, Vikidashtem hayom umachar, sanctify them today and tomorrow, V'chibsu simosam, and tell them to launder the clothing. So we'll say launder the clothing, of course, means go to the mikvah, right? So remember again, this is the famous drasha where in the Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, Kidashtem hayom umachar, I need 2 days of preparation. We'll say this again. We start the Gemara that says that certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Moshe Rabbeinu b'daito, certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on by himself and God agreed. What did Moshe Rabbeinu add on over here? 3 days, an additional day. That's why we have Shloshis Me'akbala. We have 3 days of preparation for Kabbalah Start. Baruch Hu only mandated 2. V'kidashtem hayom u'machar. So we'll say, I want to share with you what I think is just a life-changing vart by the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. It's actually quoted by the Beis Avram in the name of the Baal Shem Tov. So we'll say, listen to this. Kan Ram Torah. So the Baal Shem Tov says here, the Torah hints to us, the Bible says in this phrase, the Bible says contained the very battle with Yitzhahara, but also the very ingredient for success against the Yitzhahara. So listen to this. The Yitzhahara often says to us, the Bible says we give resources in Mesilas Yesharim. The Yitzhahara doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because the Yitzhahara knows that we're tzaddikim, and I know that hate is wrong. So I'm gonna figure out how to muster up the courage not to sin. So how does the Yitzhahara get me? The Yitzhahara says, "Rak ot hayom shma b'koli, v'hachel mimachar taschel v'hiskadish." The Yitzhahara says, "Listen, I know you want to be kaddish. I know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? What's the rush? You'll get started on the new you. You'll turn that new page, right? You'll turn over and right. You'll begin. But when? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. What's the? Listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Right? Don't worry about it. You start tomorrow. Shabbos is such a good day for us. Chachus, it's wonderful. It's a short day. You've got so much to do. Today's not the day to change. Today is not the day to be great. Today's not the day to turn over a new leaf. You'll get to it tomorrow. But really, tomorrow is really going to be that day. That's the tachboles hayitza. Right? This is again the Shara Ziras. The Ramchal talks about this. This is how the Yitzhahara works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do, the most beautiful, noble goals, is great. Today is just not such a great day to accomplish great things. So therefore, what does the person answer to the Yitzhahara? Lo. Kinapahu. Hayom eineni shomea b'kolecha. So says the Baal Shem Tov something amazing. What is it you have to answer the Yitzhahara? No. I disagree. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Umachar nira ulai eshma l'kolecha ulai lo. Tomorrow I can't control tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be pious tomorrow. Maybe I'm not going to be pious tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what Rabbi saying is today is the now. And therefore it says Rabbi say, listen to how he touches this pasuk. V'kidashtem hayom. Rabbi say the job of the Jew is to say like this: right now it's today. Right now it's now. I have control over what I do right now in this moment. I have control over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? V'kidashtem hayom. I am going to make today holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that literally are in my grasp right now. Hayom ani miskalish v'chol mechir umachar eshkol ve'edam ma'lasos. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow is going to be. So I can't make really too many plans for tomorrow. And I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes. So we'll say here how the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh punctuates this pasuk. Again, you look at this inside your Chumash later on. Yud Tes Yud. V'kidashtem hayom. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Sanctify today, Rabbi said. Seize the moment. The Carpe Diem, seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have, because that's what you control in life. How you use the now. How you use the present. How you use the day right in front of you. Rabbi said that is the only thing that we control in life. Umachar, Rabbi says, read about Shem Tov punctuation is like this. V'kidashtem hayom, exclamation point. Actually, it's v'kidashtem hayom. You have to sanctify today because that's all I control. Umachar is with a question mark. All right, what about tomorrow? Can't tell you about tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, when tomorrow becomes today, I'll switch the umachar to what? To ukidashtem hayom. So when tomorrow becomes today, I'll move the machar to yom and I'll move tomorrow to the machar. That becomes the way that you live successfully.
First of all, to combat the Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Hara's greatest tool is the tool of procrastination, is the tool of kicking the can out. I will say, if something is important enough to get done, it's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, we know this, we don't need the Baal Shem Tov tells us because we live this every single day. If it doesn't get done now, then chances are it doesn't get done. That's how we combat the Yetzer Hara. The Kidashtem Hayom. All that Kadosh Baruch Hu asks of us is sanctify today. Maximize today. Take advantage of today. Do what you have to do today. Umachar, tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring? That's the great question mark in life. So both say, we should be Zoch HaMeretz Hashem to live our life by this mantra. We should be Zoch HaMeretz Hashem. It's the great part about being the Baal Shem Tov. You can punctuate even the Pesukim of the Ribono Shel Olam's Torah any way you want. Rabbi say this is the true punctuation. We should be Zoch HaMeretz Hashem to live lives of where we focus on the Kidashtem Hayom. Sanctify, take advantage of the day we have in front of us. Maximize the opportunities that are right in front of us. Umachar, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the great question mark, which in Meretz Hashem will be Zocha to deal with when we get to it. Okay, I'll do the dedication. All right, so we'll say good morning. Today's daf is Yud Zayin. We are picking up on Tes Zayin Amud Beis by the two dots Ein Bonin, which is, we'll say, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. Beautiful Gemara. Today, our shir this morning, our shir this week, is dedicated by Eyal and Sarah Steinberg as a zechus for refuah shlema for Bas Susha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, she will have a complete and enduring refuah together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. So we'll say, so let's begin. Ein Bonim. So remember again the Mishnah that we learned a little while ago discussed things that one is not permitted to go ahead and build together. So along with that so the Mishnah says, the Gemara says, so one of the things that you're not allowed to build is a basilkos. So the Gemara says over here, Rabbi says in there are three different types of basilkos. There is the basila of the king, like where the king lives, the king's palace. Vishal merchatzos, the basila of the bathhouse. Vishal otzros, and the basila of ultimately the storehouse of the king. Rashi points out that's where he kept his treasure. So Rabbi says, two of them you're allowed to build, one of them is prohibited. And the Gemara says, and how do you know which one is prohibited? So we'll say it's the basila ultimately again that the king lives in. That is the basila ultimately again that is asr. Others say, Rabbi said, Kulam Maheter. Ultimately, again, you could build all of the basilas. Is that true? Hatnar ein bonin imoin basilki gardum itzdio bima. So what's said in the Mishnah that you can't build with the akum, the basilki, the gardum, I will say, which represent also like a tiered courthouse. The itztadia, which also was another type of tower that was used for judgment, and the bima. Ema shel gardum v'shel itztadia v'shel bima. Rather, say what it means is you can't build the basila of these particular structures. Tan Rabbanim. So we have an incredible story here. We'll say Tes Zayin with days 6 from the bottom. Tan Rabbanim. Kishnitwas Rabbi Lazar Laminos. Rabbi Lazar one time was seized by the Romans. Laminos. So we'll say Minos means that he was seized by the heretics. He was seized by the Ovdei Kochavim to force him to worship idolatry. What happened? Hello, Lagardum. Lidom. They brought him up to the court to judge him. So they gave him Musar. An old man like you should engage in such silliness. Now the silliness, of course, that they're referring to is Torah. How can you be so old and supposedly so wise, yet so foolish to engage in this thing that they call Torah? So Amar Lo, Ne'eman alai hadayin. So what is Rabbi Lazar saying? the judge will do good by me. I know the judge ultimately, again, has ne'emonos, ultimately to do the right thing. Rabbi said, Rabbi Lazar, of course, Rabbi is referring to Baruch Hu. So what Egmon Alav Hu Omer. The before thought that Rabbi Lazar was talking about him. So meaning the judge thought that Rabbi Lazar was flattering him, saying, you know what, I believe you're a wise man, I believe you'll do the just thing. But of course that was not the case. Instead, Rabbi Lazar was referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What happens? V'hula Amar Ela Keneged Alu Shabashamayim Amar Lo Hoyol Ve'amanti Alecha Dimos Pater. So a little flattery goes a long way. So what happens? So the judge says, well, since you have such faith in me, I swear by my God, Dimus was the idolatry, that I found you innocent, right? I found you innocent, but what's the word? Acquitted. I dismissed it. I dismissed the case against you. I have dismissed the case, and therefore Belazar goes free. So we'll say, listen to this. Both is very profound. When Rabbi Belazar came home, so his students came to console him. Now, why does he require consolation, Abosai? See, everything ties back to our Gana Emunah, because Rabbi Belazar understands that these circumstances happened. There was a reason. So he's trying to do a cheshbon nefesh. Why is it that I was arrested in the first? And by extension, why I said something that was interpreted ultimately again as what? As a statement of my submission to Avodah Zarah. Meaning at the end of the day, I was talking about God, that Naaman Adayin alive, that the great judge Kadosh Baruch Hu was Naaman, but yet it was interpreted as referring to this idolatrous judge. What is it that maybe I did that landed me in these circumstances? So what happens? So but no matter what anyone said, Rabbi Lazar would not be consoled. Kiva, Rabbi, Tarshini Lomar Davar Echa Mimashul Maratani. So Rabbi Kiva goes out to Rabbi Lazar as Rabbi and he says, Rabbi, do you mind? Can I say something? Can I offer a suggestion based on something you taught us? Amar lo, I said, Amar lo, Amar. And Rabbi Lazar says, yes, please say. Amar lo. So Rabbi Akiva said, Rabbi, Shema minus bali yodecha, top of Yud Zayin and Medalach Vosai, v'hana achala v'nispasta. Rabbi, maybe one time someone said something heretical to you. Maybe one time someone said something that was religiously, Judaically inappropriate, and you agreed with it, or you derived benefit from that teaching. Is it possible that sometimes someone said something that was, again, minos, that was apicursus, and you believed it, or you accepted it, and perhaps maybe that's why you were taken captive. Now that's why you were arrested, and ultimately said a statement which could be interpreted as your agreement. The Zara, Amar Akiva, his Kartani. Akiva, you're right. You just reminded me of something. Well, say second line in Yizayim Adav. One time I was walking in the upper marketplace in Sipori, and I ran into a guy. Yaakov ish kfar Sachino shmo, and his name was Yaakov from the village of Sachino. So Yaakov. So we'll say, now, Yaakov could have been a descriptive name. Yaakov, lavdavka, that this individual was Jewish. So what happens? Amarli, so Yaakov said to him, Chasuv besaraschem lo savi esnon zona. It says in your Torah that you are not allowed to bring a harlot's payment as an offering for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What does that mean? That let's say, again, a harlot receives as her payment the sheep. You can't bring that sheep the carbon. So listen to the following case. What happens in the following case? Let's say a harlot was paid in building materials. And what happens? Can we take those building materials and use them to construct a bathroom for the Kohen Gadol? Now, why does the Kohen Gadol need his own bathroom? So Rashi points out the Mishnah in Maseches Yuma, first Mishnah, that ultimately, again, what happens after Rosh Hashanah? They go out and they sequester the Kohen Gadol for the days leading up to Yom Kippur in an effort to prepare him for the Avodah. So we'll say, so he had his own room. He had his own, Rashi points out over here, he had Lishkas Parhedge, and he had his own room. And they had for him a lavatory, a bathroom there. So can you take the Eslan Zona, can you take the harlot's payment and use it ultimately to construct a bathroom for the Kohen Gadol? And I didn't say anything. I didn't respond. Now, the reason Rabbi Elazar doesn't respond is because you don't engage in theological discussions with heretics. Generally, again, don't engage in conversations with people who are never really interested in hearing what you have to say. Some people are both say when they claim to engage in a conversation aren't really engaging in a conversation. They're looking to speak. Sometimes you question, they're not interested in the answer, they're just interested in being argumentative. In that case, as we all know, we learn this about life, it's more kedai just not to engage and not to answer because the person's not interested. So same thing with these meaning, with these apikarsim, Rabbi Elazar doesn't respond because kind of benefits. I didn't say anything. Amarli, so Yaakov, this guy Yaakov keeps talking. Amarli, goes to the pasuk from Micha. Kime esnan zona kibatza, va'at esnan zona yashuvu, which literally translates from the esna, from the payment to the harlot it will be collected, and from the payment of the harlot it will be returned. What does that mean? So when we learned about this guy Yaakov says, so we learned just like the harlot's payment comes from an impure source, so too it can be used for something impure as well. It came from her illicit activities, so it could be used to build the lavatory for the Kohen Gadol. Okay? V'hani ani hadavar al yit. And Rabbi Elazar says, when he said this to me, I said, good kizat, right? I said, you know what? It's good. I didn't say it, but in my mind, I thought that was a good pshat. And al yidei zeh nitpasti leminos va'avarti al ma shekasel b'Torah harchek me'aleha darkecha zum. Rabbi says, this was my mistake. I should have stayed far away from anything heretical. I should have stayed far away from anything that was taught to me by someone who was a heretic. I should have stayed far away from anything, any teaching, we'll say, that comes from impure sources. But I didn't. I enjoyed it. I even felt it might have been correct. And as a result, I was arrested by the Roman authorities. And I was, again, in an effort to ultimately force me to worship Avodah Zarah, because I violated the pasuk that says, "Harchek me'alecha darkecha," distance yourself from its ways. What does that refer to? Zumin. So we'll say this refers to any type of heretical teachings. V'al tikari v'al pesach beisa, and do not come close to the entranceway of its house. What does that refer to? Zu arashos. We'll say that refers to the government. Then ultimately, again, stay as far away from government as one can, because Rashi points out over here, because ultimately, again, all their intention is to extract money or to utilize a person for some purpose, and when that purpose is done, or when the money is done, a person could be in big trouble. The others say, distance from yourself its ways. This refers both to heresy as well as the government. Do not come close to the entranceway of his house. We'll say this refers ultimately again to a harlot. And what this ultimately teaches us is that not only is it obvious that one can't engage in illicit activity, but one must distance themselves from that illicit activity as well. The kama, how much does one have to distance themselves from a zona? At least 4 amos. At least 4 amos. Bless you. What did the Rabbanon do with this phrase, esnan zona? So the Gemara says, Kid Rav Chisda, Dam Rav Chisda, kol zona sheniskeres, lebasof hiso cheres. Chisda will say, teaches us that any zona which hires herself out for illicit activity, at the end, will have to buy companionship as well. What does this mean? That she will become so repulsive as a result of her illicit activities that no one will want to be with her. And the only way that she will have the ability to have any kind of companionship will be if she rents the services of someone else. Shnei Amar, because the pasuk over here says, the pasuk from Yecheskel, ubesitech esnon ve'esnon lo nitalach v'tihi lehepech upliga de Rabbi Pedas. And this argues on Rabbi Pedas. What does Rabbi Pedas say? Rabbi Pedas lo asra Torah ela kreva shal gili arayos bilbad. But Rabbi Pedas holds that one does not have to keep an extra distance from a zona. Rather, the prohibition is just to obviously engage in illicit behavior. But again, I have to abstain from illicit behavior, but there is no obligation to keep greater distance than that. Shnei Amar, ish al kol she'er b'saro, lo sikravu lagalos erva. That a man may not come close to anyone who is close to him or relative of him, to uncover their nakedness. So the idea over here is that Giloi Erva is what's Asr. Ula, so what's the Gemara tells a story about this? Ula, Kiava Asimi Beirav, when Ula would come back from yeshiva, this is when he was a younger man, Hava Menashek Ula Achse Abeyadayu. He would kiss his sisters on their hands, Va'amrile Abeichadayu. Others said by the top of the chest. Now, what Rashi points out, this really means is like by the neck. So Rashi actually points out over here that this was often the way that people greeted each other, not just with a kiss on the cheek, but by a kiss on the neck. So Ula came back, and Abba said, these are his sisters. Now, it's possible that it's also talking about adult sisters. So the Amri Le'abei Pligi, so what do you see over here? Now, a sister is an erva, right? The relationship, yet what? Yet Ula's coming and kissing them. Day adi day, and Ula's going ahead and contradicting himself, because what did Ula say? Dama Ula, Kreva Ba'ama Asur. Ula holds up both that coming close in any way to any woman who is an erva to you is Asur. Mishum L'cha Amina L'Nazira Schar L'Karmel L'Sirif. So both this is always the catchphrase. Schar so L'cha means go away, Nazir, go around. The idea is that if we see the Nazir coming close to the vineyard, and let's say the vineyard, ultimately, again, it's a shortcut to get to where he wants to get to. Ultimately, we tell him, better not to take this shortcut. In other words, don't place yourself in harm's way. Better to create the distance. So Ula says, Rabbi, that when it comes to matters of illicit activity, it is much better to place a distance, as much of a distance as you can, between yourself and anyone who is an erva to you. So Rabbi says, first of all, this is just an interesting discussion in general about the halachic parameters of kissing female relatives. Obviously, again, with immediate relatives, the issue is not as much, but with extended family, it can become an issue. Again, now our topic is the one who said, Lo sikar v'lagan los erba means don't even come close to an erba yet. He's kissing his adult sisters, which again is not halachically prohibited, but it's interesting that it seems to be that he's not following his own teachings. So if you look at Rashi, if you look at Tosas is something very interesting. Tosas says, Upliga dideh dideh, Upasha hayam that which Ula for himself. Ula felt that he was exceptionally in control. This would not engender any type of illicit feelings within him. But Ula also cautions us that every person has to know themselves, and every person has to know their weaknesses in the realm of morality or immorality, and therefore Ula says better to be careful and safe than to take certain licenses and get into trouble. Okay, so the Gemara goes weiter. Lo aluka, so the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Mishlei. La aluka shtei banos. Have. Aluka has two daughters who say, give me. Okay, it was like, who's Aluka? So if you take a look again at Tosas says, La Aluka, Lafia Pshat, Hainu Gehenim. Aluka is another name for Gehenim. Okay, so Aluka has two daughters. There are two daughters in Gehenim, and they both say, have, give me. My have. So what does it mean, have? Armar Ukva, Kol shtei banos shetzoakos me Gehenim. There are the voices of the two daughters who cry out from Gehenim. And those two daughters, while they're in this world, almost have, give me. Who are the two daughters of us who call out in this world? Give me a man, ninu, minus, v'harashus. Ultimately, again, apicursus, heresy, and government. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says minus v'rashus. Rashi says minus so'akos habat takrovas lavodos kohavim. In this world again, heresy says bring avodah zarah, bring some type of carbon to avodah zarah. Rashus so'akos have mamon v'daranos va'arnana umas lamela. So we'll say these two daughters, the daughters, right? One of heresy, one of monarchy. Both can give me. The avodah zarah wants carbonos. The avodah zarah wants me to serve it, and the government wants me to give me its money and taxes. So the Gemara says, Ikeda, and the others say, others say it is the call, it is, so both say, so in this world, these two daughters lead many of us astray. but ultimately, again, their place ultimately is in Gehenna. Those who participate in these things, Avodah Zarah, and those who utilize government for their own enrichment and to oppress others, ultimately, again, end up calling out from Gehenna. So, called Gehenna, so Akis Valmer. So let's say it is the voice of Gehenna, which calls out and says, Haviu lishtei banos shetzakos va'omos ba'olam hazeh have. Gehenna calls out and says, bring me the two daughters who cry out in this world, give me, which are again the two daughters of Minos and Rashus. So the Gemara quotes over here now from the pasuk from Mishlei, Kol ba'eha lo yeshuvun. We'll say this is actually amazing. Kol ba'eha lo yeshuvun, v'lo yasigu archos chai. So we'll say literally, all those who come to it, lo yeshuvun, will not return, v'lo yasigu archos chai, and not find the pathways to life. So we'll say, take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Actually, not yet. So Gemara says, so if there's no tshuva, also what the pasuk says is, all those who come to it will not do tshuva, and therefore will not yasigu, will not literally yasigu means acquire, understand the pathway of life. So it says the Gemara, at the end of the day, if they did not do tshuva, so how could they go ahead and acquire the pathway of life? So this is what it means. If they do tshuva, they will no longer have life. Now, I will say, this is referring to Ovdei Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara just says something dramatic. That if a person does Avodah Zarah, then what? Does tshuva, they will not be given any additional life. What's the pshat? This is amazing. Look at Rashi. Lo yashuvun, Rashi says, Kala mishtamdim la'avodas kochavim. Anyone who engages in Avodah Zarah, achar shenefku b'minos, einam shavim. Vim shavim, if they do tshuva after engaging in Avodah Zarah, memarin lamos mitoch tzara ukfias yisram, v'zu gezeras melech aleihem lamos. See, I will say, what Rashi is pointing out over here is that sometimes, if a person commits an avera, and they do tshuva, and the Ribono Shalom says that what? That they're weak, and they may fall prey to their again. What does the Kadosh Baruch Hu do? He takes their life. Why? Because better for a person to die in a state of tshuva, even if it means a truncated life, than to potentially fall prey to this very grievous sin again. So that's why the Gemara says, ultimately, again, if this tshuva, im yashuvu lo yasigu archos chayim, that sometimes, again, if tshuva occurs, I will say, the Ribono Shalom does the chesed, ultimately, again, of ending their life there, in order that they cannot fall prey again to the clutches of sin. Now, this is specifically talking about Avodah Zarah. Remember, the Chalaporish Minus Mai say that anyone who does tshuva from Avodah Zarah immediately dies. We'll say this is wild. There's a woman who once came before Rav Chisda, and she wanted to be a balas tshuva. She wanted tshuva. And so Rav Chisda said, okay, what do you need to do tshuva for? So she said, listen, tell you like this. The least b'nah gadol. The least of my sins is that the father of my youngest child is my oldest child. Right? Meaning she committed incest with her oldest child, conceived, and that's the father of her youngest. And that's the least of my sins. So obviously this woman has got some problems. He's the least of my sins. What did Rav Chisda say? Tarchu la bezavdasa. So Rav Chisda said, prepare tachrichim, prepare shrouds. Rav Chisda was saying that she's going to be a balas tshuva, and obviously again this is a woman who was very, very weak and therefore constantly and consistently fell prey, ultimately again to her wants and to her desires, and therefore Rav Chisda said if she's going to do tshuva, chances are the Ribono Shalom is going to take her life now. Prepare burial shrouds. V'lo mesa, and she did not die. So the fact that she said this was the least of my sins, michlal de minos nami havia ba. So it sounds like she also must have engaged in Avodah Zarah as well. Whereas if this is the least of it, that means what's more chomer than arayos? I think that's more chomer than arayos. So says what? Is either shvichos dalim or Avodah. So you have to assume she murdered someone, but chances are she worshipped Avodah Zarah as well. And yet again, she did not die in the immediate aftermath of her tshuva, to which the Gemara says, the case of her is she did not yet do complete tshuva. Even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu ends the life of the penitent, that's so that the person could die in a state of purity, that's only after the person has performed complete tshuva. She did not perform complete tshuva. Mishum hachi lo meisa. Therefore, she Others say, are you telling me that it's only when one does tshuva from avodah zarah that ultimately it's possible that Baruch Hu may take their life right then and there, so that they can die in a state of purity? Is that only true by avodah zarah and not by other averos? V'ha hahidasai kamei Rav Chisda v'amar le Rav Chisda zavidula zavdasa. It's the same case. The woman who came before Rav Chisda, and she said, "The kalos most lenient of my sins that I fathered my youngest child with my oldest child, buried the burial shrouds. Umi, she died. Midika kalasha bekalos michlad deminos nami havia ume averolo." So the Gemara says, so it sounds like over here she must have engaged in avodah zarah. But again, you're telling me that this concept of immediate death after tshuva only applies by avodah zarah, but not by other averos. Vatanya, we'll say, here we come to the famous Maisa. So we'll say, just understand what's happening over here. The Gemara put forward a model, and the model is that sometimes when a person is plagued by a particular avera, specifically avodah zarah, and a person finally summons up the courage to do tshuva, sometimes Rebbe Shalom said, of what? Of removing this person from the world so that they can no longer fall prey to that same Yetzer Hara. And that is a chesed. The Gemara is asking, is it only by avodah zarah, or is it also by, are you telling me it's only by avodah zarah and not by other averos? So the Gemara is not going to give the famous Ma'aseh. Vatanya, Amra Lav Arab Lazar ben Durdaya. What about the servant of Elazar ben Durdaya? What happened to him? Elazar ben Durdaya was an exceptionally moral individual. There was not one zona that he did not frequent. Not one zona, not one prostitute that he didn't go to. One time he heard that there was a zona overseas, but she charged a very exorbitant price. Natal Kistinarim, he took the bag of money. Shiva Naros. First of all, you understand that this is such an incredible Baal Taiva. So why is this about Taiva? Because understand, so a lot of times we have Taivas. The best way to fight Taiva is what? Is how? Right? Count to 100. Right? Count to 100. In other words, that sometimes if you just calm down a little bit, right? If you just count to 100 or 1,000 or 10,000, whatever you have to count to, so sometimes the taiva dissipates a little bit, right? This guy is crossing 7 seas, which I will say, obviously, it's a bit hyperbolic, but the idea is like, this was a journey. Like, he had to take off from work, right? He had to, this is like so for most people, again, if you have to go through all this trouble, generally, it comes to a certain point where, you know what, either the desire not there or it's just not worth it. This is about taiva. This is about taiva. This Rabbi Elazar is committed to znus. Mamish again, he got it. Yeah, he's committed to this. So Mamish is taking the money, an incredible amount of money. Good morning, Mr. Schoenfeld. You almost got past you that time. You almost got past me. So this time, he takes the money, he does the travel, and what happens? So the Gemara says, so finally he meets this zona, and when the moment that they're about to sin, she exhaled. Rashi says, Amra, the same way the breath that came out of my mouth can never go back. Elazar ben Durdaya in Mekablan Osabach. So to Elazar ben Durdaya is not going to do tshuva. Now, I will say, Maral Chidusha Agodas points out, she didn't say this, right? She's not a mashgiach, she's a zona. Right? So I'm saying at the end of the day, she's not giving him musar. The idea is that all of us have that internal mashgiach, right? All of us have that internal voice that when we are about to do something that we know deep down is really not correct and it's quite spiritually severe, there's that voice that says, if you do this, you are forever changed. If you do this, life will be forever different. That voice speaks to Elazar ben Durdaya. He projects it onto the zona. He hears it when the zona exhales. He hears in her breath that message that there are certain things that once they are done cannot be undone. When you exhale, you can't get that breath back. He understands that again, he's lived the life of immorality. But perhaps this is the most profound
profound act of immorality that he's about to commit. And I was like, not just because an act of immorality is an act of immorality, but the amount of effort and resources that he put into this act shows that his life is all about immorality. See, I was like, sometimes we all have weaknesses and we all commit averos. But the hope is those averos don't define me. What defines me are my good qualities. What defines me are my accomplishments. Yes, I sin because I'm a human being and I make mistakes. That's not what defines me. The problem over here is Rabbi Elazar ben Dardai understood that now it became, it's not just the pshat that he is a weakness for immorality, he is immorality. It's him. Meaning being mizanen is not something he does. It's something he is. V'haraya, he left his home, he left his job, he has incredible amounts of money, incredible amounts of time invested in this. Why? It's not just a recreational pursuit. It's become his life pursuit, and he realizes that now he's at the crossroads. If he engages in this act of immorality, then forever this is his identity. He's about to cross over the point of no return. So what happens? He leaves her. He leaves her, doesn't engage in the act of immorality. He goes and he sits in between mountains and valleys. Mountains and valleys, daven on my behalf, intercede on my behalf to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, allow me to do tshuva. Essentially, the mountains and valleys say, listen, Elazar, we've got our own problems. We can't daven for you. We have to daven for ourselves. Heaven and earth, daven on my behalf, intercede on my behalf. Amru, I'm sorry, Elazar, we've got our own problems. In other words, every part of nature is saying, Elazar, we need to take care of ourselves, we can't take care of you. Sun and moon supplicate on my behalf. Before we daven, we have to daven for ourselves. The Charfa Lavano Boshachama Amr Kochav Mazos Biksha Rachamim Amrulo Achanu Bakshawalach and Navakishatz Minu moon and stars. Or I should say, stars and constellations daven on my behalf. And they say, I'm sorry, before we daven, we have daven for ourselves. Finally, he will say, what does he realize? The most profound words and the most life-changing words for all of us. Ein hadavar taloi ela bi. I realize that the matter is dependent on me. So all of us have that Elazar ben Dordaya moment. Because in life, we like to go ahead and outsource our success to others. Right? This one needs to do this. You know, I haven't accomplished, I don't have to accomplish because this one didn't do this. My mother didn't love me enough. My second grade teacher didn't give me enough cookies. You know, my boss isn't nice enough. My coworkers aren't supportive enough. And again, there's 1,000,001 different reasons why we don't accomplish the things we don't accomplish. And by the way, some of them might be legitimate reasons. But at the end of the day, you have to live life with the mantra, Ein hadavar taloi ela bi. The buck of my life stops with me. My success is up to me, obviously with HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. But the idea is I can't outsource my success. I can't outsource any aspect of my life to others. I have to own it. I have to control it. I have to fix it. Elazar ben Dordaya tries to get everyone else to do tshuva, to help him change. Then he realizes the profound yet simple words, Ein hadavar taloi ela bi. This is totally dependent on me. So what happens? Hiniach rosha ben birkav. He placed his head between his knees. V'ga bebechia. He begins crying at sheyatza nishmaso until literally his soul left his body. So we'll say this is amazing. Baskol of yatza baskol v'amra. A heavenly voice came out and said, Rabbi Elazar ben Dordaya mizuman lechaye olam haba. Elazar ben Dordaya is invited to spend eternity in Olam Haba. We'll say, in other words, he did tshuva and he died in a state of tshuva. So we'll say, the point over here, the Gemara says, now, why bringing this whole story? Because here's an example of a man who wasn't steeped in idolatry, but rather, again, it was immorality. Yet we see what happened right after he did tshuva. What happened? He died. So you see that there's this concept that HaKadosh Baruch Hu sometimes can take someone's life after they do tshuva for an ongoing, consistent avera, even if it's not about the zara. This is interesting. Since he was so embedded in this avera of immorality,
it became like his idolatry. See, I will say, idolatry is you pledge your allegiance to an alien theological system. Sometimes a person becomes so enmeshed and so mired in their taivas that their taivas become their avodah zarah. My desires become my idolatry. My desires become my theology. So for Elazar ben Drusha, he wasn't obeyed avodah zarah. It wasn't an avodah zarah of an idol. It was the avodah zarah of lust. It was the avodah zarah of desire. It was the avodah zarah of physical wants that he just gave into and caved into every single time. See, he wasn't obeyed avodah zarah, and once he did tshuva, Hakadosh Baruch Hu took him. Bacha Rabbi. There's an amazing postscript to this story. Rabbi cried va'amar yesh kanalam b'kamashana. There are some people who acquire their world in a number of years. V'yesh kanalam b'sha'achas, and some people acquire olam haba in a moment. There was some people spend a lifetime acquiring olam haba. Some people, like Elazar ben Yordaya, acquire olam haba in a moment. Lama Rebbe, lo dayan levalei tshuva shemakablinosa. Rebbe said, furthermore, it's not just that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls, he accepts about tshuva. Rather, Ella shekorin osa Rebbe. Isn't this amazing? The Bas Kol doesn't come out and say Elazar ben Yordaya mizulma. What does it say? Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Elazar ben Yordaya. But not only was he accepted as a shuva, but ultimately again he was held in the highest esteem by the Beis Din Shlamala. He was held in the highest esteem ultimately again as Rabbi Elazar ben Yordaya. It was like so much to speak that story. And so many, there's Ben Yoda brings down, he says something, I'll just say this very quickly, he says very beautifully. He says that position of placing his head between his knees. What position is that? Right, it's the fetal position. So Ben Yoda says that Rabbi Elazar ben Yordaya wanted more than anything was the ability to start over. The ability to start over. And here's the tragedy. The tragedy is he thought he couldn't start over. That's why he died as a result of his cries. What he didn't realize, and the real tragedy of the story is, he could have started over. He could have started over. It's like, there's always the great gift we have is you can start over as there's no limit. You can start over as many times as you want. You can start over every day. You can start over multiple times in each day. He assumed that if only I could start again. And meanwhile, we say, Elazar ben Yordaya, you could have started again, but you didn't understand that, you didn't realize that, but you did die in a state of tshuva. In hadaber tali elabi. Rabbi Chanina, Rabbi Yonasan, Avakazli Baruch. Let's listen to this. Rabbi Chanina, Rabbi Yonasan, we're walking on the way. Matula hano treshvila. So they came to two paths. These gemaras are like, they came to a fork in the road. Two paths. Listen to this. Chad. Fatzia pischa davodas kochavim. The chad fatzia pischa de zonos. So we'll say one path went by an idolatrous temple. One path went by a brothel, a house of zonos. So we'll say, so the shayla is, which path do you take? This is not a metaphor, by the way. This matters like they literally. I mean, it is a metaphor. We'll say it absolutely is a metaphor. Meaning, it's a metaphor for the fact that the truth is there is no path in life that is absolutely kadosh v'tal. Every single path in life has its pitfalls. Every single path in life has its spiritual dangers. The shayla is, how do you choose the least of the dangers? So the shayla over here is, which let's take the path of idolatry. Let me clarify that. Let's take this on the days of Mosai, because after all, as we learn about saying Sanhedrin, David, that Yitzhar should be blunted. So meaning we have a better chance of not being lured into Avodah Zarah. If we pass by the base Zonos, the brothel, that Yitzhar is still very much alive. We run the risk of being pulled in there. I just want to point something out to you. Do you understand who we're talking about, Toby? Right? Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Chanina and Rabbi Yochanan are nervous about walking by a brothel, lest they be enticed to sin. So I will say the true mark of tzidkus is recognition of one's spiritual and moral vulnerabilities. Sometimes we think that we are beyond certain temptations. I will say there is no.
Zorro, can you hear me? Zorro, what's new? Zorro, can you hear me? Zorro. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Zorro. How was your day, Zorro? Zorro. Zorro, did you find out about me from Twitter? Zorro, do you speak English? Can you hear me? Zorro. Zorro. Yo, dog. Alright, that's cool. We're just chilling.
Temptation that we are beyond. Give people the opportunity, and we engage in all kinds of stuff. And the greatest strength is to recognize your vulnerabilities. The greatest strength is to recognize that even if you think you would never do something, it's not true. Rabbi Yochanan and Chanina understand we're human beings. We're men also. We're great men. We're tzaddikim. We've spent a lifetime building ourselves up. But we are not impervious to the temptations of life. Therefore, better let's walk by the path of Avodah Zarah. That Yetzirah was blunted. No. Let's go by the path with the brothel. Why? This is amazing. And let's combat our Yetzirah, and we'll get schar. In other words, the other one said, let's take the path that goes by the base zonos, the brothel, because there it'll be a test for us. And hopefully, again, we'll be able to rein in our Yetzer and get the schar for overcoming our Yetzer. Plus, I understand, don't try this at home, because in general, again, we never put ourselves in situations where we are forced to test our resolve. It is a bad idea. This is a different kind of case, because in this case, again, either way was a difficult choice, and either way there was an isayon that was there. At the end of the second one, and again, it's not identified who's saying what. The second one is saying, listen, either way, we're going to have a problem. Let's go by the base zonos. Maybe this is our opportunity for spiritual growth by resisting the temptation. So what happens? So they ended up taking the second path, the path of the zonos. Kimata hasam chazinu lezonos is kanu mikamayu. So what happens? They're passing by the brothel, and all of the zonos ran inside and closed the door. So one said to the other, how did you know? In other words, we'll say the one who suggested that they passed by the path of the zonos must have had some type of inclination that they would be saved from Avera. How did you know this is going to happen? Amarle, because it says, Mizima tishmar alecha tevuna tinatzgerena, or sorry, Tinatzreka. So we'll say, what does this mean? Literally, Mizima Tishma Alecha, from morality, you will be saved, or you will be guarded. Your wisdom will guard you. What does this mean? What does it mean, Mizima? Ilay Torah. What's this? Maybe Mizima means Torah. Now, how does Mizima mean Torah? Zima, the Targum on Zima is literally, again, counsel to sin. So we'll say, we see that Torah itself is called Itza. Zima mi boile. If that's the case, it shouldn't have said mi zima, it should have said zima. This is what it means to say midvar zima tishma alecha Torah tinatzgerena. What it means is, Rabbi say, that you will be saved ultimately again from immorality when you carry the wisdom of Torah with you. So we'll say Torah. We've seen this before in the Second Brachos. That Torah is the ultimate remedy for the Yetzer Hara. Rabbi say this is an incredible use of this. Sometimes if a person finds themselves with an incredible desire for immorality, the way sometimes, in addition to counting to 100, but the way sometimes to go ahead and blunt that desire to learn something. Torah has the ability to rein in on the fire of immorality, fire of Yitzhak, the desire for, or I should say, has the ability to rein in lust. Let's listen to this. These stories are amazing. Now we're going to be talking about the Asar when Rabbi Elazar ben Parta and Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon were arrested by the Romans. Brother Rabbi Elazar ben Parta and Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon. Ashrecha, Chanina ben Chachon, how praiseworthy are you? Why? Shenispasta al chamisha dvarim. So you are ultimately va'ataniso. So also listen to this. So I skipped a line. Sorry. So yeah, good. So Amalei Rabbi Elazar ben Parta Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon. Rabbi Elazar ben Parta Rabbi Chanina ben Chachon. Ashrecha shenispasta al davar echad. You are so right. You're praiseworthy. Are you that you are arrested for one thing? Oili shenistapasti al chamisha dvarim. Woe to me that I was arrested. Shenispasta al chamisha dvarim va'atanitzo. So Rabbi Chanina said, no, praiseworthy are you that you were arrested for 5 things. That what? I was arrested for one thing, and Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron already realized that he was not going to be saved. He was going to die. Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron says, because you engaged in Torah and Gemilas Chasadim and Chesed, v'ani lo asakti ela b'Torah. Right? And I only learned Torah. I didn't engage in Chesed. Kala Osi, it's a very profound Gemara. Kala Osi, whoever just learns Torah and doesn't engage in Chesed, Dome Kemisha Eino Eloka. Wow. Well, it says someone who learns Torah but doesn't engage in Chesed is like he doesn't have a God. Shnei Amar, the Yomim Rabin li Yisrael lo Elokei Emes. Ma'ila lo Elokei Emes. Shekala Osik b'Torah Bilbat Dome Kemisha Eino Eloka. That ultimately, again, I will say, the Elokim of MS is the God ultimately of Chesed. So therefore, again, if a person learns Torah but doesn't serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu, doesn't do Chesed, it's as if he doesn't have a God. Gemilas Chasadim lo Asat. Is that true that he didn't engage in Gemilas Chasad? But yet, Vatanya Belazar ben Yaakov Omer lo yitin adam ha'osav la'arniki shel tzedakah ela im ein mamuna alav tam tkachim Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron. So we'll say, listen to this. So Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron will say, saying to Belazar ben Parta, you're going to survive because you learned Torah and you did Chesed. I learned Torah, but I didn't do Chesed. That's true that Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron didn't do Chesed. Yet Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov says that Rabbi says you shouldn't contribute to a tzedakah fund unless it's administered by a Talmid Chacham like Rabbi Chadron. So Rabbi says, so what do you see from here? He says Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron is associated with the ultimate Gabbai tzedakah, to which the Gemara says, hey menuahu dahav mehemen. All it's saying is that a person like Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron was trustworthy to administer the fund. It doesn't say that what? It doesn't say that he did it. It doesn't say ultimately again that he performed, that he administered a tzedakah fund, or that for that matter that he engaged in Gemilas Chasadim. But Tanya learned Amar lo Maos Maosha por nischafuli b'Maosha tzedakah. V'chilaktim la'aniyim. So also listen to this. Yet Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron said that I had Purim money that got mixed up with other tzedakah money, and I gave it all to Ani. So the halacha says that money collected for Purim has to go towards Purim and can't be given for other purposes. So what was Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron was saying? One time my tzedakah money got mixed up, and essentially again I gave extra tzedakah to make sure that both they had for Purim as well as for general needs. So the Gemara says, Eina chinami. Well, listen to how profound this is. Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron did chesed, but he did boy lay lo of it. He didn't do enough chesed. For someone of his standing, he should have performed more acts of chesed. So we'll say this, the power of chesed. Torah by itself is not enough. Rabbi Chanina ben Chadron says, Rabbi Elazar ben Parta, you're going to be safe because you have Torah and chesed. I have a lot of Torah, but don't have chesed. So what happens? As you Rabbi Elazar ben Parta, mostly now we go into the story. The Romans brought Rabbi Elazar ben Parta before them. Amru, my time atanis. Rabbi Elazar ben Parta, why did you teach Torah? Umay time ganafta, and why were you a thief? So they accused him of 2 things. They accused him of being a thief and teaching Torah. So also listen to this statement. Amrlei, Yisayfa lo sifra, visifra lo seifa. If I held the sword, then I didn't hold the sefer. And if I held the sefer, then I didn't hold the sword. In other words, Rabbi Elazar is saying, you're accusing me of 2 mutually exclusive things. If I was a teacher of Torah, then I spend my days in the Beis Medrash. If I was a thief, then I spent my days thieving. I can't do both. Which shows you that the charges are false. In other words, one of these charges are false, and if one of these charges are false, the person who's making the accusation is obviously a liar as well. Fine, that one's dismissed. Rabbi. So if you didn't teach Torah, why do they call you Rabbi? So he responds, Rabban Shaltar Simani. I'm a Rebbe of the weavers. Of a weaver. Or I'm a good weaver, so I know how to. So they call me the Rebbe of the weavers. Really? So the Gemara says, Isolate Shekiburi. They brought him 2 spools of thread. He said, go ahead, let's see what you can do. Amrulay, which one is the warp and which one is the wolf? So tell me which one is which. In other words, I want to say, how do you arrange it on the loom? Thank you. It's Rakesh Lenis. So obviously, Rabbi Elazar has no idea because he's not a weaver. So a miracle occurred. Asya ziburta osivi al deshasya. So we'll say a female bee came and rested on the warp. Va'asai zibura v'yasav al da'avra. And a male bee came and rested on the wolf. So we'll say the wolf is thicker than the warp. So he was able to see the male bee, which associated with the wolf, and the female with the warp. So That's how he was able to tell. How he was able to tell the difference in the gender of the bees, I'm not sure. But okay, whatever it is, it's a kasha. Amr lahu, hide the shasya, hide the arva. And he says, oh, this is the warp and this is the wolf. Why didn't you show up at the Be'avidin? The Be'avidin was the house of Avodah Zarah. Why did you not show up at the house of Avodah Zarah? I'm an old man. And I'm afraid maybe they'll trample me. With their feet. So they said, Roman said to him, how many old people have been trampled? No one's ever been trampled at Beis Avidon. So what are you worried about? That day is ultimately, again, what happened? That day, someone was trampled. That day, an old man was trampled at Beis Avidon, and therefore, ultimately, again, his claim stood up. But we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in the middle of Rabbi Lazar ben Parta's interrogation in Yetz Hashem tomorrow. Remember again, just how we orient ourselves. So you have to when we left off with this idea that Rabbi went ahead and sold the donkey to Israel, who was cautious, was suspect of selling stuff to an old people public. Selling names, not some people public. So remember again, from that side, well, again, why should it be problematic? At the end of the day, it doesn't only sell to we also sell to Jews as well as the Jew. Were to show up, and if the Jew were to go ahead and offer him the same price, he also would show up. So also, it's not as much trying to prove that at the end of the day, such a practice actually illegal. So for all science, which we know now, still at the church, only for Father of Peace, all time, the Mocha Mocha Zain Mocha Zain. So we will discuss this later on, that you will see that one is not permitted to sell weapons, nor is one permitted to sell handles to weapons to an apple, to an idolater. They must please our Zayin, and sharpen their weapons for them. In Mocha Lahem Mosdan, Lo Kolin, Lo Kolin, Lo Shalshalo Shalparis. You can't have sell any kind of handcuffs, or shoes, or neck collars, or get anything that has a friend that can ever be used ultimately to oppress the Jews. Echad Oki Gopavim, the Echad Krista. You can't sell this to other Gopavim, not to sell to a Krista. My time, they will say, now why can't you sell it to the Krista? You need one that actually gets you to sell them. If you want to make it like the Krista suspect to go ahead and shed blood, but if Krista is suspect to kill people, suspect, to kill someone. How many do not even one? You just live for that one, but you can have equal those that person to be able to see. You that we see not suspect to go and take blood. Eliminate the us that people are open for. Rather than what's the issue? The issue is the concern that he may come, a kusi may come to sell it to an akil. You must, if he came a kusi or other shiva, you must work on the choice here. You see from here that you can't sell these items to a kusi unless you come to sell it to other shiva. What does that show me? That shows me that if I know that there's a possibility that someone's going to sell an item to an akil, I can't sell it to that person to the union, which means that the business practices of Rabbi of Rabbi were prohibited. Rabbi was selling it to the Jew, was a broker, he was known to sell to an apple. You see them there, such a practice is illegal. If you came across the other Jew, you saw the Jew, and maybe you'll say, here's the difference. That even if the apple, even if the Israel right now goes ahead and what? Even if the Israel does go ahead and sell the apple, at the end of the day, maybe it'll be Jew and it'll stop there. Not just in the was the Tiva, which the Gemara says, Amar Nachman, Amar Barabua,
כדרך שאמרו אסר למכור עובד כוכבים, כך אסר למכור ישראל חושר למכור עובד כוכבים. So we'll say something in mind, you might say. They have an explicit statement of Rabbi said the same way that you can't sell these prohibited items, in this case the weapon, to an Ovid Muhammad directly. You also can't sell it to Yisrael, who is kosher, who is suspect, to sell it to an Ovid Muhammad as well. So also, bottom line, we see that Halacha L'Maisa, not only the prohibition to sell limited items tied to an Hakum, but you also can't sell it to a Jew who is known to sell it to an Hakum as well. Right, that's straight to us sometimes. So also Rabbi, realizing that he did something wrong, realizing that he did something wrong by selling and then Manasa to a Jew who is known to sell to the Hakum, ran after the Jew 3 parcels. He did the Amri parcel of Hava, some say it was 1 parcel, but it was sand, which made it much more difficult to run. So also the idea is Rabbi runs after, try to buy the animal back. But unfortunately, again, he was unable to catch up with the broker, he was unable to catch up with the individual who was sold the animal, was unable to retrieve the animal. Also, we could have a Muslim in this as well. Sometimes in life, you can reverse your mistakes. Sometimes in life, you can fix your mistakes. And sometimes, no matter how hard you try, the damage is done and cannot be undone. Unfortunate reality of life. So Rabbi ultimately again understood that he made a mistake, tried to reverse it, and at the end of the day was unable to. I'm going to talk about Abba. Kedeksh Asar Limkar, the only Kohabim. Asar Limkar, the listing stuff. That's the same way that you can't sell weapons to an Ovid Kohabim. You also can't sell weapons to a Jewish thief. Listed. This is about the business listed on the Rabbi. So you must look it up. What's the case? If the Chashiv is buckled, if the time that person has to sell the kill, like his Chashiv, the suspect of the shed blood, so Pshita, and you have to cover. What's the obviously you can't sell anyone weaponry if you're known to kill. So if you're talking about a Jewish killer, of course you can't sell a weaponry. You go to the which the Gemara says. You eat the low cut on my loan. Now if he doesn't kill, he's not suspect to commit murder, then why can't you sell it to him? Which the Gemara says we only believe low cut. In reality, this is not known to be a murderer, but Bachama the Mashmita, the Simon Gavilat National, also Mashmita is a thief. What happens? The thief ultimately again he tries to steal secretly, right? But if he's found out and he's running for his life, he will defend himself by any means necessary. So because of that, although he's not quote unquote a murderer, he's someone ultimately who has murder, and therefore you can't go ahead and sell a murder. The local electricity was actually interesting. You can't sell also to a shield. You can't sell the shield. Then you show a local electricity. Obviously, you can sell a shield. My time, I suppose, and now we're going to explore the reason behind each of the approaches. Even in the sense of Magna Alayi, so if you want to say you can't sell the actual shield, why? Because you use it to protect themselves. You know that you that's the you shouldn't sell them food. I don't sell them food because we builds up, like their sustenance, builds up their strength. They protect themselves with that as well. So what's coming out, that's the most important extra. So what's an extra means that she says below income. It is not possible not to sell the opium for public use. As well as that's not a possibility. But anyway, I mean, we're going to discuss this whole Torah called Yishuk people. These things are also that we have to do in order not to incur the animosity of the Gentile population that we live with. Not some open public universe. So, a lot of people may be a good idea so as not to sustain their endeavors against the Jewish people, but we can't do it. Ultimately, will cause too much animosity. Not that only, maybe it's the same thing over here, that you can't refrain from selling their shields, because they will also go ahead and provoke animosity. We do that on the other side. Choose a home type of. What's the reason ultimately again that you can't sell their shields? If you show me Zanai, you can't do that. Because when they're in battle and their weapons are no longer useful for whatever reason, either because they've been blunted or ultimately again they've been taken or they've been lost. So copy with that value. You use your shields to kill as well. Therefore, we'll say the shield is not just simply defensive protection, but it's defensive of bloodshed as well. And as such, again, you can't sell it reasonable. What's the third line down to silent out? Others say, both countries, you can sell shields. Why? If you sell them, then I will not because ultimately, and then Akum, when they're out in battle and they no longer have their weapons, they run. They run. They don't use their shields to kill, they just use their shields to protect them as they are fleeing from the battle. Allah Nachmi Allah Barakah. Allah is the same sort. Allah Nachmi Semi Allah Barakah. Allah is like these only, and therefore again, one is permitted to go ahead and sell shields to the Akum. Amr Abad Baraba, in Mokhul Lahem Shah shields to sell by. What's that? Rabbi said, excuse me, Rabbi said, you can't sell to the Akum. Rashi says, second line back to the topic. Rashi, Katichos Avos. You can't sell to the Akum large blocks of steel. Large blocks of metal. And what's the reason? You should be closely married to because they make weapons from the block of steel. Therefore, the same thing, you can't sell them weaponry. Those who can sell them exterior security weaponry, we have to have even Mari that has to do that. That's the reason. That's the thing. You shouldn't be able to sell them a shovel or a hoe. You can take any metal utensil and ultimately identify the correct. That's the case. You can sell them a block of metal. You also should be able to sell them farming utensils, lest they go ahead and make them into weaponry as well. So I'm going to speak the parasolic idea. This is what the Greek said, that the idea here is we got to only make weapons apparently from Indian metal. Indian metal, that was the type of metal. So this is stam metal used to go ahead and make farming because we didn't actually make weaponry. We blocked the Indian metal because that was used to go ahead and make weapons. But even though it did come as I become us for 1 second, we see that Jews do sell to the Akum Indian metal. Rashi, the Parsoi did not make Indian. What's the reason? We only sell to the Persians. Why do we sell to the Persians? Because it's the Persians who protect us. Right? Ultimately, again, we're living under Persian rule. The Persian army, the Persian empire protects us, and as such, again, it's permitted for us to go ahead and sell weapons. Sell metal to the Persian army with which to fashion weapons. Says the Gemara, Agalim Siach. Remember again, the Mishnah said, Mishnah spoke about selling, for examples of the Gasa, right? Agalim are calves, Sayachim are young donkeys, bulls, Shleimim who should be. Whether they are whole or whether they are broken, or whether they are healthy or maimed. And Rabbi Yehuda said that you can sell a broken animal, a maimed animal. Rabbi Yehuda says you can sell the shepherd, the broken animal. Right? The broken animal. What's the reason? And listen, when I say broken, it's the broken in the because remember, what's the whole issue with selling the Behemagasa? What's the whole issue? So we established this yesterday. Inherently, is there anything wrong with selling the Behemagasa to an Akum? Is there anything wrong with that? The answer is no. What are we concerned with? That if you sell, you'll come to rent, or you'll come to lend, or you need, and we're going to have problems with Shabbos. But Yehuda says if you're selling a behemah that's shirura, pretty much the animal's going to die anyway. So because the animal's going to die, it's not going to be really exist in the domain of the Akum for too long, and therefore no one's going to make any assumptions about lending or borrowing based on the presence of that animal. So you must make sure you hold this fact, Osplachios, Amulo, Balomazin, Allah, Biola. That's the 1 second. I don't understand that. Why do you think that's true? Even if the animal can't be used for work, the animal can be used for mating. There's two issues. Even the Rabbi, that's us, we should do that. So what's it? Rabbi assumes that if you're purchasing a Shabura animal, really purchasing that was usually for the purposes of shita, the purposes of consumption. If you're purchasing it for shita, you're generally not going to keep it around too long. And therefore, there's no concern that someone may come to learn from purchasing that animal that you can rent or lend an animal to a Gentile. You ask 1 second. Even if it can't work, it can be used for mating. And if it's going to be used for mating, that animal is going to be maintained in the rishus of the Akum for some prolonged amount of time. So let's say to which Rabbi said, well, you know what, let's discuss that when the animal gives birth. What is that? It's like, how much more Kabbalah is not like? The whole what's it when the animal is severely injured, because the nature of its injuries, generally it's unable to mate. Right? Generally it's unable to withstand the pressure of mating. So because of that, such an animal will not be used for procreation, and therefore, again, there's only one thing that's going to be used for, which is what? Consumption. Because it's going to be used for consumption, ultimately, again, the animal will not be maintained for a prolonged period of time. Then the Seder Makibasius. Then the Seder says you can go ahead and sell and sell sell a horse. And we'll say the reason for that ultimately is why, because the sus, remember according to the Messiah, is not a work animal. Rather, again, it's a riding animal. And riding animal on Shabbos is just, we'll say, is not in and of itself prohibited. Rather, again, remember, you can't ride an animal on Shabbos because you didn't come to tear off the branch. And in order to rip the animal to his strength, we'll say it's called a shivus. So, time you Ben Yisera Makibasus, Ben Yisera says you can go ahead and sell a horse to a conversation also from Malacha to the Yavla Hamas. But you must have used on Shabbos, which Hamas is providing one with no Malacha, with no violation of Malacha, which would incur a Chastas liability to the Jewish law. The Rebbe Osem Rebbe says you can't sell the horse to Echad. Mishum Torah's design. It was one because the horse can be used as a weapon. The Echad Mishum Torah's Benimagas. One because the horse is treated like a Benimagas. Yishlam of Torah's design because the content of the book is Sufe. I understand why the horse can be considered the weapon of horse, but sometimes horses are trained to trample with their hooves. The idea being that sometimes the horse itself is used to trample. So once because the horse can be considered like a weapon, and therefore can't be sold to an and the Torah's being Magasa might be. Also, what does it mean when we say that the horse has the status of being Magasa? Rabbi Yochanan, Yishiyaskin, Matchia Berechai. The Shabbos. The Rabbi Yochanan says that sometimes horses, when they got older, I guess were decommissioned. From being used for riding or being used for war, ultimately they were used to work the mill. They were used to work the mill. So what's that? Rabbi Yochanan, I love the community. Since I love the husband, so everyone said, Dad, what is the to go ahead and sell the horse to an actor? You play the rules. So it's not my action on the passion. So once you stand up by saying that I love them to follow from the Sarah, and a horse is not considered to be like a Makasa, since it is not primarily a work animal, and therefore can be sold to a translation, not to event of a since you are short shell part of mouth. What's the reason is passion? What about a short shell part? What is a short shell part? Look at Rashi. It's not across the see that this would be Rashi there. So short shell part, the teach mode, the summing mode, the right on the other. This is the fattened ox. So fattened ox is an ox that was fattened, but like usually for fed. The order that it should become very fat, usually to be used for consumption purposes. The idea being, it's not a workout. It's not a workout. In some normal circumstances, we said that a shard is what? That a shard is a bit of a vessel, and therefore one can't sell it to an akum. So we'll say, well, what about the short shell akum, which is again, animal being fattened up for consumption purposes, so it's not going to be worked. So to buy the rabbi, you to buy the rabbi. Once it is passion, once it brings the beer, and brings the rabbi. Also, to buy the rabbi, you go, I'd come up with the rabbi, you go, I would be shvura. You go, Asi Mechlam Malach. So I said, up until now, that you only presented was a shvura, an animal which was quote unquote broken or made, for such an animal can't be malacha under any circumstances. I said, first, why back to the about time, if you mashile, Asi Mechlam Malach. It was like this animal, if the owner keeps it around looking at it, put on some kind of exercise regime and went walking at it, and just some weight, and it could once again become fit for labor. In other words, it is possible that it could once again be used for work again. However, and therefore maybe it's also, therefore maybe even that we would hold that such an animal falls under the category of the Magasa, and therefore it can be sold to Yaakov, Odiolo, Hakim, the Rabban Lokasi, and maybe even like the Rabban Lokasi, that such an animal can be sold. Why? Hassam, sorry, after Odiolo, Hakim, the Rabban Lokasi, Hassam, and the standard in that the coin. So it looks like under normal circumstances, the Rabban ultimately said that even in a Shivura case, the reason why it's still covered under the prohibition ultimately of the Manasa is because a salmon animal is not sold for shivur. It can't be the assumption that an animal is sold for shivur. About height, he's stunning the shivur. I would say, sure, shall punch up. The reason they fattened up the oxen was why? Was in order to slaughter it and eat it, then after the Rabbanon shut it. Maybe even the Rabbanon will say that you could sell a sure shall punch up also to the Yaakov. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Usually much of Tashma. None of you know Shabbos when you might be in the short shall punch up, you don't need them. What's the possession of the Shmos is the following. In the house of the Yehuda Hanasi, it wasn't really literally translates, they would go ahead and offer up a fattened ox on day of the Yom Tov of the apple, the day of the idolatry service. What is that? Listen to Rashi. Rashi says, Machridim must be done another. In the house of Rabbi, everybody has to pay tax. Everybody has to pay tax, even in the house of Rabbi. So what was the tax? The tax was that on the Yom Tov of the apple, you had to give them a fattened ox. Now, presumably, what were they doing with the fattened ox? They were shechting it for their deity, or they were going to eat it in celebration of their Yom Tov. So what happened, you will say? So because Dalit Lidvan Shein Makridim Osayim. So the House of Rabbi used to bribe the officials 40,000 coins that they shouldn't offer the animal on that day. We'll give you the animal, but do me a favor, don't slaughter it on your Yom Tov. Slaughter it tomorrow. Give me $40,000, slaughter it tomorrow. Fine. Chas Dalit Lidvan, also the next day they paid another 40,000. Shein Makridim Osayim Chai Ela Shachot. Do me a favor, don't offer it up living or don't slaughter it. Or the Prophet said, but rather kill it first, and then go ahead and offer up the meat after. So also what that means is that this was just another step in the meat. Ultimately, you kill the animal. Once you kill the animal, pretty much again, the animal's yours. Right? Even if it was yours beforehand also. But the idea is remove us another step. Chasar Dal Rizva. Next year they paid another 40,000. Shemak even also called it not to offer it at all. So they give the animal plus another 40,000. Don't offer it at all. My time up. So I say, what's the issue over here? Lavin shum doma asu b'shayir. We'll say, what's the issue over here? The issue is they were concerned that they may come to maintain the animal. Well, tamech shemak even osayom el lamachar. My time up. They will say, using that logic, the fact that they won't offer it today but rather tomorrow. What's the logic? Ella. Rabbi me'akam no savoy. The summer you offer the asi porta. So Rabbi's logic was he knew that his goal ultimately was to get out of giving this animal altogether. But he knew also that it's a strategy. Sometimes in life you can't get back to change all at once. And there's sometimes life step after step. Therefore, Rabbi understood if he just tried to bind them together, the whole thing altogether wouldn't work. Instead, he established a relationship, step by step, ultimately, again, he gets himself out of giving close to a lot of money, but he doesn't have the issue of all these other. If he mashuli bari ba'abin malacha, so he says to Gemara for 1 second, or even if he goes ahead and holds on to it, right? And if you mashuli bari let's say ultimately again, but if you hold on to the animal, it could become healthy and it could do work. Look at Rashi. If you mashuli bari ba'abin malacha, at takasa, Kolomar, the imashuli bari sule abin malacha, the chavais the right? So this was on Rashi. Amorisvita bartura mishagin alei va'abit al chad shrim. So I say ultimately again, interestingly enough, so that Ashi said yes, you take a fattened ox and you let it lose weight to the point where it's capable of going ahead and doing work. You could do the work of 2 ox. And if the Hosai would seem over here is the halach, so Hosai, so bottom line, what's the halach? So the Mafokis have the Rabbanon about what to do with the short shell pata. Was it do we say that maybe a sin at this time now and sell it to the apple? It is not fit for work. Therefore, what? It's not even do we say that since it's not presently fit for work because it's too fat, it's only fit for consumption, therefore it does not fall under the prohibition or any prohibition of selling of a gasa to an apple? Or do we say that no, since it could lose weight and can become usable in the workforce, it still falls under the prohibition of selling the behemah gasa to an apple? So what's it say? I don't mind if my paskin like the Havamina and Rabbi Yehuda and Sarah that it is usher. That one cannot sell a short shell pata to an apple. It was say even though presently now it is unfit for work, since the apple comes onto it and it loses weight, and once it can become fit for work, therefore it falls under the prohibition of the magasa, and one may not sell the short shell pata to the owner. Says the Mishnah. They mocher lehem, goes at the next day. And we still have to come back if we have time to do that this year. We have to close out the sugya of Tani Magasa by Apple. Because they will say, this is an interesting question today. So what does this mean? As parents, is this the halacha of the books that can't sell a Tani Magasa to an Apple? Right? That plenty of Jews who deal in livestock. Right? Does this mean at the end of the day, again, I'm limited to the Jewish market? So again, there's a whole show American, if the event has the time by the end of that, I'll come back to it. If not, we'll find time to come back to it. So it says the Mishnah. We'll say next case. I'm Mokum Lahem Dubin Ba'alas. We'll say one can't sell heirs and that matter anything that have dangerous to general properties. One can't sell to the apple. In body one Basid was a can't do the silla with them. There was an interesting enough to see these type of structures. That's what he says that the Basuki was from Kira Gavoa. He said the human wish that's like others being the soup, the Nova answer was Sham done and the other people also is. So also this silla which was like a high tower structure. This is where the apple is court in meat. And interestingly enough, if you were found guilty, so again they would throw you out the window. So the idea here is the whole structure, very efficient. So again, a Jew is not permitted to go ahead and help an Akum build these structures. So Basilki, Yargin, will say, Skadrin is the same idea. These are structures, tall structures, which they used to judge eating the fascists. Capital pieces. It's Stadia, so we'll say Stadia again is, we'll see Stadia is Rashi says, Makom Sha'osin Sham, it's Stadionis, short. Short, it's the government, I get hard in Russia, somewhere. Stadiums, we used to have bullfights. So you can't build them stadiums and bullfights. Ima, and we'll say, we'll see what Ima is exactly. Rashi says, but also good hope to Shabush Laniso. So the Ima was there. That's what also would push people off in order to die. About falling to Ima souls, or Mosios, was a boat like Moses, and also Mosios. Rashi sounds like over here is an altar. Rashi also points out that there is an altar that was not used for Avodah Zarah. So we'll discuss in Gemara exactly what it is. Base Merchatzos. You can also build with them backhouses. Interestingly enough, when you get to the dome, sometimes you would use different backhouses. So there was a dome on top of the backhouse. So Ma'amikim Ba'amonos Kohabim. Also, in the dome of the backhouse, they often put a statue of Avodah Zarah. What statue of Avodah Zarah they're putting on the backhouse? Basically, Rashi. Kippah, it's in the wide lines of Rashi, I said about 5 lines, one is to show. So Kippah, Rashi says, Derek all people call him Muhammad, Demus, Aphrodite, they Shamech HaShabbat. Interestingly enough, he used to put the statue of the Greek goddess Aphrodite, right, the goddess of love. Right, they would go ahead and they would put a statue of Aphrodite on the top of their on the dome of their base on their house. So therefore, again, you must keep also keep out the structure things in their heart, but once they get to the dome, the Jew has to draw from helping to go down. Now, up until now, we had a Himadaso. Now we're going to Kayagasa. What's a Kayagasa? Kayagasa is a large, non-domesticated animal. So what is the status of the sale of the Kayagasa to a house? What's the point of that? What's the Kayagasa? I really think that he went back on the kids. It's especially interesting discussion. This is Josh in the moment. Give him a document. Let's look at the background. The only thing is saying that he was tenants. In the background, the first the other half of the doesn't work. Zero, a zero. The him was in Tennessee. Then he will carry us back. This is one of the things that an animal that is actively dying. Actively dying. That their life threatens. So it's this question becomes, if you shut that animal, how can you be sure that the animal died as a result of the and not immediately before? Gemara said, if the animal has clicks, what's a click means that the animal's body moves after the shita, like the spasm. And if the animal has the muscle spasms after the shita, then by definition, it means the animal died as a result of the shita and not beforehand. So the Gemara says the following. The clear depends on the Himadato versus the Himadato. The Himadato looks at the sheer proceeds that he extends the limb and brings the limb back. By the Himadato, only is the extension of the limb, it doesn't have to bring the limb back. So once it's Hayagas, back to the Gemara, Hayagaso, Hari to the Himadato. So we'll say the large non-domestic animal, large Chaya, is like the Himadato of Philippines, which means that it only requires an extension of the limb, but does not go ahead and require a bringing back. Apple roll them. but also not for purposes of sale. What is that? The Rav says that a Chaya Gaza might have a human doctor for purpose, but not for the pure Gashi. Without all the Mefira, this leaving is other elegant than him, like Gasi, who will come up on it. So what's like, here's the sheet of Rav. Part was important for us for today. Rav says, Chaya Gaza is like a Behema Gaza. Which means what? The same way you can't sell to an apple in the Behema Gaza, you also can't sell a Chaya Gaza. Just the simplest example of a Chaya Gaza is a deer. Deer is a simple. Deer is a chaya because deer is a non-domesticated animal. So by definition, again, what it's saying is you can't sell a deer to an animal. Assuming you can't sell like a cow. Cow is a himagasa, the deer will be a himagasa. What's the decision of that? Sorry. Chaya sorry. Thank you. So cow is a himagasa, the deer is a chaya gasa. Assuming you can't sell the himagasa. Rav says you can't sell the chaya gasa as well. Oh, fine. Says Gemara. Says along with it, the Anyomer, I say, after the I say, ultimately, after the Mekira, welcome Shinaz Limka Open, Shalom Limka Inmo. I say, this is the kind of bad up stuff. So, what's the ultimate? I say, that I'm going to make some guess. It depends on what you're going to do. The status of Chaya Gasa depends on everything you have. The Himagasi don't do. The status of Chaya Gasa is to do something special. One of the something of Chaya Gasa is like the Himagasa. Second thing is the Chaya Gasa is the Himagasa. It's not. Emo and the Arayos can't sell to an animal. Bears and lions. But for double cheese, one has to do that. There was a anything that has the potential for to damage the public. These things is allowed. These can't sell. These are the types of animals will say why. Because you present to the general populace. Less they necessarily happen. We'll say so. It would appear that what? There was no danger to the general populace. Then shark. We'll say, so remember again, a bear and the lion are examples of Chayos Gasus. Right? Chayos Gasus, large, non-domesticated animals. So it seems to be the reason I can't sell them to animals because the danger is not because they would fall under the same general category of a Benjaminasa. No, it's not something that someone will say what? And Arisha will say Arisha means that ultimately again a lion that should be incapable of doing any kind of work. Rashi says Va'ariba on the base, Va'ariba Dadiuda. We'll say this is in accordance with the Yadina Dadiuda. That you also remember what Rabbi in the previous Mishnah. That you said that what? That you can sell a Behema Gasa that Shabar to an apple. And never again, that you're told that if the Behema Gasa can't go ahead and do any kind of work, then by definition, one is permitted to go ahead and sell that Behema Gasa. Therefore, it could be that the Yari we're talking about over here in the Mishnah is also an Yari that's incapable of doing any kind of work. And therefore, again, the only issue at play is whether or not the lion poses a public danger. Because if you're not from the public danger perspective, then even if you treat the Chaya Gas like a Behema Gas, which will be limited to Zal Yaakov, the last shower, Stam Arisha or Eitz Malacha. That's what Rashi says. When was the last time you saw a lion do anything for anyone? In other words, then the lion will say is always never considered to be like a work animal. The lion is not to be like Harsha. Every lion is considered to be like broken when it comes to work. So you must basically very casual. Each choosing local like a Himagasa, the same way that you can't sell an animal of a Himagasa, Haki local that have Chayagasa. Was it so you can't sell an animal? In Chayagasa, so was it this is quite explicit. That you will the Malcolm Shemokal and the Himadaka. There was even in a place where the minute used to sell to the animal the Himadaka. Remember, it was established in the last studio that the sale of the Himadaka is fundamentally dependent on what? Niragamaka. See, even in a place where they sell to the Akal Himadaka, Chayagasa in local life. Ultimately, again, you cannot sell a Chayagasa. Yukta Rav Hanan Baraba to Yukta. Both say this indeed refutes the relationship. Rabbi said that you can't sell a Chayagasa, and indeed this is a refuge. Both say some bottom line are saying that a Chayagasa is treated like the Himagasa, and one is not permitted to sell to the other. Ravina, Rami Maslisna, Vaisa, Shani, was his Ravina contract initially with Vaisa, and he explained it. Sinan, in Mokula and Jubiners and Lions, the law called Gavashish as a Kirat, nor can we sell to the Akum anything that poses a danger to the general audience. Time as it is being as a reason themselves because it poses a danger are less than as motive. Those activities of yourself where you're not to be any kind of danger, you would be able to sell it. So you must just when you need words, there's a catch you shouldn't say more than a Magasa, the same way you can't say a Magasa factory, or Kaya Gasa. And what's the social you can't sell a high Gasa as well. That people been muffin should muffin the name of that, and even in a place where the minute is to sell a name of that, Kaya Gasa is muffin. Ultimately, you cannot sell the Kaya Gasa. So what's like, what you see here is as follows. Here's the tension. The tension is why this interesting part is it seems to be that bottom line is you can't sell a Kaya Gasa. The is why. From the first source, I would say the reason we can't sell a Kaya Gasa is because the Kaya Gasa is equivalent to what? To a Behima Gasa. That seems to be the logic over here. The same way I can't sell a Behima Gasa, I also can't sell a Kaya Gasa. I will say, but using that logic that they group together, that we seem to be that the issue is because of work. According to the second source, the issue is the public danger that Chaya Das supposes. And because of that, if there were to be no danger element, then what? Then it would appear that the sale would be permitted. So let's say, which one is it? In the Shani, we explain Ba'ari Shabor, Ba'ari Gabiudo. Let's say, could have the mission something in case of an Arisha, let's say, Arisha means a broken line, meaning a line which is incapable of doing work. And according to the let's say, remember again, and you read this one who says that you can sell a behemoth to an apple when what? When the animal is incapable of labor. So to again, you can sell a chaya gasa to an apple when the animal is incapable of labor. Rashi says, Stam Ari Shavar who eats a malacha. And Rashi says again, a regular line of Moshe is always considered to be broken. Because lions are not generally beasts of labor, which was muscular enough to mildly malam the Ari chaya gasi. How do you know that a lion falls into the category of a chaya gasa? Dilma chaya dakah. Also, ultimately, they may be considered in the category of a chaya dakah. Rashi diagnosis, most of the wisdom. Also, ultimately, in the Rashi needs deep in the stuff, and ultimately, again, he brings an answer. It's not a mocha lahem dubin ba'alayis. Also, you can't sell to the apple bears and lions. The local government will not the rabbi, nor can you sell anything which poses a danger to the rabbi. Time of the Islam has a reason can sell it because it poses a danger, unless it has a motion. Unless it ultimately, again, if there is no danger, you can sell it. Taima Ari, and the reason the lion is because the stam Ari Shavar eats on the lock. Is because it looks like the reason and Ari, the reason why I bring up the danger component, Taima Ari, I will say is why. Because the labor component doesn't apply to a lion. That's not the issue with lion is going to come to work on Shabbos. That issue doesn't apply because the lion is not going to work on the hand of man. The issue with the lion is one ultimately again of danger. Where it says about Midi Achim the other Malacha though, but we'll say ultimately again another type of Chaya Gasa, which could do Malacha would fall under the same category of so the same way that I think Gasa you have to drive Hanabaraba to Yufta. Ultimately, you're going to get the specification of a Hanabaraba Gasa and the Imagasa. The most bottom line is at the end of the day, together. In the same way, one can't sell a Imagasa to an apple, one can't sell a Gasa to an apple. We'll say the only reason why lion is singled out from the lion is ultimately the type of animal that one doesn't pose a concern on its labor because every line is shabor eats a block. It's considered to be broken when it comes to labor because the lion is not going to do work for the individual. The issue with the lion, the sub-lion, is the danger that it poses to general populace. The chaya gasa, mias my malacha abda. Also, what's an example of the type of malacha that a chaya gasa will perform? I'm going to buy only my reader today. Man yuchni talking in chayim ba'aru. Was an example that in the house of Man yuchni we would use aruti. What's it? Aruti are wild donkeys. So wild donkey is considered to be a chaya, and yet the able to somehow domesticate them to the point that they were able to go ahead and work the grinding wheel in the mill. So, okay, that's an example of work that a Chaya did. Amar Adiseo, Kiavina Bera Yehuda Amalai. So, there's the final clause. Yamilu Minoi Hanosa, Yamika Rabbi Shmuel. So, Yehuda was in the same zero. So, I want to teach you something that I heard from a great man. Here's the problem. Although you don't know, I don't remember where it was saying. Rabbi Yehuda was a Talmud of both Rav and Shmuel. So Rabbi Yehuda says to Rabbi Zera, I want to tell you an important teaching I learned from one of my Rebbeim. I just what? I just don't remember which Rabbi it is. Don't remember if it was Rav or Shmuel. On the purpose. Now look, I learned is that a Chayagas, in other words, a large non-domesticated animal, is considered to be like a small animal, the purpose. Also, which is, as we said before, in the same way you have a behemoth, which is tennis, you want to be sure that a kind of shita, it requires purpose. The most of the purpose will be because it has the same din of purpose if it is a misukenes, like a behemoth. So it's what talking. When I came to Korkoryo, Ashki Chassid Rav Ashi, Yosef the Kar Mishnei Shmuel. I heard him give over in the name of Shmuel. Chaya Gasa, Harihi Kibeim Adakal Pirkus. Oh, so when I went to Korkoryo, I heard of Ashi giving over this ruling in the name of Shmuel. I remember again, Rabbi Yehuda said it to Rabbi Zera. He said, I learned this from one of my Rebbeim, either Rabbi Shmuel, and I don't remember who said it. Now Rabbi Zera goes to Korkoryo. He meets a Ashi. The Ashi is sitting giving shir, and he says over this same teaching in the name of Shmuel. So he says, oh, I see from here that one that indeed this ruling was given over in the name of Shmuel. Yet, it wasn't to this. Kiasai Surah, Rabbi Zera traveled to Surah. I heard a shir by Rabbi Bar Yoya, and he gave over the name of Rabbi Chalav. Chayadasa Harehi Kebehema Dak. Was the same shir. This was the popular topic. Also, this is very important to welcome because remember, if you hold animals and one of your animals becomes ill, also it is in your best interest to what? To check that as swiftly as possible. Because if it dies, then again, Gentiles are going to know that the Jew, when the Bela on his hands, can't do all that much of it. He's usually going to get it at a discount. You're interested, so this halakha was an important halakha. So here he now travels, Rabbi travels to Surah, and he hears the shir of Rabbi Bar Yoya, and he says it over the name of Rav. As the Gemara says, so apparently again, Yehuda was right on both accounts. That Yehuda can remember who he heard it from, but the truth didn't even matter because both of us are in both Rabbi both said the same halacha. When I came to Ashkenaz, Ravasi, the Yosef the Kama, the Ravasi did the shir, they say. They went to Ravasi saying the shir. The Kama Omer of Karbar Guri Mishnei Gerav, Chaya Gasa Harei Kibayim Adakal Lepirkus. So ultimately, again, I heard the Kama Bar Guri saying in the Rav that a Chaya Gasa is again like a Behim Adakal for the purpose of Pirkus. Amirei, and I said to him, the most summer mar, the man Mara Bishmaisa, Lalabar So I said to him, maybe do not hold. That also the one who said this particular ruling is also Rabbi Bar Yoya. So it wasn't if you look at Rashi, the summer mar, but Shmaisa, Rabbi Yoya, on the Mishnei Rav. Ana Ashkei Bisuya, Yosef the Kama Mishnei Rav. So really what I'm saying is, you're saying that the Chazal Guinnesses coming from Rav, but really the way I heard was, it was Rabbi Bar Yirmiyah. So it's like, there's just bringing up, so you know, Rabbi, Because remember again, this is not a contradiction of the soul. About the same Rabbi was who's transmitted from 0 to 7.
You're the legend. How you doing? I'm fucking great, man. Rabbi, I'm not gonna lie. I never knew that you were so sophisticated and had like such a solid head on your shoulders. The way you described what you like, because I was always a striker, right? And I was like, see your balls, and I'm like, okay, at first I'm like, this is a bullshit. But then you realize this is something's going on. So you look into it and you realize what's the motive. And I see you talk about World Peace, that data is the most necessary topic in the world. Air, water, wind, everything. And then you want everything you want to
Because the black and black are so steep in Torah, unite or not
somebody looks at your account,
you know, it's between you and me, we'll straighten this out. Let's sit down together and let's straighten out the gap and what this Shabbos Hamas. Unite the Hanim of the Commission of Kama, not the Shabbos in the Rabbi Yimya. You know, I heard the name of Kama from Rab, you heard the name of Rabbi Yimya from Rab. Let's sit down and straighten this out together. So, you know, my name is Amarav, Chaya Gasa, the doctor. So what's finally straightened out the transmission and the traditions of Jesus said, Rasim Rabbi Yimya, we see a Rabbi Gulia, we see in the name of God, but the Chaya Gasa, make up the name of doctor. So what's the bottom line? I love for us in the money to two pieces of the point. Number one, that is the Chaya Gasa, make up if you said, hey, but you are trying to gas a large non-domesticated animal, sure. The animal died of street and I requires circles like the Madonna is new. You must extend the time and bring that. Only if it does that, you will assume that it died of street dog, otherwise ultimately they will have to treat the animal as if it died prior to street. Halacha number 2 is that Chaya Gasa is treated like a behemoth. And the same in the point.
This is the very exciting thing. So listen up here. My devoting technology is where we scan your brain. We scan that beautiful brain of ours. And we must later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of himself, an android, an avatar, anything.
So what's that? So halacha number 1 is the sale of the himadaka is all about minagamot. All about minagamot. Right? If the minagamot was actually already himadaka, don't sell the himadaka. Usually I will say why is it because of the himadaka? Because you saw what was the issue with the sale of the himadaka? What was the this was bestiality. So again, all of that is dependent on the minagamot. ובכל מקום אין מוכר להם ולא ליצור החושר במקום להם מגסה. Was like in any place, make to sell their magasa to a Jew who is known, אבל לא על ידי סיוס. What's that? If you sell your animals to a broker, you're done. Once you sell to a broker, you are removed from the institution, you no longer have any involvement. Nowadays, we're back to it, right? We sell the magasas to albums as we just saying something very interesting. So what's like, what changed is the shach. The shach says, but you hold a link for sellers. Well, sometimes if you are therefore able to live based on commerce between one another. So Chazal said to me, don't go ahead and sell a magasa to a Gentile, because again you can live on the commerce within the Jewish community. However, we'll say, but contemporarily says we're Jews do not necessarily live in such dense Jewish communities. We cannot live just simply selling livestock to one another. Therefore, again, the prohibition is lifted, and one can sell a himagasa to an alcohol. So we'll say, so again, there's much more to say about this. But bottom line, you see again, the attack was dependent on Minagamoko. So unequivocally, one can't sell a himagasa to an alcohol or to a Jew who is known to sell an alcohol, yet blushing says essentially shocked, you know why? Because of the king Xira, upon the general Jewish populace, and therefore again, in order to live, in order to make up Parnasa, even to live. There's much more to say on that subject, and that's a simple knowledge.
That into account. Roy's an amazing listener. He's absolutely right. I want world peace. That's what we push. I fought for peace. I would do this for no other reason. But I'm sick of hearing about people dying in the world. I dream of a day, one day, where nobody dies. Whether we're able to get there or not.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah Social Toasting Mishpach Haber Yisrael for dedicating all the Shem and Joshua. This year, as is close from the service Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kamos Habalim Latova, Aaron and Alana Weinberg, and thanks to Hashem for all of his nisim, both the revealed and the hidden. The miracle of Yonatan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, Tovos for Am Yisrael, for Eretz Yisrael, and the merit of the speedy arrival of Moshiach. But Daniel and Bathsheba Papa of Eretz Yisrael, in commemoration of the second yahrzeit of Bathsheba's father, of Shlomo ben Yehuda Aryeh Vey of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 descendants. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all Jewish traveling together with Kol Torah, Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hashem, Hashem, bring home our hostages. Shalom, the call of Shalom, our home soldiers to be successful. B'chol ma'aseh yidehem Adonai Hashem Halabai Klal Yisrael should be benched. B'soras Tovos Yeshua and Hamas and Geula in here of Yaminu Amen. Also, with that, let us be relaxed. Due to a really incredible daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Yud Daled 14, and we are picking up in Yos Hashem on Yud Gimel days 13b. We left off at the two dots before the Mishnah, so it is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, about 20 lines up from the bottom. Rabbi Yaakov Zaben Sandala. Supposed to remember again, in yesterday's Mishnah, we were talking about the concept, once again, the continued discussion about how patronizing stores that may be paying taxes to the Avodah Zarah. And especially again on the day of the actual celebration itself, being concerned that if one goes in and patronizes one of these establishments, so one could be inadvertently going ahead and supporting Avodah Zarah. So along these same themes, the Gemara tells a story. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov Zaben Sandala. Rabbi Yaakov went ahead and bought a pair of sandals from one of these stores. Rabbi Yirmiyah Zaban Pita. Rabbi Yirmiyah bought bread. So they encountered each other after having made their respective purchases. So very interesting exchange. So one said to his fellow, Yasma, you orphan, Avad Rab Chahachi, would your Rebbe have acted like this? Now both say, now when they called each other orphan, that was a shtach, right? What do I mean by that? So obviously, just like an orphan doesn't have a parent, they were accusing each other of being like orphaned of a Rebbe. Right, you orphan. What do you don't have a Rebbe? You don't have. What are you, an orphan? Would your Rebbe have done this? Amar le'idach. The other one, right? So one said that to the other. Then the other one responded, Yasma, you're the Yasam. Avid Rab Chahachi, right? Don't call me a Yasam. You're a Yasam, right? Would your Rebbe have acted this way? Suppose this. Obviously, what they were both doing was they were giving each other a shtach for having patronized the store owned by an akum. So the Gemara says, 1 second, hold up. What happened over here? The Tarvayu Mibalabayis something. Now the truth is, both of the purchases were totally legal. Why? They did not buy it from shopkeepers. Rather, who did they buy it from? A balabas, right? And again, we saw this beforehand. A private individual. So we saw this already back in the Mishnah, that this whole issue of patronizing the store of an akum and having the akum pay taxes to whatever the local level, these are establishment. That was only a din in what we'll call established proprietors, store owners. But again, a balabayis who just goes ahead and sells stuff from his home, the Pashtos was not paying a tax, and therefore local Lamaisa was permitted. The Cholchad Sabar Chavai Mitagar Zabin. So in fact, interestingly enough, they both assumed that the other had bought from a merchant, which I must say is such a fascinating idea. If you think about this, they said pretty heated words, right? To call someone a yasum, right? Because essentially that's like saying, like, obviously you have no Rebbe. Obviously you have no one. It's a pretty strong statement, and incredibly enough, again, they both were wrong. Tremendous Moshe Haskell. How often does this happen to us in life? We see a situation, we see a circumstance, we see a person doing something, we automatically create an entire narrative around their behavior, only to find out I was wrong. I was wrong. So the Gemara goes out to the Gemara says the Amar Abba Brei the Pia Bar Abba Loshon El Belokech Min Tagar the Shakli Michsamine. This whole prohibition of patronizing the store of an akum is definitely only by a former proprietor, by a store. Why? Because when you purchase from a store, the shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay the taxes. When you purchase from a household, which is Stamagaya, Stamabalabas, where he's not paying taxes on anything, ultimately Mukar. It's interesting that the Gemara says now, the Gemara ends off with the following. The Abba Rabbi says as follows. If Rabbi Yochanan were alive now, right, the mother Rabbi Yochanan, Ha-Zimna, if Rabbi Yochanan was living in the Balabainis, Hava-Aser. So this is interesting. So what Rabbi Abba seems to be highlighting is practices seem to have evolved and changed, and there were places that did collect taxes easily from Balabati.
45,
right, that even if you were
99.
stam, like an individual guy just selling stuff out of your house, they would have also collected taxes. Rabbi Abba says, Rabbi Yochanan been alive now, and see that they collect taxes even from Balabayas, Hava Aser. Ultimately, again, he would have answered this practice as well. In other words, which makes sense, because you can't buy from the Balabas either, because they're also inadvertently supporting Avodah Zarah.
44, 24, 81.
1 second, here's the problem. Now, the Gemara is making the assumption over that Rabbi Abba is referring to the times in which Yaakov was able to buy the sandals. Rabbi Yemen was able to buy the bread, because they bought it from a Balabayas. But Rabbi Abba makes a sign that even the Balabayas is paying taxes. So what's happening over here? How are they permitted to go ahead?
98,
How are they
55.
permitted to make their respective taxes? So it's very interesting, which the Gemara says, Ela inhu echizabin. So how are Rabbi Abba and how were Rabbi Abba and how Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah able to buy
55,
the sandals
73.
and the bread if the Balabayas is also paying taxes? To which the Gemara says, Mi Balabayas she'eno kavua zahun. They bought it from a Balabayas who doesn't regularly sell items. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says she'ena kavua. Rashi says v'lamasek muksi adatayu lemigbi minayu delo tagar v'labalabayis kavua. So apparently, merchants were paying taxes. A balabayis regularly sold from his home was paying taxes, but that was only if you were what we call someone again, kind of like an episodic seller, just a recreational seller, cleaning out your garage, and they would not tax you. So their sandals and their bread, you're buying it from one of these kind of balabatim. Okay, so it turns out at the end of the sugya that there's essentially three categories of sellers. There's the classic tagar, who is the merchant, who the Mishnah tells us again, on any day where there's a yom tiv, you put different. So remember again, beforehand we were talking about just engaging in transactions with an akum. This is now in a more commercial setting. So the Mishnah tells me I can't do that on the day of the yom tiv. Why? Because they're going to pay taxes to the avodah zarah. That's category one. Category two is a balabayis, who is also an established merchant. What's the difference between the tagar and the balabayis? The balabayis is selling, I don't know if it's from his house. From his house. But this is what he does. He's an established vendor. He's also apparently going to be paying taxes. Therefore, again, you can't patronize him either. That's on the Yom Tov. The third category is just Stam Balabais is not Kavua. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff but not really in an established fashion. Such a person, again, doesn't pay taxes at all, and therefore, again, halacha l'maaseh, you can patronize such an individual. Okay, fascinating. So we're going to say, the following things, so now a little bit of switching gears, the following things you cannot sell to an akum. Now, again, we're going to see why you can't sell these, because these were things that were often used in the service of Avodah Zarah. So you can't sell the following things. What can't you sell them? It's tarublin. Okay, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. Benos shuach, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. Pitu taros. Now, listen, pitu taros literally means stems. Again, we'll define what that means in the Gemara as well. Ulavona, frankincense. Tarnagol halavan, a white rooster. And Yehuda says, mutter limkar lo tarnagol halavan ben tarnagolin. And Yehuda says, if you're selling an akum, a bunch of roosters, and that's going to be permitted. That'll be a single white rooster to the akum. So the Gemara says, Kotea es etzba'o umokro. You could cut off one of its fingers. One of its I don't know, is it a finger or a toe by a rooster? Claw. Okay, right. You cut off one of the claws, and ultimately. Now, what's the chap with that? Because interestingly enough, apparently even by the akum, if the animal is deficient, if it's chaser, they don't offer it. So apparently we're going to see there's something with white roosters. So if you're going to sell a white rooster, ultimately again to the akum, then cut off one of the claws and ultimately sell it. The fish ain't makriv chaser avodas kohalim. Ultimately again because they do not go ahead and offer up chaser, a deficient item, to their avodah zarah. So it's a very, very interesting idea over here, which also tremendous Musar Haskell, if you think about it as well. That even of the avodah zarah, if you're going to do it, make sure you do it in a shalim fashion. Don't do it chaser. So many times we'll say in life, we start things, we do things, and then we just kind of we don't give it our all. So halacha l'maaseh, if you're going to do something in life, make sure that it's shalim. You're going to engage in spiritual service, make sure there's a sense of shleimus. Even the avodah zarah understand. Don't offer up something that is chaser. Incredible. Ushar kol hadvarim, and again all other items. Staman mutar uperushan aser. So we'll see exactly what this means. All other akum ultimately again is going to be mutar, but perushan, if you go ahead and it's explicit, and again we'll have to define what this means. Also, Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer after dekel tav, the chatzah asalim. The man says you also can't sell a dekel tav. They both say dekel tav literally sounds like a good palm tree. Good palm tree, you can't sell a good palm tree and a chatzah. We'll see what that means. Turn all the palm good. They're both saying, here we go, tap on the dollar. What's the istarobli? Tarnisa. It's a tarnisa. Very helpful for us. Rashi says over here, right? What's tarnisa? Tap Rashi. Min eresu vihi shita tzidal Rosh Hashanah. So it's a type of cedar tree. Thank you. A type of cedar tree. Okay. So you says, where is the cash? Is that true?
Make a video of the streamer Rabbi ROTHSCHILD from YouTube teaching Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls how to pick up chicks.
So these are items ultimately again that are included in the Shemitah prohibition.
Beautiful sunset in the background in an urban setting.
Now, if you think that the Itztarubla is in fact this tarnisa, which is a type of cedar, is this item really included in the Shemitah prohibition? Now, this is very interesting. Why isn't the cedar tree included in the Shemitah prohibition? It's fascinating. He says, "Bisnan zeh kol sheyesh lo iker yesh lo shviyus, v'kol she'en lo iker en lo shviyus." So it's actually a fascinating halacha. Iker means a root. So the Gemara says whatever has a root ultimately is subject to the laws of Shemitah, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the laws of Shemitah. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi's the second line from the top. Kol she'en lo iker mishkayim ba'aretz bilos hagishamim. So listen to this. Any object, any item, planted item that has a root that is able to live live through the winter ultimately is subject to Shemitah. But any item that does not, that has a root source that dries up or that withers away during winter is not subject to Shemitah. That's any halacha. So therefore, again, apparently, this Itzterublin, so if the Itzterublin, see, here's our problem, right? And let's just go trace this. Mishnah says you can't sell the Itzterublin to the Achel. Gemara, what's Itzterublin? Gemara's answer is Torah Nisa, a type of cedar tree. Gemara says that can't be true. Why? Because again, in the Mishnah over here in Shvi, or I should say it's actually Mishnah in Shabbos. In the Mishnah in Shabbos, it says the following items are subject to Shemitah, including in that list is Itzterublin. Only items subject to the laws of Shemitah are items that have root systems which endure during the winter, and the Itzterublin, and again, the Tarnisa, the cedar tree, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, Tarnisa is Itzterublin can't be Tarnisa. That's the point Gemara is making over there. Ella, so I'll just also point out the wording over here is very beautiful. Kosher Yeshlo Iker Yeshlo Shvius. You know, saying that one of the most beautiful things we have in our Yiddishkeit is Shabbos. Shabbos. So the Shabbos is what makes Shabbos so special? What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the power of Shabbos is Shabbos is the day in which you really reap the collective benefits of how you've spent your week. A powerful Shabbos is one that follows on the heels of a powerful Sheshet Yomim Tasem Elachtecha. If for 6 days I'm plugging away, for 6 days I'm working hard at my job, but in my ruchnius, again, I'm learning, I'm dabbling, I'm doing chesed, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. So Shabbos ultimately becomes so powerful. Shabbos is the composite of 6 days of dynamic activity. This is whoever has a purpose in his life, whoever has an ikr in the way that he lives, Sunday through Friday, the 7th-day Shabbos will be incredibly special. A day in which I crashed and just working very hard during the week, in which case, or Shabbos could be a day for ultimately the collective benefit of how I toiled during the 6 days. Whoever ultimately again has purposeful, intentional, driven life, Sunday through Friday, so what's that? It's the Rublin. What is Itzterublin? Ultimately, again, it is the period
76, 75, 91.
Ultimately, again, the fruit of the cedar tree. Incredible. Okay, so both sides. Therefore, we've got our first definition now. So apparently, every Jew can have all the Zara. So you can't go ahead and sell what per se about these items, except that just they were pitutaros. What are pitutaros? Sehen shanu. So it says, so again, now remember, pitutaros are stems. So when you read the Mishnah, what it sounds like over here is that pitutaros is a separate category, right? Because the Mishnah reads, these are the things you can't sell to an Ovid Gocharev. You can't sell Itzterublin, which now we've established as what can't you do? Benel Shuach, white dates. And then it says Pitutaros, stems. Almost on the stem, actually a modifier on the previous two. What it means is the dates and the fruits of the cedar tree, ultimately, again, those can't be sold with their stem. So Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, Pitutaros, right? The stems is not its own category. Elahachi kamar, a mochel lahem lefisha tolin osam b'fnei avodas kochavim, with the white dates. And what would they do with white figs, I should say? And they would tie the stem, and apparently, I don't know, hang it on the idol, hang it next to the idol. So the stems were necessary parts ultimately of the fruit. Okay, incredible. So the word goes like that. Livona, frankincense, Amar Yitzchak, Amar Shimon Lakish, Livona Zaka. It was not just any frankincense, not just any Livona, but pure Livona. Okay, so it says Tana, Umikulan Mokan and Chadiva. So it says, this is very interesting. So now, I can't sell Livona to an Akum, and again, what's interesting enough, I'm trying to point out, up until now,
That's pretty good.
everything we've been dealing with has been very much either, date-centric or date-specific, right? In other words, I can't transact business with an akum on a particular day or a certain number of days leading up to a particular day. If you notice over here, the conversation
Rabbi
has switched, and now it has
wearing
nothing
a black
to do with
suit
date and everything to do
white
with
shirt,
product.
black tie,
The following items are
black
items
hat,
that are regularly used in the worship of Avodah
and
Zarah.
have them be
Therefore, it doesn't matter when,
smoking
you cannot sell
what looks
these
like
to,
joints.
you cannot sell these to an akum. Now, the Gemara gives an interesting exception to this. Rish Lakish says, what you can do is you can sell to them in bulk, essentially. So I could sell, let's say, Lavona to an akum in bulk. Now, what's the logic behind that? Because since I'm selling it in bulk, the assumption is he's going to resell it to others.
Have a
That's the
hot
assumption. In other words,
Rebbitzin.
if somebody's buying something for their Avodah Zarah, you're going to buy a small amount. You're buying a large amount, Bepashtos, you're going to resell. So the Gemara says, the Kama Chavila, how much is considered to be a large amount? And it should be going to say that in Chavila Pechusim Shalosh Manim. Three min. Like 3 mana, I should say. 3 mana. Well, exactly. So let's say this. Now the Mishnah says it's like this: to sell, let's say, I don't know, whatever we'll call it, a small amount. To sell a label full of Lavona to an akum, I'm not allowed to do, because ultimately again it's used for Avodah Zarah, and to sell him a large amount of Lavona, because I know that's for resale. That's for resale. He's not going to use it for Avodah, he's going to resell it. Besides the Gemara, maybe I should be concerned that he in turn is going to sell it to someone else who's going to use it for Avodah Zarah. So aren't I still participatory in Avodah Zarah, in the performance of Avodah Zarah in some way? So very interesting. Rabbi, alifnei mefakinan, alifnei delifnei lo mefakinan. So what says is very interesting. I am charged ultimately again with, or I am prohibited from lifnei iver lo sitei nefshal, right? This goes back to the beginning of the Masechta. Why can't I sell? Why can't I transact business with an Oved Kochavim up on his Yom Tov, or really up to his on some of these items? Because again, I am creating a stumbling block for him. I am facilitating, well, one of the reasons at least, is that I am facilitating the performance of his Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, when is this prohibition? With direct participation, right? Or direct presence on what we call lifnei delifnei, where essentially I'm 2 steps removed. So what? We're afraid now I'm going to sell it in bulk to the akum, which is permitted because he's doing it for resale, and he's going to resell it to someone else, and that's my problem. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. Alifnei mefakinon, alifnei delifnei lo mefakinon. I will say also that lashon over here is so profound as well. Now, obviously, the lifnei they're talking about over here is lifnei iver lo sitei nichshol. Do not place a stumbling block in front of someone. So me selling the lavona, let's say, to an akum, that's lifnei iver. Me selling in bulk to the akum, and him reselling it to someone else, that's what's called lifnei delifnei. It's 2 steps removed. And remember, this whole thing is rabbinic to begin with. We're not going to start legislating additional layers of rabbinic prohibition. They'll say, but there is a certain, the lashon itself is so beautiful. In life, the possibility of taking ourselves in a different direction, or just embarking on a new adventure, taking on additional responsibilities. So often, what we end up doing is we try to figure out, or we try to contemplate all of the different things that could happen. And I want to pivot in my life. So if I do this, so this could go wrong, this could go wrong. And obviously, one can't live life blindly. But sometimes what ends up happening is that we overthink things to a point that it renders us absolutely passive. So I think what the Gemara is also telling us is, alifnim mefakdinon. When you make decisions in life, definitely contemplate what's in front of you. But alifnei delifnei lo mefakdinon. If in life you begin to contemplate every single what if, so first of all, there's no end to the what ifs in life. If you contemplate every single one what if, that'll lead you to only one inescapable conclusion, which is inaction, passivity, and non-performance. Life is this fascinating balance between, on one hand, thinking about the possibilities and the dangers and the what ifs in front of you, the alifnei, but alifnei delifnei, thinking things out too much, unfortunately, just lands to a systemic life of passivity. Incredible, or a life of systemic passivity. Time to go, Lavan. Next. Don't sell white roosters to an akum. Says the Gemara, Amrav Yonah, Amrav Zera, Amrav Zveid. Take the Masterly, Amrav Yonah, Amrav Zera. Time to go to me. So listen to this. What happens if an akum comes along, right? And an akum is shopping for a tarnagol. He doesn't have, obviously, if the akum shows up and he says, listen, I need a white rooster, trouble, right? Run, right? Like you didn't hear him, right? Well, don't sell it because that's Rabbi Lazar. But let's say he shows up and he says, tarnagol to me. In other words, who has a rooster I could purchase? Now, what's unique about this case? He's not going ahead and asking for a white rooster. He's just saying, who has a rooster? Mutar lumkar lo tarnagol lover. In this case, again, the Gemara says you could sell him a white rooster. Why? Because since he's not asking for a white rooster, the assumption is he's not in the market for a white rooster. Therefore, you can sell him a white rooster. He's not going to use it for a Zara. No, it says as follows. Mokar hulo tarnagol lavan bena tarnagol. So Yehuda says, remember the Rosh Mishnah says, that Yehuda said that you can sell an akum, a white rooster, if you're selling him a chevra of roosters, right? A group. So I'm selling a group of roosters, and inside the group is a white rooster. That is permitted to sell. So the Gemara says, what's the case? So if the akum is saying, listen, who has a white rooster? Right? This is what he's saying. Who has a white rooster? Who has a white rooster? He's asking for that. And again, let's say, if he's actively asking for a white rooster, then halacha on my side, even if I'm selling him a group of roosters, I still should not be able to sell him a white tarnagol lemi. Rather, it must be, what's the case? The case is where he's just shopping for a rooster, right? Who has a rooster? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, where he's not even mentioning a white rooster, so we'll say, what do you see from here? That according to Yehuda, even if he's just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit you have to sell him a white rooster is when you're selling it to him in a group.
It's really good.
In a group of roosters. Well, the Tanakama, so it's actually referring to the Tanakama. You can't sell him a white rooster under any circumstances, even as part of a rooster chavra. What's the case? What's the case here? We'll say, very interesting, where ultimately, again, the Akum says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at Rashi. Mastis the low Rabbi Yehuda b'fnei atzmo, v'lo Tanakama legamrei, asklom d'mei kara atka lavan b'shachar v'adam. Hilcha, so it's very interesting. So let's say the akum says, I'll take a white rooster, a black rooster, and a red rooster, right? So what happens? He wants all kinds of roosters. So Rabbi Yehuda b'fnei atzmo also gave him d'mei kara adkar, dahash b'shachar lavan, bazla d'mei kara nami chavil lavan, v'hay da'adkar shachar yirume arar. So Rabbi Yehuda will say, in that case over here, since he identified, any time that you actively identify a white rooster, even if halach l'maisa you're buying it in the context of group, the purchase is going to be prohibited. The only time, ultimately, again, a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified, and he's just buying a chevra of roosters, a group. Then ultimately, again, a white one will be permitted. Incredible. So that's the first that's Rabbi Yehuda. A Masai. When is it mutar? When is it asar? Right? Bizman she'amar tarnagol zeh lava. Avalim amar zeh mutar. So now the Gemara says Rabbi Yehuda will hold like this. Rabbi Yehuda will say that halacha l'maisa, the only time that a white rooster is going to be problematic is when the akol mamish identifies it. He identifies, I want that rooster. Right, Tana goes there. But if he says zeh, but again, if he goes ahead and he identifies a group, now again in this version of Rabbi Yehuda, even if halacha l'maisa, so in Rabbi Yehuda's model, he's going ahead and
Dog, this is so sick.
Sorry. It's not even just closed, it's frozen. It's not, just looks weird. Alright. Okay. Anyways, we'll say so halacha l'maisa, right? Even if that Bila Amar Tana goes that, I'm sorry, I remember you said this much, Amar Tana goes that lava. Avali Amar zet mutter. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, if you just go ahead and you identify a white rooster, that's one thing. But if halacha l'maisa, you say Tana go zet lavan, sorry, about Amar zet mutter. So halacha l'maisa again, if you go ahead and according to Rabbi Yehuda, and you're buying a group of roosters, even if the akum goes ahead and identifies that he wants a white rooster, ultimately again it is going to be permitted. Good. So what's it? It's an interesting exception to this rule. What's the exception to this rule? If halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. If halacha l'maisa, the Ovid Kochavim says, if he's making a mishnah, he's making a party for his son, or he has someone who is ill inside of his home, ultimately it is going to be mutter. And I will say, now what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is if he's making a party, right, for his son, or ultimately again he has someone who's ill inside of his home, that means he's using the rooster for what? Consumption purposes, not for worship purposes. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, that will be mutter. The Gemara says, "V'hatanya, ovei kochav misha asa misha libno, eino aser ela osa hayom va'osa ishko." For 1 second, we just said before that in general, when an ovei kochav is making a celebration for his son, we'll say this is back to the beginning of the Sefta, right? That under circumstances like that, halacha l'maisa is always asa, right? In other words, we've seen that before. That those are times that right, ovei kochav is making a celebration for his son. That's the time where dafka he would give thanks to his deity. So isn't that dafka an acute issue of avodah zarah? To which the Gemara says, so we'll say, so again, see what's happening over here? So the Gemara says, you can't go ahead and sell a white rooster to the akum. Why not? Because he's going to use it for avodah zarah. But if you know that he's making a simcha for his son, or you know that he's going ahead and has a cola inside of his house, you can sell the white rooster. Why? Because it's clear that he's purchasing it for consumption purposes. I want to say 1 second. We said before that on the day when he's making a celebration for his son,
This is so cool.
A day when what? When he's going to go ahead and be worshiping his avodah zarah, giving thanks to his avodah zarah. So let's go around over here. Already the Tavsik. What is another Tavsik? What's Tavsik? Rashi says over here, Tavsik last Rashi of that. I'm Mr. Becoming Mutter Limkarlo on the party when these states are allowed to sell a white rooster. Lav Mishtech Kopas Bilo to have Vadel Taknovis over this Kocham Kabai. You're right. If it's a wedding, you certainly can't sell him a white rooster because Betashkos, a person would go ahead and definitely give thanks to their avodah zarah on a day where they're making a simcha for their son. So what's the party we're talking about over here?
The fuck is that shit? Look at this athleticism, folks. Look at this move.
Everyone's getting together.
First off, fuck your bitch.
So Akum is hosting the get
And
together
a
for his
quickie
friend. They're vibrating a little bit. Right, so nice again. There's no life cycle event over here. Literally, again, it's just a group of guys getting together.
Bitch.
What happens when a group of guys get together? Again, they're going to enjoy themselves, but there's no necessarily avodah zarah component to this. That is going to be mutter to sell them a white rooster under those circumstances. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right. The Gemara says, Tinan, Ushar called from Staman Mutter Perushan Asar. Remember again, Mishnah ended off by saying something very interesting. And everything else, right? All other items, called the Baran, Staman Mutter, if you just sell them stam to an akum, is going to be mutter. Perushan Asar, but if you explicit, or it sounds like it's explicitly sold to Avodah Zarah, it's going to be Asar. The Gemara says, my stam, my perushan. What does that mean exactly? What is stam? What's perushan? The Gemara says, Ilema stama de kamer chiti chivarta. Right, Chirushan the Kamal Avodas Kochavim. So if you mean like this, maybe stam means the Chum says, I'm buying white wheat. I'm buying white wheat, right? And he doesn't say what it's for. He just says, I'm buying white wheat. And Perush means he says, I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah on the days. The Gemara says, so lo stamach tzricha l'meimad in this binulei, lo Perusha tzricha l'meimad. So I say that's an obvious case. That's an obvious case, right? That goes without saying. So obviously, if an Obed comes along and the Obed says, I'd like to buy white wheat, right? And he doesn't explicitly say what it's for, then why can't you go ahead and sell it to him? And if he says, I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah, Allah is very interesting. Staman, the Ka'amar Hiti, Perushan, the Ka'amar Hiyurta. Then what's happening over here is as follows. If an Akum comes along and says, I want to buy wheat, he doesn't say what kind of wheat, he doesn't say what it's for, he just says wheat. Then ultimately, again, that is going to be mutter. That's the case of stam. The case of perush is where he says white wheat, and that's going to be problematic because again, explicitly asking for white wheat seems to indicate that he's using it for Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says Nichlal the Tarnagola Achilu Staman Namilo. Now we'll say this is the case by wheat. Now the Gemara is presupposing that a rooster is going to be even more chomer than a wheat case, and we can infer from here that whenever an apple purposes and even stam, right, even if he doesn't explicitly say white wine for Avodah Zarah, you still can't sell it to him. To which the Gemara says, Amri olam staman dik amar iti kamar iti. I'm sorry. The olam staman dik amar iti chivarta. Erushon dik amar la avodas kacham. What's the Gemara saying? No, it's not the case. Let's read this not the case. The case of stam is where an akum says, I'd like to purchase white wheat. That's the stam case. What's the perush case? The perush case is where he says, I'd like to purchase white wheat for Avodah Zarah. I will say, if an akum rolls into your store or comes to your house and says, I'd like to buy white wheat for Avodah Zarah. So what's the pshat?
So cool.
Obviously, you can't go ahead and
this
sell
fucking
that.
thing, this is AI, baby.
The Gemara says, Perushon is shikra. So this is fascinating. The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why it's necessary. Saladai Chamina, Hi Gavra, Lav La'avodas Kochavim Kabai. The Moshe said, listen to this hallelujah. I would have thought like this. Even when the Akum comes over to me and he says he's looking to buy white wheat for Avodah Zarah, he's not really buying it for Avodah Zarah. It's not really for Avodah Zarah. So why does he say Avodah Zarah? Ella, maybe Kuta Avik Avodas Kochavim. Listen, the guy is an Avodah Zarah guy. Right? He is. He works Avodah Zarah. The Stavar, Kiechi Dahu Gavra Avik Day, Choli Almanami Aviku. So listen to this. So sometimes, right, the Ovid Avodah Zarah comes over, right, and he says, listen, he's a big Ovid Avodah Zarah. And he says, since he worships Avodah Zarah, therefore what? Everyone worships Avodah Zarah. Right? That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me, which will say just it's fascinating, right? How like we often assume that the way we think is the way other people think. What we do is what other people do. So this guy comes over to me, he like assumes I'm an Ovid Avodah Zarah also, and therefore he says, "Hey Mahachi, he hates me the lace movie." So I said, "This is great." So when he says, "I'd like to buy some white meat for Avodah Zarah," it doesn't mean it, right?
I'm slanging dick.
What's happening over here? He's looking for
peacefully, baby.
He's looking for this. Come on. One Ovid Avodah Zarah.
I'm about to
right?
dance in 2 hours because I'm a bitch.
You gotta stop somebody coming over.
What the fuck is this shit?
Like,
Shut
what's
the
that
fuck
even
up.
wrong in my life?
Worst
If someone
stream
thinks that I'm also
ever.
See, he doesn't need it. What he's just trying to do is just trying to get a deal over here, right? And therefore, I might have thought that he's not really using it for Avodah Zarah. He's name dropping a little bit. Busy day at the ball today. How poor, that's right. It's gonna. So I might have thought that he's just going and kind of dropping Avodah Zarah just to get a discount. Kamash Malon. I will say, now, what does Kamash Malon mean over here? Kamash Malon could mean maybe he is doing that, maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what he's doing. But halacha l'maisa, if he says Avodah Zarah, you can't get involved in such a transaction. That's the bottom line over here. Okay. So by Rav Ashi raised the kasha. Or right, turn it over and Tatsua, the means. Well, this is very interesting. What happens if the akum is in the marketplace and he's asking who has an amputated rooster? In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger, claw, digit, right? Who has a rooster missing something? So Malvin Kalo, Tarnagol Lavan Shali. So we'll say, so let's say I don't have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster. Right? Am I allowed to sell him the white rooster? Now what's the shalom? So on one hand, the fact that he's looking for an amputated rooster would clearly indicate that what? This is not for Avodah Zarah, right? Because for Avodah Zarah they don't use this kind of rooster. So maybe I can sell him the white rooster as well.
Generating this shit is so cool.
Or maybe this is right. He's playing his trick. There's a ruse, right? Why? Because he's a smart guy. He knows that the Jews are not going to sell him white roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably have white roosters and therefore be able to get a white rooster. Incredible. So the Gemara says, if you want to say that the whole thing is a ruse, and he's really just trying to get a white rooster, the Gemara says, Tarnagol Lavan Lami, V'yavule Shachar V'shakol, V'yavule Adam V'shakol, Ma'ulin Karlo Lavan. So what about the following case? Let's say where the akum comes along, the akum says, I'm looking to buy a white rooster. And what happens? I say, I don't have a white rooster, but I'll sell you a black rooster. And he buys it. Or a red rooster. And he buys it. Can I then sell him a white rooster? Why? So the Gemara says, so on one hand, since he bought the white rooster in the black